Chapter 1. Rebirth on the eve of the apocalypse. I should store my brain for now. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of knives chopping meat echoed incessantly. Dad, you have gout. Save the high-purine meat for me and Mom later. It's fine. Zhang Kun brought me some febuxostat. Eating it occasionally is no problem. Vivi, we need to cook the brains separately. It's my favorite. Do you understand? Mom, don't joke around. If he had any brains, would we have gotten the upper hand? Haha, that's true. Outside the door, there were occasional knocks. It was the starving neighbors, drawn by the sound of chopping meat, hoping to get a share. Zhang Kun, slumped on the side, watched the cheerful family of three, cutting meat with laughter. In the apocalypse, they hid in their home, comfortably enjoying the supplies they had painstakingly hoarded. Once those supplies ran out, they even treated him like their last reserve food. Why should it be like this? Unwilling and not willing. If I could start over, I would definitely choose to be a cold-hearted person. I want to survive until the end and watch how Vivi's family struggles in the apocalypse. Zhang Kun closed his eyes in frustration. But when he opened them again, the hellish bloody scene had vanished, replaced by the gentle drizzle outside and the warm, comfortable bed. Zhang Kun sat up suddenly, drenched in cold sweat. Could it be all just a nightmare? But how could it feel so real? He looked around the room, and as he gazed at the familiar environment, he gradually freed himself from the tension. Yes, this was his home, exactly the same as before Vivi's family moved in. He looked up at the calendar on the wall. December 31st, 2045, 8:30. I've gone back to the day before the apocalypse. Since autumn 2045, Blue Star had been experiencing continuous rain worldwide for 3 months. On New Year's Day, 2046, the drizzle suddenly transformed into heavy snowflakes. And the first snow of 2046 fell 3 meters deep overnight. Along with the snow came record-breaking low temperatures. In the country where Zhang Kun lived, temperatures in various cities plummeted to -50 degrees. In his memory, the bitter cold lasted a full 3 months. The terrifying cold caused the proud order of humanity to begin to collapse. Self-proclaimed rulers of the earth, humans were taught a harsh lesson in the face of nature's disaster. Unfortunately, the tuition for this lesson was extraordinarily high. Within just 3 months. The world's population had shrunk to only 30% of what it had been. As for what happened afterward, Zhang Kun was unclear. Because by the 3rd month, he had become the food for his beloved goddess family. Zhang Kun got out of bed, gazing silently at the drizzle outside. For a moment, he couldn't differentiate whether the brutal, hellish segments of his memory were real or an illusion. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have activated the Apocalypse Survival System. The system's bonus infinite space has been activated. Does the host want to check in and receive today's benefits? Hearing the voice in his mind, Zhang Kun was stunned, instantly realizing that what he had experienced before was not a fantasy. And he had indeed been reborn. Not only reborn, but he had also received the system's favor. Check-in. Ding, congratulations, host, check-in successful. Reward, an indestructible safe house LV1. A glimmer of joy flashed in Zhang Kun's eyes. A safe house was the ultimate dream in the apocalypse. Zhang Kun hurried to check the information about the safe house. Indestructible safe house LV1. Features: constant temperature, uninterrupted electricity, uninterrupted water supply, uninterrupted natural gas, indestructible uninvadable. Level 1 special effect. The host will not be harmed inside the safe house. Additional effect. Accumulate 5 check-ins to upgrade the safe house. Just a few words made Zhang Kun overjoyed. When order had collapsed, nothing could provide more peace of mind than a safe house. In his memory, it had only been half a month when violent home invasions began occurring in his building. With this house, he could stand invincible. And there was also the space. Zhang Kun tested the space again, and with a thought, a vast realm appeared in his mind, immense and boundless. He was astonished to discover that time inside the space was actually frozen. He stepped outside the space, standing in his room, and with another thought, instantly, the furniture in the room was swept away and piled in one corner of the space. Oh! He tried a few more times and confirmed that as long as it was within 10 meters, he could move objects into the space at will. Since ordinary items could be stored, if he went to various supermarkets before the apocalypse struck, wouldn't that mean? Even if he couldn't make it to the supermarkets, raiding the logistics center where he worked would be enough to ensure he never had to worry about food again. Before he could finalize his plans, a rumbling hunger in his stomach reminded him that he hadn't had a proper meal in 3 months. Without thinking much, he went to the fridge and rummaged through it. Toast, corn sausages, and he quickly fried 4 eggs in a skillet. These were supplies he had bought during the rainy days at the supermarket. Most of the expensive ingredients had been given to his girlfriend Lou Vivi's family, but the remaining ones, though average in price, were already delicious enough for someone like Zhang Kun, who had experienced the apocalypse. With each bite, the sweet and rich flavor of the eggs mixed with the aroma of the toast melted in his mouth, washing over his taste buds. Another bite of the corn sausage brought a tear of joy to Zhang Kun's eye. To be alive. It's so good. This food is so delicious. Just as he was lost in thought, there was a loud knock at the door. Zhang Kun's heart tightened involuntarily, and he unconsciously gripped his utensils tightly. In the apocalypse, such a forceful knock at the door was not a good sign. Chances were high that someone had come to ask for supplies. Asking was no different from robbing, so he had never dared to open the door for strangers. But soon, Zhang Kun realized the apocalypse had not yet arrived. Those coming to him now were still ordinary people bound by moral constraints. With this thought, his tense nerves finally relaxed. When he opened the door, a well-made-up lady in a cheap house stood at the entrance. Seeing Zhang Kun with food all over his mouth, she took a step back, magically producing a handkerchief to cover her mouth and nose, frowning impatiently. "I told you, Xiao Zhang, hurry over to my house and take back everything you brought last time. Wait until Vivi's fiancé comes over. He'll be unhappy if he sees the things you sent. What if he thinks my family usually uses low-end stuff and wrongly blames Vivi? I won't let this go with you." Chapter 2. Take it away. Don't be polite. The visitor was named Ho Sufan, a neighbor residing downstairs, and also the mother of Lu Weiwei, whom Zhang Kun had been ardently pursuing. Both families had relocated to Shanghai a decade ago and had maintained a cordial relationship ever since. Ho Sufan had even harbored the belief that Zhang Kun would make an ideal son-in-law. Firstly, Zhang Kun's family had purchased their home outright, thus devoid of any financial burdens. Secondly, Zhang Kun's parents had succumbed to pneumonia before he graduated from university, ensuring that their daughter would not face any familial pressures. Thirdly, considering Zhang Kun's unfortunate genetic predisposition to a short lifespan, it was only a matter of time before the property would eventually be transferred to his daughter. It is important to note that a 100 square meter residence in Shanghai is valued at over 7 million, making the investment undeniably worthwhile. However, this entire scenario shifted when Lu Weiwei, driven by ambition, became acquainted with a wealthy heir at a nightclub. It wasn't until last night, when she witnessed her daughter climb into the heir's Ferrari, that she realized her own aspirations were woefully limited. Now, as she gazed at Zhang Kun, she felt a sense of incredulity wash over her. "Old fool," Ho Sufan snorted disdainfully, her eyes widening in disbelief, hands firmly planted on her hips. "What did you just say?" Realizing his slip of the tongue, Zhang Kun quickly turned off the living room lights. "Aunt Ho, it's just that the lights in my living room are malfunctioning, flickering incessantly. It's quite bothersome." "Humph. Zhang Kun, stop stalling. Weiwei would never be interested in you. How can you indulge in such greasy food so early in the morning? Oh dear. At this rate, will you even make it to 30? Clearly, my Weiwei has discerning taste, having found herself a golden son-in-law. TSK. He's 100 times better than you. Quickly come downstairs with me and remove all that rubbish you brought." With that, it seemed as though lingering at Zhang Kun's door would suffocate her. She waved her handkerchief dramatically and, twisting her body, hurried towards the stairwell. Ho Sufan was not entirely mistaken. In his previous life, Zhang Kun had met his untimely demise before reaching his 28th birthday, a fate orchestrated by her family of 3. Initially, it was out of pity that he had consented to allow them to move in, sharing the resources he had painstakingly saved, after Lu Weiwei had been discarded by the wealthy heir. Yet, this act of kindness ultimately led to his tragic end, as he became a feast for others. Now, as he encountered her once more, even though it was before the impending apocalypse, Zhang Kun felt a surge of murderous intent within him, longing to exact 1,000-fold revenge. However, in this moment when the world still functioned normally, any rash action would likely invite trouble. Moreover, rather than seeking immediate gratification, he preferred to watch them stumble into the apocalypse, tormented by despair and fear until their demise. Revenge is a dish best served cold, and Zhang Kun chuckled darkly to himself, obediently following her out the door. Ho Sufan's residence was directly below his OW and, as Zhang Kun stood before the elevator. Just as he was about to press the button, Ho Sufan's head popped out unexpectedly. "What are you up to?" Take the stairs. Do you want people to see my Weiwei in such a predicament?" Yes, you're absolutely right. Just wait until I clear out your entire cluttered abode." Zhang Kun cursed inwardly, turning to descend the stairs with her. The rain outside, though not heavy, persisted. Thankfully, the infrastructure in Huaguo was robust, featuring numerous dams and drainage systems, complemented by extensive flood overflow zones planned in major urban areas, allowing Shanghai to continue functioning normally. Yet even so, the difficulty of resource distribution remains significant. Over the past 3 months, as transportation pressures mounted, vast agricultural areas had been submerged, making it increasingly challenging to procure fresh fruits and vegetables within the city. Consequently, grassroots organizations had been rallying residents to weather the storm together, urging against the blind hoarding of supplies. Every time Aunt Zhang returned from shopping, she would chastise Zhang Kun for his excessive acquisitions, claiming he was causing trouble for the organization, a charge that would have resulted in public shaming in times past. She was also aware that the majority of the supplies Zhang Kun brought home were intended for Ho Sufin's family, particularly to win favor with Lu Weiwei. Unfortunately, it was a misplaced investment. The seemingly demure and charming Lu Weiwei was, in reality, quite the libertine. At some point, she had become entangled with a wealthy heir at a nightclub. Although the authenticity of their affection was debatable, the young heir was set to meet Lu's family today. Zhang Kun had only learned of this revelation a few days prior, when Lu Weiwei had grasped his hand, her large eyes glistening with tears. She had said many things, but it all boiled down to one sentiment. Kun, you are a good person, but we ultimately cannot be together. I will always be your good little sister. Though her words were heart-wrenching, she had promptly changed her WeChat profile picture to one depicting her and the young heir in a hotel bed, cheek to cheek. It was evident they had already become intimately acquainted. The sudden blow of heartbreak shattered Zhang Kun, leaving him in a drunken stupor for 3 days, unable to regain his composure. But that was merely yesterday's Zhang Kun. Today, upon realizing his rebirth, his heart had been encased in titanium alloy. Having experienced life anew, Zhang Kun was determined to reclaim what he had lost. As Ho Sufin opened the door, her husband Lu Degui, who had been perusing the newspaper in the living room, abruptly stood up. Upon recognizing Zhang Kun, he let out a sigh of relief, offering no greeting as he resumed his seat. Why is he here? Isn't it just to have Xiao Zhang remove the clutter? It's dirty and chaotic. I'm too lazy to tidy up. Besides, when Xiao Sun arrives, he might be displeased to find another man's gifts here. Zhang Kun cast a glance and noted that Lu Degui, impeccably dressed in a suit, was reading none other than the Asahi Shimbun. This old fool's command of the island's language seemed limited to Hachi J Yaru, a phrase he had mastered. I would give him a score of 99 for this performance. Ho Sufin, uninterested in further conversation with Zhang Kun, led him directly to the kitchen, pointing to the 3 large bags of food he had delivered the previous morning. Take it all away, every last bit. Don't say we are taking advantage of you. We haven't even touched this food. All right, please step aside. I wouldn't want to soil your qipao. Upon hearing Zhang Kun's words, Ho Sufin did not dwell on them, twisting her body to head to the living room for a cup of tea. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Kun smirked slightly. Under his care, the living standards of Lu Weiwei's family had always been quite satisfactory. The floor was strewn with vegetables, rice, flour, and cooking oil, while the refrigerator brimmed with an array of fruits and yogurts, and the freezer was packed with solidly frozen ribs, steaks, and dumplings. However, not all of these provisions were his doing. Zhang Kun spotted several 1-pound A5 Wagyu steaks nestled in the bottom of the refrigerator, evidently purchased by Lu's family in preparation for entertaining Lu Weiwei's new boyfriend. Without a second thought, he stuffed them all into his own space. Rather than leaving them for their family, they were better suited as dog food. Zhang Kun was acutely aware that the wealthy heir, surnamed Sun, had no genuine intentions towards Lu Weiwei. He was merely toying with her. Tonight, he would likely cast Lu Weiwei aside. Only the Lu family could be so foolish as to believe that Lu Weiwei was destined to marry into wealth. Moreover, with the impending apocalypse, who would still care about such opulence? Chapter 3. The shopping spree. Once Zhang Kun had finished loading the items outside, he casually picked up the things on the ground, greeted Ho Sufin as if nothing had happened, and then strolled away with the bags in hand. Just as he stepped into the stairwell, the elevator door behind him opened, and Lu Weiwei entered, arm in arm with her new boyfriend. Lu Weiwei possessed a delicate, pale oval face, with thin, rosy lips, large, expressive eyes, and a prominent, elegant nose, all of which lent her visage a striking 3-dimensional quality. Coupled with her hourglass figure accentuated by a fitted dress and subtle makeup, she was undoubtedly breathtaking. This allure was one of the reasons Zhang Kun had remained infatuated with her over the years. The couple exited the elevator and headed straight for their apartment door. As they approached, Lu Weiwei's boyfriend seized the opportunity, playfully pinching her waist when they were out of sight, eliciting a series of soft giggles from her. She leaned in, playfully wrapping her arms around his neck and offering her lips. Feeling the mischievousness of her boyfriend, Lu Weiwei's cheeks flushed with excitement. You naughty boy, didn't you have enough last night? Not nearly. I heard your bed is spacious and comfortable. That I must try it out. No way. My parents are home waiting to meet you. Noticing a flicker of displeasure in her boyfriend's eyes, Lu Weiwei tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her voice dropping to a whisper. Then, you must keep it down later. Had Zhang Kun, who had been reborn, been present, he would have been furious. Lu Weiwei, who had always prided herself on her innocent demeanor, had never shown such a provocative side before him. Yet, for the current Zhang Kun, these were merely remnants of the past. Once in the stairwell, Zhang Kun discarded the items into his space and returned home, grabbing his phone and car keys before heading downstairs. Time was of the essence, and he had much to accomplish. Upon exiting the building and reaching his parking spot, he was confronted by a purple Ferrari blocking the way, obstructing his BYD. He recognized this car from his previous life. It belonged to Lu Weiwei's boyfriend. Back then, he had always thought that his own inadequacy had driven Lu Weiwei into someone else's arms. But now, he had come to a realization. Rather than suffering in silence, he could make things difficult for others. Casting aside his personal integrity, he decided to revel in a morally dubious existence. Aware that there were no surveillance cameras in the vicinity, he acted on impulse and banished the sports car into his space. Then, as if nothing had happened, he started the BYD left to him by his father and drove off. Zhang Kun's family was relatively well off. He owned a fully paid apartment in Shanghai and a modest vehicle worth just over 200,000. After the passing of his parents, he inherited nearly 2 million in cash. This money had been reserved for emergencies and had remained untouched. Throughout the years of work, he had diligently climbed the ranks to become the logistics supervisor, while also managing to save over 100,000 after covering expenses for Lu Weiwei's family. All in all, his net worth surpassed 10 million, barely qualifying him as a lower middle-class individual. Regrettably, he had never been particularly materialistic, and his assets had swiftly become worthless scraps of paper before he could even spend them. However, with a bit of breathing room now, he needed to spend that money quickly. His first stop was back to his workplace, the South China Logistics Center. ASA transportation hub. Billions of logistics parcels passed through here daily, sorted before being redistributed. He oversaw warehouse number 1, specializing in fresh produce. Whether it was Hippo Fresh, CC Grocery, or Mate One Selection, nearly all the fresh produce sourced from major online platforms converged here, picked up by representatives of these platforms each morning. For the current Zhang Kun, this was the most convenient place to procure supplies. Kun-gu, good to see you. Good morning, Kun-gu. Kun-gu, back from vacation? You look well. As soon as several colleagues spotted him, they greeted Zhang Kun with cheerful smiles. Looking at their beaming faces, Zhang Kun felt a pang of nostalgia. When the apocalypse first struck, they had maintained contact, encouraging one another in their workgroup. Yet, as time passed, within less than half a month, he was the only one left. Clearly, those who survived the calamity were not among them. Due to a notification from higher-ups, the warehouse will undergo a fire safety inspection starting today. The fire department will be coming shortly. Everyone can leave for the day. Your pay will be processed as usual. Upon hearing they could take a day off, the warehouse managers erupted in laughter, praising their leader's wisdom, and hurried off to change out of their uniforms. Watching their jubilant expressions, Zhang Kun's brow furrowed slightly, and he couldn't help but call out to them. I've heard that food supplies in the city are becoming increasingly scarce. If you have the chance, consider stocking up on food at the supermarket. Director Zhang, did you receive some news? One familiar employee inquired curiously. Why do you ask? Last night, a neighbor of mine went on a rant in the community group, claiming tomorrow is the apocalypse. He was eventually taken away by the police. And this morning, the higher-ups dispatched 50 heavy-duty trucks to remove half of our inventory from warehouse number 1. Zhang Kun was taken aback. His colleagues' words were laden with implications. Could it be that he was not the only one reborn in this world? And what was the reasoning behind the upper management's withdrawal of supplies? Did they already have knowledge of the impending doom? In his previous life, having been heartbroken by Lu Weiwei, he had taken the last few days of vacation at home and hadn't shown up. Now, it seemed that everything was not as simple as a sudden natural disaster. Before he could ponder further, a younger colleague dismissed the gravity of the situation. Come on. If the world is really ending, let's just bring it on. Who wants to keep toiling like a fool? His flippant remarks elicited hearty laughter from the others. Zhang Kun offered an awkward smile, waving them off to leave. Everyone has their own fate. He did not impose his views on others. A kind reminder was already a testament to his years of camaraderie. In the apocalypse, there existed an entirely different set of survival rules. Those with a bleeding heart would not go far. After a few departed, Zhang Kun finally stepped into the fresh produce warehouse he managed. The cold chain warehouse was divided into several areas. Upon opening the door to the low-temperature freezing zone, a wave of cold air rushed out. Chicken wings, legs, breasts, whole ducks, pork chops, trotters, seafood, various neatly packaged poultry and livestock parts were meticulously arranged. The preservation area was filled with an array of fresh vegetables, including many high-end imports, all vacuum-sealed for freshness. The ambient temperature section housed essential foodstuffs like rice, flour, and oil, along with numerous promotional beverages, including thousands of boxes of sugary soft drinks. The warehouse was vast. Although much had been removed, what remained was more than enough for Zhang Kun to sustain himself for 10 lifetimes. In Zhang Kun's eyes, these were the most sought-after items in the impending apocalypse. Since some had already begun hoarding supplies, he hesitated not, and with a mere thought, he swept large quantities of goods into his space. In mere minutes, the expansive cold chain warehouse was stripped bare. However, during his busy spree, his phone buzzed incessantly in his pocket. Pulling it out, he saw a flurry of WeChat messages and 3 missed calls, all from Lu Weiwei. The first few messages were mere voice notes of 4 to 5 seconds, but the last 3 had stretched to 60 seconds each. Zhang Kun could easily guess that her family had discovered the absence of their supplies meant for entertaining her new boyfriend. A smirk curled at the corners of Zhang Kun's mouth. Heh, just reclaiming what I purchased, and they're already falling apart? Chapter 4. The frenzied shopping to compose poetry for you, to freeze time for you, to accomplish the impossible for you. Just as Zhang Kun was about to tuck his phone back into the pocket of his coat, it rang with a resounding chime. The ringtone was one he had specifically chosen for Lu Weiwei, yet now, upon hearing it, it struck him as particularly jarring. How foolish he had been, blinded by infatuation. Upon answering the call, Lu Weiwei's irritated voice erupted from the other end. Zhang Kun, do you have any idea how much our family values this meeting? My boyfriend is furious. I command you to return the items to me immediately. Lu Weiwei was well aware that Zhang Kun had always been most obedient to her. In her eyes, as a precious little fairy, it was entirely normal to demand that her devoted admirer curb his temper, lest it jeopardize her future. But this was only the case for the Zhang Kun who had never experienced rebirth. Having been reborn, Zhang Kun had transformed into a Sigma male. What nonsense about a little fairy. She could crawl away. Time was precious, and he had no intention of wasting breath on such a superficial schemer. Without uttering a single word, he decisively switched off his phone. Angry? Let her be. It was of no concern to him. Exiting Warehouse 1, Zhang Kun made his way to the adjacent Warehouse 2. Although significantly smaller than Warehouse 1, it was far more organized and tidy, as it served as a dedicated storage facility for pharmaceuticals. The warehouse supervisor, strolling through here was hardly a noteworthy endeavor. Upon seeing him enter, several staff members from Warehouse 2 greeted him with friendly nods and smiles. Did you not hear? There's a fire inspection today, and we have the day off. Didn't your supervisor inform you? No. Zhang supervisor, is that true? Zhang Kun gestured toward Warehouse 1. We locked up over there. You should all head home as well. I'll return to lock the doors later, as the supervisor must be present during the inspection. Upon hearing Zhang Kun's words, the others accepted them without question and promptly clocked out for the day. Once they had all departed, Zhang Kun commenced filling his space with pharmaceuticals. The warehouse, spanning over 10,000 square meters, was brimming with medical supplies and equipment. Not only was it the largest storage facility for medical products in Shanghai, but it also served as the most significant distribution center for medical supplies in South China. An array of essential medications overwhelmed the senses, and there were even numerous expensive rehabilitation devices, enough to establish a gym. Presently, however, all of it was now at Zhang Kun's disposal. After thoroughly clearing the place out, he turned his attention to his final destination for the day, the South China Express Logistics Center next door, a logistical hub. This center was established through the joint investment of several nationally renowned logistics companies. Daily, thousands of delivery trucks entered and exited, dwarfing the operations of Warehouse 1 that Zhang Kun oversaw, with its footprint exceeding 50,000 square meters. Upon entering the logistics center, the atmosphere was lively and bustling. A diverse array of delivery drivers hurried about, engaged in their tasks. Observing their industrious figures, Zhang Kun found himself momentarily lost in thought. In his previous life, when calamity struck, these very truck drivers were among the first to suffer. The sudden cold front had left them with no chance to struggle. In a single night, both man and vehicle had frozen into statues of ice. Once the initial cold wave subsided, the abandoned trucks on the highways became a feast for the nearby villagers. As he walked among them, Zhang Kun felt as though he were traversing a realm of the departed, a chill creeping down his spine. Dressed in work attire and sporting the supervisor badge from the adjacent warehouse, the logistics staff hardly questioned him, allowing him to wander freely. Seizing the opportunity when no one was paying attention, he ventured to the back of the warehouse and cleared out 20 rows of 5-meter-high shelves, amassing thousands of parcels into his space. Time was of the essence, and to avoid arousing suspicion, he didn't even glance at the contents he had collected. After the apocalypse arrived, there would be plenty of time to unwrap these mystery boxes. It was merely a matter of self-entertainment. Having completed this covert operation without a sound, Zhang Kun exited as if nothing had transpired and returned to his vehicle. Pulling out paper and pen, he carefully mapped out his plans. He had already stockpiled enough food, vegetables, and pharmaceuticals to sustain him for 10 lifetimes. What remained were items that would enhance his quality of life. After all, once tonight passed, the money in his possession would become worthless. If he didn't let them serve their purpose now, when would he? Without delay, Zhang Kun drove straight to the largest home appliance store in Shanghai. Upon arrival, he wasted no time and ordered the most expensive television, computer, and sound system available. To ensure the store's staff worked overtime to install and calibrate the equipment, he generously tipped an additional 10,000 yuan, leaving the owner beaming with joy and promising delivery by noon. With these foundational amenities secured, Zhang Kun made a quick stop at a gaming store. Upon entering, he grabbed 3 PS10 gaming consoles, the latest models featuring motion sensing technology. It was said that the experiences they offered were indistinguishable from reality. Zhang Kun had long yearned to immerse himself in such entertainment. However, in his previous life, he had been preoccupied with studies, work, and servitude, leaving little time for genuine enjoyment. With the impending apocalypse looming, it would be a shame not to indulge in the abundance of time available to him. The dozing proprietor behind the counter instantly perked up. "Hey there, do you need any game discs?" "Absolutely. I want every compatible disc for this model, and I'll take 2 of each." This extravagant request moved the owner, who had been battered by piracy and online platforms, to tears. After completing this purchase, Zhang Kun also ordered 101 terabyte external hard drives from the store. The price was of little concern. He had only one stipulation. The drives must be filled to the brim with movies, games, and music, curated based on ratings from a certain platform. The games had to be classics. Compatibility with existing computer systems was irrelevant. He could easily set up virtual machines to play them later. Better to store them now. As for the music, it should focus on timeless classics. He had no interest in modernist songs by the likes of Hua Mujuan or Chicken Brother. "Hey, it's been a while since I've encountered such a generous customer. I'll personally throw in 10 additional hard drives filled with various flavors of island films for you." Zhang Kun paused, realizing the proprietor's eager smile had almost made him forget this little indulgence. "I'll pay you the standard amount, but for that selection, let us add 20 more drives to the order." "Got it. I'm on it." The owner chuckled, and after Zhang Kun settled the payment, he would return in the evening to collect his goods. Having fulfilled his pursuits of spiritual gratification, Zhang Kun then drove to the largest shopping mall, where he indulged in a shopping spree in the men's apparel section. Leather shoes? Purchased. Overalls? Acquired. Black combat attire? Bought. In this new world, there would only be room for one Zhang Kun, and he would never allow MSG in his stir-fried noodles. Beyond these quirky preferences, Zhang Kun also acquired numerous everyday garments for rotation. This time, he refrained from being frugal and opted for international brands like Benetton and Meters Bonwy. One could not deny the allure of a man extravagantly splurging in a mall, his eyes unblinking as he paid. It was undeniably captivating. Even the teenage salesgirl with acne could hardly resist the temptation to dream of marrying him. Chapter 5. You should thank me instead. After a busy morning, Zhang Kun finally drove home around noon. Initially contemplating ordering takeout from a high-end restaurant to satiate his hunger, he lost his appetite at the thought that many establishments now relied on pre-packaged meals. Thus, he opted to return home and prepare his own meal, ensuring a wholesome and hearty dish. Regrettably, after his extravagant spending that morning, he was left with a mere 1 million. Sitting in his car, Zhang Kun couldn't help but lament, spending money is truly a daunting task. He resolved to save the money for later, when everyone would realize the scarcity of resources, and then he could inflate prices within the property owners group. Upon reaching his parking spot and securing his vehicle, Zhang Kun stepped out only to find Lu Weiwei standing downstairs, visibly upset and without an umbrella, suggesting she had been caught in the rain. A smirk crept across Zhang Kun's face. In his previous life, it was at this very moment that Lu Weiwei was discarded by her wealthy boyfriend. He had watched from the balcony on the 15th floor, witnessing the entire scene. Originally, she had intended to accompany him in the passenger seat of his Ferrari, but before she could settle in, she was unceremoniously ejected from the vehicle. Following that, her affluent boyfriend sped off, indifferent to the sight of her, sobbing in the rain. That day, he had rushed downstairs to offer her an umbrella, only to receive a slap from the goddess who felt humiliated. Zhang Kun had initially contemplated retaliating, but was soon disarmed when Lu Weiwei collapsed into his arms, weeping in the rain. Any resentment he harbored dissipated immediately, transforming him back into her loyal companion. Reflecting on those events, he couldn't help but smile wryly. A moment of flattery had turned into a timeless grievance, and now, he felt as though he had awakened from a dream. As he entered the building, he paid no heed to the tearful Lu Weiwei, who was concealing her face. "Zhang Kun, stop right there," she shouted. Lu Weiwei was having an exceptionally unfortunate day. After bringing her wealthy boyfriend home for the first time, before she could even introduce him to her parents, he had whisked her away into her room. When she finally remembered to eat lunch, she learned from her mother that the feast prepared for her boyfriend had been completely consumed by Zhang Kun. In a state of desperation, her mother, Ho Sufan, had to spend several hundred yuan ordering a table full of takeout. But how could such a meal possibly impress a wealthy boyfriend? After experiencing such a lackluster reception, he had darkened his expression and, without a word, left in a huff. Only when descending the stairs did he realize his ostentatious purple Ferrari was nowhere to be seen. Consequently, Lu Weiwei, who had been following him down, became the target of his frustration. He slapped her twice in anger, berating her for her bad luck, and then departed, leaving her to weep in the rain. Devastated, Lu Weiwei not only harbored resentment towards her fickle boyfriend, but also directed her ire towards Zhang Kun, who had absconded with the food intended for her guest. "Oh, you can see me? I thought you were busy playing hide and seek with your boyfriend." Zhang Kun's words caught Lu Weiwei off guard. She sensed a change in him. He was still the same person, yet there was a newfound assertiveness in his demeanor when addressing her. Despite this, she couldn't resist covering her face as she demanded, "Did you deliberately take the lunch I prepared for my boyfriend? Are you pleased to see me in a quarrel with him? Someone who truly loves me would sincerely wish for my happiness, not engage in such despicable acts behind my back. Zhang Kun, I misjudged you." Upon hearing Lu Weiwei's rapid-fire accusations, Zhang Kun smirked and replied, "Lu Weiwei, ever since the rain began, I have been delivering food to your family twice a week, with each shopping list totaling no less than 500 yuan. Over the course of 3 months, I've delivered more than 20 times, racking up expenses exceeding 10,000. So what if I took something from your kitchen? Did you not once claim I would always be your good brother? Are you truly heartless enough to see your brother starve and do nothing about it? But you can't just take what I prepared for my boyfriend," Lu Weiwei retorted, her frustration palpable as she stomped her feet. Zhang Kun scoffed, "In the end, you ought to be thanking me." "Thank you? How could you even have the audacity to say that?" Lu Weiwei glared at him, and Zhang Kun continued, "If your boyfriend had been well-fed and then slapped you, wouldn't that have broken your freshly shaped eyebrows? You—" A strange sense of shame washed over Lu Weiwei, causing her cheeks to flush. It felt akin to being bitten by a dog she had nurtured for years. However, she quickly regained her composure. How dare he humiliate her? Zhang Kun was hardly deserving. He was not even as valuable as the fish in her pond, merely a dog lingering by the water's edge. Just as she was about to retort, a delivery truck from Gourmet Appliances pulled up at the entrance. Raincoat-clad workers hurriedly jumped out, scurrying towards Zhang Kun, bowing and scraping, "Boss Zhang, the goods have arrived, and we will assist you with installation and debugging right away." The driver gestured, and 3 workers jumped out, opening the trunk to unload the electronic devices Zhang Kun had selected that morning. A 100-inch curved-screen television, the latest high-end desktop computer, and a complete set of EOGO home flagship speakers. Though each electronic item was meticulously wrapped in waterproof film, the lead worker couldn't help but admonish, "Be careful. If anything gets damaged, you won't be able to cover the cost. One piece of equipment is worth 3 years of your salary." Concerned about potential damage in an apocalyptic scenario, Zhang Kun had purchased 3 sets of each item. This single transaction had cost him nearly 2 million. While the computer and television were manageable expenses, the sound system was extraordinary. Its treble sweet, mids precise, and bass powerful, an unparalleled auditory experience. Even after discounts, it still cost over 300,000. "You all are quite punctual," Zhang Kun remarked. "Indeed, our boss has instructed that you are a valued customer. Whatever you need, just a phone call away. We ensure prompt service, rain or shine." Chuckling, Zhang Kun retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, thoughtlessly handing them to the driver. The notion of unwavering service was commendable, but he pondered how they would respond in the face of an apocalyptic winter. "My home is on the top floor, room 1501. Please take the items upstairs." "Mr. Zhang, you are too generous," the driver beamed, pocketing the cigarettes and signaling to his crew. "One person stays to watch the goods while the rest move the larger items upstairs." "Understood." With that, the The workers sprang into action. Meanwhile, Lu Weiwei couldn't help but curl her lips in a smirk. Finally, Zhang Kun had wised up. Displaying such assertiveness before her, he had prepared ample offerings for an apology. Observing the value of the items being delivered, perhaps she could grant him a begrudging forgiveness this time. With this thought in mind, Lu Weiwei stepped in front of the workers, raising her hand to direct them. No rush to go to the 15th floor. First, select 2 sets to take to room 1401. Chapter 6. Winter has arrived. The crowd present was taken aback by Lu Weiwei's actions. The lead driver glanced at Lu Weiwei, then turned to Zhang Kun, uncertain whether to heed the girl's words. Zhang Kun, with a nonchalant demeanor, inquired, "Why?" "Zhang Kun, are you still playing dumb?" "How am I playing dumb?" Lu Weiwei furrowed her brows and pouted her cherry lips. Kun, please stop fooling around, all right? You live alone. Why on earth would you buy 3 sets of the same thing? Even if I were to purchase 100 sets, what business is it of yours? Before Zhang Kun could voice his retort, Lu Weiwei tightened her grip on his arm, pulling him closer, and began to shake him insistently. Kun, I know you have always liked her, but this is not the way to go about it. You've gone to such lengths to prepare a gift, considering not only me but also getting my parents a set of equipment. Then, I shall forgive you this time. I promise to grant you another chance to pursue me, all right? Lu Weiwei, with her already commendable figure, became an undeniable focal point as she pressed closer, her allure almost ethereal. In moments of fleeting visibility, she was simply captivating. In the past, Zhang Kun had always been susceptible to such charms. Lu Weiwei was, by nature, a pragmatic individual. After such an unpleasant quarrel with her boyfriend, having even lost her sports car, she surely felt defeated. Although her wealthy boyfriend had taken advantage of her and discarded her like refuse, that did not deter her from seeking another suitor. If by the age of 30, she had yet to find a suitable partner for marriage, Zhang Kun would undoubtedly be the honest man she considered most appropriate for settling down. In the long run, maintaining a good relationship with him was indeed necessary. Moreover, though she possessed little understanding of the items at hand, the opulent packaging suggested their considerable value. Rather than returning home empty-handed to endure her mother's nagging, it would be more advantageous to temporarily reconcile with Zhang Kun, bringing gifts for her parents to silence them. With gifts presented, there was no rationale for refusal. Her mind was calculating rapidly, and Zhang Kun could almost hear the clinking of her thoughts through the layers of fabric separating them. He smirked as he extricated his arm from Lu Weiwei's grasp, unfazed even as his shirt shifted. Lu Weiwei, how much fake wine have you consumed to utter such shameless words? Ah, you. The sight of Lu Weiwei's astonished expression filled Zhang Kun with a sense of vindictive satisfaction. He turned to the driver and several movers, his voice as cold as ice. Once these goods cross my threshold today, if even a single item is missing, I will return everything. Do you understand? Oh dear, Brother Zhang. No need to get worked up, rest assured. Nothing will be missing. The driver, sensing Zhang Kun's fury, hurriedly reassured him, then waved dismissively at Lu Weiwei, as if shooing away a fly. Make way, make way. Let me tell you, we live in a society governed by law. Don't play the rogue with me. If this cargo gets damaged, you won't be able to compensate for it. Lu Weiwei's face turned pale at the harsh words, and she turned to Zhang Kun. Zhang Kun, how dare you let them speak to me like that? I will never speak to you again. Their mouths are their own. Why should I interfere? Have you lost your mind? Seeing Zhang Kun's indifferent demeanor, Lu Weiwei stomped her foot in frustration, pushing past the mover and storming into the elevator. If you don't seek me out, I will still hold you accountable. Zhang Kun chuckled coldly, plotting how to torment Lu Weiwei, this insufferable woman, when the apocalypse arrived. In the afternoon, several technicians diligently tested all 3 sets of equipment. Zhang Kun was quite satisfied with their work and, as they were leaving, handed the driver 5,000 yuan as a tip for their service, moving the men to tears. However, to Zhang Kun, that money was as good as worthless. Once they departed, Zhang Kun returned to prepare a fresh batch of braised pork. He retrieved a chilled 600 milliliters bottle of cola from storage, pairing it with perfectly cooked wuchang rice. As he savored the meal, tears of joy nearly spilled from his eyes. This was what it felt like to truly live. In stark contrast to his previous life, where he endured in solitude, clinging to a wooden chair, this was sheer bliss. After lunch, he took a brief nap before stepping out again to retrieve a portable hard drive from the game store owner. Upon receiving the item, the owner, with a wink, expressed concern that constant exposure to one flavor might lead to fatigue, thus gifting Zhang Kun 10 assorted hard drives filled with rare treasures. This commendable customer-centric attitude compelled Zhang Kun to remind the owner to stock up on food at the supermarket that evening. Returning home, it was already 5 in the evening. At that moment, Zhang Kun finally applied the safety room gifted by the system to his house. A radiant light enveloped the space. Though it remained the same dwelling, Zhang Kun could sense that it had transformed significantly. With controllable temperature, he could easily raise the house's warmth to 30 degrees or lower it to 0, all at the mere flick of a thought. As for water, electricity, and gas, though he could not comprehend how the system managed it, he had tested it. Regardless of how much power he consumed, the external meter remained stubbornly static. Tio verified the system's claim that the host was immune to harm within the premises. Zhang Kun even fetched a kitchen knife to see if he could inflict a cut on himself. Yet, despite his adeptness at slicing through pork, when he attempted to cut his own hand, the blade felt as dull as a butter knife, leaving no mark. Unwilling to concede defeat, he tried a full-force chop. The knife flashed, yet he remained unscathed. Within my home, I am invincible. Outside my home. Am I a fool? It's the end of the world. Why would I venture outside? At 8 in the evening, the previously gentle rain transformed without warning into a torrential downpour. The television in the wall continued to broadcast the news with an air of tranquility. However, as Zhang Kun gazed out the window, he noticed that the rainwater accumulating outside the community had already submerged the tires of parked cars. A notification chimed on his phone, revealing a government-issued red alert for heavy rain. Everything mirrored his previous life. Zhang Kun calmly switched off his phone, not out of disinterest in the outside world, but because, as the warehouse supervisor, he knew that this time of day was the busiest in the warehouse. Today, he had concocted an excuse to send everyone away, having cleared out several storage units. He was well aware that the truth would soon come to light. Moreover, tonight marked the last night before the apocalypse. He desired no interruptions. By 9 in the evening. Even the local television station had interrupted its beloved family drama to report on the inundation of the city's main thoroughfares. At 10 o'clock, as if someone had turned off a faucet in the sky, the incessant rain of 3 months finally ceased, though the chill in the air intensified. By 11, the television signal abruptly cut out, but online forums buzzed with users sharing accounts of heavy snowfall in their areas. However, given his location in the southern province, many dismissed them as mere trolls seeking attention. 18 midnight, the new year dawned. Simultaneously, the apocalypse officially commenced. Winter is coming. Chapter 7. Brother Kurin is the eternal deity. Has the host checked in to receive today's benefits? Check-in. Beep. Congratulations to the host for a successful check-in. The host has been rewarded with 1,000 exquisite Australian lobsters and 200 king crabs. The rewards have been automatically deposited into the host's space. Please check. Upon witnessing this bounty, Zhang Kun couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback. These were delicacies that had been extinct for many years. How could the system possibly procure such items? When Zhang Kun was around 5 years old, a certain island nation, adhering to the principle of "I'll be clean while the world is disgusted," discharged nuclear wastewater into the ocean. The consequence of this act was that, after turning 6, Zhang Kun had scarcely consumed any seafood. It was not that he had no desire to partake, but rather that the majority of seafood had swiftly vanished within a year. Now, gazing at the sumptuous delicacies he had only seen in pictures but had never tasted, Zhang Kun found himself momentarily speechless. System, these items aren't contaminated with nuclear radiation, are they? Host, are you questioning my capabilities or my discernment? Forget I asked. Zhang Kun wiped away the non-existent cold sweat, poured himself a glass of red wine, and stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, surveying the city before him. Outside, the snow fell in feathery flakes, cascading gracefully as if the heavens were shedding an endless supply of dandruff. Thanks to the system's enhancements, his window remained largely unaffected by the frigid temperatures. Yet, he could still discern that the windows of the opposite apartment had formed irregular ice crystals due to the cold. For reasons unknown, a melody from the icy Queen Elsa suddenly played in his mind. Let it go, there's no turning back now. Let it go, I'll not be concerned anymore. Leave me here upon this cliff, let it go. I fear not. The icy wilderness. Shanghai is one of the largest cities in Huaguo, with a resident population nearing 25 million. As he observed the snow beginning to fall outside, the city was bathed in a magical glow under the lights, resembling a fairyland. Yet soon, 2/3 of these 25 million souls would perish in the impending apocalypse. Was it not somewhat cruel for him to remain here, singing merrily? Zhang Kun furrowed his brow and turned back to the kitchen, retrieving a perfectly steamed Australian lobster. Humming a tune, he savored the tender meat of the lobster tail. Now this felt right. But if he continued indulging like this, would the system lead him to develop gout? Sitting on the balcony, after slicing through the lobster's massive claws with his knife, he finally opened his phone. Once midnight had passed, the apocalypse had arrived. For the vast majority, the rules of the world had irrevocably changed, though most remained blissfully unaware. Zhang Kun opened his phone to find dozens of text messages and hundreds of missed calls, nearly causing his phone to crash. He casually opened a few messages, almost all from his boss, Peter. Zhang Kun, what the hell? Who told you today was a holiday? Get all the warehouse staff here before 8 tonight. What about the goods in the warehouse? You're going to be legally accountable for this, you bunch of damned pigs. God will punish you. Even through the phone screen, Zhang Kun could envision his boss's twisted face, contorted in anger. However, after 11 o'clock, Peter ceased to send any further messages. That arrogant Brit should have frozen to death at the warehouse in the first wave of the cold snap. Zhang Kun, still somewhat concerned, could not resist calling Peter. The line was met with a continuous busy signal. This damned foreigner didn't he even know how to set up a ringtone. What a penny-pinching fool. Just as Zhang Kun was about to hang up in frustration, a voice suddenly answered on the other end. Kun, damn it, where are you? Hearing Peter's voice tremble with weakness, Zhang Kun surmised that the old fool must still be near the warehouse. Oh, dear Peter, are you all right? You sound as if you've caught a severe cold. That's not important, my Kun. Can you tell me where the goods in the warehouse have gone? I've no clue. The goods? What happened to the goods? Today I simply remembered that the overtime compensation you promised us has yet to be fulfilled, so I gave everyone a day off. But did something happen to the goods in the warehouse? Though the goods lay safely within his space, Zhang Kun felt no moral qualm fabricating a story in the face of the apocalypse. A different moral code applied. Do you really not know? On the other end, Peter's voice was laced with despair. Damn it, without those goods, I want to qualify for a ticket to board the ship ticket. What ship ticket? Zhang Kun waited for some time, but the other side remained silent, with not even the sound of Peter's breathing. On the first night of the apocalypse, the temperature outside plummeted to nearly minus 60 degrees. Even someone like Peter, hailing from the frigid lands of Eagle Country, would not endure for long. However, his words stirred a sense of unease in Zhang Kun. Coupled with what the warehouse staff had previously mentioned, Peter had allegedly led an unidentified convoy to transport a large quantity of supplies ahead of schedule. Zhang Kun suspected that others, like himself, had received early warnings about the apocalypse. Moreover, they likely had already constructed their own version of an ark. Yet, compared to the safe house generously provided by his system, could this so-called ark truly be more secure? Zhang Kun clearly did not think so. There was no place like home. Zhang Kun scrolled through his phone, beginning to browse messages from other groups. To his surprise, the work group was abuzz with activity. Normally, as everyone was busy making a living, not even an emoji would grace the chat. Yet tonight, the messages had already exceeded 99. Curiosity piqued, he clicked in to take a look. Although his subordinate warehouse managers enjoyed their day off, other large warehouses and logistics centers were still operational. Employees were fervently discussing the grim events that had transpired at the logistics center that night. Damn, I heard that after the snow fell and the temperature dropped sharply, many employees have already succumbed to frostbite or worse. How could that be? Don't spread rumors, or you'll land in hot water. It's true, pictures don't lie. The group was flooded with images from the logistics center. Unlike the usual bustling scene of people and vehicles, the expansive area now lay eerily empty, save for a few frozen figures. Buffed, just ice sculptures. It's not like I've never seen those before. Especially in our northeast, the next photo revealed a fallen ice sculpture, shattered to pieces. Yet, it was evident from the image that the ground was littered not just with ice, but with mangled remains of human flesh. What the hell? It's real. It's real. I heard from colleagues in other teams that they're holed up in the office, refusing to go out to work. Then didn't we just narrowly escape a disaster tonight? And Brother Kun even reminded us to stock up on emergency food. Thank goodness for his warning. I bought 2 boxes of instant noodles in advance. Brother Kun, truly I'm in tears. Zhang Kun. Long live Brother Kun. You are the eternal deity in our hearts. 1. Chapter 8. The Siege of the Sycophants, the Eternal Deity? Although Zhang Kun merely intended to divert attention to facilitate his own logistics, the unexpected acclaim from his colleagues elicited a subtle smile from him. He could sense through the screen that the colleagues expressing gratitude were genuinely thankful for having been saved from a predicament, rather than delivering veiled sarcasm. Yet, he wisely refrained from responding in the group chat. The reverence for deities stems from the perpetual distance maintained between the divine and mortals. Those who incessantly remind you to dress warmly or eat when hungry are either parents or sycophants. Zhang Kun had no desire to become a tyrant, gathering a host of surrogate sons to incessantly instruct. What the horse sees is determined by its run. However, he was even less inclined to play the role of a sycophant. Having endured enough of that in his previous life, he opted instead to embrace a more genuine existence in this one. Zhang Kun switched his WeChat to the community owner group. In any group where the number of participants exceeds 200, one can always expect an influx of peculiar characters. The building where Zhang Kun resided consisted of 4 units, each with 15 floors, totaling 240 households. The community, neither too new nor too old, had long been filled with residents due to its prime location. However, some owners were families, while others were groups of young renters, making it a veritable melting pot of individuals. In the owner group for Building 9 alone, there were as many as 500 members. With such a diverse crowd, oddities were bound to arise. Just past midnight, a group of night owl young women eagerly posted photos of themselves standing by their windows amidst the falling snow, captioned, "Greetings from 2046. Each girl posed with an alluring grace, desperately flaunting their assets while simultaneously fearing both the unworthy gaze and the lack of attention from the deserving. 3 years prior, a youthful and vibrant female tenant had successfully usurped her landlord's position, becoming a successful matron. Over the years, many ambitious young women had sought to replicate her path to success. Zhang Kun squinted, scrutinizing each photo with a critical eye, and inwardly pondered. Although the young women appeared gentle and charming, with large eyes exuding both innocence and desire, upon closer inspection, they all bore the same plastic beauty, leaving him with an unsettling sense of familiarity. Damn it, without beauty filters, none of them can take a decent photo, can they? Yet, the building itself was quite impressive. While the outside world was frigid, the ladies within were clad in scanty attire, exuding an air of flirtation. It seemed that the apocalypse required a bit more effort. Suddenly, 1401 Lu posted a photo in the group. Before the window, Lu Weiwei's eyes shimmered with tears, her lips slightly parted as if on the verge of speech. Outside, a blanket of snow cloaked the earth in a white frosty veil. Strangely enough, compared to the myriad of celestial beings above, Lu Weiwei's photo was indeed more visually appealing. I hear that snowy days are perfect for heartbreak. A brief line, has the goddess suffered a heartbreak? Who could be so blind? Out with the old and with the new. How about I take you downstairs to enjoy the snow? 1-1401, Lu, don't be down, I just ordered beer and barbecue. Care to come over and indulge? Observing that the messages were from the impoverished tenants of the building, Zhang Kun couldn't help but grin. Did they truly believe they could catch anything worthwhile in the owner group? Nevertheless, Lu Weiwei's family had also been long-term tenants of 9, and her connection with the spirited young men was rather fitting. 1-1501, Zhang, are you asleep? Noticing that this old tea master dared to tag him in the group, Zhang Kun let out a cold laugh and replied swiftly, "The lady on the 14th floor is not vain at all." The onslaught from the sycophants did not incite a flicker of anger in Zhang Kun. Rather, he found it mildly amusing. Hadn't he once been among them? Perhaps he was indeed suffering from some affliction. His silence ignited a sense of vindictive pleasure within Lu Weiwei, who lay cocooned in her bed, as she relished the embarrassment Zhang Kun had caused her in front of so many onlookers. This betrayal from the sycophants delighted her. While she was pleased, she did not forget her delicate persona. Oh dear, please don't speak ill of Kun. He merely enjoys joking around. 1-1501, Zhang, you ought to consider how Lu, our goddess, is so considerate of your feelings, defending you even. Shouldn't you promptly apologize? 1-1501, Zhang, you may have well-off parents, but with your demeanor, how could you possibly reside in the same building as the goddess? 1-1501, Zhang, if you continue to act so arrogantly, I'll summon my brothers to dismantle your apartment. 1-1501, Zhang, it is only the rule of law that protects you. We are all university graduates here, and had it not been for your mockery of the goddess, we'd certainly take you fishing, without helmets. In an instant, Lu Weiwei's loyal followers unleashed their verbal barrage upon Zhang Kun. They were a group of recent graduates, renting together in Unit 1003 of the first building. In their youthful vigor, they constituted the backbone of the delivery workforce. Generally, they were unaware of Lu Weiwei's entanglement with the wealthy heir, yet they recognized that the goddess had always treated Zhang Kun favorably, at least with a radiant smile. Seizing the rare opportunity, they unleashed their pent-up frustrations upon Zhang Kun. A kind word can warm even the coldest winter, while harsh words can chill the heart in the heat of summer. Yet, after they had vented their indignation, an inexplicable chill enveloped the room. The leader, Guo couldn't help but adjust the blanket and muttered under his breath, "Damn it, that bastard Zhang is freezing me to death." To his astonishment, he noticed his breath forming a white mist before the phone screen. Had the temperature dropped tonight? Crap, I haven't even bought a thicker blanket yet. He nudged Wang Shoujuan, who lay beside him. Hey, it's getting cold. Shall we share a blanket tonight? I am freezing. Wang Shoujuan hesitated, his face flushing, but he eventually consented. Just as they settled into their blankets, they noticed a message from Zhang Kun in the owner group that sent another wave of chill through their already frigid room. As the new year arrives, I wish all my neighbors prosperity, and to the tenants residing in our building, please remember to pay your rent on time. Heart emoji. Chapter 9. Home service. What the hell is this brat doing here? Throwing shade. Wrapped in 2 layers of blankets, Guochao was so furious that he nearly crushed his phone with his fingers. Zhang Kun, what the hell do you mean? Clarify your words. What are you being so sarcastic about? Is having a house something to brag about? Don't underestimate a young man's poverty, do you understand? Stop pretending to sleep, damn it. Wake up and face me. Guochao prided himself on his online banter, believing he had never lost to anyone. Yet today he found himself at a loss for words, and no matter how much he cursed in the group chat, it was as if his words had fallen into a bottomless pit. Zhang Kun on the 15th floor ceased to respond. Instead, an unidentified ID in the group, one without a profile picture, posted a video. Dismayed, Guochao clicked on the video and was instantly taken aback. The footage was crystal clear, the purple Ferrari was swaying incessantly, and as the camera zoomed in, Lu Weiwei's flushed face appeared at the window. Her slightly parted red lips clearly indicated her delight. In less than a minute, Guochao replayed the video 5 times, then downloaded it and watched it 5 more times, begrudgingly confirming that the person in the video was indeed Lu Weiwei. Could it be that Zhang Kun had shared this? He knew Lu Weiwei's other side, which was why he had been making sarcastic comments in the group. Before he could sort out his thoughts, a friend request notification suddenly popped up. It was from Lu Weiwei. The goddess had sent him a friend request? He had attempted to add Lu Weiwei countless times before, all of which had gone unanswered, and now she was reaching out to him? Without hesitation, Guochao accepted the request. No sooner had he accepted the request than Lu Weiwei's video call came through. As soon as he answered, Lu Weiwei's tear-streaked, delicate face appeared on his screen, her beauty intensified by the recent video. Bro, could you please move over? You're pressing against me. Wang Shoujuan's voice intruded at an inopportune moment, snapping Guochao back to reality. Weiwei, why are you crying? Tell me what's wrong. Chaogo, wah. Someone is spreading rumors about me in the group. That video was made with AI face swapping. What should I do? Lu Weiwei's voice was sweet and soft, captivating Guochao. Oh? It was AI face swapping? What else could it be if not AI? Do you suspect me too? Upon hearing the goddess's skeptical words, Guochao hurriedly shook his head, fervently assuring her, of course not. Weiwei, you are the one I trust the most in the world. How about I help you scold that person and have them take the video down? It's too late. So many people must have seen it. Indeed, she was right. Even Guochao had downloaded a high-definition copy. Chaogo, you have many friends. Could you all help me flood the video chat with messages to push this news up? Please? Lu Weiwei thought of doing it herself, but if it were just her, it would seem rather odd, so she sought out her most loyal supporter, Guochao, to assist her. Only with a few people boosting the messages would it appear less conspicuous. Certainly, it is our duty to fulfill the goddess's request. Wonderful, thank you. Chaogo, good night. Fearing Guochao might request something else, Lu Weiwei quickly ended the video call. She had never been short of admirers. In the entire building, only Zhang Kun had managed to gain her attention. The sight of Guochao's face, marred by acne due to hormonal imbalance, made her feel quite nauseous. However, given the urgency of the situation, she had to rely on such a lowly individual for assistance. After all, the world was still filled with such people. Lu Weiwei clicked on that video once more, a fierce glint flashing in her tear-stained eyes. Who on earth had filmed this? Last night, after reminding the tenants in the group to pay their rent on time, Zhang Kun tossed his phone aside to charge and turned back to his room, falling into a deep sleep. It had been a long time since he had slept so soundly. When he finally opened his eyes, it was already 8 in the morning, in a room maintained at a constant temperature of 26.5 degrees Celsius. Everything was just as it should be. Sleeping too much felt like an utter waste of time. Once Zhang Kun finally rose from his slumber and completed his morning routine, he began preparing breakfast for the day, a single black pepper beef sausage, 2 fried eggs, accompanied by 2 slices of toasted bread. This breakfast was worthy of a perfect score. He moved the table and chairs to the enclosed balcony, enjoying his meal while gazing out the window. After a night of heavy snowfall, the entrance to the building was now firmly sealed beneath 3 meters of snow. Without clearing the snow, the residents of the building would be utterly trapped. Everything was reminiscent of his previous life experiences. After finishing the sausage, he picked up his phone. eager to see what the group of rural dogs had been barking about in the chat after he had fallen asleep. However, upon opening the group messages, he was met with a barrage of memes from several young people, filling the chat with an overwhelming number of emojis. What were these sycophants up to, bombarding the chat with memes until 4 in the morning? Realizing something was amiss, Zhang Kun quickly typed in the keyword rent and scrolled back to the last message he had sent the previous night. As he continued to scroll, he finally uncovered a secret that several individuals had been desperately trying to conceal. Oh wow! Who would have thought that Wei Wei was also quite the veteran? The sight of her leaning on the steering wheel was impressively steady. It was infuriating to think that he had been so easily toyed with by such a vixen in his past life. Zhang Kun seethed with resentment as he downloaded and saved the video. After critically watching it twice more, he noticed that an unfamiliar WeChat account had sent him a friend request. He accepted the request without a word, simply waiting for the other party to make the first move. Is this Zhang Kun from Unit 9, 1-1501? What's the matter? I have something good to show you. As she spoke, she sent him a copy of the video he had just watched. What do you think? Is it good? Read it. You have any new works? Noticing the other person's silence, Zhang Kun could not suppress his curiosity and asked, why are you sending me this kind of video? For no particular reason, I just can't stand Lu Weiwei pretending to be innocent all the time. I hope you don't fall for her act and what? I charge 500 for a session, 2,000 for an overnight stay, and my skills are far superior to Lu Weiwei's. Zhang Kun. What the hell? Is this a home delivery service? He was aware that some tenants in the community were engaging in home-based businesses, but he never expected it to come knocking on his door. Although the nature of the work was difficult to articulate, the prices were transparent and fair, far better than the phishing tactics employed by Lu Weiwei downstairs. Zhang Kun couldn't help but click his tongue in surprise. Without a moment's hesitation, he transferred 2,000 yuan to the other party. All right then, Kun, I'll come knocking on your door tonight. Once she received the transfer, the other party no longer held back and excitedly sent a voice message. Judging by her voice, she seemed to be in her early 20s, though her nasal tone suggested she might have caught a cold from the chill. Zhang Kun merely shrugged, his interest piqued only slightly. He had a mental note of the suitable girls in the building, yet none matched his preferences. The most crucial factor was that this arrangement was neither clean nor hygienic. What if he contracted an incurable disease? Hadn't he just been reborn for nothing? Keep the money for now. There's no need for you to come over. Just help me with a few tasks at home. Do you want to do a video call with me, Kun? I'll go change my clothes right away. Don't get the wrong idea. I just need you to share that video again a few times in the owners group. Lu Weiwei, you wanted to keep up the pretense of innocence, didn't you? Well then, let me show the entire building just how pure you truly are. Chapter 10. The dispute between mother and daughter after a night of frigid stillness. The indoor temperature has plunged below zero. Outside, although the temperature has risen slightly compared to the frigid night, it remains a biting -40 degrees. Unlike the youth who are accustomed to late nights, many residents of 9 have risen early. Among them are students who have made morning readings a routine, professionals who navigate the rush hour commute, and the elderly gentleman who is accustomed to tending to his rain-soaked plants downstairs. For many of them, the events of the previous night remain a mystery. They awaken to a chilling discomfort, feeling disoriented and at a loss. Unlike the comfortable 26.5 degrees at Zhang Kun's home, the temperature in every household is a frigid -5 degrees. People instinctively switch their air conditioners to heating mode, followed by turning on electric heaters, heated blankets, and any other means of warmth available. Alas, despite these efforts, no resident in the entire building can maintain an indoor temperature above freezing. With no alternatives, everyone reluctantly dons their thickest clothing, staring blankly at the heavy snow outside. Fortunately, the people of Shanghai have long accustomed themselves to enduring winter with a sense of righteousness. Is this a calamity? The residents check their phones, only to discover that all platforms have suspended services, and the television. Of course, the news of this once-in-a-century snow disaster must be on air. Someone turns on the television, only to find that overnight, all channels are broadcasting news from Huagua Central Television. The reports are rudimentary, even lacking a host, merely featuring images of foreign landmarks blanketed in snow. The White House in Washington, the Sydney Opera House, the Thames Bridge in Eagle Country, the Taj Mahal in Curry Country, and the Yasukuni Shrine in the island nation. One by one, these once iconic structures are now buried beneath thick layers of snow. Beneath the incessantly rotating images, a scrolling banner reads, "Currently, the world is experiencing extreme cold, with significant losses across all nations, resulting in tens of thousands of deaths and injuries due to frostbite. The government is coordinating rescue plans and implementing robust policies to safeguard the happiness and well-being of the people. We urge the public to refrain from spreading rumors, to unite as one during these trying times. Please avoid unnecessary outings, refrain from hoarding supplies, and await further instructions from the government. The young people remain oblivious to the unfolding situation. Only the elderly, having experienced past calamities, watch the news with solemn expressions, murmuring, "What on earth is happening again?" This morning, memories of the terror once dominated by security guards and exorbitant food prices resurface, along with the humiliation of being confined at home. They recall that during those times, even a family gathering for mahjong could be interrupted by the sudden arrival of justice, who would not only slap you but also smash the mahjong table. When they open the homeowners group, hoping to communicate with their neighbors, they are met with a few young residents on the 10th floor sending husky dog emojis. The younger generation is becoming increasingly outrageous. In an instant, a dozen homeowners begin tagging the group leader. 1-1201, Community Committee Aunt Zhang, what is going on? Why is the group in such disarray, and you aren't doing anything about it? 1-1201, Community Committee Zhang, indeed, with everyone in such a state of panic, we cannot allow these tenants to act recklessly. What if something happens? 1-1201, Community Committee Zhang, has there been any communication from the higher-ups regarding the situation? Please speak up. Noticing that even Ho Sufin is questioning in the group, Zhang Kun realizes the moment has come. Time to make an appearance, darling. At his behest, the unidentified ID swiftly reposts last night's video. Instantly, the group erupts. My heavens! Isn't that the girl from Old Lou's family on the 14th floor of Unit 1? How could she engage in such shameless behavior? TSK, TSK, TSK. Don't say that. She usually dresses so modestly. Who knew she was so wild behind closed doors? But her skills are genuinely impressive. In such a small space, my goodness. No matter how skilled the driver, without a good car, they can't speed. Look closely, that's a Ferrari Roma, starting at 3 million. You still have the nerve to focus on the car? You truly are a genius. The atmosphere in the group becomes lively, and no one cares to inquire about the isolation of Aunt Zhang, the group leader. Lu Weiwei is awakened by the sound of Ho Sufin banging on the door. After arranging for Guo Chao and others to help with the news dissemination, she has been trying to contact the person who posted the video, but to no avail. This leaves her restless, and she barely falls asleep by 5 in the morning. Mom, what are you doing? I haven't had enough sleep. Why is it so cold? Lu Weiwei shivers as she rummages through her wardrobe for her cotton pajamas, completely oblivious to her mother, Ho Sufin, whose face is as cold as ice. Haven't had enough sleep? Is being filmed not enough for you? Just as Lu Weiwei manages to put on her pajamas, Ho Sufin thrusts her phone in her face. Look at the mess you've made. How can you lack any sense of shame? Upon discovering the video from last night, a flicker of panic crosses Lu Weiwei's face, but she quickly turns to confront her mother, standing tall. Did you not tell me to seize the opportunity? Why are you blaming me now? I told you to find a wealthy family to marry, not to act like a dog sprawled over the steering wheel, and now it's been captured on film. How are your father and I supposed to face people afterward? At this rate, you look so disheveled that not even Zhang Kun from upstairs would want you. Don't mention him. Lu Weiwei rolls her eyes in annoyance. The very thought of Zhang Kun's sarcastic demeanor in the group yesterday infuriates her. All right, I won't mention him, but what on earth are we going to do now? At this point, seeing Lu Weiwei silent, Ho Sufin tentatively asks, what if we say you and that man are a normal couple? The ones who took the video are the real shameless ones. I see celebrities on TV say that all the time. No way. If I say that, I'll have to move if I want to find a decent man in the neighborhood. Did you break up with him? We had a fight yesterday, and he hasn't contacted me since. Ho Sufin slaps her thigh, unable to refrain from poking her daughter's forehead. What were you thinking? I taught you not to let anyone take advantage of you so easily. The wealthier the man, the more he treats you like a chew toy, just gnawing away before spitting you out. Look at you. You jumped into bed together after knowing each other for such a short time. Now you've been kicked to the curb and are causing a scene. Ho Sufin raises her hand to strike Lu Weiwei, but Lu Weiwei suddenly looks up, glaring fiercely at her mother. How can you still blame me? What wealthy man hasn't seen it all? Just talking sweetly won't do. If you don't give them something to savor, why would they even look at me? Meanwhile, you and Dad are just sitting around, eagerly hoping I marry a rich guy, without considering our family's actual situation. If you two had any ambition, would I be in such a position? Chapter 11. My husband is a more. Ho Sufin felt her cheeks flush as her daughter confronted her. In desperation, she softened her tone and grasped Lu Weiwei's hand. attempting to reason with her. I merely fear you might tread the same path your mother did. Enough, enough. Spare me your incessant tales. They are simply irksome. Regarding the video, if anyone inquires, just say it was created by AI. Who is AI? Why should it produce your video? I am referring to AI. Artificial intelligence. Forget it. Just say it was synthesized using a computer. You wouldn't understand if I elaborated. And you, mother, should hurry downstairs to speak with the group leader, Aunt Zhang, and have that account that posted the video removed. To prevent any future troubles, I suspect this person is merely envious because I found a wealthy boyfriend and wishes to tarnish my reputation. Are you really going to endure this in silence? How could I? I will find someone to deal with her right away, Lu Weiwei declared, pushing her mother out the door before Ho Sufin could utter another word. Yes, she heard Lu Weiwei's voice calling for Chow in a high-pitched tone from within the room. Ho Sufin could not help but sigh at the doorway. Her daughter, in terms of both figure and appearance, was beyond reproach. Yet, her skills in handling men were still woefully inadequate. Had she known that her daughter's relationship with that wealthy second generation would lead to such a predicament, she might have resolutely arranged for Weiwei to marry Zhang Kun from upstairs instead. But now that the situation had unfolded, she could only acquiesce to her daughter's wishes. All dear neighbors, I am Ho Sufin, the resident of Unit 1401 and the mother of Lu Weiwei. The video in question is a computer fabrication, an affront and insult to my daughter. The police have been notified. I hope everyone refrains from believing or spreading rumors, so we may foster a harmonious community. As soon as Ho Sufin sent the message in the group chat, responses began to pour in. 1-1401. Ho Sufin, Weiwei's mother, you speak the truth. May the rumors cease with the wise. All this is ludicrous. It all began with a false video, everything fabricated. Aunt Ho, the police will surely restore Weiwei's honor. Indeed, it resembles the familiar illusion, where one perceives everything as familiar. Once anchored in that mindset, the resemblance becomes more pronounced, when it could merely be a spliced video. I always said, Miss Weiwei is such a good person. She would never stoop to such depths. Strangely enough, at first glance, it did seem a bit like Weiwei, but after hearing Auntie's words, it increasingly appears to be photoshopped. 1-1401. Ho Sufin and Ho, I stand with you. Rumors are spoken with ease, yet refuting them takes considerable effort. The law must not yield to lawlessness. Not only were the residents of the 10th floor mobilized, but several young individuals from the 2nd and 3rd units also stood up in defense of Lu Weiwei. On the 15th floor, Zhang Kun furrowed his brow upon observing the shift in public sentiment within the WeChat group. While the neighbors' words seemed reasonable, their tone felt unervingly familiar. Had they perhaps studied at the new media center of a vocational college? Were they attempting to pull a fast one on him? Nevertheless, he discerned a clue from their words. It appeared that there were many fish in Lu Weiwei's pond that he was unaware of. Ho Sufin acted swiftly. Before any doubts could arise, the group leader, Aunt Zhang, logged on at her behest. The first order of business for Aunt Zhang was to expel the account that had disseminated Lu Weiwei's video from the group chat. Everyone, listen up. This is a critical time. Anyone who shares such content henceforth will be promptly removed from the group. Additionally, I must inform you all that the neighborhood committee has already reported to the higher authorities, and we can expect supplies to be allocated to our community soon. No one will go hungry. In the meantime, let us all support one another through these trying times. Aunt Zhang's words quelled the chatter in the group. Indeed, given the uncertain circumstances, it was not an opportune moment for idle gossip. The onlookers saved the video, planning to critique it later. Regardless of its authenticity, they were determined to watch. 1-1201. Community Committee Zhang, the first floor has been completely snowed in. It's freezing in our homes, Aunt Zhang. Could you arrange for us to stay with some of the upstairs neighbors for a while? Yes, indeed, Aunt Zhang. My husband is a Moor, and he cannot endure such frigid temperatures. Could we possibly stay on a higher floor where it's warmer and brighter? Zhao Lina, owner of Unit 102, chimed in. Her unit faced north and was practically a cold storage unit in this sudden drop in temperature. Xiao Zhao makes a valid point. Are there any neighbors willing to extend their hospitality, particularly those with spare rooms, so we can take refuge for a time? Residents on the first floor, do not remain idle. Inquire among your familiar neighbors to see who has available space to accommodate you. After half an hour, if no suitable arrangements are found, we shall reconvene in the group to devise a plan. Once Aunt Zhang finished speaking, the group fell into silence. With the excitement dissipated, Zhang Kun set his phone aside. Although the 2,000 spent seemed somewhat excessive, it had indeed allowed the residents to witness a different side of Lu Weiwei. After all, money would eventually lose its value, so he felt it wasn't a total loss. While the public opinion had shifted slightly, an investigative committee could not be formed at present. Nonetheless, the seeds of suspicion had been sown, and there would surely be future opportunities to deal with Lu Weiwei. Yes, he pondered whether to feast on king crab or indulge in lobster for lunch. His phone buzzed once more. To his surprise, it was Zhao Lina from the first floor requesting to add him as a friend. Zhang Kun frowned. This script seemed to deviate from his expectations. He recalled that in his previous life, this Moor's wife had never sought him out. The couple ended up living with the retired pair on the 7th floor, ultimately usurping their space. The elderly couple had likely become mere sustenance for this mismatched duo. How was it that on just the first day, she sought him out? Could it be that the wheels of fate had turned awry? Is there something you need? Zhang Kun, is it true that you are current? Could my husband and I reside there temporarily? Rest assured, we won't occupy the master bedroom. We merely need a guest room for a few days. We have no dietary restrictions. We can eat whatever you have. Chow, are you coming to stay at my house, or am I going to yours? How can you speak with such audacity? Zhang Kun furrowed his brow, maintaining his composure as he asked, why must it be my home? Well, my husband noticed someone carrying audio equipment to your residence yesterday. As you know, Neil has a natural inclination for music, and staying at your place would allow him to explore your audio setup. Upon hearing Zhao Lina's explanation, Zhang Kun felt a wave of frustration. Why should he lend out $30,000 equipment for her husband's experimentation? Were Moors truly this shameless? Without hesitation, Zhang Kun firmly declined. That's not possible. First, put on some armor. Zhang Kun harbored no prejudice against the Moors and would never intentionally provoke anyone by singing Sunshine Rainbow Little White Horse in front of black individuals to see them lose their composure. Furthermore, he regarded Chinese women married to black men with equal fairness, exhibiting no bias whatsoever. His sentiments were simply that he held no particular fondness for Zhao Lina and her husband Neil. That was all. As he recalled, Neil was an imposing figure, standing nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, possessing a physique that seemed ready for WWE without any training. Yet, this fellow was lazy and often summoned a group of Moorish friends to his home for raucous parties that continued well into the night. When the neighborhood police arrived, they would bow and apologize profusely, but as soon as the officers left, the music and dancing would resume. Day after day, Neil reveled in a lifestyle that Zhang Kun had toiled his entire life to earn. What was wrong with him enjoying himself? It wasn't he just Zhang Kun. Nearly all the residents in the building had long suffered from the couple's antics. Moreover, why should he allow others to slumber in the sanctuary granted to him by the system? This was the apocalypse, after all. Shouldn't there be a modicum of respect for the doomsday system? Damn it. And what kind of attitude was Zhao Lina exhibiting? Did she think herself remarkable simply because she was involved with a Moor? What a preposterous display of arrogance. Zhang Kun, what do you mean? Can't you be a bit more gracious towards international friends? Is your perspective so narrow that you lack any semblance of hospitality? The sharpness of her voice emanated from the phone's speaker, clearly indicating that her rejection had irked Zhao Lina. Zhang Kun, momentarily taken aback, responded, have you acquired Moorish citizenship? Almost, she replied, her tone dripping with pride. Is that envy I detect? Zhao Lina beamed with satisfaction. Ever since she had begun dating her boyfriend, she had savored the taste of superiority. While riding the subway, she not only indulged in snacks and discarded trash at will, but even security personnel would proactively offer their seats to the two of them. At car shows, they enjoyed the air conditioning and free delicious ice cream, while other Chinese could only watch on in envy, deprived of even the right to smell it. It was simply an extraordinary experience. Over time, she began to feel inherently superior, buoyed by her husband's status. But Zhang Kun was not swayed by such pretensions. Oh, perhaps my Chinese is beyond your comprehension. Let me reiterate in English. No way. FK off, bitch. Zhang Kun was unwilling to waste any more time on this foolish woman. After delivering his parting shot, he exited the chat and swiftly blocked Zhao Lina, his movements so rapid that she barely had time to react. The 8-nation alliance had long since met its demise, yet here they were, posturing as if they were the civilized elite. Only the Eskimos could withstand the extreme cold for a while. What could the Moors possibly endure? Zhang Kun casually retrieved a mate-one-selected Kirin melon from his space, effortlessly splitting it open with one hand before devouring it with relish. He wondered if this melon had been cultivated by some expert in its lineage. It was truly delectable. Meanwhile, Zhao Lina, having been sternly rebuffed by Zhang Kun, widened her eyes in disbelief, her pride severely wounded. How dare he reject a reasonable request from international friends? If it weren't for this heavy snowfall, she would have sought out a journalist to expose his rude behavior. She would ensure that Zhang Kun faced public condemnation and scorn. Oh, darling, how did your conversation go with him? At some point, Neil, resembling a bear that had come to life, sidled up behind Zhao Lina, wrapping his arms around her and letting his hands wander. He had seen the videos circulating in the homeowners group and, despite the frigid indoor temperature, his fiery heart ignited. Although Zhao Lina was not as attractive as Lu Weiwei, she was always accommodating. Stop it. What's the matter? Didn't you say that your people are renowned for their etiquette? Did the fellow on the 15th floor refuse our request? Neil's hand involuntarily stilled. Honey, what nonsense are you spouting? I'm in the process of acquiring Moorish citizenship, so you ought to refer to them as your people. Don't worry, my dear. I have my ways. It's merely a matter of staying at Zhang Kun's place for a few days. If he refuses, I'll just air this grievance in the homeowners group and let everyone condemn him. I am not afraid he won't comply. Upon hearing Zhao Lina's declaration, Neil's expression brightened, and his hands resumed their exploratory journey beneath her down jacket. Just yesterday, while Zhang Kun was enjoying a beer on the balcony, several workers had been hauling sound equipment into his apartment. Neil recognized the logo on the devices. It belonged to an internationally renowned brand. Rumor had it that the music produced was akin to having a live singer serenading you. The crucial detail was that they had moved 3 entire sets. Such top-tier equipment in the hands of a fellow on the 15th floor who had no musical talent whatsoever was sheer wastefulness. Lacking the innate gifts of a particular race, how could he possibly deserve such advanced audio equipment? As long as he could get into Zhang Kun's home, he would find a way to seize those premium devices for himself. Over the years, he had come to understand the temperament of the Chinese people. They were timid and conflict-averse, seldom eager to stir trouble. If he merely raised his voice a little, they would invariably yield. His fingers deftly imagined themselves adjusting the sound equipment, even as Zhao Lina languished in his embrace. After a good 10 minutes of typing, she finally sent a message in the homeowners group. 1-1201, Community Committee Aunt Zhang, could you take a look at our neighbor on the 15th floor? We only requested to borrow his space for a few days, yet he not only declined but also insulted us. It's a disgrace to our community. Had I not feared causing trouble for the police, I would have reported him. China has a history spanning thousands of years. How can there be such a disgraceful individual among us, devoid of any civility? Zhao Lina trimmed the conversation to highlight Zhang Kun's insults and shared the screenshots in the group. Humph! I refuse to believe I cannot deal with this insufferable man. The first to notice the message was Aunt Zhang from the community committee, who had kept her phone close ever since the climate anomalies began, eagerly awaiting directives from the committee. Having lived through the largest lockdown in Chinese history, she was well aware of the complexities involved. Based on her experience, she surmised that when relief efforts commenced due to this snow disaster, Director Xing would likely seize control of the distribution of relief supplies. Given her status as his square dance partner, she hoped to snag a share of this lucrative endeavor. Just as she was contemplating how much she could benefit from this situation, her eyes caught Zhao Lina's message in the homeowners group. Aunt Zhang furrowed her brow slightly. Although she did not particularly like the pairing of Neil and Zhao Lina, she loathed Zhang Kun even more. This young man was a troublemaker. Just recently, during a rainstorm, she had repeatedly urged everyone in the group not to hoard supplies and create unnecessary burdens for the organization. Yet he had blatantly ignored her. Not only did Zhang Kun insist on purchasing supplies for himself, but he also insisted on bringing large quantities to the household of Ho Sufan downstairs. It was precisely individuals like him who made it difficult for her to secure eggs and rice. A light bulb moment struck. She could arrange for Zhao Lina and her husband to stay at Zhang Kun's home. This young man hoarded supplies, and the black couple had hearty appetites. Let them mutually exhaust one another. With that thought, Aunt Zhang's face broke into a smile, reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum. Chapter 13. It is time to showcase true craftsmanship. Zhang Kun, a man of considerable stature, how dare you hurl profanities at a woman? Where is your sense of decorum? Moreover, are you not aware that our city is striving to attain the status of a civilized metropolis? Your treatment of international friends is nothing short of a disgrace to our city. As the head of Building Number 9, I command you to promptly apologize to Miss Zhao and ensure that she and her husband are accommodated in your home as a gesture of goodwill. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to take matters into my own hands. Aunt Zhang, wielding the authority of her position, stood atop the moral high ground and fired the first shot. The neighbors in the group chat immediately sprang to life, particularly those from the 10th floor, such as Guo Chao, who eagerly joined the fray as soon as the head took the lead. In no time, the group chat erupted with a cacophony of outrage, akin to Li Yunlong's assault on Pingyang County. This fellow usually presents himself well, yet in a critical moment, he proves utterly unreliable. Indeed, the single women in our building ought to be discerning. One should never consider such a man. What good is his house and car if he resorts to verbal abuse today and physical violence tomorrow? Such a person is a disgrace to the men of our country. This matter should be escalated. Let it become an international incident, and we shall see how Zhang Kun retains his bravado. That man is unworthy of being our neighbor. Once the snow stops, we shall have someone inspect his water meter. My cousin is a police officer in the neighboring province. If the neighbors contribute 50 from each of us to reach 50,000, we can take action across provinces. Thank you, dear neighbors, for your righteous words and for advocating for us. From you, I witnessed the enduring warmth of our nation's ancient civility. Seeing the entire building rally in response, Zhao Lina, cradled in Neil's embrace, could not suppress a satisfied smile. She could not resist turning to her husband, waving her phone with pride. Darling, look at this bunch of fools. Am I mistaken? The people of this country are most fond of banding together. Today, they insist you stay at Zhang Kun's place. Neil nodded with a smile, his pearly white teeth glinting under the light. Oh, my dear, where we stay matters not. I simply relish being with you. He was already well acquainted with the ways of women from this country. A few sweet nothings would suffice to have them serving him hand and foot. After 5 years in this land, he had employed this tactic with numerous young women. And by the way, this tactic was referred to by the girls as providing emotional value. Yet, at this moment, the image of Lu Weiwei slumped over the steering wheel flashed through his mind. Neil could not help but lick his full lips. If I cannot reside on the 15th floor, then the 14th would suffice. He was convinced that as long as he shared a roof with any woman from this country, none would be beyond his reach. Having just devoured half a watermelon, Zhang Kun could not resist turning on his gaming device to indulge in a brief session of NBA 2K45. However, he soon abandoned it. Ever since the advent of the small ball era, players would merely launch three-pointers from beyond half-court. The slightest physical contact would send them sprawling to wait for the referee's whistle, detracting significantly from the spectacle. As such, a single game could see both teams scoring nearly 300 points. This blatant attempt to deceive fans into purchasing tickets left Zhang Kun thoroughly disgusted. To his dismay, even within the game, this phenomenon was faithfully replicated, rendering the experience as bland as stale bread. Just then, he noticed his phone buzzing incessantly. He decided to exit the game. What Zhang Kun did not anticipate was that, during his leisure of snacking and gaming, the conversation in the group chat had shifted to focus on him. Observing the throngs rallying to defend Zhao Lina while calling for his punishment, he could not help but snicker. How dare you accuse me of lacking decorum? In the half-month since the apocalypse began, Building Number 9 had witnessed vicious incidents of neighbors fighting over food. Within a month, several households had resorted to consuming deceased family members. Now, clad in their masks of hypocrisy, they pretended to be morally superior. What a farce! Just wait. Hunger will teach you a lesson. A glint of cold light flashed in Zhang Kun's eyes. Since you all revel in your pretense of superiority, allow me to hasten the unveiling of your true selves. It is time to showcase true craftsmanship. Zhang Kun picked up his phone and began to respond to the messages in the group. I can barely keep my own pot from boiling over. Why should I take them in? Do you really have no food? Aunt Zhang's eyes gleamed with a hint of skepticism as she scrutinized her phone. During the recent rains, you were frequently out procuring supplies. You not only provided for yourself, but also sent provisions to Lu Weiwei's family downstairs. Do you think I am foolish due to my age? Exactly. Just yesterday, you took 2 large bags of food from my house. Return them at once. Aunt Zhang's words triggered a recollection in Ho Sufan. She had yet to settle that score with Zhang Kun. After discovering that her kitchen had been emptied by Zhang Kun, she had only ventured out to purchase a few essentials after her daughter returned from dropping off her boyfriend. Thankfully, her trip to the supermarket had saved her family from freezing and starving today. Zhang Kun, your treatment of neighbors is atrocious, and your lies are utterly unconscionable. Do you believe that when the supplies from above finally arrive, I will share even a morsel with you? I can't even wait for the supplies from above. Since last night, I have not eaten a single meal. Zhang Kun clicked his tongue. This was indeed the truth. He had only consumed lobster the previous night, neglecting the staple foods. The taste was quite delightful. And what of the food you took from my home? Seeing Ho Sufan's inquiry in the group chat, Zhang Kun casually explained, I have been pursuing Weiwei for years. All the long-term residents in the building know this. Thus, most of the items I acquired were intended for her family. But upon hearing that Weiwei's boyfriend, who drives a Ferrari, was coming to her house, Aunt Ho said that he would look down upon the things I purchased, so I took the items away. Yet I did not bring them home. I simply discarded them in the garbage bin downstairs. What? You threw them away? Ho Sufin was so enraged she began to stomp her feet. Those 2 large bags of food, if consumed sparingly, could have sustained her family of 3 for 10 days. She even contemplated asking Zhang Kun which trash bin he had discarded the food into, hoping to rummage through it and perhaps recover some. Yes, as soon as I left Aunt Ho's place, I reflected on my actions and wondered if I had erred in any way. Later, I thought, how could I continue to deceive people with these commonplace items? No wonder Wei Wei ended up with someone else's Ferrari, and to top it off, I was filmed in a compromising video. As Zhang Kun spoke, he feigned a quavering voice. Zhang Kun, stop rambling. Get to the point. So, in a fit of anger, I discarded all that food. Now, I have nothing left at home, and I am intending to buy some food from the neighbors at 10 times the market price. 10 times? The group fell silent. Has Zhang Kun lost his mind? Is he attempting to pull a fast one on fools? In an instant, everyone forgot about the trivial matter of Zhao Lina being scolded. Noticing the neighbor's silence, Zhang Kun edited his message and sent another. What? You want to sell me 3 pounds of eggs for 500? How about 400? As soon as the message was sent, Zhang Kun cunningly retracted it within the first minute and 59 seconds. Apologies, I sent that in error. Let me retract it. Chapter 14. Opening Pandora's box ahead of time. You claim I lack refinement? You are gravely mistaken. I possess no refinement whatsoever. However, I am curious to see just how much decorum you, the so-called virtuous neighbors, truly have. Zhang Kun fixed his gaze on the screen of his phone, a chilling smile playing at the corners of his lips. The message he sent was deliberately crafted to obfuscate the truth. Initially, people might have harbored doubts, thinking they were being deceived. Yet, by the time he retracted the message regarding his negotiations with others, he had dispelled the majority of their concerns. Someone had already sold goods to Zhang Kun. If they hesitated further, the opportunity to exploit a Navi buyer would vanish. Sure enough, it wasn't long before several homeowners added Zhang Kun as a friend, eager to peddle their provisions. Zhang Kun, I have a box of cookies at home. I'll let you have it for 3,000. This is Uncle Yang from the 7th floor. I still have 5 buckets of instant noodles left, 1,000 for them, and they're yours. Even the building manager, Aunt Zhang, couldn't contain herself and privately contacted Zhang Kun. Little Zhang, I have some eggs left over from my last purchase. How about I bring you 3 pounds of the best ones at the price you mentioned in the group? Sounds good. Auntie.as for that matter with Zhao Lina on the 1st floor. No worries, no worries. Since it was all a misunderstanding, it's good to clear the air. We're neighbors after all. I'll arrange for them to stay elsewhere. I'll have Donghai deliver the eggs to you shortly. Donghai was Aunt Zhang's son, 31 years old, who had been studying at home for civil service exams since graduating from college. Hearing Aunt Zhang's jubilant voice, a smirk crept onto Zhang Kun's face. Not just Aunt Zhang, but every homeowner who reached out to him. He accepted their offers without haggling, collecting their goods at their quoted prices. Just as he finished negotiating with the homeowners, a knock echoed through Zhang Kun's door. To prevent them from discerning anything amiss about his residence, he had deliberately set the room's temperature to freezing and donned the newly purchased down jacket from the day before opening the door, intending to settle the accounts. However, he was taken aback to find a stranger standing outside. A girl who appeared to be no older than 20, tall and slender, with striking features that eclipsed even Lu Weiwei by several magnitudes. Her heart-shaped face, though rosy from the cold, added to her charm. Yet, within her eyes lay a certain clarity and naivete characteristic of a fresh university student. Despite her heavy winter coat, the prominent curves hinted at her remarkable poise. Who are you? Zhang Kun furrowed his brow. I am Su Ziqing, the granddaughter of Grandpa Su next door. Here you go, Su Ziqing said, retrieving an unopened box of Oreos from her coat pocket. Grandpa mentioned you might be out of food and felt sorry for you, so he asked me to bring you something. For reasons unknown, Zhang Kun felt a sudden sense of relief. Initially, he had mistakenly thought this girl was one of those service providers who had taken 2,000 from him. Although she was indeed delivering goods, a transaction involving food was far more palatable than a physical encounter. With a stoic expression, Zhang Kun replied, "Oh, how much do you want for it? We're neighbors. Money is irrelevant. Just take it. I have plenty of snacks at home," the girl insisted, placing the Oreos into Zhang Kun's hands. She flashed a smile, revealing a row of perfect teeth, waved goodbye, and returned to her apartment in 1503. Only after she had departed did Zhang Kun turn back inside. Yet, once the door was shut, he couldn't help but ponder. As far as he remembered, 1503 had always been occupied by a stern, elderly man. When had such a stunning granddaughter appeared? Moreover, she seemed genuinely kind. But such benevolence often invites misfortune in a post-apocalyptic world. Not long after Su Ziqing left, the commotion at Zhang Kun's door escalated. Neighbors bearing food flocked to him, eager to conduct transactions. Just a day after the apocalypse had begun, many remained oblivious to the true implications of their dwindling supplies. As they entrusted their goods to Zhang Kun and witnessed the transfer of funds on their phones, each neighbor wore a grin that seemed to stretch from ear to ear. Aunt Zhang's son, who had been preparing for civil service exams for 8 years, was practically bouncing off the walls in joy, for he had finally realized that someone was even more foolish than himself. Once the jubilant neighbors had departed, Zhang Kun couldn't be bothered to inspect the items he had acquired. He swept them into his space as one would discard trash. After resetting the room to a comfortable temperature, he changed into his pajamas and reclined leisurely on the sofa. Soon, Aunt Zhang fulfilled her duty, delivering the troublesome Zhao Lina and her husband to the temporary residence where Zhang Kun had previously stayed. Pandora's box would inevitably be opened. Zhang Kun had no qualms about being the one to do so a few days early. In his recollection, it had taken a week after the apocalypse began for homeowners to start trading food. By then, however, hope for rescue had dwindled significantly, and many had abandoned all expectations. Thus, the prices for food skyrocketed to unimaginable heights. Numerous young female homeowners resorted to selling their bodies merely to secure a modest evening meal. Zhang Kun still had a considerable sum of money left, which he had not yet had the chance to spend due to the haste of his circumstances. He had originally intended to inflate prices, ensuring that these hypocritical neighbors faced the consequences. However, he had not anticipated the rapidity of events. Those who traded with him would undoubtedly not sell their goods at a lower price in future transactions. In due course, everything would spiral into madness. Will they regret their actions today when they find themselves starving? There are always those who regret that moment. Ho Sufin was consumed by her own regrets. 2 large bags of food, wasted on Zhang Kun, that foolish man. If only she had held on to them for another day, she could have sold them back to him and made a fortune. Even if she hadn't sold them, keeping them at home would have sustained her for many more days. How could I have been so foolish? Why did I have to seek out Zhang Kun yesterday? If I had known my boyfriend hadn't he even stepped foot in the kitchen. I was so naive, truly. Meanwhile, Lu Weiwei sensed that things were not as straightforward as they seemed. Based on her understanding of Zhang Kun, he was not the type to leave his house devoid of food. Every time she had visited him, he had personally cooked for her. Back then, his kitchen and refrigerator were always brimming with provisions, and she had even teased him, saying he resembled a middle-aged man with a family rather than a bachelor. Yet, recalling Zhang Kun's recent icy demeanor left her momentarily uncertain. Perhaps her decision to find a boyfriend had struck too deep a blow to Zhang Kun, causing him to change dramatically? As her wife complained incessantly and their daughter's expression fluctuated, Lu Dagui rapped his knuckles on the table. Enough, enough. Stop overthinking. I think this kid has lost his mind. Just now, old Yang from next door told me he sold 5 buckets of instant noodles to Zhang Kun for 1,000. Even if our home were a mountain of gold, it wouldn't suffice for his reckless spending. Sufin, don't dwell on it. Hurry and prepare lunch. We only had a bowl of plain noodles this morning. IES freezing out. We can't survive on that. Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is food. Let me tell you, the remaining food in the house will last us a week. Once it's gone, you can stand on the balcony. Lu Degue was taken aback, confused. Stand out there for what? It's freezing cold. You'll catch a cold. To drink the northwestern wind? Lu Sufin exclaimed in exasperation, gazing at her husband, who had always been so indifferent, and couldn't help but resent her own poor judgment in marrying him. Chapter 15. What does he want us to eat? After venting at her husband, Ho Sufin seemed to recall something and turned to the silent Lu Weiwei beside her. Weiwei, why don't you have another word with Zhang Kun? He bought so much food that he surely can't finish it all. Perhaps he could share some with us. Indeed, just look at what Zhang Kun said in the group. He was nearly in tears by the end. He must still have feelings for you. But he must have seen the video in the group. Lu Weiwei hesitated, particularly recalling the incident from the previous afternoon in the lobby when Zhang Kun had scolded her, something her parents were unaware of. She couldn't shake the feeling that Zhang Kun would no longer come running at her beck and call like before. It felt as if a lovesick puppy had suddenly transformed into a wolf. Ho Sufin patted her daughter's down jacket. It's all right. Didn't you say that video was computer-generated? Zhang Kun surely wouldn't recognize it. Yes, dear. See if you can get some wine from Zhang Kun. He took all my wine when he left yesterday. Each bottle cost several thousand. Just thinking about it makes me shiver. Lu Degue remarked, genuinely shuddering. Whether from the cold or heartache, it was hard to tell. Under her parents' expectant gazes, Lu Weiwei, though hesitant, nodded in agreement. This time, she opted for a direct video call with Zhang Kun in the frigid atmosphere. Lu Weiwei was so chilled she lacked the spirit to even apply makeup, yet at first glance, she appeared all the more pitiful. This fragile demeanor could soften even the hardest of hearts. Unfortunately, when the video connected, Zhang Kun chose to answer with a voice message. What do you want? Kun, our home is completely out of food. Could you share some of the food you just bought with us, like before? Get lost. The familiar voice, but with an unfamiliar tone, shattered Lu Weiwei's composure once again. Just as she was about to retort, she caught sight of her parents' eager expressions and had to endure, feigning a weak voice. Kun, I know you're still angry with me. Let us just pretend the unpleasantness never happened and return to how we used to be, all right? Zhang Kun, who had found 24 abalone in the kitchen, already prepped with sauce, nearly laughed at Lu Weiwei's words. To forget such things, did she have such a poor memory? Not to mention that Lu Weiwei had kicked him and turned to a wealthy suitor. Just before his rebirth, Lu Weiwei and her parents had dined in his kitchen, sharing his food. The pain of being betrayed by someone he had protected, mutilated piece by piece, was something Zhang Kun could never forget. In fact, one of Zhang Kun's greatest desires upon his rebirth was to witness the tragic demise of her family in the apocalypse. Lu Weiwei, how dare you utter such words? Care to enlighten me? Lu Weiwei thought Zhang Kun was still hung up on her wealthy boyfriend and hurried to clarify. Kun, didn't we agree before that it was just the two of us? Our friendship is above mere affection. You promised me you wouldn't hinder my pursuit of happiness. It's just a small matter. I've already let it go. Why can't you move past it? Zhang Kun casually picked up a piece of apple. He had no interest in engaging with Lu Weiwei, taking a big bite out of the abalone and chewing noisily. Kun, why are you ignoring me? What are you up to? Eating seafood. Burp, ugh, you're the worst. Lu Weiwei secretly sighed in relief, thinking perhaps this was Zhang Kun's subtle hint. Should she let him have a taste of sweetness? But, did he even deserve it? Just as she wavered, Zhang Kun suddenly spoke up. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. I don't want to be distracted while eating. About the food you promised us. You can wait to eat shit. Until the phone returned to the screensaver, Lu Weiwei wore a slightly ingratiating smile, unable to retract it in time. She looked up in disbelief at her parents. What did he say in the end? He said for us to. Lu Degui, thinking his daughter hadn't heard clearly, instinctively began to repeat Zhang Kun's words. However, before he could finish, Ho Sufin pinched him, awakening him to the fact that Zhang Kun had just insulted them. He fumed, ready to confront that brat, but still found himself restrained by his wife. Why are you stopping me? I am going to break that little punk's legs. Save your energy. I'll go boil some noodles. Weiwei, don't take it to heart. Look at the other neighbors in the building. See if you can find someone to help us out. Otherwise, with our meager supplies, who knows if we can last until the community's assistance arrives. The father-daughter duo, who were on the verge of exploding with anger, finally calmed down. They simultaneously gazed out the window. The snow fell thick and earnest, showing no signs of relenting. By noon, the Shanghai television station finally showed some updates, featuring a host clad in heavy military overcoats delivering reports from the studio. Those who had briefly ignited hope found their spirits plummeting upon hearing the announcement. The reason was simple. The host informed viewers that due to global temperature drops and snowfall, rivers and reservoirs were freezing, drastically reducing the output of hydropower plants. Additionally, heavy snow had obstructed transportation, leaving workers at thermal power plants unable to report for duty, with no known timeline for fuel delivery. Given that only a few nuclear power stations were still operational, and considering the extremely low nighttime temperatures, to ensure residents had electricity at night, the power supply schedule would change to 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. starting tomorrow. As for the progress of disaster relief efforts, the host said nothing. Even an ordinary person could see that everything seemed to be heading in a disastrous direction. In the owners' group, many anxious residents could not help but bombard the building manager, Aunt Zhang, with inquiries about the status of relief supplies. Yet the only response they received was a perpetual 5-word mantra: trust the government. At that moment, Aunt Zhang was also overwhelmed with panic. Like the residents, she had repeatedly pressed the community committee director for updates. Yet the only replies she received from her former partner were vague reassurances to hang in there, and it will pass. A troubling thought began to creep into Aunt Zhang's mind, one that made her shiver even in her heavy down jacket. Fortunately, her household supplies were still adequate. She was certain they could hold out until help arrived. Meanwhile, Zhang Kun, lounging at home watching movies, couldn't suppress a smirk. Everything was unfolding just as it had in his previous life. The second day of the apocalypse saw indirect power supply, And a week later, water supply ceased entirely. A month into the apocalypse, even television and radio would lose signal. Observing Aunt Zhang's comments in the group, Zhang Kun let out a deep sigh. The apocalypse had truly arrived. It seemed even the government would be powerless to assist. The best they could do was ensure residents had electricity, which was already the limit of the government's capabilities. Soon, small groups would emerge, disrupting and reconstructing the existing order. At that point, the vast city would become a dark forest of steel and concrete, where people would prey upon one another like a tribe of cannibals from the Middle Ages. However, none of this concerned Zhang Kun. Reclining on the sofa, contentedly watching the Godfather trilogy, he suddenly felt a wave of loneliness wash over him. Perhaps he should follow in the footsteps of the old Godfather and acquire a pet cat to alleviate his solitude. Yet for some inexplicable reason, the first image that popped into his mind when considering a gentle, affectionate cat was the face of his neighbor, Su Ziqing. Chapter 16. The emergence of chaos. Though she had suffered a setback at the hands of Zhang Kun, Lu Weiwei remained resolute in her determination not to give up. There were still many young men in the building who held a favorable view of her. It was unnecessary to forsake an entire forest for a single tree. With a little effort, she believed she could still procure sustenance. However, what Lu Weiwei did not anticipate was that aside from Guoqiao, who had agreed to deliver her half a box of instant noodles, the rest of the individuals were evasive, dodging the subject entirely. Many perceptive individuals had already pieced together Zhang Kun's comments in their group chat. The short video of her leaning against a Ferrari was undoubtedly Lu Weiwei. Coupled with Zhang Kun's exorbitant purchase of supplies, the once enthusiastic young men had transformed from being spirited to lethargic, making it unlikely that they would generously part with food that could fetch a high price to someone like Lu Weiwei, who had already been dismissed after being played with. After all, they would rather scream in a Ferrari than weep on a bicycle. Once the center of attention, Lu Weiwei felt an overwhelming sense of disillusionment. She racked her brain, unable to fathom why everyone had suddenly turned against her. Just as she was mired in her gloom, a knock resounded at her door. It was Guoqiao. Although the thought of Guoqiao's acne-ridden face sent shivers down her spine, she mustered a polite smile and reached out to accept the instant noodles from his hands. Yet, Guoqiao suddenly withdrew, evading her grasp. Weiwei, are you just going to take it like that? The dimly lit stairwell cast shadows over Guoqiao's face, making it difficult for Lu Weiwei, even standing close, to discern his expression. Huh. What else should I do? Didn't I say thank you? Thank you? I heard that someone sold 5 buckets of instant noodles to Zhang Kun for 1,000 yuan today. If I wait a couple of days, this half box could easily be worth 10,000. Are you really going to take it just because you said thank you? Lu Weiwei was momentarily taken aback, detecting an unfriendly tone in Guoqiao's voice. However, she quickly recovered, smiled sweetly, and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, gently explaining, but the rescue supplies will arrive in a couple of days. By then, the price won't be so high, will it? And what if the rescue supplies don't arrive? Guoqiao's words left Lu Weiwei momentarily speechless. Could that truly happen? If the supplies did not come, what would she do? What about her parents? Yet she shook her head, banishing the frightening thought from her mind. How could that be? Brother Chow, don't be absurd. The government won't abandon us. This is Shanghai, the most economically developed region in the entire country. How could they not send a rescue team? You should just give me the things. Lu Weiwei's insistence caused Guoqiao to waver, but he was still reluctant to relinquish food that could be sold for a high price to Lu Weiwei without a fight. Ultimately, it seemed he had made a firm decision, as he threw the box of noodles onto the ground. What are you doing? Hey! As Lu Weiwei bent down to pick it up, Guoqiao abruptly pulled her aside in the stairwell and, without a word, pressed his lips against hers. The biting cold had rendered Guoqiao's breath foul, overwhelming Lu Weiwei, making it difficult for her to respond. She struggled desperately to push him away, but Guoqiao was lost in his emotions, his hands becoming increasingly indiscreet. Weiwei, I know I don't deserve you, but please, have pity on me and let me indulge just this once. If you know you don't deserve me, then why don't you let go? If you keep this up, I'll call for help. Don't come any closer. It's freezing. Why not? Is it because I don't have a Ferrari? But I have a heart that loves you. Rich people can touch, but I can't. Get off me. Seizing the moment while Guoqiao was distracted, Lu Weiwei forcefully shoved him away, picked up the box of noodles, and dashed back into her room, slamming the door shut behind her. In the stairwell, Guoqiao, smelling the lingering scent on his hands, harbored a flicker of cold malice in his eyes. In the ensuing days, with the power cut off early on, most residents were jolted awake by the cold. Though the nights were frigid, at least they had air conditioning and electric blankets to rely on. But with the power out, all heating devices ceased to function. How could the average person In no time, the residents of Building 9 were beset by countless colds. Before they could even utter a word, neighbors would erupt into coughs, each one a deputy-level official in their own right. Meanwhile, the snow outside, though not as heavy as it had been on New Year's Day, showed no signs of stopping. The accumulation in the community had reached a staggering 6 meters, with the snow on the ground even brushing against the windows of the second floor. In the group chat, neighbors incessantly questioned the building manager, Aunt Zhang, seeking news of impending rescue. Humans can conquer nature. Why are you all in a panic? Please trust the government. Difficulties are merely temporary. We will overcome them. The roads are choked with snow. It's entirely normal for rescue vehicles to take time getting into the city. Upon seeing Aunt Zhang's responses, the homeowners felt even more unsettled. Unlike the frostbitten neighbors, Zhang Kun remained comfortably ensconced in his temperature-controlled home. To avoid succumbing to despair, he embarked on his own apocalyptic living room transformation. He spent an entire morning rummaging through his collection of rehabilitation equipment, carving out a fitness area in one corner of his living room. He settled into a routine of eating, exercising, binge-watching dramas, and enjoying films. Although he continued to solicit high-priced food purchases in the homeowners group, fewer and fewer individuals were willing to sell him their provisions. Clearly, people had come to realize that food, which could sustain them, was far more valuable than money that could not be consumed. However, the little girl next door, Su Ziqing, consistently brought him food, unwaveringly delivering snacks like a bag of cookies or jelly. But by January 5th, she could only spare him half a bag of Wangzai steamed buns. It was evident that her own situation was not faring well. Even though Su Ziqing's cheeks had begun to sink and her demeanor appeared increasingly haggard, she stubbornly refused to accept a single cent from Zhang Kun. Observing her tenacious spirit, Zhang Kun felt a pang of guilt, realizing he might have been too ruthless. Yet, the experiences of his past life had instilled in Zhang Kun a profound understanding of human nature's treachery. Until the very end, without having endured the trials of humanity, even the most familiar faces were not to be trusted. Nonetheless, Zhang Kun added Su Ziqing on WeChat, hoping to glean some insight into her circumstances. At just 20 years of age, Su Ziqing had moved away with her parents at a young age. Having enrolled in a medical college in Shanghai, she would occasionally stay at her grandfather's house for a few days. Originally, she had been living on campus, but due to her grandfather's recent hospitalization and her parents' business trip out of town, she had taken on the responsibility of caring for him alone. The day before New Year's, having not rested properly for 2 days while tending to her grandfather at the hospital, her grandfather had reluctantly sent her home for a night of rest, unaware that a snow disaster awaited her. Upon learning the backstory, Zhang Kun couldn't help but chuckle bitterly in his previous life. He had been so consumed by the unworthy Lu Weiwei that he had remained oblivious to the circumstances of those around him. Even after 3 months of apocalyptic living, he had been completely unaware of Su Ziqing's existence. The last message my grandfather sent me was to help you out as much as I could. Chapter 17. Upgrading the safe house, the shooting fortress. Zhang Kun was momentarily stunned, gazing blankly at his phone screen, astonished that a single phrase from Grandpa Su had compelled Su Ziqing to behave like a little automaton, executing commands repetitively. In his recollection, the elderly Su had always donned a Zhongshan suit, perpetually wearing a stern expression. Yet, after much contemplation, Zhang Kun could not fathom why the old man insisted that Su Ziqing look after him. To be fair, their interactions had been rather limited. Have you been in touch with the hospital? There was someone answering the phone before, but now I can't reach them. Upon reading Su Ziqing's response, Zhang Kun sighed at his phone. In a place like a hospital, the food supplies must be scant, and now that contact had been severed, it was likely that Grandpa Su was in dire straits. Although he suspected the worst, Zhang Kun refrained from voicing his thoughts. He understood that sometimes, articulating a negative prognosis that everyone can surmise can render one more detestable than the bad news itself. For a moment, he was at a loss as to how to console Su Ziqing. However, fate varies for each individual. Such occurrences are commonplace in an apocalyptic world. Even with the benefit of the system, Zhang Kun felt powerless. All he could do was offer assistance to Su Ziqing should she find herself in peril. It would serve as a means to repay Grandpa Su's kindness. In recent days, Zhang Kun had also accrued a wealth of supplies through system sign-ins. He had obtained 100 adult Jinhua pigs, 200 Hulumber grassland sheep, and an additional 20 tons of fresh potatoes and cabbages. One must admit that the system had a penchant for indulgence. However, the reward for the 5th day of sign-in was not food, but rather an MP5 submachine gun, accompanied by 1,000 rounds of ammunition. Moreover, having completed 5 days of sign-ins, he was granted the opportunity to upgrade the safe house. 2 directions for the upgrade were available. One was the shooting fortress, and the other the surveillance fortress. According to the system's explanation, the shooting fortress would enable the safe house's doors, windows, walls, ceilings, and floors to open firing ports at will, allowing the host to retaliate against adversaries. In contrast, the surveillance fortress would permit the host to monitor both internal and external movements via designated electronic devices within the room. For Zhang Kun, these two functionalities represented a punch to strike enemies and a gaze to observe them. Faced with the choice, he felt quite exasperated. After a brief hesitation, Zhang Kun opted for the shooting fortress. In his memory, it was not until the 5th day in his previous life that the residents of the building began to barter food with one another. Prior to that, most interactions had been characterized by altruistic neighborly assistance or the most rudimentary form of trade. However, by disrupting the status quo with his premature monetary dealings, the atmosphere within the building had already become tense. Many familiar faces had covertly formed small factions. It was highly probable that the tragic events, which had unfolded half a month into the last apocalypse, would now occur prematurely. When encountering malevolent neighbors, what use would it be to merely observe with? Was he to rely solely on verbal sparring? He was not one to play the fool. As for marksmanship, he felt no urgency. After all, the corridor was barren. Even with closed eyes, firing blindly would suffice. For the residents, the deterrent power of a gun would undoubtedly far exceed its lethal capacity. Nonetheless, to prepare for unforeseen circumstances, Zhang Kun activated the room's noise cancellation mode and conducted a trial shot in the smallest bedroom. Indeed, as he pulled the trigger, the mattress he had chosen as a target was riddled with holes in an instant. Truly, there was no man who could resist such a sensation. No wonder there are 300 million Americans yet 450 million firearms in circulation among the populace. The incessant shooting creates a certain exhilarating sensation. However, the residents of the other apartments remain oblivious to the sense of ease that Zhang Kun. Confined within their homes, each individual's temper grows increasingly irritable. The critical issue lies in the prolonged absence of relief supplies. Many families, already on the brink of starvation, face the grim reality of dwindling provisions. While the snowfall outside may have lessened, there are no signs of a warming trend, nor is there any possibility of venturing outside in search of sustenance. The scarcity of food has rendered people's nerves increasingly frayed and anxious. Daily, inquiries are still directed at the building manager, Aunt Zhang, yet the responses consistently implore them to trust the government. While the populace is willing to believe, their stomachs are far less accommodating. Could the men in our building not organize themselves to clear a path now that the snow has lessened, allowing us to venture outside the community in search of food? At last Ms. Zhang from apartment 301 could no longer contain herself and called upon everyone in the group to take action. Indeed, it is time for the men to step up. What kind of behavior is it to hide at home all day? When disaster strikes, where is the spirit of sacrifice to forge a path for everyone? Can't they learn a thing or two from foreigners? With a leader emerging, several single women in the group immediately chimed in. Among them, a 30-year-old woman named Zhou Haiyan, residing on the 7th floor, made particularly disparaging remarks. Zhang Kun found her unforgettable, not for her beauty, but her striking appearance, resembling a Michelin tire at 158 centimeters tall and 158 kilograms heavy. However, their disrespectful comments soon provoked the ire of the male owners, prompting someone to retort in the group. The snow has reached the 2nd floor. Without heavy machinery, how could we clear it by sheer manpower? Do you wish for us to go out and meet our demise? And isn't there a foreigner in the group? If you adore foreign men so much, why don't you send him out? Zhao Lina, who had been attentively observing the messages on her phone, please do not pressure him. Neighbors, please. Did you hear that? He is unwell. They rush to claim benefits, yet offload the arduous tasks onto foreigners. Is it any wonder Chinese men are perceived as lacking? What kind of language is that? Isn't your father a Chinese man? Yes, and I deeply regret that. If my father were an American, would I still be here wasting time with you all? Zhou Haiyan unleashed a torrent of words, her fingers flying across the phone's keyboard, reminiscent of Zhuge Liang crossing the river to debate with scholars. Now the fairy ladies have nothing left to eat at home. Can't you men take the initiative and offer up your food? Can't you find ways to seek sustenance outside yourselves? You are all tall and strong. If each of you skipped just one meal a day, it would save a considerable amount of food. Surely you can endure this minor hardship. This is your chance to shine in front of the fairy ladies, yet you persist in your bickering. No wonder there are so many single men in the building. Truly shameful. Zhang Kun could no longer bear to watch and quickly typed a few lines. 9703 Fairy Gua. If I recall correctly, skipping one meal could save enough food for an average family of 3 for an entire day. Surely you can endure this minimal hardship? Could it really be true? Does anyone understand? With great enthusiasm, Zhang Kun shared an image of a watermelon, tossing it into the group. IMG SRC, HTTPS, P3, reading sign. Knovelpic. Com Novelpic R61E86 sub 6 ADC 74C9 26909 1275 1170 AA TPLV NOOP. Web. LK3S0942EF47 X expires 173 329 7642X signature U9Y9 S3FHC Moiv new SP VEC JOZOPA 3D. Chapter 18. The untouchable little fairy, Zhang, cease your sardonic remarks. I am well aware that many envy my beauty. They seek to provoke my curiosity through their disrespectful words. However, let it be known that both my body and my heart shall eternally belong to the three little branches. I am the woman who donned a wedding gown to attend their concert. They have vowed to love me forever. Do you comprehend? I shall always be the unattainable for you. As Zhang Kun envisioned Gua, a figure of 300 pounds, in a wedding gown, he felt a crack in his composure, suddenly finding the pork stored in his space less appetizing. He could hardly muster the energy to respond, fearing that the onlookers would gossip and assume he harbored peculiar proclivities. After all, he still valued his dignity. Zhang Kun's silence, however, led Zhou Haiyan to feel as though she had won a significant victory. She incessantly continued to voice her bizarre opinions in the owner's group chat. Ms. Zhang from Unit 301 could no longer bear it and interjected. Enough already? Everyone, let us calm down. At such a time, we mustn't incite a conflict between genders. How about we all venture out together during the peak midday heat to do some work, treating everyone equally, regardless of gender? Surely that is reasonable. Yet, as soon as she proposed this, Zhou Haiyan vehemently countered, that is out of the question. Midday is when the ultraviolet rays are at their strongest. What if I were to get sunburned? Moreover, this merely presents an opportunity for those lecherous men to approach me. Should someone take advantage of the situation to plot against me, would I not suffer immensely? And how can we forsake the time-honored virtue of chivalry, where men lead in perilous tasks? Hearing her words, some male owners could no longer restrain themselves and fired back. Aren't you the advocate for gender equality? Why then do you cling to outdated traditions at this moment? Gender equality. Why should men be the only ones to labor? Rest assured, everyone is merely salivating over the pork. Their eyes are clear enough to distinguish between who is a pig and who merely resembles one. Zhou Haiyan nearly lost her composure. What on earth are you saying? Have you no shame? Take a moment to reflect on yourselves. How dare you speak to me like that? Someone, bring me a sample of that yellowish urine to wake this fairy up. And those with diabetes, stay away. I fear she might enjoy it. Before long, the owners' group descended into chaos, with no serious discussions to be had. Ms. Zhang attempted to tag the building manager, Aunt Zhang. Yet Aunt Zhang's response was robotic, insisting that everyone must trust the government, stay home, and await rescue from above. The tumultuous scene prompted Zhang Kun to chuckle quietly. In his previous life, the major quarrel among the owners had only begun 3 days after the water supply ceased, specifically on January 10th. Perhaps due to his rebirth and the high-priced acquisition of supplies, he had instilled a sense of panic among the residents. Zhang Kun could not help but touch the gun in his hand. Are they, too, preparing to take action? On the 10th floor, room 1003. Gua Chao glared menacingly at his phone screen, watching Zhou Haiyan rant in the group chat. Brother, where has it gone? I don't know. Perhaps you misremembered? Gua Chao was fully aware of the noodle's whereabouts, yet he would never admit it. That can't be. I distinctly remember there being half a box. Enough, Shoujuan. Stop rummaging around. It's all dust, by the way. Did you inquire with old lady Zhang today? What did she say? Same old nonsense. She treats me like her foolish son, just trying to fool me. Wang Shoujuan complained as he finally gave up searching for the half box of noodles and collapsed onto the living room sofa, unable to suppress his grievances. That old hag keeps the lights off, hoarding her supplies while shouting slogans in the group daily. Does she not have a shred of decency? Where does she procure her food? From the rainstorm hoarding, of course. She forbids everyone from going out to buy supplies while she makes countless trips home, so I bet her family has the most food. Wang Shoujuan shifted the conversation. The weather is unbearably cold. The slightest movement leaves me utterly exhausted, and with no high-calorie food for replenishment. I estimate we can last at most 3 more days. Shall we seek out our neighbors to procure some food? Buy. Can you even afford it? The prices of grain in this building have skyrocketed. Even if we pooled all our savings, we couldn't afford a single pack of instant noodles. Upon hearing Guo Chao's words, Wang Shoujuan felt even more despair. His roommates, Deng Lang and Zhou Ren, who were also sprawled on the sofa, echoed their complaints, cursing Lu Weiwei for her antics, blaming her video for their unnecessary calorie loss. Observing their despondent demeanor, Guo Chao spat on the floor and stood up, delivering a kick to each of them. What are you doing? Ow. Brother Chao, why are you hitting us? Are you still defending that Lu Weiwei at this juncture? Is that amusing? Guo Chao glared. Who is defending her? I ask you, do you wish to starve to death or follow me to seek a way out? The three on the sofa exchanged glances, but quickly straightened up. Brother Chao, speak your mind. What do you propose? Guo Chao pointed at Zhou Ren. Old Zhou, once you drunkenly boasted about being able to pick locks. Is that true? That? What are you afraid of? Hurry up. I can. It's a family heirloom skill. My father is still serving time back home, so do not speak of it outside. Guo Chao nodded in satisfaction, picked up his phone, and pointed at Zhou Haiyan's incessantly active avatar. Excellent. Tonight, we shall pay her a visit. That hefty sow must have plenty of food at home. We shall use this opportunity to sharpen our skills. At that point, old Zhou will unlock the door while the rest of us rush in to forage for food. If she dares to resist, Guo Chao left the implication unspoken, but the cold glint in his eyes spoke volumes. Brother Chao, are we truly planning to confront her? Look at your lack of ambition. Guo Chao shot him a glare, running a finger across his neck, causing the others to shiver. Wang Shoujuan stammered, Brother Chao, this is breaking and entering, isn't it? And to kill, that's a serious crime. We could be sentenced to death. Guo Chao glared at him fiercely and held up his phone to dial the police, bringing it close to Wang Shoujuan's ear. Listen, is anyone even— Will you join me in venturing out, or will you remain here waiting for death? The choice is yours. Wang Shoujuan found himself at a loss for words in the face of Guo Chao's argument. In contrast to Wang Shoujuan, Deng Lang and Zhou Ren displayed a more flexible moral compass, unhesitatingly expressing their desire to join in. Having studied law, Deng Lang even took the initiative to educate Wang Shoujuan, insisting that such actions were not illegal, theoretically amounting to an emergency escape. Enough with the nonsense. A real man should give a straightforward answer. Are we in or out? Seeing the somber expressions of his three roommates, Wang Shoujuan gulped hard and suddenly clapped his hands. Damn it, I've never liked her. Let us finish her off together. Zhou Ren and Deng Lang nodded in agreement. Exactly. After we dealt with that hefty woman, we'll raid the Zhang S on the 15th floor. That kid must have a ton of stuff at home. Chapter 19. The fairies lament at 8 in the evening. Zhou Haiyan finally awaited the return of electricity, eagerly charging her phone and power bank. After a day of venting her frustrations towards male homeowners in the chat group, she felt as if the accumulated pressure had been released completely. Unable to resist, she rummaged through her computer to find her cherished videos of the three idols singing, treating herself to a well-deserved mental reward. Follow me with a slow-motion left hand, left hand replay. This song brings you joy. Have you fallen for me yet? I absolutely adore you all. Zhou Haiyan exclaimed, as she grabbed 3 bags of idol-endorsed bread from the coffee table, tearing open the packaging with delight. Though she had been vociferous in the group chat, she was not lacking in sustenance. Her small room was stocked full of yogurt, drinks, and chips endorsed by the 3 idols. Although the yogurt had been frozen into solid blocks due to the low temperatures, she knew that with the return of electricity, a little heating would render it edible. Initially purchased merely to support her idols in voting, she had planned to dispose of them at the first opportunity. However, who could have anticipated that the snowstorm and plummeting temperatures would render these junk foods her lifeline? For the past few days, she had been surviving solely on these provisions. In a mysterious way, she felt that this was the welfare bestowed upon her by her idols. In her euphoric state, she paid no heed to the faint rustling sounds coming from the door. Click! The door swung open unexpectedly, and a chilling breeze swept in from the corridor. It was only then that Zhou Haiyan, immersed in her idol's music, sensed something amiss. Turning around, she was met with the sight of 4 men, brandishing knives and iron rods, glaring at her with malevolence. Who are you? Get out of here at once, she demanded, attempting to rise. However, in her panic, her rather corpulent body lost balance and fell between the sofa and coffee table, her face pressed down helplessly. Brother Chao, this pig is wishing you a happy new year. Stop dawdling. Go find something to eat. Wang Shoujuan and the others nodded and stormed into the room, rummaging through her belongings. Upon witnessing the unfriendly demeanor of the intruders, Zhou Haiyan finally panicked, struggling fiercely, but the more she fought, the more trapped she became. With no other recourse, she could only scream at the top of her lungs, "Help! There's a robbery in progress." Her piercing cries echoed down the corridor, filling the air. "Damn it! I told you to shut up." Guo Chao's expression darkened as he aimed a violent kick at Zhou Haiyan's pudgy face. He had endured her for far too long today. Previously, he had only exchanged barbs with her online, but now, being able to unleash a real punch in person was exhilarating. "Little fairy, huh? Just wait and see how I turn you into a refined piggy girl." "What are you doing, ouch?" Zhou Haiyan's cries of agony only fueled Guo Chao's excitement, reminiscent of the sounds made during pig slaughtering back in his home. "Look what we've found. This woman has hoarded so many snacks and drinks, it will last us for quite some time." Wang Shoujuan exclaimed, emerging from the small room with several boxes of yogurt in his arms. Zhou Haiyan strained to lift her head, and upon seeing the boxes of yogurt endorsed by the three idols being handled so carelessly, she immediately opened her mouth and shouted, "What are you doing? Put that down. There are voting codes inside. I need to vote for them." Guo Chao retaliated with a swift kick, landing squarely on Zhou Haiyan's gaping mouth. "Don't you dare scream at me. Do you believe I could end your life?" With that, he delivered several more kicks, exerting full force until a portion of Zhou Haiyan's front tooth was shattered. While kicking, he gestured to his companions to move all the food they had found, planning to carry it back to the 10th floor together. "Hey, what are you doing?" Suddenly, a man's voice rang out from the doorway. Guo Chao and the others turned to find a bespectacled man filming them with his phone. It turned out to be Zhou Haiyan's neighbor, who had quietly come out to investigate the commotion after hearing her cries for help. Upon seeing the intruders rummaging through Zhou Haiyan's belongings, he pulled out his phone and began recording the scene. "Are you just going to stand there filming? Hurry up and chase them away." "Aren't you a man?" Upon hearing Zhou Haiyan's words, the bespectacled man snorted coldly, pocketed his phone, turned on his heel, and slammed his door shut, leaving no further sound. "Ah, you down there, come back. These people are robbers. Hurry and subdue them. How can a man ignore a fairy in distress? Do you believe I could feign depression and latch onto you?" Guo Chao, growing increasingly impatient with her cries, could not help but deliver another kick. "Do you think you're Xiao Huijun? Stop pretending to be depressed." Seeing that no one else would intervene, Guo Chao directed his companions to completely ransack Zhou Haiyan's home. Not only did they carry away all the edible items, but they also stripped her wardrobe of winter clothing, bedding, and even her star-endorsed electric blanket, star posters, and kettle. Initially hesitant about such actions, Wang Shoujuan, on his way out, took Zhou Haiyan's down jacket and donned it before striding away. When Zhou Haiyan finally managed to rise, trembling from the cold, she gazed at her now desolate home, feeling the icy wind seep through her thin nightgown. It was then that she truly felt fear. Although the air conditioning still emitted a bit of warm air, in such frigid weather, even a fairy could not endure. In a frantic rush, she flung open her door and pounded on her neighbor's door. "Is anyone there? Please let me in. It's freezing outside. My home has been robbed. I command you to let me stay at your place for a while. Otherwise, I might just fall into depression." Alas, no matter how loudly she knocked, no one paid her any heed. Dejected, Zhou Haiyan could only drag her numbed legs back home. Yet, before she reached her doorstep, a gust of cold wind swept by. Bang! The door, which had been ajar, suddenly slammed shut, locking her out. In that moment of utter despair, Zhou Haiyan could only curl up in a ball at her front door. Before long, she drifted into a beautiful dream. In her dream, there was no cold, no snowflakes, only the warmth of early summer. There was no hunger. Even the flowers blooming on the lawn were filled with braised pig trotters and chicken legs. Zhou Haiyan donned an oversized princess gown, holding a fairy wand in her left hand and a giant chicken leg in her right. All the men in the world knelt before her gown. Wherever the fairy wand pointed, all men were captivated, willingly offering everything, even their precious lives. In the distance stood a majestic castle, soaring high into the clouds. Her beloved three idols knelt before her like P.S. When a person's limbs become numb and lose sensation, and they become accustomed to the cold, the brain may create an illusion of warmth and relaxation, which is why the faces of the deceased often bear a smile. Chapter 20. The tumultuous night. After returning to room 702, Zhou Haiyan's male neighbor remained crouched at the door, peering through the peephole to observe the unfolding events outside. He witnessed Guo Chao and others leaving Zhou Haiyan's residence, laden with various bags, and saw the bewildered Zhou Haiyan lock herself out. After she crouched at the door in silence for a prolonged period, he finally ceased his surveillance and uploaded the clandestinely recorded video to the homeowners group. The unexpected robbery video detonated like a small boy dropped in Hiroshima, igniting a storm of outrage in the group. What is happening? They brazenly went in to rob her? Is there no law? Is there no morality? She deserves it. Who told her to incessantly nag and speak without decorum? Now she knows the strength of a man. 1702 Zhang, why didn't you go save her? I can't believe it. I have seen many living bodhisattvas, but this is my first encounter with a living king of hell. Do you really think I am one, capable of single-handedly taking on several opponents? But what if, after robbing her, they come for us next? Well, it won't be my responsibility. There are other men in the group. I recognize some of these individuals. They are from the 10th floor. Mr. Wu from 11301 retracted a message. 1-1201, Community Committee Zhang, as the building manager, shouldn't you intervene in this situation? Before anyone could expect a response from Aunt, I suggest you report it to the police. Great. Now the police line is down. How are we supposed to report it? Your mother is in charge, but she is utterly useless. Exactly. At a critical moment, what good is a building manager who doesn't step up? If this continues, our building will descend into chaos. Your mother's inaction is intolerable. Are you aware of this? Yet, despite the residents' rising ire, the only reply they received was a voice message from Aunt Zhang's son threatening, "Keep insulting me, and once I become a civil servant, I'll be the first to arrest you." Just after finishing his homemade lamb skewers, Zhang Kun heard his phone buzzing incessantly and finally glanced at the group messages. Upon seeing that Guo Chao and others had indeed attacked their neighbor as he had anticipated, a faint smile crept across his lips. It seemed that his rebirth had indeed ushered in some changes. Subtly, many pivotal moments had already been advanced. Just as he was about to set his phone down, he noticed Su Ziqing, whom he had added to the group, suddenly speaking up, "Shouldn't we go down and help her? With what? I'm an atheist and have little regard for fairies. I would like to assist, but I am powerless. With a fairy's physique, she could devour my household in 2 meals. What if she later insists on consuming me? Exactly, it's every man for himself now. Just lock the door and be done with it." Before Zhang Kun could type a response, a neighbor quickly reprimanded her. Seeing Su Ziqing rendered speechless, Zhang Kun finally breathed a sigh of relief. In this apocalypse, an entirely different moral standard and code of conduct existed. What transpired tonight was merely a prelude. If she could not endure even this level of hardship, it was unlikely she would survive much longer. Moreover, if she were truly a saintly figure, even if he took her into his home, he would remain uneasy. Zhang Kun continued to enjoy his skewers while monitoring his phone. It was only when the group fell silent once more that he finally set his phone down. Suddenly, a scream pierced the night air. Holding his meat skewers, Zhang Kun ambled leisurely to the center of the living room, pacing to the floor-to-ceiling window, drawing back the curtains to gaze outside. At that moment, he was startled to see flames shooting from a residence in the opposite building 10. Thick smoke billowed from the windows, permeating the air, with flickering flames intermittently visible within the room. Zhang Kun's heart raced. Upon closer inspection, he saw a young woman standing at the window ledge, her hands gripping the frame, her expression one of sheer terror. It appeared she was cornered by the fire, hesitating whether to leap from the high-rise. Illuminated by the flames, her beautiful face appeared exceptionally pale, tears streaming down her exquisitely crafted. Zhang Kun recognized this woman. She had recently married, and he often saw her and her husband strolling hand in hand through the community, their happiness an enviable sight. Now, however, on the vacant ground between the 2 buildings, a man lay crushed, having fallen from above, most likely her husband. Behind her, several ruffians were laughing as they attempted to pull her back into the room. At last, the woman seemed to resolve herself, crying as she gracefully leaped, her body tracing an elegant arc in the air, and landed back inside the room. The moment she touched down, a scruffy youth with green-dyed hair seized her in his arms, laughing heartily as he lavished kisses on her face. Zhang Kun realized that action was indeed taking place in the opposite building. Initially, he had thought the young woman would follow her husband, choosing to become a pair of star-crossed lovers together. Clearly, the old adage that birds of a feather flock together, but in times of calamity, they fly apart rang true. With a decisive bite, Zhang Kun devoured half a skewer of lamb, savoring the rich, succulent fat as it burst in his mouth, as long as he could survive. The fates of others were of no concern to him. In stark contrast to Zhang Kun's indifference, many residents of Building 9 had witnessed the entire ordeal unfold across the way. Surprisingly, however, every observer remained silent, not one person posting a single message about the events in Building 10. It was as if the incident had never occurred at all, yet that night, many residents stayed awake until the early hours, unwilling to close their eyes. In room 1003 of Unit 1, Guo Chao and his companions were equally exhilarated and unable to sleep. Their excitement stemmed not just from the supplies they had pilfered from Zhou Haiyan's home, but also from the events occurring in Building 10, which unveiled an alternative possibility for their lives. Though that possibility might lead them down an irreversible path, at least they could live more freely, or perhaps they could die without feeling so suffocated. Most importantly, witnessing the cowardice displayed by their neighbors in the group invigorated them. Even the most docile among them, Wang Shoujuan, wore an eager expression. Wow, Chao brother, I never knew these people were so cowardly. Not even a whimper. Had I known, we would have acted sooner. It would have spared us so much suffering these past few days. Exactly. These people who look down upon us for renting are always casting us disdainful glances. This is the perfect opportunity to vent our frustrations. Once we finish these provisions, let us pay Lu Weiwei a visit and reclaim her. They are on high alert now, and there might even be someone on watch. Chao brother, what do you suggest? We shall follow your lead. Guo Chao scanned the room, noting the trust in his companion's eyes, and a glimmer of authoritative confidence emerged on his face. Tomorrow morning, while there is still power, we will take the elevator and raid 2 more homes to gather more food reserves. Which homes should we target? Guo Chao narrowed his eyes, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Naturally, we shall rob whoever has the most provisions. Chapter 21. Guo Chao's visit. Early the next morning, Zhang Kun arose at dawn, his first task being to check in on the system. To his astonishment, the reward for today's check-in was none other than a Remington 870 pump-action shotgun, accompanied by a staggering 2,000 rounds of ammunition. Zhang Kun stared at the prize, momentarily dumbfounded. Was the system intent on transforming him into a master of weaponry? Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing any complaints. After all, he need not. All he had to do was remain at home and check in punctually. To harbor grievances in such a situation would be an utter lack of gratitude. Zhang Kun proceeded to the adjacent small room, activating the noise cancellation mode, and directed his efforts once more at the mattress that had been reduced to tatters during his previous practice. It must be said, the recoil of the shotgun was formidable, and it was not long before his shoulder began to throb. Fortunately, the magazine capacity was limited, allowing for a maximum of 5 rounds in the chamber. After a brief bout of firing, he would pause to reload, taking the opportunity to catch his breath. After several more rounds, Zhang Kun slowly began to discern the differences between the shotgun and the MP5 submachine gun that the system had previously bestowed upon him. The mattress was soon rendered utterly unrecognizable. At close range, the lethality of the shotgun was undeniably superior. While the submachine gun boasted a significantly faster rate of fire, its destructive power was relatively constrained, with the tightly clustered bullet holes starkly contrasting against the gaping crater left by the shotgun. Well, if he were ever to engage in combat within the building, he would undoubtedly opt for the shotgun. As for the MP5, it would serve well for fire suppression. After practicing for a considerable time, taking advantage of the bug that ensured his safety within the safe house, Zhang Kun remarkably mastered the technique of single-handedly chambering a round, akin to a seasoned governor. In the tightly regulated realm of firearms control in Huagua, this maneuver would undoubtedly instill fear in 99 of the populace. Once he had honed his shooting skills, Zhang Kun ventured into the kitchen, preparing to make breakfast. In a bid to maintain his health, he refrained from indulging in extravagant meats and instead opted for poached chicken breast, a favored choice among fitness enthusiasts. This dish perfectly aligns with the requirements of reducing overall caloric intake while ensuring adequate protein consumption. Not only is chicken breast high in protein, but it is also low in fat and calories, making it an unparalleled choice for those striving to maintain their physique. However, the past couple of days have been rather indulgent, resulting in a few extra pounds, and even the act of single-handedly wielding a firearm had become somewhat strenuous. Thus, Zhang Kun devised a regimen of fitness meals, intending to increase the intensity of his workouts thereafter, to fortify his physique. Just after finishing his lunch, he was startled by an unusual noise emanating from the vicinity of the door. Almost simultaneously, a prompt from the system echoed in his mind: frowny face alert. Alert. An individual is attempting to infiltrate the safe house through illicit means. Zhang Kun was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that after the robbery incident in the building just yesterday, he would find himself targeted today. Grabbing the shotgun that still lay on the table, ensuring it contained 5 rounds. Zhang Kun cautiously approached the door. Peering through the peephole, he immediately spotted a suspicious-looking man crouched near the door lock, skillfully manipulating a wire to pry open the keyhole. Damn it, why hasn't it opened yet? Old Joe, are you even capable? Strange, this door shouldn't be this difficult to breach. If we can't get it open soon, let's try another house. Hiding beside the door, Wang Shoujun wore a frustrated expression. Last night, the group had deliberated on which house to rob, and Guo Chao had immediately thought of Zhang Kun. His family was well off, and he had previously seized a considerable amount of supplies at high prices before anyone else could react, ensuring he had plenty to spare. If they could empty his coffers, it would suffice for several days of indulgence. Moreover, on New Year's Eve, Zhang Kun had spoken disparagingly in the homeowners group chat, which only added to his sins. As they prepared to leave, Guo Chao, the de facto leader of the group, suddenly complained of a stomachache and needed to use the restroom. Consequently, Wang Shoujun inexplicably found himself leading the charge. However, he had already resolved that once they burst into Zhang Kun's home, even if that fool Zhang Kun knelt and begged for mercy, he would not spare him, just like last night when they had forced a certain ruffian out onto the balcony. He wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. If this heist succeeded, his standing within the gang could elevate, potentially surpassing Guo Chao and taking his place. Yet, a fortified door stood between his fantasies and reality. Witnessing Zhou Ren's futile attempts, Wang Shoujun could only stomp his foot in frustration, signaling the others to retreat to avoid drawing attention. Zhang Kun, observing through the peephole, could not help but smirk coldly. Did they think they could come and go as they pleased, treating his home like a public restroom? With a flicker of thought, a shooting aperture appeared directly beneath the fortified door. Just as he aimed the weapon, he suddenly heard the distinct click of a door opening in the hallway, followed by a girl's startled exclamation. "What are you doing?" Zhang Kun's expression shifted dramatically. This was bad. At this hour, it was always Su Ziqing who brought him food. Although he had not consumed anything besides the initial bag of Oreo she had sent, he genuinely appreciated her kindness. He quickly rose, peering through the peephole once more. That moment, Zhang Kun regretted not opting for a surveillance fortress during the safe house upgrade. While the peephole offered some visibility, it failed to provide a comprehensive view due to its angle. Nevertheless, he could see that the group outside, startled by the voice, turned to investigate the source. Upon spotting a delicate and beautiful girl, their initial astonishment quickly morphed into greedy desire. Meanwhile, Su Ziqing, clutching a small piece of bread, wore an expression of sheer terror. Realizing that the men before her were the same ones who had robbed Zhou Haiyan just the day before, her heart raced. Seeing their menacing demeanor, Su Ziqing summoned her courage and spoke up. "There's nothing left to eat in Zhang Kun's house. Please take this piece of bread and let him go." Her breaths quickened, and the fullness of her chest beneath her pristine down jacket was enough to leave the men parched with desire. Bah! Wang Shoujun spat on the ground in frustration. He simply could not fathom why Zhang Kun attracted so many female admirers. Was it his talents in singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball? What was it about this man that had so many blind girls defending him? Today, he would set them straight. Since Zhang Kun's defenses had faltered, he would take it out on this young girl instead. With a knowing glance, Wang Shoujun signaled to his companions, Deng Lang and Zhou Ren, who immediately advanced, shoving Su Ziqing and attempting to force her back into the room. As the group pressed toward the entrance, intending to rush inside, Su Ziqing cried out, "What do you want? If you keep this up, I'll call for help. The neighbors want to stand by and do nothing." Huh? The entire building is filled with cowards. Who would dare to come out for you? That's right. Shout all you want. The louder you scream, the more we enjoy it. Deng Lang taunted, reaching out to pinch Su Ziqing's delicate face. Understanding that these men would not bring anything good if they entered, she gritted her teeth and struggled fiercely, trying to keep the door shut. Yet, she was no match for the 3 burly men. With a resounding crash, Wang Shoujun kicked the door open. Su Ziqing found herself tumbling to the ground. Chapter 22 Su Ziqing, do you intend to live on your knees or die standing? The position was compromised, and 3 burly men surged in like a tide. Su Ziqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Last night, she had witnessed the events transpiring in the building across from hers. Though fear gripped her, it was, after all, happening in a neighboring structure. That moment, she had naively believed that such a tragedy would never befall her grandfather's residence. After all, her grandfather often spoke of the amicable relations among the neighbors. Yet, unexpectedly, within a mere night, she found herself in the same dire predicament as the woman she had observed. It was merely a snowstorm. How could humanity descend to such depths? Sister, don't be anxious. Lying on the ground won't chill you. Come, let us brothers take you to try the bed. Zhou Ren tugged at Su Ziqing's down jacket, but after just a few steps, he was halted by Wang Shoujuan's commanding voice. Don't go inside. Let's resolve this in the living room. What? It's so spacious. It feels like a film set. Enough chatter. If we go inside, Zhang Kun won't hear a peep. I want Zhang Kun to hear. Can't even protect a woman. Compared to us, he has nothing. Turn the air conditioning to max, and you all handle the recording. As Wang Shoujuan spoke, he forcefully dragged Su Ziqing, disregarding her cry. You scoundrel! Since you've said that, I can't let this opportunity slip. That would be an insult to the term scoundrel. Deng Lang, hold her arms. Wang Shoujuan smirked, a sinister gleam in his eyes. The previous night's ordeal had enlightened him. The hardships endured only served to elevate one above the masses. After years of toil, from rural hardships to city struggles, was he still merely a delivery boy? How many disdainful glares had he endured in storms and rain? Yet, his status at the bottom of society had not shifted one iota. Life was bitter because there were those who could not bear to see one enjoy sweetness. As long as others lived in inherent fear, who savors sweet delicacies and who gnaws on bitter roots is a matter for oneself to dictate. Watching Su Ziqing, who struggled fiercely, her beauty far surpassing Lu Weiwei's, Wang Shoujuan felt an unprecedented thrill. This sensation of control was exhilarating. With a forceful tug, he tore open her down jacket. Clang! A pair of scissors fell from Su Ziqing's grasp. She had prepared them for self-defense after witnessing the events across the building last night. But now, captured by these men, she had no opportunity to use them. Ah, a weapon! Who would have thought you had some spice? Nevertheless, even the spiciest must succumb to my ruthless hands. Ha ha ha. Brother June, once you're done with the meat, could we partake in some broth? Of course. Wang Shoujuan leaned in to unfasten Su Ziqing's pants. Yet, the girl fought with all her might, her long legs kicking incessantly, making it difficult for him to proceed. Zhou Ren, where the hell are you? Hurry and help. Brother. Brother June. Save me. Detecting something amiss in Zhou Ren's voice, the two men finally shifted their gaze from Su Ziqing to the source of the sound. To their shock, they beheld a man clad in leather standing at the doorway. His imposing figure, bulging leather attire, and, most crucially, a shotgun aimed directly at Zhou Ren's forehead. Zhang Kun? No way, Brother June. When did Zhang Kun bulk up like that? Are you blind? He.s. wearing his down jacket underneath the leather. Wang Shoujuan muttered an expletive, then rose to confront Zhang Kun. Deng Lang, having just been reprimanded by Wang Shoujuan, redirected his frustration towards Zhang Kun at the entrance. Zhang Kun, stop brandishing that toy gun to frighten people. Dressed like a T-800. What are you trying to impersonate, a Terminator? If you have the guts, fire a shot. Bang. Before Deng Lang could finish his sentence, Zhang Kun pulled the trigger and swiftly twirled the gun in his hand. The deafening sound reverberated through the room, compelling everyone to cover their ears. Only Deng Lang found it impossible to shield himself. The bullet had struck his right arm, shattering it almost to the shoulder. Ah! A blood-curdling scream erupted, rivaling the gunshot in volume. Wang Shoujuan, closest to Deng Lang, trembled and collapsed to the floor, a warm stream surging uncontrollably in his trousers. He could scarcely believe that Zhang Kun had genuinely acquired a gun. Yet, he reacted swiftly, yanking Su Ziqing by the hair, positioning her before him. Zhang Kun, you cowardly turtle. You came out for this girl, didn't he you? With the power of that gun, you'd surely obliterate her first. Wang Shoujuan, having faced countless adversities, was no fool. By pulling this meat shield in front of him, Zhang Kun would hesitate to act, rendering the gun as ineffective as a mere stick. With the hostage in hand, the advantage was his. Though Wang Shoujuan's logic appeared sound, it was unfortunate that his opponent was Zhang Kun. Having undergone a rebirth, Zhang Kun was not easily swayed by such trivial tactics. You are mistaken. I have little food to spare. Why should I sustain her? I merely came over to inquire her opinion as a neighbor. Su Ziqing, I ask you, do you intend to serve these men as mere vessels of gratification, or do you wish to leave this world unsullied? If you choose the latter, I can assist you, grant you a swift end, as a gesture of gratitude for these past few days. Make your choice. Will you live on your knees, or die standing? As Su Ziqing met Zhang Kun's cold gaze, her exquisite visage glistened with tears. How could he treat her so cruelly? She had been saving rations to bring him food. Was he a heartless demon? With the door wide open, frigid winds rushed in, and she felt the chilling essence of this world. Yet, the thought of being forced to submit to these men was far more intolerable than perishing by Zhang Kun's gun. Moments passed, and Su Ziqing slowly closed her eyes, extending her hands, her voice devoid of emotion. Zhang Kun, grant me mercy. Shoot me. Very well. Zhang Kun nodded in agreement, raising his hand and firing a shot. What? Is this fool truly serious? Wang Shoujuan was startled into action, shoving Su Ziqing forward in an attempt to shield her from Zhang Kun's gun. He then crouched and dashed into the bedroom, locking the door behind him. Though he knew this might not deter Zhang Kun, it was all he could hope for at that moment. After a lengthy wait, silence enveloped the outside. When he finally opened the door, he found Zhou Run wearing an equally bewildered expression. Meanwhile, Deng Leng lay on the ground, his right arm nearly obliterated, unconscious from the agony. What happened? Where's Zhang Kun? Where's that woman? Wang Shoujuan swallowed hard, perplexed. Brother Jun, just now Zhang Kun fired a shot into the air, and then you pushed that girl, after which Zhang Kun dragged her back to room 1501. Why didn't you chase after them? Brother, how could I gamble on whether that gun still had bullets? Wang Shoujuan felt as though his lungs might burst from frustration. He had been deceived. Zhang Kun had no intention of killing that girl. The most crucial twist of fate had been delivered by none other than Wang Shoujuan himself. Chapter 23. Please provide me with a reasonable explanation. Su Ziqing, resigned to her fate with closed eyes, suddenly felt her body grow weak and detected an unusual scent wafting through the AI art. It was a sharp, bracing aroma. Is this the scent of paradise? Before she could inhale another breath, she sensed a gust of wind at her feet, accompanied by the resounding thud of a door slamming shut, and an inexplicable warmth enveloped her. Upon opening her eyes, she found Zhang Kun crouched at the door, deftly loading shells into a shotgun while peering through the peephole to assess the situation outside. I am not dead. Su Ziqing couldn't resist glancing down at her chest, eager to confirm the absence of bullet holes. However, as she lowered her gaze, her eyes fell upon two ample white mounds supported by a round-necked purple thermal shirt. Previously, Wang Shoujuan had struck her with such force that not only did he ruin her down jacket, but he also tore the buttons off her nightgown underneath, leaving only the thermal shirt steadfast in its duty. Yet, after such a tumult, Su Ziqing felt an uncomfortable tightness in her back, clearly indicating that it too was struggling under the strain. She hastily covered her heavy chest, only to sense something amiss. Despite not wearing any outer garments, why did she feel so warm? It seemed as though there was something peculiar about this room. Noticing that no one had followed them out, Zhang Kun exhaled in relief. Although his shotgun was reliable, jamming was not an issue, and it could be loaded one-handed. It had its drawbacks. The process of loading was cumbersome, and it only held 5 shells at a time. Upon entering the Su residence, he had fired a shot into the air to intimidate a few individuals. Subsequently, to rescue Su Ziqing, he had discharged another shot skyward. Only 3 shells remained in the chamber. While he was confident in his sharpshooting abilities to take down an enemy with a single shot, there were still 2.5 adversaries remaining. The most vicious among them, Guo Chao, should he fall victim to an ambush, the sanctuary he had painstakingly secured upon his rebirth would be rendered futile. Thus, for him, retreating while the opportunity was still ripe and returning to the safety of the hideout was paramount. Once he replenished his ammunition, he would face the remaining foes with a full magazine, ensuring victory. As long as those few dared to show themselves, he would undoubtedly send them back to face a new existence. A smile crept across Zhang Kun's lips. He had finally rediscovered a semblance of the thrill that belonged to a hunter. However, he soon felt an unusual sensation in his body. Just moments ago, in an effort to ward off the cold, he had wrapped himself snugly in a leather jacket and a down coat. In the corridor of the building, it was tolerable, but upon returning to the room maintained at a constant temperature of 26.5 degrees Celsius, a wave of stifling heat washed over Zhang Kun. The thought that wearing leather pants would mean he could only father daughters made him clutch his gun with one hand while the other struggled to unzip his clothing. Just as he was exerting himself, a pair of delicate, fair hands unexpectedly reached out, assisting him not only in removing his leather jacket, but also in shedding his down jacket and leather pants. This young lady possesses quite the perceptiveness. Turning around, he discovered that Su Ziqing had somehow also stripped off her down jacket, her form wrapped in a tattered nightgown, the torn sections hastily bound with a corset. Unfortunately, the effect was hardly subtle. The interplay of violet and white was tantalizingly visible, rendering her appearance even more alluring. Zhang Kun clicked his tongue, about to advise her to dress more. Peering through the peephole, Zhang Kun could hardly contain his amusement. Perhaps fearing that he might fire at them again, Wang Shoujuan and his companions had dismantled the doors of 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. The 3 men, resembling turtles, awkwardly carried the door panels, cautiously making their way towards the elevator. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Kun punctured a shooting hole in the door. Aiming his gun at the foremost figure, he squeezed the trigger. Bang bang. He maximized the manual loading, firing all 5 bullets within mere seconds. The devastating power of the shotgun at close range was laid bare. It took just 2 shots to obliterate the bathroom door. The remaining 3 rounds, however, found their mark, penetrating through the bullet holes and striking the man carrying the door. Upon hearing the gunfire and the ensuing screams, the other 2 men, without a second thought, bolted, utterly unconcerned for the fallen comrade. How ruthless! Yet, encountering teammates who wouldn't even lend a hand to a fallen comrade in a video game is one thing. In the apocalypse, it is even more pronounced. To refrain from looting the fallen could be deemed an act of conscience. Regrettably, those 2 scoundrels fled like rabbits, leaving Zhang Kun without an angle to fire again. He sighed. Reloading his gun and stowing it away as he glanced outside, he was taken aback to discover that the man on the ground was none other than Deng Lang, whom he had previously incapacitated by breaking his arm. Damn it, 5 shots for a mere sliver of health. What a loss! If only he had opted for a submachine gun. Zhang Kun felt a wave of frustration. It was now too late to turning back. He found Su Ziqing trembling in fear from the nearby gunfire, clutching tightly to his waist, too frightened to let go. It's all over now. One is dead, and the other 2 have escaped. You re-so formidable? Indeed, the world sees only the injuries I inflict, oblivious to the countless nights I spend honing my marksmanship. With that, Zhang Kun turned to re-enter the living room. Su Ziqing trailed behind him like a fledgling duckling, instinctively following in his wake. He gestured for her to take a seat on the sofa to rest, then headed to the kitchen to prepare her a cup of hot tea. You were startled earlier. Have a cup to calm your nerves. Accepting the teacup with both hands, she gazed at the rising steam, her face a mask of disbelief. Seizing the moment to sip her tea, curiosity compelled her to survey the entirety of the room. It was cozy, warm, yet the air quality was impeccable, devoid of the stifling heat typical of a greenhouse. How on earth was this achieved? When her gaze returned to Zhang Kun's face, she found him intently observing her. It was as though she had been caught snooping on someone's secrets, and her cheeks flushed crimson, causing her to cough as she nearly spilled the hot tea on the coffee table. I'm sorry. I lost my composure. No worries, as long as you're not a pervert. Zhang Kun, however, offered her no chance to recover, launching into a rapid-fire series of questions. Previously, I inquired several times on WeChat about why, yet you have remained reticent. Now that you sit across from me, aware of my greatest secret, you owe me a reasonable explanation in return. For reasons unknown, Su Ziqing's cheeks reddened further. After a moment of hesitation, she parted her lips. If I tell you, will you allow me to stay here? Yet Zhang Kun's response left her somewhat disheartened. He shook his head somewhat recklessly, extending a finger toward her. Miss Su, you still fail to grasp the situation. In my domain, all must heed my command. You may speak, but it does not guarantee your stay. However, if you remain silent, you will certainly not stay. Do you understand? Chapter 24. I changed my mind. The color of command blinding the intellect? That is utterly inconceivable. Having suffered enough from the bitterness of green tea in my previous life, and being thoroughly drained by women, I remain guarded even in the presence of the seemingly guileless and stunning beauty, Su Ziqing. Noticing Zhang Kun's steadfastness, Su Ziqing refrains from further discussion, rising to the door and bending to retrieve her down jacket, which he had carelessly discarded on the floor. The robe clings to her form, accentuating her curves. Indeed, she possesses a peach-like silhouette. Not believing that Su Ziqing intends to depart, Zhang Kun hastily seizes the moment to steal a few more glances. Yet, he remains as immovable as a mountain, comfortably seated on the sofa. Absurd. I shall not play the sycophant in this rebirth. Saving her would merely be a gesture of goodwill, after which we shall each return to our respective fates. Quite satisfactory, indeed. To his surprise, Su Ziqing does not exit the room. Instead, she pulls her phone from the pocket of her jacket and returns to quietly occupy a corner of the sofa. She taps away at the screen for a moment before presenting the device to Zhang Kun. It displays the chat history between her and her grandfather, dated on New Year's Day. Su Ziqing, perplexed, inquires of her grandfather why she must assist Zhang Kun. The elder's response is succinct. When disaster strikes, many unsavory truths emerge. He is generally quite honest, though rather blind. Thus, within your capacity, tend to Zhang Kun. Should real danger arise, he will not turn a blind eye to your plight, serving as a safeguard for you. Observing the elder's assessment of him, Zhang Kun furrows his brow. He recalls their previous encounters, where the old man consistently displayed a look of disappointment whenever he saw Zhang Kun fawning over Lu Weiwei, blind, indeed. One cannot deny that the elder possesses a keen eye for character. In light of this explanation, it does make some sense. Zhang Kun turns to Su Ziqing and poses the question, what are your thoughts on this? I don't know. Seeing Su Ziqing's hesitance, Zhang Kun gestures grandly, speak your mind. There's no need for concealment at such a time, and it would be a waste of everyone's time. With no news from grandfather, and my parents also unreachable, it seems I am the last remaining member of the Su family. I apologize. My thoughts are quite disordered, but I know you saved me, which suggests you must be a good person. Witnessing Su Ziqing's inability to grasp the crux of the matter while she erroneously labels him as a good person, Zhang Kun feels inclined to share a humorous expression akin to a husky pointing. Ahem, might you want to take a moment to gather your thoughts in the corridor? Huh. Su Ziqing blinks, her gaze directed at Zhang Kun, laden with confusion. Zhang Kun taps the table, his demeanor serious. Miss Su, I can assure you with utmost confidence that the snow disaster outside will persist for no less than 3 months. You now face 2 choices. One is to remain in this room, which will not lose power or water, maintained at a constant temperature. I can provide you with provisions, but you must comply fully with my requests and undertake the household chores. The other option is to return to your own room. However, fret not. I, Zhang Kun, am one to repay kindness. Even if you choose the latter, I will not abandon you. All the food you have previously provided will be returned tenfold. As he speaks, Zhang Kun waves his hand. This sudden display leaves Su Ziqing utterly astonished. Do you possess magic? Please note, Miss Su, that one must answer the preceding question before qualifying to pose a query. Su Ziqing glares at Zhang Kun, who meets her gaze with equal intensity. Ultimately, Su Ziqing is no match for Zhang Kun, and her beautiful eyes betray her retreat. Her lips pucker in indignation, filled with a sense of grievance. Yet again, I am to make a choice. He had just made me choose, and upon doing so, he threatens me. Humph, this scoundrel. But should I opt to return? What if those people come after me again? How would I manage alone? After much hesitation, Su Ziqing finally speaks, I choose to stay. Feeling Zhang Kun's scrutinizing gaze upon her, Su Ziqing tightens her robe and hastily adds, Zhang Kun, do not misconstrue. I am not one who seeks indulgence. I merely, she stammers, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Hearing her feeble explanation, Zhang Kun cannot help but smirk. This phrase is all too familiar. Last year, when Lu Weiwei requested a Valentine's gift from him, she had said, Darling, my mother insists on 80,000 as a bride price, a BBA class vehicle, and the house must be under my name. You must trust me. I am not one to seek indulgence, merely desiring your commitment. Kun, if you cannot manage all that, could you at least buy me a handbag to mend my wounded heart? At that moment, he had thought he might finally realize his dreams with the goddess Weiwei, only to find that as soon as a brand new LV handbag was placed in her hands, she vanished by evening. Women, forever speaking in contradictions. Contemplating this, Zhang Kun suddenly feels playful, wishing to tease Su Ziqing. Very well, since that is the case, let us see your sincerity. Will you wash first, or shall I? Choosing to stay here means you must abide by my arrangements. Compliance here entails various interpretations. Or do you regret your decision? I will wash. With that, Su Ziqing grits her teeth and strides into the bathroom. Yet deep down, faced with the potential events that may unfold, a flicker of fear lingers. To prevent Zhang Kun from barging in, she cautiously locks the bathroom door from the inside. Hearing the sound of the door locking, a slight smile graces Zhang Kun's lips. How amusing that anyone understands the security of this place better than himself. With a mere thought, he can unlock every door in the room. To think she could confine him is but a folly. It is not until the sound of running water fills the bathroom that Zhang Kun finally rises, shedding his gunpowder-scented attire. He then pushes the door open. "Ah, what are you doing?" Su Ziqing's startled cry reverberates through the room. "What is the fuss? I'm merely testing your level of compliance. What is the big deal?" "Huh. This is absurd." "Absurd? You wash your own, and I simply wish to conserve some warmth, understand?" "Oh, very well then." However, the bathroom is silent for but a moment before Su Ziqing's startled exclamation. While mutual dedication is undeniably sweet, a wise person does not fall into love. Adults engage in practical matters. When there are matters that can be resolved directly, why squander time discussing feelings? Desire for affection? Well, that can be addressed another day. Chapter 25. Do you possess magic? Who on the upper floor is setting off firecrackers? It's deafening. What if they set the building ablaze? Where would the neighbors take refuge in this heavy snow? Back then, you all forbade me from bringing my electric scooter upstairs to charge. Yet here you are, setting off fireworks in the building. You upstairs are truly lacking in virtue. Upon hearing a series of gunshots from above, none of the neighbors anticipated that someone would be firing a weapon indoors. Everyone assumed it was merely a household celebrating with fireworks. After all, in Huagua, gun control has always been exceedingly strict, and ordinary citizens have no access to such items. This has led to many police and gangster dramas in Huagua, where neither the officers nor the criminals were ever caught off guard when wielding a firearm, even without changing the magazine. The remaining two households on the 15th floor quickly voiced their protests. "It wasn't us. We heard it too. It's absolutely maddening. Indeed, the guilty should be held accountable. Whoever is causing the noise should be sought out." Seeing that these two families refused to take responsibility, everyone in the group chat began tagging Zhang Kun. Unfortunately, at that moment, Zhang Kun was preoccupied with a discussion with Su Ziqing and had no time to pay attention to the messages in the group. Aunt Zhang, as the head of the group, could only reassure everyone that she would ensure an explanation would be provided and that no noisy neighbor would go unpunished. However, internally, she had already cursed Zhang Kun several times over. At that moment, she truly wished to smash this troublemaking brat with a basketball. What? Zhang Kun has a gun. As the team leader, Guo was taken aback upon learning that Zhang Kun possessed a firearm. But he quickly realized that had his earlier escapade not been timely, it might have been him, not Deng Lang, who would have fallen. Meanwhile, Wang Shoujuan and Zhou Ren, who had fled home, remained shaken for quite some time. The group decided to resort to violence to resolve their livelihood issues, but they only had a mere 12 hours. The only successful case thus far had been robbing the generous Zhou Haiyan. Who would have thought that their second attempt would hit a brick wall, resulting in the loss of one of their own? Guo understood that if he did not say something soon, their morale would dissipate along with the team. "It's all right," everyone remained calm. "After hearing your accounts, I have discerned Zhang Kun's weakness. We need not fear him." "Brother Chow, what weakness could he possibly have? Consider Zhang Kun's pathetic gun. It only fired 5 shots. This means he can only discharge a maximum of 5 bullets. Wow. Brother Chow, you are quite observant." Guo shot Wang Shouju in a glare. "If you can't compliment someone, then don't force it. No one regards you as mute." Zhou Ren, still wearing a mournful expression, stammered, "But we're down to just 3 of us now. Even 5 bullets could easily take us out. That kid Zhang Kun has truly lost his mind. He is fighting to the death. I saw it clearly from behind Deng Lang when he raised the door board. His head was smashed open and brain matter was everywhere." Among the 3, Zhou Ren was the most terrified. He even regretted boasting about being able to break into any neighborhood with just a pack of instant noodles. As a result, he had become the key master of the group, destined to face the gunpoint of Zhang Kun. Yet Zhou Ren was not foolish, entering meant sharing the loot, but facing the gun was a solo endeavor. The risks and rewards were clearly not proportional. Guo waved his hand dismissively. "If a person is lost, we can recruit again. Right now, every household is running low on food. We can use Deng Lang's ration as bait, and surely someone will take the bait. Don't tell the newcomers that Zhang Kun has a gun." They would just be cannon fodder. When we have enough people, we need not crowd at the front door. We can split into groups and launch an attack from the balcony next to 1501. There is no way Zhang Kun can hold them off alone. By the time Zhang Kun and his foes have exhausted each other, we can charge in together and eliminate him to avenge Deng Lang. Once Zhang Kun is dead, we will have firearms. We will become the rulers of Building 9. Hearing Guochao's grandiose plans, Wang Shoujuan and Zhou Ran felt somewhat reassured. Subsequently, under Guochao's direction, the three dispersed, desperately trying to recruit the solitary young men living in the building to join their cause. Unfortunately, after an entire morning of effort, their results were dismal. The residents of the building remained rational. They believed that although times were tough, they could endure by gritting their teeth. The snow could not fall indefinitely. Society would eventually return to normal. Joining these madmen in a robbery was hardly worth it. They might end up with nothing but a measly peanut for their troubles. Frustrated with the outcome, Guochao ground his teeth and stamped his foot, feeling utterly helpless. Ultimately, he could only continue selecting the next target from the previously drafted list for their robbery. Zhang Kun opened his eyes and raised his hand to check his watch. It was already 4 in the afternoon. Relaxed, he sat up from the bees Yu Ziqing, who had been nestled in his embrace, let out a soft whimper as she awakened. She blinked her large eyes, glanced at Zhang Kun, and immediately got up to search for the clothes he had tossed aside, intending to help him dress. However, as soon as she stood, she swayed slightly, clearly still adjusting to the change. Zhang Kun chuckled and pulled her back into his embrace, content to hold her without saying much. Life in this post-apocalyptic world was indeed quite comfortable. A beauty like Su Ziqing would have been nearly impossible to pursue under normal circumstances. After all, there are countless temptations in the world that can allure a woman, yet very few that can offer her genuine stability. Even if they did end up together, Zhang Kun doubted it would yield any favorable outcome. Before the apocalypse, news of brides going on wild escapades just before their weddings, or fathers of 3 children being revealed to have a different father after paternity tests, were all too common. Coupled with the lessons learned from the treacherous Lu Weiwei, Zhang Kun was reluctant to invest his emotions too readily. While there was no need to pamper and indulge, providing some degree of comfort was indeed necessary. A firm hand must be accompanied by sweet words. It is an unerring principle in soothing hearts. They would continue to share a roof, so there was truly no need for things to become overly strained. Moreover, he was quite pleased with Su Ziqing's earlier demeanor. Nestled in Zhang Kun's embrace, her cheeks involuntarily flushed, resembling a docile little kitten. Yet, a complex glimmer flickered in her beautiful eyes. She was not entirely prepared to surrender herself to Zhang Kun. Though they had previously engaged in conversation, it had never been so intimate. Initially, she had even felt a tinge of aversion to Zhang Kun's eagerness. However, as the clouds dispersed and she experienced Zhang Kun's kindness, Su Ziqing found herself growing increasingly reliant on him. Zhang Ailing once remarked that the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. As for the way to a woman's heart, it is now forbidden to write or speak of it. Best to rely on search engines like Baidu or Google.at first. She thought it was a deviation from the norm, but now she realized the author had not deceived her. Not to mention, in the midst of the freezing snow disaster, Zhang Kun could provide her with a warm and comfortable room. Aside from the initial pain, all the lingering melancholy in her heart gradually dissipated. This feeling was truly delightful. Grumble, a strange sound emanated from Su Ziqing's stomach, causing her face to flush even deeper. Unlike Zhang Kun, who had no worries about food, Su Ziqing had only eaten a piece of steamed bread that morning, and now she was ravenously hungry. "Are you hungry?" Seeing Su Ziqing nod with a flushed face, Zhang Kun began rummaging around in his space. Moments later, he produced a bottle of cola and a small bag of pastries. "Have a bite for now. We can enjoy a feast later." "Okay." Su Ziqing accepted the pastries and tore open the packaging, devouring them hungrily, forgetting even the slightest semblance of ladylike decorum. She was genuinely starving. Although there was still some food stored at home, she had refrained from indulging fully, considering she still needed to provide Zhang Kun with some sustenance each day. She had already lost 5 pounds over the past few days. Seeing her eat so eagerly, with her small mouth opening and closing as she devoured half the bag, Zhang Kun couldn't help but reach out to rub her smooth belly. "No need to rush. No one is fighting you for it." Su Ziqing let out a soft whimper and finally slowed her pace. Her attention shifted to Zhang Kun's hand, as if fearing he might conjure something from her belly. "Zhang." "Yes?" "What did I tell you before we went to sleep?" "You said I could choose to call you Kun Gu or Master." Su Ziqing's face reddened. She must have lost her mind to utter such nonsense. Zhang Kun smiled and pinched her nose. "You might as well call me Master." Though Kun Gu sounds nice when uttered by a girl, it often conjures images of chickens and basketballs, or even the trendy Zhang Kun from Tsim Sui, none of which lead to favorable outcomes. On the other hand, Master carries a certain allure. Master, can you now tell me how you conjured these foods? Could it be that you possess magic? In an instant, Su Ziqing's eyes sparkled with innocent curiosity. Chapter 26 Kunken. Are you still angry with your sister? Magic? Indeed. Su Ziqing nodded affirmatively and remarked, the reason this house, including its master, can remain warm and always has just enjoy your happy drink. Zhang Kun chuckled as he handed the beverage to Su Ziqing, then rose from the bed. Noticing how deliciously she was eating, Zhang Kun felt a pang of hunger himself. As he leapt off the bed, he suddenly realized something was amiss. The thought of Su Ziqing having removed her clothes, now damp and inconvenient to put back on, prompted him to wave his hand, conjuring 2 sets of white t-shirts and boxers from the space, tossing them onto the bed. I don't have many women's clothes at home, so you'll have to make do for now. After dinner, I'll accompany you back to your place to grab some clothes, all right? Okay. Witnessing Zhang Kun's wondrous abilities once more, Su Ziqing smiled and nodded, showing no signs of dissent as she obediently got up to dress. She discerned the underlying implication. It seemed the master was still single. Zhang Kun had not initially prepared clothing for others. The garments in his space had been purchased in accordance with his own measurements before the apocalypse. When donned by Su Ziqing, whether shorts, shirts, or t-shirts, they appeared oversized and baggy. Yet, when she finished dressing and knelt on the bed, Zhang Kun's gaze inadvertently caught her, and he was momentarily taken aback. This enchanting girl exuded an air of innocence and allure, reminiscent of a lingering elegance. Should she indulge in a more reckless demeanor, downstairs Lu Weiwei would merely become an ordinary figure. Su Ziqing had not forgotten the task Zhang Kun had assigned her, and after dressing, she followed him to the kitchen. Having been raised by her grandmother while her parents were preoccupied with work, she learned to cook at a young age. However, upon entering the kitchen, seeing the empty rice container, she could only look to Zhang Kun with eager anticipation, hoping for another display of his magic. Zhang Kun did not disappoint her. With a wave of his hands, a flash of white light enveloped him, and in an instant, a 10-kilogram bag of wuchang rice and a colossal king crab appeared in his grasp. Oh, is that a king crab? Have you ever had it? No, but I've seen specimens in the school library. I recall the book stating they went extinct due to nuclear radiation long ago. Eating them should pose no issue, right? Are you questioning my capabilities or my judgment? Zhang Kun retorted sharply, using the system's original words to catch Su Ziqing off guard. She immediately stuck out her tongue and turned her focus to figuring out how to tackle the enormous king crab. Observing her dainty figure and earnest demeanor, Zhang Kun found himself once more appraising this girl destined to accompany him for a long while. Her captivating peach blossom eyes. Fortunately, he was not the male lead in a culinary drama, nor a devotee of Hannibal. Content to leave the battlefield in Su Ziqing's capable hands, Zhang Kun exited the kitchen. With her managing these tasks, he could free up ample time for more meaningful pursuits, such as lounging on the sofa while scrolling through his phone. He was particularly eager to see if Guo Chao and the others had said anything in the group chat after returning. Unfortunately, aside from downstairs Ho Sufin's morning outburst warning the upstairs residents to cease their disturbances, the remaining messages predominantly inquired about when the rescue supplies would arrive from Zhangdama. Overall, the content bore little nutritional value. As Zhang Kun scrolled through the chat history, he couldn't help but chuckle derisively. Those who can discern the essence of things in a mere second are destined to lead entirely different lives from those who remain perpetually oblivious. The snow disaster had persisted for 6 days, in an age where everyone possesses a mobile phone. Reaching out to distant relatives was hardly a challenge. With just a bit of effort, one could surmise that the entire nation, and indeed at such a time, failing to accumulate supplies for self-preservation while harboring hopes for a distant rescue was sheer folly. The tragic fate of such foolish individuals in the apocalypse was all too evident. Yet, in his previous life, even upon recognizing the impending crisis, he had merely endured a little longer than most. Zhang Kun recalled that he had perished in early March, by which time over half of the neighbors in his building had already succumbed. The current semblance of calm among the residents stemmed from the widespread illusion that government aid would arrive. However, in reality, such assistance was unattainable. Confronted with natural disasters beyond human control, governments worldwide had long since resigned to their fates. The fact that Huagua could still manage a few key nuclear power plants to supply electricity to major cities was already the limit of government capability. Once they realized that Building 9 had become isolated, the neighbors would swiftly devolve into ravenous beasts in search of sustenance. If memory served, in just a few hours, the higher-ups would announce via television that, due to the low temperatures, the city would cease water supply. This measure was merely the prelude to a descent into chaos. As Zhang Kun pondered this, Lu Weiwei, whom he had previously scolded, unexpectedly sent him a picture. Since their last altercation, she had not reached out, leading Zhang Kun to believe she had learned her lesson. To his surprise, she had now initiated contact again. He opened the chat, and the image that met his eyes was of Lu Weiwei, her brows furrowed, perched before a bowl of instant noodles. The photo lacked any beautification, yet she wore light makeup, appearing quite pitiful. Without comparison, there could be no harm. In contrast to Su Ziqing, even with makeup, Lu Weiwei barely reached the standard of a mere concubine. Su Leiazizi's assessment was accurate. He had indeed been blind to her shortcomings in the past. Is there something you need? Kunkin, are you still upset with your sister? No. Zhang Kun's lips curled upward. Initially, he had been filled with ire, but by the afternoon, much of it had subsided. He truly was no longer angry. Really? It's wonderful that my brother isn't upset. If you were, it would break my heart. But my sister has been eating poorly and sleeping badly. She's looking rather haggard. Kunkin, don't you feel sorry for her? Oh, is that so? Truly, look, my sister has only instant noodles left. You still have instant noodles to eat? Zhang Kun's brow furrowed slightly. Did he inadvertently overlook something when moving items from her home? Lu Weiwei immediately nodded with a pitiful expression. Kunkin, this was given to me by Guochao from downstairs. You have no idea how outrageous that guy is. He actually took advantage of delivering food to me to be overly familiar. Lu Weiwei had expected Zhang Kun to be indignant, rallying to her defense. Yet surprisingly, he showed no reaction, as if watching a low-budget, poorly produced short video devoid of any emotion. He's merely a delivery boy. How could he be worthy of me? Zhang Kun couldn't help but scoff at her words, feeling that Guo Chao's gesture of delivering instant noodles was hardly commendable. Guo, the bicycle you were reluctant to ride, has been peddled by countless others. Thought these instant noodles would be better suited for feeding dogs. Finally, upon witnessing the long-lost smile on Zhang Kun's face, a wretch is always dramatic. Though those provisions were merely exchanged for waste paper and of little quality, it did not mean he could simply give them away, especially to Lu Weiwei's ungrateful family. With a flick of his finger, he typed the 3 words he had long wanted to ask. On what grounds? Chapter 27. Someone wants to tempt me. Oh dear, Kun, what do you mean by that? Haven't you always been a good brother to your sister? If you could share some food with us, do you need me to teach you such obvious truths? Who do you think you're trying to fool here? The other party's face instantly flushed. Kun, why are you so blunt? It's mortifying. Well then, if you bring some food to our house, I might just, oh dear, I can't say it. Unable to articulate, yet capable of engaging in something more intimate in a car. It seems I still hold a prejudice against myself. If you can't say it, then don't. Lu Weiwei? Seeing Zhang Kun's somewhat indifferent reply, Lu Weiwei felt a pang of anxiety. Originally, the food at her home was sufficient to last for half a month if rationed. However, the trouble arose when Zhang Kun began to buy supplies at inflated prices in the group chat. Soon, the prices of food skyrocketed, especially instant noodles, which were both long-lasting and relatively palatable. Her father, Lu Deguet, having spent years trading stocks, had developed a keen eye for market trends, and after observing the situation for several days, he believed it was the perfect time to sell at a high price. He hastily sold 8 barrels of instant noodles, earning the family a whopping 150,000. Although they made a considerable profit, the food supplies at home quickly became insufficient. When they tried to repurchase, they discovered that they had sold at a peak, and that 150,000 could only buy back 3 barrels of noodles. Lu Weiwei had initially considered asking Guochao for some food. However, upon seeing the videos in the group chat, she realized he had stopped delivering and resorted to outright theft, leaving her too intimidated to speak. The last time she had requested half a box of instant noodles from him, he had dragged her into the stairwell, groping her. This time, it was likely she would be forced into becoming his concubine. She had no desire to engage with someone like Guochao. After all, exquisite seafood was reserved for the appreciation of wealthy heirs. At the very least, the other party had to be of a middle-class standing. After much contemplation, she mustered the courage to approach Zhang Kun once more, hoping to procure some food from him. Kun, I mean it. I'm really offering myself to you. In the past, it was my fault for not giving you a chance. But this snow disaster has made me realize that only you truly care for me. I am willing to give myself to you." Her sweet voice echoed in the living room. "Master, the king crab is ready. I've even prepared the shells, so we can dive straight into the meat." Su Ziqing, wearing heat-resistant gloves, emerged from the kitchen carrying a large platter of crab meat to the dining table. After placing the dish down, she brushed back her hair that had fallen over her forehead and casually asked, "Master, who are you chatting with?" "I could hear you from the kitchen." Zhang Kun looked at her, his eyes filled with mirth. This slightly jealous yet unspoken demeanor reminded him so much of his past self as the object of jealousy. This feeling was simply delightful. "Go fetch the bottle opener from the kitchen, and bring back 2 wine glasses as well." When Su Ziqing returned with the glasses, Zhang Kun waved his hand and retrieved a bottle of red wine from his storage. Though not particularly expensive, it was a rare treasure in these times, considering that before the apocalypse, a bottle cost 300 to 500. Zhang Kun, feeling lazy, did not bother to decant it, simply swirling the glass before pouring into 2 goblets. "Sit." He patted his thigh, and Su Ziqing, clad in a t-shirt and shorts, promptly seated herself on his lap. "Join me for a drink." "But I don't know how to drink." "However, I am willing to learn for you." Seeing Su Ziqing eager to win his favor, hastily lifting her glass and gulping down a mouthful, Zhang Kun's smile widened. This wine tastes like fruit juice. Most domestic wines are just grape juice mixed with water and sugar. Adding too much alcohol only raises costs. Isn't that unhealthy? There are plenty of unhealthy things out there, like instant noodles." Upon hearing Zhang Kun's response, Su Ziqing finally relaxed, opting to sip her drink slowly. "Is it good?" Yes." Su Ziqing had just been busy steaming crabs in the kitchen, and though she wore little, she was still glistening with sweat. With her cheeks flushed, sipping the chilled grape wine juice, she felt utterly content. "Is it good enough for you to keep it all to yourself? Feed me." Zhang Kun replied coolly. Just as Su Ziqing reached for the other glass on the coffee table, Zhang Kun gently tapped her hand, signaling her not to drink from it. She looked at him suspiciously, reading something in his gaze, her face turning an even deeper shade of crimson. Yet she obediently took a large sip from her own glass and then leaned towards Zhang Kun, shyly closing her eyes. Zhang Kun chuckled, gently grasping Su Ziqing's delicate chin with his left hand, leaning in to savor the red wine from her mouth. The flavor was exquisite. His right hand was not idle either, as he raised it high, capturing a selfie of the two of them. Click. The sound of the camera shutter jolted Su Ziqing from her daze, causing her to momentarily pull away from Zhang Kun. When she realized it was merely a phone selfie, she raised her hands to rub her flushed cheeks, sighing in relief. "Were you asking who I was chatting with?" It was Lu Weiwei from the 14th floor. "She has been eyeing my good looks, trying to coerce me into revealing everything. So, should I agree or not?" "Absolutely not." Su Ziqing was frightened by Zhang Kun's words, her complexion paling. She suddenly recalled what her university roommate had once told her. Men are like cats that love to stray, always thinking of the next catch after they've had their fill. She had only just moved into Zhang Kun's home. How could a Lu Weiwei suddenly appear? But she soon realized the absurdity of her thoughts. Given her current situation and status, she had neither the qualification nor the ability to stop Zhang Kun. As long as he wished, amidst this snow disaster, he could have countless women's hearts and bodies. "What I mean is, I still want to spend a few more days alone with you. Can we enjoy our time together first?" Seeing Su Ziqing's timid demeanor, carefully avoiding finality in her words, Zhang Kun found it amusing. He reached out to gently scratch her nose. "Well, it's rare that we both think alike, so I plan to send that photo to her. Knowing I have you should deter her from pursuing me any further." "Oh, so that's the plan. How about we take a few more pictures?" Su Ziqing recognized this as the perfect opportunity to assert her claim and naturally wouldn't let it slip away. She leaped into his embrace, holding him tightly. Zhang Kun snapped a few shots, gradually feeling unsatisfied, even his breath becoming heavier. He lightly patted Su Ziqing's back. "Shall we move to the bed for a few more shots?" "But the crabs, we can reheat the crabs later." "It won't matter." Zhang Kun's warm breath brushed against Su Ziqing's neck, causing tiny goosebumps to rise on her fair skin. Her face grew increasingly flushed. She knew that if she wished to enjoy a comfortable time during this snow disaster, she needed to firmly cling to Zhang Kun's side. Therefore, she couldn't easily refuse his demands. Moreover, she herself was quite eager. She leaned closer to Zhang Kun's ear, letting out a soft, mosquito-like hum, mmm. Chapter 28. Do whatever it takes to survive. Lu Weiwei sat alone in her room, her fingers somewhat numb as she blew warm air onto them, hoping to restore their dexterity so she could repeatedly refresh her WeChat messages and avoid missing any replies from Zhang Kun. However, after waiting for an extended period, no messages arrived. Feeling disheartened, she tossed her phone aside and sulked in solitude. Having endured this ordeal, she found herself genuinely admiring Zhang Kun's foresight. While no one could predict the duration of the snow disaster, Zhang Kun had proactively begun purchasing food at inflated prices in their group chat, catching everyone off guard. Many avaricious residents had sold their supplies to him at exorbitant. Yet, just days later, the value of those provisions had skyrocketed. If Zhang Kun chose to sell, he would undoubtedly reap a substantial profit. In the neighborhood mutual aid group, devoid of Zhang Kun's presence, someone initiated an anonymous chain to uncover the extent of Zhang Kun's food stockpile. The results were shocking. Within a mere few days, Zhang Kun had amassed enough food to sustain an ordinary family of 3 for half a year. If she had recognized Zhang Kun's potential sooner and had not held back from confronting him, those provisions would rightly belong in her own refrigerator. That wealthy second-generation driver of a Ferrari was truly a hindrance. Could he not have delayed his arrival at her home by a few days? Buzz. Just as Lu Weiwei was lost in thought, her phone vibrated violently, signaling a new message. It was from Kun. Excitedly, she opened the message, only to be rendered speechless, as if struck by lightning. Zhang Kun had sent a photograph. In the image, he was seated at home. The two were shamelessly kissing. The photo was crystal clear, with red liquid dripping from the corners of their mouths. It appeared to be red wine from a glass on the coffee table. No, how could this be? Who was this woman? Where had she suddenly appeared from? This brazen hussy had no right to seduce the fish she thought she owned. Lu Weiwei instantly felt as if she had painstakingly cultivated a reservoir, only to have a fisherman stealthily reel in the prized catch under the cover of night. Before she could formulate a way to confront Zhang Kun and persuade him to reconsider, her phone buzzed again. A deluge of photos flooded her device, all showcasing Zhang Kun and that wretched woman together. The pair began with affectionate poses on the sofa, but things escalated. As they moved the shoot into the bedroom, their poses becoming increasingly audacious, unmistakably suggestive of an affair. The final image depicted them lying face-to-face in bed. The composition was almost identical to the WeChat profile picture Lu Weiwei had used the day she had kicked Zhang Kun out. The only difference was that the protagonists were no longer Lu Weiwei and that wealthy second-generation scion. Lu Weiwei felt an overwhelming urge to crush her meticulously maintained dental work, and without a second thought, she initiated a video call. After what felt like an eternity, the video finally connected. A fresh-faced girl appeared on the screen, her complexion rosy, yet her twin ponytails appeared slightly disheveled, as if she had just engaged in some vigor. Lu Weiwei recognized her immediately as the woman from the photograph, and her expression darkened. Who are you? And where is Zhang Kun? The girl waved her hand slightly, shifting the phone's camera. It was then that Lu Weiwei realized the girl was nestled in Zhang Kun's embrace. It seemed they were both clad in nothing but a thin blanket. Zhang Kun, you must explain this situation to me. Weren't you the one who said you would always wait for me to come to my senses? Weren't you the one who promised to protect my happiness? Just because I am dating someone else and sharing a room, how dare you bring another woman to provoke me? The louder she screamed, the more Zhang Kun reveled in the thrill of retaliation. Lu Weiwei, what do you mean to me? Do I owe you any explanations? Remember, we are merely neighbors living on the same floor. Refrain from contacting me, lest my girlfriend misunderstand. With that, Zhang Kun leaned in and planted a kiss on Su Ziqing's lips in a show of defiance, and then abruptly disconnected the call. Lu Weiwei was seething with rage. She hurled her phone onto the bed with great force, then, she leapt onto the bed, treating the comforter as if it were Zhang Kun, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Hearing the commotion from her room, Ho Sufan knocked on the door. Weiwei, what on earth are you doing? There isn't much food left at home, so don't make a mess. Otherwise, you'll be starving by tomorrow morning. I know already. Lu Weiwei's furious roar startled Ho Sufan. Be quiet, be quiet. The television has a signal. Upon hearing her father's voice, Lu Weiwei quickly composed herself and stepped out. The television had not shown a signal for many days. Turning it on would typically reveal nothing but static or the classic color television signal test pattern. The sudden appearance of a signal today must indicate that the authorities had an exceptionally important announcement to make. In the current circumstances, it was undoubtedly an announcement regarding disaster relief. Zhang Kun, just you wait. So what if you hoarded some supplies and charmed a woman during the snow disaster? What is there to be so smug about? Once the relief supplies arrive, you will be nothing. That woman will surely cast you aside like I did. Why choose to be human when you could have been a perfectly good dog? Once the snow disaster passes, I will be the first to report your hoarding of supplies and market disruption. I shall ensure the police lock you away for years. As Lu Weiwei contemplated this, she imagined the scene of Zhang Kun being led away in handcuffs. However, upon reaching the living room, she noticed her parents staring at the television with an unusual expression, their faces etched with panic. Mom, Dad, what is wrong? Lu Deguei pointed at the television, urging her to look for herself. The screen was devoid of a host, showing only a few lines of text against a stark white background. Due to a rapid deterioration in weather conditions, the underground water pipes have frozen and will... Have we been abandoned? Does no one care about our lives? How is this fair? How can they treat us like this? Mom, Dad, say something. Lu Deguei and Ho Sufin remained silent, but outside, a cacophony of jubilant cheers erupted from Building 10 across the way. The three of them turned to the window, witnessing flames shooting up from a room in Building 10. A group of young people, clutching beers and drinks, surrounded a bonfire, cheering and rejoicing. Watching their wild revelry, Lu Weiwei felt a chill run down her spine, fear gripping her heart like a vice. She hugged her shoulders tightly, tears streaming down her face. Could it be that this is the end of the world? Chapter 29. Can this also be a casualty? The evening television announcement ignited a frenzy among the homeowners group. Though the message was sparse, its intent was unmistakable. Providing you with nighttime electricity is already the limit of our capabilities. As for the rest, do as you please. In an instant, countless homeowners, grappling with the harsh reality, erupted in outrage against the building manager, Aunt Zhang. 1-1201, Community Committee Zhang, why did the water suddenly stop? Last year, you tricked us into pooling funds for anti-freeze pipes, and now, after just a few days of snow, you want to cut off the water? Is this some kind of joke? 1-1201, Community Committee Zhang, you old dog, weren't you always... Where is the food? The television is broadcasting that there is no rescue at all. 1-1201, Community Committee Zhang, during the rain, you obstructed us from buying supplies, and now that it's snowing, you expect us to just wait at home for death. Have you no conscience? Absolutely. My colleague lives in the next building, and their manager didn't he bother with these trivial matters during the rain. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't he be starving. All I demand a new building manager. This old hag does nothing but turn off the lights while standing around like a useless statue. Our fate cannot rest in her hands. Exactly. Once we elect a new manager, the first order of business should be to hang that old woman named Zhang. If you agree, hit 111. Mother, what do we do? Seeing the neighbors' tirades in the group chat, Aunt Zhang's son wore a mournful expression, utterly at a loss. Aunt Zhang lay snugly beneath her thick comforter, enveloped in the warmth of an electric blanket, her room filled with various vacuum-sealed food items. On New Year's Day, upon witnessing Zhang Kun and the group purchasing food at exorbitant prices, the perishables were sold to Zhang Kun by her son. She took a bite of the apple in her hand, snorted in disdain, somewhat displeased with her ineffectual son. What is there to panic about? Let them curse all they want. Are they going to storm into our home and steal our food? They're just a bunch of gullible fools. They can't win a fight, so why should we fear them in an argument? If you had even half the gumption I do, you would have already passed the civil service exam and at least be a deputy director by now. Having said this, Aunt Zhang cleared her throat and initiated a voice message in the group. I was merely following the directives from above, never intending for things to escalate to this point. How dare you all place the blame solely on an old woman like me? Do you not know the importance of respecting the elderly and nurturing the young? And if I hadn't stopped you from buying food, would you have not bought it anyway? Am I to be blamed for you wanting to jump off the roof? Do you want to queue up on the rooftop for a mass suicide? Truly laughable. Her utterly unrepentant attitude only fueled the neighbors' anger further. With their minds set on electing a new building manager, any hope of reconciliation had vanished. However, Sparring verbally with these ineffectual neighbors proved to be an amusing diversion. Watching them bark like dogs was merely a way to alleviate the boredom brought on by the snowstorm. After all, they were like grasshoppers in autumn, with little time left to hop about. How dare you, old hag? Come out and face us. Don't hide in your home like a coward. I'm furious. Whoever can take her down, I will vote for them as the new manager. Rest assured, if you die, I won tea. In an effort to demonstrate her well-being to the furious neighbors, Aunt Zhang even posted a selfie of herself holding an apple. You old dog. I am nearly eating dirt, and you still have fruit to eat. As the former manager, can't you share some food? Where is your sense of responsibility? Didn't you always shout about serving the people? The people in our building are starving. Aunt Zhang smirked with satisfaction. Who cares? It's none of my business. The atmosphere in the group chat reached a boiling point. In stark contrast to the chaos online, Zhang Kun and Su Ziqing had risen once more, peacefully enjoying their dinner. To preserve the crab's natural flavor, Su Ziqing opted for the most primal cooking method, steaming. The crabs were too large to fit in a single pot. After considerable effort, she managed to chop off several legs and place them in the lower tier of the steamer before they were finally cooked. By the time they exited the bedroom, the crab body and legs were still warm, requiring no reheating. This marked the first experience with king crab for both of them. Zhang Kun, having recently indulged in an Australian lobster, maintained a semblance of composure, while Su Ziqing, who had never encountered seafood before, found herself irresistibly tempted as she steamed the crab in the kitchen. To enhance the flavor, she even added a touch of steamed fish soy sauce on the crab meat. As they sat at the table, the rich aroma of crab meat mingled with soy sauce wafted through the air. Although the system's rewards for Zhang Kun were not live animals, the lobster and king crab tasted as if they had just been freshly caught, indistinguishable from those killed on the spot. Master, let us eat. Zhang Kun, feeling no need for formality, reached out to grab the thickest crab leg. In the safety of their shelter, where no harm could befall them, he had no worries about Su Ziqing tampering with the food. Besides, she wasn't foolish. If anything happened to him, she would be left to starve alone in the room. He pried open the steaming red shell, revealing the vibrant red and white crab meat, and couldn't resist taking a bite. The succulent crab meat danced in his mouth, bouncing against his teeth and tongue. He simply couldn't stop. Not only was the meat springy, but the flavor was simply divine. The previous Australian lobster had already made Zhang Kun feel as though he had tasted a delicacy beyond this world. He never expected this king crab to surpass it in flavor. Ziqing, your cooking skills are impressive. Where did you learn this? I picked it up from a cookbook in the school library. I saw king crab mentioned in it. Having never tasted seafood before, Su Ziqing possessed an unexpected obsession with gourmet food. Famished from the day's activities and having spent so long assisting Zhang Kun, she sat down to this feast, completely disregarding her image, clutching 3 crab legs as if someone might snatch them away. As she opened and closed her mouth, she devoured an entire crab leg. Watching her guard her food so fiercely, Zhang Kun couldn't help but wonder if the person who had shared food with him each day was truly her. Slow down. No one is trying to take it from you. Whimper. Thank you, master. Su Ziqing looked up at Zhang Kun, her eyes glistening with sparkling tears. After consuming some more crab meat, Zhang Kun set his food aside and began scrolling through his phone. Upon discovering that the neighbors were bickering over an apple, he couldn't help but chuckle internally. If these people knew he was upstairs enjoying king crab, they would surely explode with rage. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. Lu Weiwei from downstairs had just sent a message in the group. Not only does Aunt Zhang deserve punishment, Zhang Kun, who was purchasing food at outrageous prices in the group, should not escape unscathed. He is at home, cuddling with a beauty while drinking red wine. Immediately, a photo of Zhang Kun sipping wine with Su Ziqing was shared by Lu Weiwei. Looking at his handsome photo, Zhang Kun couldn't help but feel a bit disheartened. I am just at home enjoying a little wine and crab, and now I'm caught in the crossfire. Chapter 30. Amused by the clowns among us. Wow! This guy is living far too lavishly. I wish I could hold a beauty and get drunk just once. By the way, who is this beauty? I've hardly seen her before. How could you not know? She is the granddaughter of old Su from the 15th floor, a brilliant student from the medical school. TSK. Why is he wearing just a t-shirt at home? I always wear a down jacket when I'm indoors. Yeah, what the hell? Is that picture fake? Exactly. Don't let it be like that last little video. We got all excited only to find it was photoshopped. Having learned from past experiences, the crowd began to doubt Lu Weiwei's words. Lu Weiwei froze, utterly taken aback that a casual excuse she had made up was now being used against her. These fools, they refused to believe what they should, yet they drool over what they shouldn't. It serves them right to suffer in the cold and hunger at home. After contacting Zhang Kun, Lu Weiwei's emotions had been soaring, and now she was cursing this group of foolish neighbors in her mind. Having just seen the announcement from the television station, she was in a daze. It wasn't until she noticed the commotion among the neighbors in the group that she thought to use their outrage to turn against Zhang Kun. However, upon calming down and reflecting on their pointed observations, she realized something was off. Even with the power on at night, her home was still around -10 degrees. It was rather chilly even in a down jacket. How could Zhang Kun and that vixen be comfortable in merely a t-shirt and shorts? This was clearly unscientific. Yet, as she glanced outside at the snow still falling, could everything she was experiencing truly be explained by science? If she were to calculate based on scientific methods, with her skills and techniques, she would have long since married into wealth. I swear the picture is absolutely real. It was a selfie Zhang Kun sent me. Moreover, I just video called him, and for some reason, his house really did look warm. Lu Weiwei isn't lying. I saw Zhang Kun pull that girl into his house with my own eyes today. Since the robbery video had been posted, instantly, Lu Weiwei's words gained credibility. 1-1501. Zhang Kun, come out and explain what is going on. Why is your home so warm? Zhang Kun, you're still young, but don't just think about lying flat and enjoying life. That will lead your life into mediocrity too soon. Let us switch places. I've been a workshop director my entire life. It's my turn to enjoy. If it's truly so warm, you ought to invite the neighbors in your build. How can you be so selfish, enjoying alone at home? Little Zhang, do you remember? I held you when you were a child. You must let Uncle Yang in to warm up. It's only fair that we go in first. IVE already registered. My husband and I are Moors, you can't cut in line. Zhang Kun, don't mind those so-called Moors. They were the ones who insisted on moving into your home, and as the building manager, I helped you coordinate that. You owe me that favor. Let me and my son move into your place. Old dog, what are you saying? Watching the neighbors bicker over who could enter his home, Zhang Kun couldn't help but smirk. Family, who understands? He initially wanted to quietly observe how the neighbors struggled with a bag of rice up several flights of stairs. Yet, he found himself unexpectedly drawn into the fray. He casually handed his phone to Su Ziqing, who was blissfully enjoying her meal nearby. What do you think? Should I invite them in? In the midst of battling the last crab leg, Su Ziqing glanced at the messages flooding the group. Upon discovering the screen filled with requests to move into Zhang Kun's home, her brow furrowed, and her lips pouted involuntarily. She had genuinely believed that if everyone worked together, they could weather the storm. That was why she had attempted to rally support for the robbed Zhou Haiyan in the group. However, the responses from the crowd left her disheartened. It was precisely their indifference that allowed the robbers to take advantage. Otherwise, how could she have found herself in such a perilous situation? Now, should she still help these indifferent people? Su Ziqing hesitated, even forgetting to chew the delightful crab meat in her mouth. Suddenly, a new message popped up in the group, causing her pretty brows to furrow even more. All I propose that if Zhang Kun's house is truly so warm, then all residents of our building should collectively claim his home. We should elect who gets to live there. Absolutely. Support. Agreed. Watching one neighbor after another eagerly express their intentions to bypass the homeowner and practically move in at once, Zhang Kun was right. In a disaster, the human heart is not to be trusted. She clenched the crab leg in her hand, her gaze hardening. I refuse. Why? Because it's not worth it. It seemed this girl had indeed undergone a transformative maturation in every sense after stepping into his home. He was far less concerned about what the neighbors in the group had to say. In contrast, he valued Su Ziqing's thoughts more. If she were to cling to a messianic desire to save everyone, keeping her in his home would be akin to harboring a ticking time bomb. Should Su Ziqing dare to propose allowing the neighbors into their safe haven, even though they had already become intimate, Zhang Kun would unhesitatingly cast her out. Yet, seeing her steadfast gaze, akin to a dog guarding its food, Zhang Kun went to the coffee table, poured a glass of red wine, and handed it to her. Here, let us toast. To celebrate your coming of age. Clink. Retrieving his phone, Zhang Kun looked at the image of their glasses clinking together, quite pleased to include the king crab on the table in the frame. If they were to compete, he certainly couldn't be outdone by Aunt Zhang, who was merely holding an apple. With a flick of his finger, he sent the photo to the homeowner group. Originally wanting to observe these hypocritical neighbors struggle as ordinary people in the face of calamity, now that they had come knocking at his door, he decided to drop the pretense. I am laying my cards on the table. Wow. His house is indeed very warm. Look, they're both just wearing a t-shirt at home. Damn it. They seem to have meat to eat. What kind of meat is that on the table? It looks delicious. Wine. There's really wine. Zhang Kun, show some kindness and give me a glass to warm myself. Why beg him for anything? Hurry and demand he hand over the house. Right. Zhang Kun, the majority rules, you must quickly hand over your house and food. You've enjoyed enough for so many days. Now it's our turn to bear the brunt. Exactly. Get out of your house, Zhang. Seeing the neighbor's clownish remarks in the group, Zhang Kun felt no anger, only laughter. If conditions allowed, he truly wished to send each neighbor a deck of playing cards, for within it lay their colorful photos and black and white copies. Clearing his throat, he casually retorted, on what grounds? Chapter 31. The request for the building manager to face death. Zhang Kun's calm demeanor instantly stirred the nerves of everyone in the group. What do you mean, on what grounds? Zhang Kun, do you not possess any sense of public morality? Have you thrown aside the traditional values of respecting the elderly in Huagua? Moreover, we are not like those uncouth mower people, demanding to live off others without paying. Don't think we are unaware. The majority of the neighbors in this building have shared their food with you, haven't they? For the sake of your 2 pounds of eggs, my already modest family situation has— What a shameless individual. Aunt Zhang was the first to fire back. She always stood on the moral high ground, the valiant warrior who shot first. Although Zhang Kun had received food from his neighbors, it was a straightforward transaction of money for goods. No one could find fault with that. Yet, with a few words from her aging lips, it transformed into the narrative that Zhang Kun was taking tremendous advantage of them. Once someone took the lead, others naturally followed suit. Indeed. Zhang Kun, I have given you several buckets of instant noodles. You cannot forget my kindness. Yes, Zhang Kun. It's fine if you don't let us stay at your home, but you must return my bread. Absolutely not. You not only have to return what you took from us, but you must also allow us to live in your home. Zhang Laoding, why do you have to belittle us? Is it not a traditional virtue of Huagua to care for and empathize with the difficulties faced by international friends? Zhang Kun, say something. The lives of the mower people matter too. You must save them equally. The demands from the neighbors in the group quickly became increasingly absurd. The level of absurdity was comparable to the comedic skits of the Spring Festival Gala, yet the desire to laugh at this moment, Su Ziqing had secured the final victory in her battle against the crabs. After washing her hands, she picked up her phone to scroll through the messages in the group. Upon witnessing their increasingly ridiculous statements, her brow furrowed into a tight knot. Master, didn't you purchase all that food? It was a willingly made transaction. On what grounds can they say such things about you? Zhang Kun, however, remained unfazed, pulling her onto the sofa, urging Su Ziqing to massage his legs while he chuckled and explained, let them say what they wish. It serves to entertain us. On a snowy day, it's quite pleasant to witness a monkey show without stepping outside, isn't it? But seeing them speak so about you, master, it makes me angry. Su Ziqing's hands did not cease their motion, but her chest heaved with indignation. Zhang Kun merely smiled nonchalantly, continuing to peruse the messages on his phone. Fine wine is delightful, but moderation is key. Life stretches ahead, and if he were to dwell on having Su Ziqing recline all day, he would surely come to scorn himself. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. A private message had arrived. It was from the woman who had previously claimed to be a night companion for 2000. Brother Kun, our previous collaboration was quite enjoyable. Would you care to engage in a deeper exchange with me? Although I may not be as lovely as the sister in your room, a change of flavor can be a delightful option. The woman's voice was both tremulous and sultry, and her hands resting on Zhang. Oh, feeling jealous, are we? Apologies, but we have too much seafood at home. I can't finish it all at once. Perhaps another time. As soon as Zhang Kun's words fell, the pressure of the massage returned to its previous gentleness. Go wash the dishes. Zhang Kun was acutely aware that, thanks to his secure abode and the supplies and storage, he would attract many women during the apocalypse. While Su Ziqing was indeed beautiful and charming, having only one companion could feel rather solitary. He needed more players for a game of landlords. Thus, he intended to gently test Su Ziqing's temperament. Times have changed. Even in the apocalypse, should he manage to establish a harem, it would contribute to the continuation of humanity. Therefore, Zhang Kun did not mind if women vied for his affection. However, daring to show him a scornful face was absolutely unacceptable. Although Su Ziqing felt a bit stifled, she complied and went about her tasks. Zhang Kun's words, though somewhat ambiguous, were also meant for her ears. It seemed that he still held a place for her in his heart. To sulk over unrelated matters with her master was truly uncalled for. Aunt Zhang had been vehemently criticizing Zhang Kun in the group for 2 hours, and her tirade continued into the late hours of the night. This could not be blamed solely on her. The recent snow disaster had deprived her of her beloved square dancing, and with no familiar dance partners in sight, her pin-up energy had nowhere to go, making her feel as if she might explode. As midnight approached, after sipping from her thermos of hot water, Aunt Zhang lay on her cozy electric blanket, yet she still felt no warmth. He wasn't that the blanket was faulty. Rather, upon seeing photos of Zhang Kun's home, she realized they were living in greater comfort than she was, and the heating appliances in her own home suddenly seemed less appealing. It is not the plight of neighbors that one fears, but rather their prosperity. This truth is timeless. Damn Zhang Kun. I must find a way to move into their home. As she pondered this, a sudden commotion erupted from the living room. Donghai. What are you doing awake? You need to rise early tomorrow to tackle the civil service exam questions. I've told you countless times. Once this snow disaster passes, many positions will become available, and with fewer applicants, you might just get in. Why can't you grasp the importance of this? Oh, came her son's dull response from outside the bedroom door. This child had been preparing for the civil service exam for so long, without success, that he had nearly turned into a bookworm. Once the snow disaster was over, it would be wise to send him to a training institute in Korea, lest he continue to irritate her every day, Aunt Zhang thought to herself. However, at that moment, the doorknob of the locked bedroom began to turn. Donghai. Bang! This time, no one spoke. Instead, a foot flew from outside the door, forcefully breaking the lock. Aunt Zhang was taken aback, and upon turning on the bedside lamp, she immediately spotted Guochao standing at the door with a sullen expression, his icy gaze sweeping over the room filled with supplies, saying nothing. Through the gap behind him, she clearly saw that her own security door had been opened. Not even a dog could guard against it. Donghai, we've been robbed. What are you doing? Come quickly. Guochao stepped aside, and Aunt Zhang then saw her son Donghai being restrained by Zhou Ren and Wang Shoujuan, wearing only a thin shirt, kneeling on the living room floor. What are you doing? Is there no rule of law? I am a member of the neighborhood committee. I am the building manager. Oh, then if I dispose of you, I will become the building manager. Guochao's face contorted into a sinister smile, appearing particularly menacing under the light. Guochao, are you insane? Such actions will lead to your arrest and execution in the future. Get out now, and I promise not to hold your actions against you. If you truly lack food, I can even spare you a little. Before she could finish her sentence, Guochao swiftly advanced and slapped her across the face twice. Oh, you delivery man, how dare you hit me? I not only dare to hit you, but I also hope you will die soon. Crash! The sliding door to the balcony was suddenly flung open by Wang Shoujuan, and the howling cold wind mixed with snowflakes rushed into the bedroom. Aunt Zhang barely had time to react before Guochao dragged her out of her warm bed and onto the balcony. Following this, her son Donghai was also kicked onto the balcony. As the balcony door was shut from the inside, Aunt Zhang and her son Donghai could only huddle together in the frigid wind, trembling uncontrollably. Guochao brought over a chair and began to eat the canned goods he had scavenged from Aunt Zhang's room, bite by bite. Shoujuan, make sure you record this clearly. I want the scoundrels in the building to see that disobedience leads to this fate. Understood? Chapter 32. Guochao, the master of strategy. The following dawn, all the residents of the building were left trembling in fear, deeply shaken by a video circulating in the owners group. In the footage, the former building leader, Aunt Zhang, and her beloved son Donghai were seen on their balcony, clad in thin nightgowns, having succumbed to the bitter cold. If their demise had merely been from freezing, the intimidation factor would have been minimal. After days of a severe snow disaster, even the most isolated individuals could glean reports of frozen bodies from various WeChat groups. The crucial aspect, however, was that Guo Chao and his group of psychopaths, in a grotesque display to prove the mother and son were indeed lifeless, had ventured outside to dismember their remains. Despite the two nearly 300 pounds of flesh being frozen solid, not a single drop of blood was shed. Yet, the sight of the gruesome pile of red and white frozen meat on the ground left the majority of the residents utterly petrified. Accompanying the video, Guo Chao posted a message in the group. From this moment forth, I, Guo Chao, shall be the new leader of Building 9. Those who submit to me shall receive food and assurance of their survival. Those who defy me will be regarded as enemies. The fate of the Zhang family will serve as their example. I will not hesitate to storm into your homes, seize your provisions, and take away your women if necessary. I shall use your corpses as sustenance for the rest. If you disagree, I shall pay you a visit when I am prepared. Such declarations, had they been made prior to the snow disaster, would have seemed utterly outrageous. Yet now, as the residents were rattled by the notifications from the television, those who had clamored for a new election for the building leader yesterday felt only terror, failing to recognize the absurdity of the situation. Moreover, the relentless snowstorm had depleted much of the residents' food reserves. With water also cut off, it was the final straw that broke the camel's back for many. With rescue efforts nowhere in sight, survival now hinged solely on their own resolve. There were always those who understood this grim reality, and inevitably, some would capitulate easily. 1. I disagree. Among the residents declaring their submission, Zhang Kun's voice of refusal stood out sharply. Upon noticing it was Zhang Kun who sent the message, Guo Chao's mind conjured an image of Zhang Kun's smug face. Yet, aside from his simmering hatred, he felt utterly powerless. After all, that scoundrel possessed a firearm. But to remain silent would be tantamount to admitting defeat before everyone else. Resolving this dilemma, he could only respond to Zhang Kun, "Fine. Once I run out of food, I will be sure to come looking for you." The threat was unmistakable. Fortunately, not all residents were as stubborn as Zhang Kun. Soon, after weighing the pros and cons, the others began to express their allegiance. Witnessing the flood of ones in the group, Wang Shoujuan and Zhou Ren couldn't contain their exhilaration. Though Guo Chao maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, his heart raced with excitement. Honestly, seeing the once high and mighty property owners bowing to him, a mere delivery worker, was even more thrilling than the time he had groped Lu Weiwei in the stairwell. Last night, when he saw a resident suggest hanging Aunt Zhang, his mind immediately concocted a plan to replace her, adding an element of intimidation to the mix. Now, these city dwellers, who would scream at the sight of a cockroach or rat, had finally succumbed to the most primal form of brutality. Wang Shoujuan, create a new group and include everyone who responded with 1, tallying their numbers along with their families. Inform them we will distribute food based on headcount. Once that's done, have each household send a man to assemble here. Zhou Ren, help Wang Shoujuan by noting who hasn't joined the group besides Zhang Kun. Make sure to remember their apartment numbers. Later, we'll pay a visit to a couple of households. Remember to record the entire process. I want them to know that my words are not to be taken lightly. Wang Shoujuan and Zhou Ren nodded, ready to act, but then realized something was amiss. Brother Chao, are we truly distributing food? What if there are too many people and Aunt Zhang's supplies aren't sufficient? Guo Chao sneered, I think you're still full from last night. Do you think you can earn delivery fees without making any deliveries? If they want to risk their lives for me, why should I feed them? Zhou Ren's eyes lit up as he slapped his thigh. Exactly. Furthermore, if they don't perform well, we should impose fines. Late arrivals, bad reviews, wrong orders. Let us penalize them severely. Make them work for nothing. In that instant, he felt that the boomerang that had once struck him was finally poised to smash down on others instead. All right, we're not mate 1. Let us not go to extremes, Guo Chao said with a cold laugh, yet his thoughts were far more sinister. This plan was one he could not share with anyone. Not even with Wang Shoujuan and Zhou Ren, who had been by his side, could he reveal a single detail, for he was orchestrating a grand strategy. Every individual was merely a pawn in his game. Guo Chao understood all too well that relying solely on the supplies at hand to sustain the first-floor residents was nothing but a fool's dream. The only viable course of action was to gather all the inhabitants of the building and persuade them to seize Zhang Kun's apartment. At that point, as this group of cannon fodder drew Zhang Kun's fire, his ammunition would be rapidly depleted. Once the fodder was sufficiently diminished, Zhang Kun's shotgun would fall silent, and it would be Guo Chao's moment to shine. He merely needed to find an opportunity to bring Lu Weiwei along and enter Zhang Kun's apartment 1501 together. By then, not only could he enjoy the company of Lu Weiwei, but after eliminating Zhang Kun, He could also keep a girl even more alluring than Lu Weiwei. Apartment 1501 would become their Eden, and Guo Chao would be Adam among them. All they needed to do was wait in their warm Eden until the snow disaster passed. Imagining the two women swirling around him ignited a fervent flame within Guo Chao's heart. Zhang Kun. Prepare to meet your demise. Achoo. Zhang Kun awoke with a start, suddenly sneezing and feeling a chill wash over him. Looking down, he discovered that the thin quilt had been commandeered by Su Ziqing, who lay beside him, snugly wrapped around. Ah, the S-shaped beauty was indeed confirmed. Yet, Zhang Kun felt a twinge of frustration. Last night, he had intended to embrace Su Ziqing for a simple night's rest, nurturing their bond. However, it hadn't taken long before things became more passionate. He was still too young, lacking the self-restraint. But continuing down this path was not a solution. Though it was commonly said that stir-fried noodles shouldn't be seasoned with MSG, Zhang Kun could empathize with the suffering of those who craved it when passion reached its peak. Who could possibly endure this? Thankfully, he had brought back a significant stash of medicine from the drug warehouse, including emergency contraception. Otherwise, if something went awry and resulted in an unwanted pregnancy, it would spell trouble in this apocalyptic world. As he gazed at Su Ziqing's exquisite profile, still lost in slumber, Zhang Kun chose not to wake her. Instead, he completed his system check-in on the bed. Today's rewards were astonishing. A full 2 boxes of grenades. It seemed he was on the verge of becoming a true weapon master. After skimming through the grenade usage instructions, Zhang Kun quietly descended to the living room treadmill and jogged for 5 kilometers. Although he wouldn't be injured in the safe house, he firmly believed that exercise was beneficial for both mind and body. Moreover, research in exercise medicine indicated that endurance activities engaging the arms and core greatly enhanced nighttime quality of life. Times had changed. When he was alone at home, feeling a bit down was inconsequential now, with a little creature trailing behind him calling him Master. He had to ensure both mouths were well fed. After finishing his workout, he finally remembered to check his phone to see what his neighbors had been discussing the previous night. However, after scrolling for a while, he found nothing but residents posting ones, leaving him utterly bewildered. Just as he was about to exit WeChat, the previous girl messaged him again. Kunkin Gidge, be careful. I feel the new building leader is plotting against you. Chapter 33. How did you get involved? The new floor leader? Zhang Kun was taken aback. Having gone to bed early the previous night, he had missed the opportunity to witness the selection of the new floor leader. Moreover, why had they not chosen him? Did he, Zhang Kun, inherently lack the qualities of a leader? Fortunately, the young lady who charged 2,000 for an overnight stay was not only perceptive but also empathetic. She proactively sent him the video of Aunt Zhang succumbing to the cold. The footage was indeed somewhat brutal, yet for someone like Zhang Kun, who had endured an apocalypse, the level of cruelty had room for enhancement. It could certainly be more harrowing. For instance, they could have severed Aunt Zhang's and her son's arms and legs while they were half frozen. The biting cold would have facilitated rapid blood loss, allowing them to witness their own dismemberment, thereby amplifying the psychological torment. The young lady's WeChat notifications buzzed incessantly, accompanied by screenshots of Guo Chao's comments in their group chat. Brother Kun, the food reserves in the building are dwindling. The new floor leader appears to be quite ruthless, and I suspect he will target you next. Moreover, the water supply has already been halted. Do you have enough water at home, Brother Kun? Would you like me to keep an eye on the floor leader's movements? When they let their guard down, I could call you to gather some snow and ice to bring home? Zhang Kun chuckled in response. Why would you assist me? Because I know you have plenty of food, Brother Kun. I just want to ensure that when times get tough, you might take care of me. Upon hearing her reply, Zhang Kun refrained from further inquiries. However, he did instruct her to monitor Guo Chao and the others' actions. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked up to find Su Ziqing, unbeknownst to him, had already woken up and was peering curiously at him from the bedroom door. Is there something you need? Brother Kun, I wanted to prepare something for you, but I couldn't find any noodles in the kitchen last night. Just call me Master. Refrain from imitating those flashy, shameless women outside. All right, Master Kun, Zhang Kun. How did you even come up with that? It sounds rather charming. Never mind, call me whatever you wish. He waved his hand and retrieved 2 packets of non-fried egg noodles from his storage space. Unsatisfied with their appearance, he then pulled out a dozen eggs and 2.5 pounds of pork belly. Take these, make something delicious later. Okay. Upon seeing the well-marbled pork belly, Su Ziqing's eyes lit up. She dashed to gather the items and promptly disappeared into the kitchen. Soon, the rhythmic sound of knives striking the cutting board resonated, a most delightful melody. Zhang Kun couldn't help but lick his lips. Self-restraint, self-restraint. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also so considerate and obedient. Surely, he ought to reward her with a lovely chef's outfit. Su Ziqing's presence was undoubtedly a challenge to his resolve. However, Zhang Kun also noticed Su Ziqing's palpable hostility towards the sounds emanating from his phone, as if she feared he might be ensnared by that woman he had never even met. Did he truly appear to be the sort of man who would become infatuated with someone like that? The remnants of Wei Wu's legacy were infuriating. Feeling somewhat bored while waiting for Su Ziqing to finish cook before long, having studied the combos, he watched as his chosen character, 0 degrees, froze his computer opponent into a solid block of ice before swinging his axe to decapitate them. He then lifted the severed head, shattered it into pieces. It was a seamless performance, as he observed the gory spectacle light up the screen. Accompanied by the sound of blood splattering, Zhang Kun found the graphics far superior to the short videos Guochao and his group had filmed. If only Guochao could glean the essence of the game. As long as he didn't provoke Zhang Kun, he could easily become the leader of a small district, if not more. Guochao was indeed a man of his word. Those willing to obey him were soon added to a new group. He used food as bait, quickly rallying a dozen young individuals who had exhausted their supplies. Guochao instructed them to convene at Aunt Zhang's residence for a meeting. Holding a stack of neatly organized notes prepared by Zhou Ran, he addressed the timid crowd with an impassive expression. Florida does not harbor idlers, and neither does Building 9. I do have food here, but it will not be given away freely. To obtain food from me, you must prove your worth. The list in my hand contains the names of those homeowners who refuse to obey me. I will randomly select 2 households, and we will set out together. Upon your return, each of you must bear witness to bloodshed. This will serve as your proof of entitlement to my provisions, understood? With the title of floor leader, Guochao's demeanor had indeed transformed dramatically. Every gesture exuded confidence and authority, causing the newcomers to avert their gazes in trepidation. Upon finishing his speech, only one bewildered youth dared to question. Floor leader, this is not what we agreed upon. Wasn't it stated in the group that as long as we acknowledged you as the leader, we would receive food? Guochao shot him a glare, his expression still unwavering. Does disobeying my commands equate to acknowledgement? But you are inciting us. There, 2 piles of dismembered flesh still vaguely retained human form, quietly heaped in a corner. Look closely, food is what I acquired by killing others. What right do you have to play the virtuous here? If you want to eat your fill without getting your hands dirty, you are merely being hypocritical. Were it not for our current need for manpower, I would have you report to the former floor leader, Aunt Zhang, immediately. Guochao had no intention of harming him. He merely sought to establish his authority. Seeing the young man rendered mute, he released his grip, casually wiping the frozen saliva from the boy's face. If you don't want to do this, then leave at once. I won't stop you, but I assure you, those who walk away will soon find themselves on my list. The group exchanged glances, and not a single person chose to leave. They understood well that returning home equated to certain death. Following Guochao might just afford them a slim chance of survival. However, this path would inevitably lead to the demise of others. But at a time like this, whose life mattered more than their own, let us do this. Let us survive the present first. All right, I hereby announce the targets for our impending assault. Unit 502 of Building 2, and Unit 603 of Building 1. Let us move out, remember. If you fail to eliminate others, you will starve. It's as simple as that. Guards, ensure the entire operation is recorded. I want to review it afterward. Understood. Leading the throng, Guochao strode confidently at the forefront, exuding an air of inscrutable authority. The first wave of pawns was already set in motion. Upon their triumphant return, the ranks under his command would only swell further. As long as he had sufficient manpower to encircle Zhang Kun's residence, it was only a matter of time before it would belong to him. With this thought, a glimmer of triumph flickered in Guochao's eyes. Chapter 34. The nature of humanity to bolster team morale and achieve a resounding success right from the outset. Guochao selected 2 households to target, and the difficulty of infiltrating them was rather minimal. Unit 603 housed a retired official and a middle-aged female caretaker. Their children had long since emigrated abroad, and it was rumored that their troublesome granddaughter frequently posted photos of her grandfather online, constantly insinuating corruption, which had previously stirred quite a scandal. Since they all resided within the same unit, the The group naturally gravitated here first. Wang Shoujuan was tasked with recording the events, while Zhou Run was responsible for opening the door. In mere moments, the seemingly sturdy security door was deftly pried open by Zhou Rand. He tucked away his tools and stepped aside, awaiting the newcomers to charge in and showcase their prowess. However, at the pivotal moment, the throng of novices hesitated, each reluctant to be the first to enter. Ultimately, they were merely ordinary individuals who had seldom encountered real peril. When faced with potential violence, they were more akin to onlookers than participants. Who could have foreseen that it was now their turn to become the aggressors? Taking that first step was, for them, an insurmountable challenge. Damn it, you worthless fools. Get in there. Guo Chao, growing impatient, seized the closest diminutive man and thrust him through the doorway. Who are you? Came the woman's startled exclamation, followed by the cacophony of overturned furniture and shattered dishes. Intermittently, one could hear the woman's piercing cries for help and the elderly man's stern reprimands. Get moving. What are you waiting for? If they don't die, it's you who will starve. Wang Shoujuan raised his phone high to record, brandishing a gleaming kitchen knife with the other hand, gesturing frantically behind him. Let us go. Fight back. Someone's rallying cry ignited a flurry of movement, as figures surged into the open room. 1, 2, many. The young men, steeling themselves, followed one after another, their last vestiges of rationality evaporating. They pressed on, all in the name of survival, without a hint of trepidation. Guo Chao and his companions were the last to enter. Upon stepping inside, both were taken aback. The room was extravagantly furnished, clearly a notch above Aunt Zhang's residence. A whole wall was lined with premium liquors, including Feiyan Mutai and Louis XIII. Guo Chao picked up a bottle of fragrant Mutai and gave it a casual shake. It felt heavy, unmistakably full. A cursory glance revealed that the value of this wall of spirits alone was no less than several $100,000. Before he could examine the remaining bottles, the newcomers had already subdued the retired official. It was evident that the wealthy were indeed different. Even the hired caretaker, though shaken, still bore a hint of grace, reminiscent of a woman in her prime. Bro, I think the online rumors were conservative. This is definitely not mere suspicion of corruption. This is outright corruption. How could a supposedly upright official have such a plethora of fine spirits at home? Wang Shoujuan exclaimed, recording the wall with his phone. Let us not jump to conclusions. Perhaps their ancestors were farmers, and they've become enamored with fine wines, Guo Chao retorted with a cold chuckle, pulling up a chair to sit before the kneeling official. Old man, tell me, have you been corrupt or not? The elderly man, who had lived a life of ease and authority, having wielded power and even faced war, found himself at a loss against the onslaught of youth. He trembled, his former commanding presence shattered, murmuring, no. There have been announcements from the Bureau. Why are you still harping on this? No. Then how do you explain all this alcohol? It was a gift. Wang Shoujuan could no longer contain his frustration and kicked the old man, exclaiming, damn it. Why don't you just say you found it on the street? This, how can one claim it's corruption in the line of duty? The old man faltered, caught off guard by the questions that even the disciplinary committee would overlook in everyday matters. Observing his demeanor, Guo Chao brushed his hand across the old man's neck, signaling the others, brothers, don't feel guilty. We are acting on behalf of justice, understand? The newcomers, upon entering this room, recognized that there was no turning back. They could only grit their teeth and follow Guo Chao down this dark path. With a newfound rationale, they found a way to justify their actions. Indeed, they believed they were executing divine justice. Today, they were merely ridding the ranks of officials of a parasite. With this thought in mind, the group clenched their jaws and picked up their weapons, launching a relentless assault on the elderly man. A single blow sent the retired official sprawling to the ground. Then, a rain of chairs and benches fell upon his head in a frenzy. It was not until 10 minutes had passed that the old man finally breathed his last. The gruesome scene left the caretaker pale and trembling, her voice hoarse from screaming. But when she saw the bloodied men turn their gaze towards her, she realized she should refrain from drawing attention. Noticing her undeniable charm, Zhou Run rubbed his hands together, sheepishly appealing to Guo Chao. Bro, I've been abstinent for so long. How about you let me have this girl? Wang Shoujuan, seeing Zhou Run speak up, hastily interrupted his recording. Bro, you can't be unfair. I haven't indulged either. Why should only Zhou get a reward? Guo Chao nodded, gesturing towards the bedroom, a sly grin spreading across his face. Why don't you both go together? Hearing Guo Chao's words, The two men's faces lit up with joy as they hoisted the incapacitated caretaker and made their way into the bedroom. Observing the men who had just participated in a murder, Guo pointed towards the bedroom and said coolly, "You all have performed admirably. As long as you remain steadfast in following me, I assure you that you will not be wronged. Moreover, we are only punishing those who deserve it, individuals whom the law cannot touch, thus it falls upon us to enact justice." Having studied human resource management in college, but that caretaker seems innocent. Isn't this a bit excessive? A young man, who had previously voiced dissent at Aunt Zhang's residence, spoke up again. As someone took the lead, the other men began to display uncertainty. To them, killing for food was already an egregious act, and now, openly allowing such behavior among their ranks. Wasn't that akin to banditry? Guo raised an eyebrow, taking in the He approached the young man who had questioned him, without a word, swiftly producing a gleaming dagger that he plunged directly into the young man's chest. The young man, utterly unprepared for such a fatal consequence. Innocent, are they? I beg to differ. What are you all standing around for? Go search the room for food, and I will handle the distribution. As he observed his subordinates, like startled birds, frantically rummaging through the room, Guo finally withdrew the dagger from the young man's chest, wiping the blood on his down jacket before stowing it away. He suddenly recalled a phrase once uttered by his university professor. People are inherently wretched. Chapter 35. Lu Weiwei takes action. On the third floor of each building in the community, there exists a spacious landing. Residents of the same building can use this landing to access other units. Once the matters at hand were settled, Guo led his team to Unit 502 of Building 2. This unit was inhabited by a couple of high school teachers. The man taught mathematics, while the woman taught political science. Drawing from their initial experience, Guo's subordinates required no psychological preparation this time. They charged in with fervor, taking decisive action. The man was killed, and the woman along with their food was taken away. The efficiency was astonishingly frightening. However, Guo also uncovered some issues. The reason these two households had not responded in the group chat was that they still had a considerable stockpile of food. With their pantries full, they were calm and thus saw no reason to involve themselves in the sordid affairs of the new building manager. Given this, Guo decided to share the video of the plundering of these two households in the homeowner group chat, believing that this would compel the rest of the residents to pay attention to him. With this thought, he seized the phone of the person responsible for filming and began to type, "Help! They've killed someone! Someone call for help! We're being robbed! What are you doing? Are you insane? Please, no! I beg you, spare me!" The shocking content of the video sent chills down the spine. However, as Guo shared the video of the looting in the homeowner group, the neighbors in the building began to panic, forced to reconsider their positions. In a precarious situation, who could remain unscathed? Delaying in making a stand might lead to them being the next victims. Moreover, crucially, Guo indeed distributed a portion of the stolen food to the newcomers who had performed well that day. Watching the individuals in the video gorging themselves, many households with dwindling food supplies began to feel a spark of hope. Lu Weiwei's parents were similarly stirred. Lu Degue and previously, when the couple returned from their evening stroll, they would instinctively wait for the next elevator rather than share one with him. However, the situation had changed. No one had anticipated that, following a snowstorm, observing him in the video commanding respect, he appeared to be the unofficial king of the building. The couple hurried to discuss with their daughter, Lu Weiwei, urging her to find a way to secure a share of Guo's bounty. "Dad, Mom, why the rush? We still have food at home," Lu Weiwei replied, her reluctance evident. Seeing his daughter's unwillingness, Lu Degue anxiously slapped his thigh. "My girl, how can I not be anxious? Living on plain noodle soup is driving my gout crazy. Besides, now that Guo is so formidable, once everyone comes to their senses, will there be a shortage of women eager to win him over? If you could employ even half the skills you use to attract wealthy second, he has swiftly united the young residents of this building. If I weren't so old, I'd certainly have pursued him myself." "Oh, Mom, what are you saying?" Lu Weiwei's face flushed with him. "As long as I can exchange some rice, flour, oil, and meat, I wholeheartedly support your mother's efforts. The key issue now is that even if I support it, it's useless if he doesn't want it. Weiwei, your father and I are counting on you." All right, I understand." Lu Weiwei sighed, finally relenting. She was aware that Guo had harbored unrelenting desires for her. The last incident in the stairwell, where he had made inappropriate advances, had left her feeling uneasy. Since then, she had refrained from contacting him. It wasn't that she feared being touched. It was crucial to assess the caliber of the individual. Someone like Zhang Kun, who was of decent standing with a car and house, would only attempt to hold her hand at most. But Guo Chao, who spent his days delivering food on an electric bike, was audacious enough to make inappropriate advances. It was simply too much. It felt like a blow to her self-worth. Yet now, Zhang Kun had ceased to engage with her, and her household was indeed running low on supplies. It seemed the only course left was to lower her standards and sell herself short. Alas, so be it. If she had to sell herself cheap, then so be it. Returning to her room, she applied a light layer of makeup before dialing Guo Chao's video call. Upon connecting, she was greeted with a mountain of food piled up in Guo Chao's room, and Lu Weiwei suddenly found his acne-covered face not so terrible after all. If he were to share some food with her family, she might willingly lick the food from his face. Indeed, hunger is the best teacher. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Weiwei let a hint of longing escape, her voice soft. "Brother Chao, I've missed you." The sultry tone sent a shiver down Guo Chao's spine. After having his subordinates move the supplies to 603, witnessing Lu Taijun and Zhou Ren each embracing a female nanny and a female teacher respectively, his heart swelled with excitement. At such a moment, the sweet words of his dream girl felt like a timely gift, akin to a warm embrace amid the cold. "Weiwei, don't cry. Whatever it is, just tell your brother. I will protect you," Guo Chao urged. Yet, the more he comforted her, the more tears Lu Weiwei shed. "Brother Chao, ever since we parted last time, I have been reflecting on your kindness. It was I placed too much emphasis on the security that wealth brings. Now, I truly wish for your company, even if it's just to share a simple meal of vegetables and tofu. I want to come over and keep you company." His previously budding leadership skills vanished in an instant, regressing to a lovesick fool, his expression brimming with sweetness. I adore Weiwei's tofu, Brother Chao, but I still have my parents to care for. If I come to cook for you, what will happen to them at home if they go hungry?" Lu Weiwei's eyes sparkled, feigning a pitiful demeanor. Such tactics might not work on someone seasoned, but for a striver like Guo Chao, it was akin to laying all his cards on the table. "Don't worry, sister. I understand." Soon enough, Guo Chao bore 2 large boxes of food, making his way to Lu Weiwei's home. Each item had been carefully selected, even including a bottle of frozen Mao Dai. However, this time, after delivering the food, he did not lead Lu Weiwei to the stairwell. Instead, he was warmly welcomed by Lu Degui and Ho Sufin, who invited him into their home with beam. While Lu Weiwei's parents inspected the food he had brought, she pulled Guo Chao into her room. Lu Weiwei's face flushed crimson as she playfully tossed her hair, adopting a flirtatious demeanor. Guo Chao caught on, his breathing quickening as he began to undress, inquiring, "Is this inappropriate? Your parents are still outside." But Lu Weiwei dove into the bed, her expression alluring. The death of Neil Zhang Kun was comfortably seated in the living room, engrossed in a film while simultaneously overseeing Su Ziqing as she jogged on the treadmill. He had established a clear agreement. Apart from the essential household chores she was required to undertake, she was to dedicate 2 hours each day to physical exercise. To be precise, this was not a negotiation, but rather a proclamation. The room was stiflingly warm, and the caloric content of the food Zhang Kun had prepared was excessively high. This arrangement served 2 purposes. Firstly, it was motivated by concerns for health, and secondly, Zhang Kun harbored a genuine fear that prolonged inaction might lead to Su Ziqing's physique becoming less than desirable. It is worth noting that every formidable Russian matron capable of tearing off a bumper was once a stunning beauty in her youth. The absence of self-discipline does not bring joy. It only engenders fear. Ding! The cell phone resting beside him suddenly chimed. Zhang Kun picked it up, only to discover it was a message from Lu Weiwei. How could she possibly have the audacity to contact him? Curiosity compelled him to open the message, and he nearly burst into laughter. Lu Weiwei, in a fit of misguided thinking, had sent a photograph of herself in bed with Guo Chao. In the image, Lu Weiwei appeared much like she did in her brief video in the Ferrari, lacking any novelty. Guo Chao, however, looked rather amusing. His face was covered in a peculiar eruption of pimples, giving him a rather ghastly appearance. Beneath the photograph, a caption read, Zhang Kun, I am the woman you will never possess. Could it be true? Who could possibly elucidate the thoughts swirling in her mind? A jumble of nonsense? Even if Lu Weiwei had been with every man in the building, what did that have to do with Zhang Kun? Did she think this trivial matter could humiliate him? What an insipid woman! Observing Su Ziqing's bouncy strides on the treadmill, Zhang Kun resolved to retaliate decisively, ensuring he employed the same tactics to counter her audacity. He discreetly pressed the voice recording button. Ziqing, if you can't keep up, let me give it a try. Oh, all right, master, please don't rush me. Speak properly without that tone. Huh? Did I do that? If I say you did, then you did. I'll do as you say. After a prolonged session, Su Ziqing inevitably became breathless, her simple responses punctuated by heavy panting. Zhang Kun, in a moment of mischief, struck his thigh forcefully several times, the loud noise startling Su Ziqing into halting her run. She gazed at Zhang Kun with wide, sparkling eyes, blinking in surprise. Yet, Zhang Kun remained unfazed by her curious stare and promptly sent the recorded message. While he could have captured more revealing photographs of Su Ziqing, or even a video, he felt it would be unwise to share them with others. It was akin to the universal desire among men for their girlfriends to dress more modestly while relishing the sight of others in less clothing. It was simply a matter of principle. Thus, Zhang Kun refrained from photographing Su Ziqing at all. Downstairs, upon receiving Zhang Kun's voice message, Lu Weiwei hastily played it in her ear. She had anticipated that Zhang Kun would come to his senses, weeping and begging for her forgiveness, perhaps even inviting her entire family to move into the warmth of his home. However, the sultry tones emanating from the recording evoked a vivid mental image that left her incensed. That wretched Zhang Kun, was he truly resorting to igniting jealousy with that vixen who had appeared out of nowhere? Aside from being slightly more attractive and possessing a more statuesque figure, what did she have over Lu Weiwei? Was this truly a contest? Even without you, Zhang Kun, any man Lu Weiwei, choose afterward will undoubtedly be superior. Discontented, Lu Weiwei shook Guo Chao, who had been snoring beside her. Huh? What is it? Weiwei, let your brother rest a bit. I'm utterly exhausted from these past few days, and my back. At that moment, Guo Chao felt both sweetly elated and despairingly overwhelmed. The sweetness arose from the realization that perhaps the goddess truly could not bear to part from him, resembling an enchanting little demon. The despair stemmed from the fear that his body might soon reach its limits. But the following day, Guo Chao, sporting dark circles under his eyes, once again gathered the residents in the owners group to convene at Unit 603. Thanks to the successful propaganda from the previous day, when he arrived at 603, there were surprisingly over 30 individuals present. Among them were not just the younger crowd, but also several middle-aged men with family. On one hand, their food supplies were dwindling, and any opportunity to procure nourishment would alleviate their burdens. On the other hand, they were wary of Guo Chao and his crew barging into their homes unannounced. The prospect of utter devastation loomed large, leaving no room for negotiation. Seeing the fearful and compliant expressions on the faces around him, Guo Chao straightened his stooping back with. Soon, he designated the target for today's raid. Unit 704. Originally, that unit housed a retired couple, both university professors. However, the enigmatic Aunt, since the couple had moved in, they had not uttered a word in the owners group. Upon hearing that they were to be raided, the men in the group eagerly rubbed their hands together in anticipation. Damn it, I've been fed up with Neil for ages. That tall guy just hides behind his wife all day. Whenever we ask him to help shovel the snow, he always finds an excuse. Exactly, before the snowstorm, he even had the audacity. If I beat him, I could end up in jail. If I lose, I'd be in the hospital. I had no options. What about my mother? She's in her 60s, and when she sees Neil in the neighborhood, he still dares to throw her flirtatious glances and send kisses. That guy has no standards. Damn. Hearing you guys talk, I can't hold back anymore. In ordinary times, as a nation known for its etiquette, the residents of this community would typically display a degree of courtesy towards the foreign nationals residing in Shanghai. However, in the current dire circumstances, when survival was at stake, who could afford to concern themselves with their well-being? Even Guo Chao had not anticipated that this choice would ignite such fervor among the group. Initially, he had merely intended to find a suitable opponent to help the team develop cohesion. After all, they were set to face Zhang Kun, who possessed genuine weaponry. A disorganized team could very well scatter like birds. Thus, before attempting to seize property from Zhang Kun, it was essential to engage in a hard-fought battle to strengthen team unity, and Neil, with his towering stature, seemed to possess considerable combat prowess, making him an excellent test for the team's mettle. Engaging him head-on would inevitably result in casualties, but it would also ensure that the newcomers would gain a sobering understanding of the brutal realities amidst the snowstorm. By the time they encountered Zhang Kun, who was armed, they would grasp the necessity. Winter had arrived, and no one could survive in isolation. Witnessing the rising morale, Guo Chao forewent any pre-battle speeches. He instructed Wang Shoujuan and Zhou Ren to lock the captured women in the restroom. With a decisive wave of his hand, he led a throng of bloodthirsty men towards Unit 704. Today, Neil must die. Even the arrival of Jesus would not save him. Chapter 37. Go and uphold justice. Neil's wife, Zhao Lina, was in the midst of preparing breakfast for the day. Although the water supply had been interrupted, fortune smiled upon this academic household, for they possessed a water tank reserved for bathing, filled with a substantial amount of stored water. Additionally, the southern-facing balcony welcomed a flurry of snowflakes. By simply opening the door, she could collect the snow and, when electricity returned in the evening, it is worth noting that prior to marrying Neil, she had never even needed to boil water at home. Yet, she was willing to make such sacrifices for a love that was pure, untainted by monetary concerns. After all, true love bears no price tag. Today's breakfast consisted of some meat, slices hastily boiled in the stored water, accompanied by 2 pieces of bread she had painstakingly prepared in the toaster that morning. Although she had never been one to indulge in bread for breakfast, her husband Neil was quite fond of it, a preference that remained steadfast even amidst the snowstorm. Soon, the aroma of savory broth wafted. Husband, breakfast is ready. As Neil sat at the table and beheld the sumptuous spread, his complexion, which resembled dark chocolate, darkened even further. The reason? The meat slices were excessively fatty. Zhao, are you unaware that consuming such fatty meat will elevate my body fat percentage? Once the snowstorm passes, what will others say when they see my altered physique? Is it really the right time for that? Having meat to eat is already a blessing. Who has the luxury to be picky? Before Zhao Lina could finish her retort, a searing pain shot across her face. Neil's hand had struck her with the force of a thunderclap, and she was met with his booming rage. Damn it! Aren't you the one who relishes submission? How dare you retort? Go and redo it. Husband, please don't. Zhao Lina whimpered, clutching her hair roots, her face contorted in pain. Besides, we've even run out of meat at home. This little bit was what I managed to collect in the dead of night, useless wretch. Is this meat from some deceased outsider? Are you mocking my ancestors by implying they were cannibals? Damn glutton. You're even more repugnant than a wretched groundhog. Can't you consider dieting? In a fit of rage, Neil cursed under his breath. He had seen the messages in the group chat and deduced that the meat had come from the corpulent woman, Zhou Haiyan. His insults, however, seemed to target both her and his wife, Zhao Lina. Noticing Zhao Lina's indignant gaze, he raised his hand again and struck her twice across the face. Watching her eyes sparkle with pain, he released her hair with a chuckle. Yet, without hesitation, he kicked her backside. Your wretched face is ruining my appetite. Remember, without me, you would have been a corpse days ago. Zhao Lina, cradling her bruised cheek, stumbled and fell to the ground. Yet, she dared not voice her grievances, retreating instead to her room with a whimper. If only her husband were Chinese, she could argue openly, perhaps even engage in a brawl, even if it meant risking everything. But Neil was, after all, a man of noble foreign descent. Before him, Zhao Lina could not muster even a hint of dissatisfaction, lest he turn to another woman's embrace. She could never forget the envious looks her friends had cast upon her when she announced her marriage to Neil. Gurgled as Zhao Lina lay in her bedroom, her stomach growled, but the memories of the hellish scene from the previous night caused her to retch, leaving her appetite extinguished. The heavy snow had fallen for 8 consecutive days, showing no signs of abating. Had it not been for Neil's unfortunate mishap on the 3rd day of their stay, well, that was that. He had not acted with malice. Even if he had it not been for that elderly couple's talk of equality and fairness, Neil would not have lost control and resorted to violence. How lamentable it was that such esteemed professors, who had dedicated their lives to academia, fell prey to such barbarity. They had no sense of propriety. They deserved their fate. Death was merely the end. Yet, upon reflection, it was a travesty to think of such quality protein being carelessly washed down the drain. If only they had saved it for dear Neil. But the imagery of dismembered limbs mingling with hot water, cascading into the sewer, sent her stomach churning anew. Wasn't all of this the fault of Zhang Kun from the top floor? If he had simply allowed them to move into his home, only one life would have been lost. Besides, he was young. His flesh was surely superior to that of the frozen Zhou Haiyan, who resembled a bloated sow. Had she only considered shedding some weight, Neil might not have been in such a foul mood today. While Zhao Lina was lost in her turbulent thoughts, an unusual noise erupted from outside her room, followed by Neil's startled exclamation. She flung open the door only to find Guo, accompanied by a group of men, storming into their home, brandishing weapons and confronting Neil. A sense of dread washed over her. She had kept abreast of the group's discussions daily, aware that Guo had rallied a band of men, incessantly chattering since yesterday. Yet, she never anticipated that today, their target would be her own household. Were they truly brazen enough to attempt robbery against a noble Moor? Frantically, she rushed to Neil's side, spreading her arms protectively like a hen shielding her chicks. Hey, what are you doing? So many of you ganging up on one foreigner. Have you no shame? Get the hell out of our house. Your house? If memory serves me right, you and your husband are merely squatting here. What happened to the original elderly couple? Guo retorted sharply. Mind your own business. Who do you think you are? Zhao Lina felt a twinge of guilt. Revealing that Neil had killed the old couple, even if it was an accident, would not absolve them. Moreover, Brother Chow, this place smells divine. Wang Shoujuan squeezed in, holding up his phone, and immediately spotted the meat broth on the table. He picked up a pair of chopsticks and dipped them into the bowl to see what was being cooked. But the next moment, he recoiled in horror as a plump human toe appeared on the chopsticks. Hell no. Are you seriously eating human flesh in here? With a startled cry, he dropped the chopsticks and the toe onto the table. Damn it. I always thought this guy looked like a cannibal. Didn't he? Professor Wang and his wife fall victim to these two beasts? How could they open their mouths so wide? Is this the tale of the farmer and the snake? More like a black-skinned cannibal snake. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Neil shook his head anxiously, a rare look of panic crossing his face. He shoved Zhao Lina forward. Zhao, quickly explain. The meat was your doing. Zhao Lina stumbled but regained her composure, attempting to pacify the crowd. Please don't misinterpret. This meat was taken from the frozen Zhou Haiyan. We did not consume the previous residents. I must remind you, to falsely accuse an international friend is a grave offense. You lowly men should keep your mouths clean. Grave offense? Guo sneered coldly, stepping forward to deliver a resounding slap. My brothers are starving. Who cares about crimes? Besides, no matter how grave our sins, they pale in comparison to the crime of murder and cannibalism committed by you two. As Guo's words echoed, his companions rallied behind him. Who are you trying to fool? If you didn't eat the elderly couple, then where are they? Did they just vanish into thin air? Human lives and debts are intertwined. You can't argue your way out of this. In the heat of the moment, Zhao Lina shielded her face, gazing incredulously at Guo. You dare strike me? I'm about to obtain Moorish citizenship and become a foreigner. How dare you lay a finger on me? If it had been Neil who struck her, she would never have dared to retaliate. But here was merely a tenant from the building, a mere delivery man, whose status was no different from that of a beggar in her eyes. In an instant, all her pent-up grievances and indignation erupted, and she lunged at Guo, shrieking, What right do you lowly men have to touch me? I'll fight you. She lunged forward, but Guo sidestepped her, causing her to fall flat on her face, provoking a chorus of laughter from the crowd. Hearing their jeers, Zhao Lina turned to her husband, desperation in her voice. Husband, you need to say something. To her dismay, Neil merely regarded her with calm detachment as she was engulfed by the crowd of men, responding coolly, I'm not sure what is happening. You've made your bed. Now lie in it. What did you say? Zhao Lina looked at her Moorish husband in disbelief, unable to fathom that he would abandon her in such a moment. Meanwhile, Guo, growing impatient, waved his hand with a cold smile. Brothers, go and uphold justice. Chapter 38. Su Ziqing, would you consume me? Guo Chao had already steeled himself for the possibility of sacrifice. After all, the Near were towering and robust, resembling professional wrestlers from WWE in a desperate struggle. Even if he were unable to take down several, he was certain he could inflict grave injuries upon two. In such dire circumstances, injury was tantamount to a death sentence. To his surprise, as a group of men from the building approached, Zhao Lina struggled with a sullen expression. Though he exerted little force, Neil rolled on the ground, clutching his stomach and howling as if he had just been struck by a speeding truck. What the hell? Has he come here to scam us? Wang Shoujuan turned to the others and inquired. However, a few male owners, who had previously been victims of such scams, chuckled momentarily before a flicker of bitterness crossed their eyes. The world had long suffered from the blight of fraud. Hearing the laughter, Neil not only refrained from retorting but rolled on the ground, wailing even louder. Honey, say something. Are you truly content to let them mock you like this? Zhao Lina cried out in exasperation upon witnessing, yet her words only served to embolden the men present. Almost every man in the room felt an overwhelming urge to slap her, hoping to quell their own rising ire. To her astonishment, Neil, upon hearing her shout, not only refrained from rising to display his strength and vanquish the intruding men, but instead began to berate her. Shut up, you wretched woman. In a surprising turn, Neil's insults were articulated with such clarity that it was evident he had practiced them often. He then turned to Guo Chao, pleading in a lowly manner, Guo, take the woman. Spare me a chance at life. What did you say? Zhao Lina's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never imagined that her husband, as strong as an ox, would lack such resolve, willing to betray his dignity for survival. Wasn't he supposed to never bow down? Frantic, she stomped her feet and screamed, Honey, you are just pretending to deceive them, waiting for the opportune moment to strike back and save me, right? Honey, please say something. Neil, irritated by Zhao Lina's piercing voice, spat a mouthful of phlegm at her face. Be quiet. I'm already tired of you. Don't think you can disrupt my search for the next one. So, kindly go die. What did you say? Zhao Lina felt as though she had been struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground, immobilized. Observing her despondent state, Guo Chao gestured for his men to commence their work. Brother Chao, look at Zhao Lina. Wang Shoujuan, Guo Chao's personal photographer, shamelessly attempted to voice his biological needs. Guo Chao rolled his eyes in annoyance. If you're not afraid of catching some disease, she's all yours. Wang Shoujuan's expression shifted, glancing at the towering Neil before he audibly spat at the forlorn Zhao Lina. He then waved his hand to his subordinates, signaling them to dispose of this shameless woman. Guo, you wouldn't leave me be, would you? You're from a nation of propriety. You wouldn't act recklessly, right? Kneeling on the ground, Neil looked up, his face twisted in sycophantic smiles, revealing a set of perfectly white teeth. That moment, he sincerely hoped for mercy, thus his smile appeared particularly genuine. Propriety? Do you think you're worthy of discussing manners with me? Guo Chao retorted, and before Neil could register, a glint of cold steel flashed as a dagger plunged into his heart. Unyielding, Guo Chao twisted the knife, widening the wound on Neil's chest, blood gushing forth profusely, filling the room with a pungent metallic scent. What are you all still standing there for? Did I summon you just to watch? Hearing Guo Chao's command, the gathered men finally realized they too should take action, gripping their makeshift weapons and forming a line towards Neil. As evening fell, Guo Chao shared the edited video in the group chat. This installment was even more palatable than previous ones. Not only did it feature someone brewing soup, but there were also segments depicting over 30 men each delivering a fatal stab to Neil and Zhao Lina. In the video, neither showed any reaction. Neil had long since been dispatched by Guo Chao, while Zhao Lina, her spirit extinguished, couldn't even muster a cry before the knife struck her, lacking the energy to protest. The scene unfolded like a murder mystery pinned by Agatha Christie, drenched in blood yet laced with an eerie strangeness. After posting the video, Guo Chao solemnly announced in the homeowners group the crimes of ungratefulness, repaying kindness with malice, the murder of the 704 homeowners, resorting to cannibalism for sustenance, a gross violation of human ethics, and their sycophantic behavior towards foreign cultures, forgetting their roots, making them the disgrace of Building 9. How can such disgusting individuals exist in our community? May the former owners of 704 rest in peace. Wow, Brother Chow, you are ridding the world of evil. You have no idea how long I've disliked these two. Relying on their passports, they disturb the peace of our neighborhood daily. Brother Chow, you're magnificent. You are the hero of our new era. I will pledge my allegiance to you tomorrow. In an instant, the group chat was filled with flattery, with no one questioning the morality of Guo Chao and his associates' extrajudicial actions. Clearly, the neighbors, in the face of calamity, had subconsciously accepted and endorsed Guo Chao's deeds, even developing an inexplicable admiration for his ruthless retribution. People are like springs. When Zhang Kun observed all of this from his sofa at home, reflecting on how, in his previous life, Neil and Zhao Lina had managed to endure for quite some time. Although he had speculated about their sources of sustenance, seeing the plump foot in the pot still made him feel nauseous. Today's lunch, coincidentally, was a pot of rib soup prepared by Su Ziqing, accompanied by seafood congee. The resemblance to the foot soup in the video was uncanny. Upon signing in that morning, the system had provided Zhang Kun with 2 pink Smith & Wesson handguns and a number of bullets. Curiously, both the guns and the bullets were entirely pink. After a moment of contemplation, he took Su Ziqing to a small room to test fire several magazines. After all, he was invincible within the safe house. Even if Su Ziqing were to shoot him, he would remain unscathed, while also gauging the girl's loyalty. If she proved trustworthy, he could drill more shooting holes in the wall, allowing her to draw the enemy's attention if an emergency arose. The results of the test were satisfactory. While Su Ziqing's shooting accuracy left much to be desired, her loyalty appeared steadfast. Turning to glance at Su Ziqing, who was engaged in Pilates on her yoga mat, Zhang Kun couldn't help but ponder. Su Ziqing, if the situation truly became desperate, would you, like those neighbors downstairs, resort to consuming me? Chapter 39. Dare to come, must conquer. It is widely acknowledged that in the Hua Nation, there exists a venerable tradition of upholding the exemplary role of diligent students who remain steadfast in their original intentions and tirelessly pursue knowledge. Gazing into Su Ziqing's misty eyes, which seemed shrouded in a veil of fog, one could not help but notice the blush that adorned her cheeks after exercise, complemented by glistening beads of sweat trickling down her delicate face. This scene could rival the masterpieces of the world's most renowned artists. Such eloquence deserves commendation, and it should be rewarded generously. He retrieved a bunch of sweet bananas from his space and placed them into Su Ziqing's hands as a token of encouragement. Just as Zhang Kun was about to advise Su Ziqing to study diligently, as he intended to conduct a review of their learning outcomes that evening, his phone vibrated unexpectedly, notifying him of a WeChat message. Upon opening it, he was taken aback to discover that the neighbors from 1502 and 1504 wished to add him as a friend. Zhang Kun had little interaction with these families, knowing only that the male head of household in 1502 worked for the state grid, while the family in 1504 was employed at the Tobacco Bureau. Both were respectable positions, yet the nature of the individuals involved was complex. It is a common adage that good jobs are passed down through generations. However, this notion is not entirely accurate. The truth is that lucrative, stable employment is often disseminated through 3 primary channels: sexual connections, blood relations, and maternal ties. While this is common knowledge, many aspire to such pathways but lack the means to achieve them. Consequently, these 2 families have always held themselves in high esteem, exhibiting disdain towards Zhang Kun. Even in the confines of the elevator, they would scarcely exchange words with him. At most, they would puff out their chests, showcasing the logo of their respective organizations, as if to remind Zhang Kun of the disparity in their social standings. Even when Zhang Kun sought to acquire food at a premium within the homeowners group, these families remained unmoved, bolstered by their perceived status. Now, what could be the reason behind their desire to add him as a friend? Furrowing his brow, Zhang Kun accepted the friend request. Soon, the employee from 1502 sent a message. Zhang Kun, I have the latest intel on Guo Chao. He may be planning significant actions tomorrow. If you supply me with 2 boxes of biscuits, I will share the details. Observing the nearly identical messages, Zhang Kun furrowed his brow further. Guo Chao was poised to make a move against him. It seemed imminent, perhaps even happening tomorrow. However, just with those few minor thugs, dare to come, must conquer. But what did these 2 neighbors mean? Did they truly believe that the petty Guo Chao was worth bartering food with him? Moreover, if Guo Chao had reached out to them, it was either to recruit them or to traverse through their homes, jumping from their balcony to his. Yet, these 2 self-important individuals failed to realize that by merely opening the door to Guo Chao, even if he did provide them with food, it would ultimately fall into Guo Chao's hands. Oh, not interested. Zhang Kun copied the message and sent it to both families. What? Zhang Kun, are you seeking death? This is a matter of life and death. Miss it, and you shall regret it for a lifetime. Do not think your gun makes you impressive. Do you even know how many people Guo Chao has on his side? To his astonishment, his earlier skirmish with Guo Chao's thugs had been witnessed by the neighbors. Zhang Kun stroked his chin, feeling the stubble, and then created a group chat with a family on the 15th floor. He added the individuals from 1502 and 1504 into the mix. Actually, I am quite curious about what Guo Chao has divulged to you, but let us first agree on the price. Otherwise, for the same information, paying twice is unreasonable. Even knowledge should not be extorted from me like a mere chive. The two neighbors remained silent for a full 5 minutes in the group chat, evidently taken aback that the other had contacted Zhang Kun. Zhang Kun knew they were likely conferring privately, and he swiftly typed and sent a new message. What? You say one box will suffice. The information won't be diminished in value, will it? Then, just as before, he retracted the message within 2 minutes. He intentionally left unspecified whether it was a box of instant noodles or biscuits, creating a murky scenario where both families would assume the other was trying to negotiate a lower price with Zhang Kun. As expected, once the message was retracted, the two families began to bicker within the group chat. Both were employed in state-owned enterprises, and their displays of prowess were reminiscent of the illustrious young master of Xizang. One boasted of dining with a certain director, while the other claimed to have accompanied a deputy director. One declared that his household consumed tea worth 200,000 per pound, while the other countered that his home had a wall filled with unopened Maodai liquor. It was perplexing how these two formidable individuals could demand convenience food from him. Growing weary of their posturing, Zhang Kun decisively exited the group. However, knowing that Guo Chao was likely to lead a group against him, he remained proactive. He retrieved the leather jacket and down jacket he had previously worn from his space and called upon Su Ziqing, who was still indulging in bananas, instructing her to fill several basins with water from the bathroom. Having just exerted herself, she had inadvertently choked, her watery eyes glistening with unshed tears. Master brother, what is the purpose of this? Of course, it is to this household will collapse without my presence. Zhang Kun jested lightly as he donned the heavy down jacket with Su Ziqing's assistance. After putting on the windproof leather jacket and thermal boots, he secured the hood of the down jacket and put on his leather gloves before pushing open the door leading to the balcony. The safety room bestowed by the system was indeed formidable. Although the door was ajar, the frigid air seemed to be repelled by an invisible barrier, effectively keeping the icy atmosphere outside the door that connected the living room and the balcony. Clad in a t-shirt and shorts, Su Ziqing stood in the living room, utterly oblivious to the cold. Yet, upon stepping onto the balcony, Zhang Kun was immediately struck by the chilling reality of the extreme cold. The outdoor temperature was significantly lower than that of the corridor. As evening descended, the temperature plummeted even further. Within mere moments, Zhang Kun felt as if his lungs were filled with ice-cold air, a dull ache forming in his lungs. His once proud visage gradually succumbed to numbness. Fortunately, the task at hand was manageable. He carried a bucket from the living room, swinging it vigorously to splash the still unfrozen water onto the... In such low temperatures, it was no exaggeration to say that splashing water would freeze instantly. Yet, Zhang Kun remained uneasy, persistently emptying several buckets of water until he witnessed the water crystallizing into icicles before retreating to the warmth of the room. Su Ziqing, who had been watching anxiously, hurriedly closed the door between the living room and the balcony, her eyes filled with concern. Master brother, you must be freezing. Let me warm you up. With that, her delicate hands pressed against Zhang Kun's numbed face, fervently attempting to generate warmth. Not so fast. There is still a small balcony in the kitchen. I need to fetch a few more buckets of water. I must freeze the railings first. Although Su Ziqing was worried, she complied without hesitation. However, as Zhang Kun stood on the small balcony, he was suddenly taken aback, for there, across from the kitchen balcony of 1502, he clearly observed that the body of Deng Lang, whom he had dispatched earlier, had been dragged onto that very balcony at some point. Damn it! It appeared that the neighbors in 1502 were also contemplating concocting a human soup point. One could only wonder if they would be generous enough to add 200,000 per pound of tea leaves while simmering. Chapter 40. Kill Zhang Kun, seize the warm building. At the break of dawn the following day, Zhang Kun arose early, invigorated and alert. Aware that he might soon confront Guo Chao head-on, he signed in promptly. Regrettably, the system, for reasons unknown, altered its previously promised rewards, bestowing upon him a snowmobile RV instead of firearms or provisions. The RV stood silently within the space. The system's description was equally impressive. Indestructible snowmobile RV, LV1 characteristics. requires no fuel, maintains a constant temperature, provides uninterrupted electricity, water, and natural gas, impervious to destruction and invasion. Additional effect: upgrades once every 100 kilometers driven. Zhang Kun's pupils constricted. Unlike the ordinary supplies rewarded in previous sign-ins, this marked the system's second provision of an item with growth attributes. But, does the system expect me to venture outside? Am I out of my mind? A home, a woman, and yet I am to abandon my sanctuary for the outside world. This is utterly absurd. Oh. What do you mean, system? Zhang Kun pondered silently, yet the system offered no further elucidation. However, the exclamatory tone he had just perceived from the system hinted at something amiss. Upon reflection, ever since the system's inception, even the most mundane supplies it provided surpassed the quality of the food Zhang Kun painstakingly gathered. Even seemingly ordinary firearms were treasures he could never acquire in the real world. This RV. Perhaps it would serve a purpose in the future, but for now. Zhang Kun chuckled, shaking his head as he temporarily relegated the RV to the side of the Ferrari, allowing it to gather dust alongside its luxurious companion. As he retracted his consciousness from the space, he suddenly noticed Su Ziqing lying beside him, her enchanting, large eyes wide open, fixated on him with intensity. What's this? Have I become more handsome again? Su Ziqing's eyes narrowed into crescent moons, and she nestled closer into Zhang Kun's embrace, murmuring, "Master brother has always been the most handsome." In all honesty, Zhang Kun swore he was not a lecherous man. Before his rebirth, he had always maintained his integrity. Yet, the warmth and softness of Su Ziqing were indeed a trial for his resolve. Wasn't Daji merely a reflection of this? Disdaining King Zhou, understanding King Zhou, becoming King Zhou. Now that he thought about it, the existence of the Hong Tai Song and dance troupe seemed quite justified. Wouldn't you agree? Why are you up so early today? Because Master Brother has matters to attend to, does he not? Zhang Kun felt a twinge of confusion. Although he was aware that Guo Chao's men would come looking for trouble today, he had not mentioned this to Su Ziqing. Could it be that she had contacted someone else? Noticing the glimmer of suspicion in Zhang Kun's eyes, Su Ziqing smiled faintly, her fingers tracing across his chest. I guess today must be significant because Master Brother was somewhat different last night. Zhang Kun inwardly broke a sweat. He had thought he was merely exhibiting his usual prowess, yet Su Ziqing, with her keen perception, had discerned the nuances of his every move. How terrifying. Setting aside his distractions, Zhang Kun coughed lightly. Each person possesses a unique constitution. Thus, our states may vary daily. In fact, you performed exceptionally well. Su Ziqing blushed, her face resembling a blooming peach blossom, and nestled deeper into Zhang Kun's embrace, momentarily at a loss for words. Following this exchange of pleasantries, Zhang Kun did not withhold any longer, elucidating his speculations from the previous night to Su Ziqing. To his surprise, she did not exhibit fear. Instead, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at him. Why do you appear more exhilarated than I was last night? Zhang Kun inquired, puzzled. Guo Chao had spent the previous night at the abode of the goddess Lu Weiwei. However, before entering Lu Weiwei's boudoir, he brazenly convened a family meeting under the pretense of being the son-in-law of the Lu family. The primary agenda was to prepare Lu Weiwei's family to move their belongings, anticipating the moment he would seize Zhang Kun's residence, facilitating their swift relocation. Upon hearing the prospect of moving into Zhang Kun's warm abode, Lu Digui and Ho Sufan, the couple, eagerly rushed into Lu Weiwei's room, enthusiastically assisting in bedding arrangements for the two. The thought of his father-in-law and mother-in-law beaming with delight filled Guo Chao with satisfaction. What pleased him further was not just their approval, but also Lu Weiwei's unwavering devotion to his comfort, as she employed every possible charm to. This led to Guo Chao reveling in a dual harvest of career and family, his spirits soaring. When Guo Chao, buoyed by satisfaction, bid farewell to Lu Weiwei and arrived at room 603, he was greeted by an assembly of men, numbering, "Good morning. Brother Chao, have you eaten? Brother Chao, where are we headed today? Brother Chao." Amidst the chorus of greetings, Guo Chao gradually lost himself in the adulation. Since graduating and entering the workforce, he had never experienced such a level of attention. He had previously scoffed at the notion of praise groups, but now, the allure of such acknowledgement was undeniable. It was worth noting that many of those who respectfully hailed him as Brother Chao were homeowners in the building, individuals whose worth exceeded several million. In the past, even if he had brought them steaming delicacies, they would have made him hang them on the door, only retrieving them after he departed. Yet now, with a mere command, they would. Power truly is a remarkable asset. Once most of the attendees had gathered, Guo Chao instructed Wang Shoujuan to bring him a chair, then stepped up to stand, addressing the crowd to announce the day's objective. In our Building 9, there exists a household. When the snow disaster struck unexpectedly, he was the first to inflate prices and hoard supplies. While we coughed and shivered in the cold, he lounged in his warm chamber, reveling with the beauty in his arms. When our food supplies dwindled, he still had an abundance of provisions to feast upon. Do you all know whom I speak of? The assembled crowd, being part of the homeowners group, naturally recognized the target of his ire. With Guo Chao's incitement, the previously dissipated resentment towards Zhang Kun reignited, even more fervent than before. It's Zhang Kun, that scoundrel. Why should we suffer in the cold and hunger while he enjoys himself at home with a woman? Brother Chao, just give the word, and we'll take him down. The cacophony of indignant roars resonated throughout room 603. Guo Chao surveyed the crowd with satisfaction. Anyone who lags behind is a fool. Exactly. By the time it comes to that, we won't need you to say a word. We'll take care of him ourselves. Seeing the fervor of the crowd stirred by his rhetoric, Guo Chao, following a straightforward allocation, he waved his hand decisively. With knives in hand, follow me. Kill Zhang Kun. Seize the warm building. Chapter 41. The strong assault on the main entrance. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the hallway, ascending to the 15th floor. Aside from the noise of ascending stairs, no one uttered a word. The atmosphere was chillingly somber. Yes, it was past 6 in the morning. Power had been cut off across the city, rendering the elevators useless. The agitated crowd had no choice but to take the stairs. To Guo Chao's surprise, it seemed that someone had notified the other residents. With each floor they ascended, more individuals joined their ranks. It appeared that those who had previously remained non-committal were now spontaneously rallying to confront Zhang Kun, having recognized the necessity of collaboration. The allure of seizing wealth from the affluent had not waned even after a century. The two households neighboring Zhang Kun's, residing on the same floor, had opened their doors early, welcoming the throng as previously agreed with Guo Chao. Their intentions had merely been to extract some benefit from Zhang Kun, and they had never contemplated refusing Guo Chao's cooperation. Moreover, Guo Chao had explicitly stated that the provisions scavenged from Zhang Kun's home could be shared with the two families. Such a strategy of diversifying one's bets was a fundamental lesson in the system. They had chosen sides, yet not entirely. The art of such maneuvering had been honed by these families over generations, making it second nature after 3 generations of cultivation. With Guo Chao commanding a robust force, even if he offered nothing in return, the two families found themselves utterly powerless. Engaging in amicable negotiations with them was a necessity, as it would afford them face. As for Zhang Kun's fate, it was beyond the contemplation of his neighbors. Who cared if the surname Zhang lived or died? The plan for the assault was straightforward. Guo Chao, Wang Shoujuan, and Zhou Run would each lead a contingent, launching their attack from the main entrance and the balconies of units 1502 and 1504 respectively. Aware that Zhang Kun was armed, Guo Chao had specifically instructed Zhou Run to remain behind the crowd and retreat into the nearest unit, 1502, should the situation turn dire. It was acceptable for the expendable neighbors to fall, but Zhou Run, a locksmith extraordinaire, must not come to harm. Should the assault prove unsuccessful, they would still rely on his skills to unlock doors and counter other opposing forces. Meanwhile, Guo Chao and Wang Shoujuan would wait for the sound of Zhang Kun's gunfire. At the first shot, both squads would simultaneously storm the balconies in a fierce assault. Even if Zhang Kun possessed extraordinary abilities, he would be unable to fend off attacks from 3 directions. Once they breached his home, victory would be assured. To facilitate this plan, the households of units 1502 and 1504 contributed their wardrobes and ladders, assisting in the assembly of makeshift apparatuses to leap over the balconies. Soon, under Zhou Ren's leadership, the crowd surged forth, effectively barricading the corridor in front of Zhang Kun's door. Many of Zhou Ren's subordinates had previously experienced multiple robbery scenarios and did not regard Zhang Kun's home as a concern. In fact, as they reached Zhang Kun's doorstep, several individuals ahead wore expressions of ease, eagerly anticipating the spoils they would find within. "Zhou, open the door," came the call from his subordinates. Zhou Ren, suddenly retracting his neck, replied, "There's something strange about his door. I can't open it. We'll call for him to unlock it first. If that fails, we'll have to force our way in." "All right. With so many of us, that bastard Zhang Kun is finished." A young man at the forefront of the line grinned at Zhou Ren before raising his leg to kick the door. Bang! Bang bang! "Zhang Kun, open the door. The building manager is here to requisition your house. Get out here now. If you come out voluntarily, the manager might show you some mercy. Once we breach in, you'll face dire consequences." Inside, Zhang Kun had long been prepared. He created a firing hole at the top of the security door, allowing Su Ziqing to stand on a chair and peer outside. Meanwhile, he fixated on her long, fair, and straight legs. If only he could procure a pair of stockings. No, perhaps he should aim for a whole box. One pair would not suffice. Master, I only see that wicked person who tampered with your door lock. The one who tore my clothes has yet to show himself. Oh, so white. What a pity. Zhang Kun lifted the Smith Wesson pistol, a reward from the signing system, and Zhang Kun also discreetly made a small firing hole beside her, peering out through it. Bang! The young man who had just been battering the door suddenly had his head burst open, collapsing backward in a lifeless heap. Those behind him, bewildered, began to inquire amongst themselves, what happened? Who set off firecrackers? Zhang Kun, crouched at the firing hole, inwardly nodded. The Smith Wesson M3913 LS 9mm pistol was generally considered a standard but unremarkable defensive weapon. Due to its significant recoil, bullets often veered off target. Yet, Su Ziqing remained exceptionally steady, her shot striking true in the center of the forehead, far surpassing her training accuracy. Zhang Kun patted her thigh, indicating for her to continue. Su Ziqing complied, once again raising the gun to take aim. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, her shots felled foes. Zhang Kun even witnessed a young man who had just crouched down, only to meet Su Ziqing's bullet, as if she had anticipated his every move. Was it truly possible to do such a thing? In an instant, the nearest group at the door collapsed in a heap. Damn, that's gunfire. Someone is shooting. Quick! However, Zhou Ran, who had been lurking at the side, understood that they could not allow the crowd to retreat. Otherwise, the sacrifice of those few would have been in vain. Do not retreat. They re-out of bullets. Charge forward and break down the door. With a commanding shout, he brandished his knife at those trying to flee, feigning a slash. Though the gun was intimidating, in this frigid weather, being shot or stabbed would likely lead to the same fatal outcome. Someone in the crowd, emboldened, shouted, "Screw it! Let us take on Zhang Kun. Smash down the door, and the gun will be ours." Seeing a reckless fool leading the charge, the crowd shifted direction, rushing towards Zhang Kun's door. It seemed that, as Zhou Ran had claimed, there was no sound emanating from within Zhang Kun's abode. It was eerily quiet. Ha! Zhang Kun is finished. He is out of bullets. Neighbors who had previously exchanged smiles and nods before the apocalypse now resembled frenzied beasts, wielding an assortment of tools as they exerted their utmost effort to dismantle Zhang Kun's walls, attempting to tear down the sturdy security door. Their faces were alight with greed and desire, their eyes glimmering with madness. In this chaotic world, morality and ethics had been cast aside, and no one concealed their cravings any longer. Master, the gun has jammed. In the room, Su Ziqing held the handgun, her expression fraught with urgency as she looked at Zhang Kun. Whether from fear or embarrassment, her cheeks were flushed, and her legs trembled slightly. Upon speaking, she quickly covered her mouth, unable to fathom how her lips could utter such enticing words. It seemed this snow disaster had subtly transformed her in many ways. Zhang Kun nodded. He then retrieved a fully loaded shotgun from his space and smiled at Su Ziqing. Then you need to help me beep. Chapter 42. Fire in the Hole as the exquisite English aristocratic sound system, valued at over 300,000, was activated. A resounding march of steel and might surged forth. Merely listening to the music conjured the vivid imagery of an army of 1,000 charging forward. The majestic melodies left the neighbors outside, who were frantically clawing at the walls, momentarily taken aback. They exchanged bewildered glances, confusion etched upon their faces. One among them could not contain his astonishment, exclaiming, "Goodness, this fellow still has the audacity to play us a tune?" The others echoed his sentiments. Indeed, how can he remain so carefree at a time like this? Another, gritting his teeth in frustration, declared, "Just wait and see how he meets his end. We shall serenade him with a requiem." Suddenly, someone posed the question, "But how does he still have electricity?" The crowd fell silent, lost in contemplation. After a moment, one finally proposed, Who knows? Perhaps Zhang Kun possesses a small generator. Otherwise, how could his home be so warm on such a frigid day? Enlightenment dawned upon them, and their clawing escalated in fervor. Each person began to fantasize about the imminent invasion of Zhang Kun's abode, envisioning how they would relish the rare warmth and precious electricity. Why don't we electrocute that rascal? Agreed, agreed. Let it be so. Inside the room, Zhang Kun, armed with a shotgun, finally comprehended why Qiao Feng always appeared with a boombox. With the accompaniment of background music, Zhang Kun felt as though he wielded. As he opened a firing port in the outer wall by the door, he listened to the neighbors, oblivious to their impending doom, plotting their own demise, a smirk creeping onto his face. The barrel of the shotgun emerged from the shooting hole, aimed at the neighbors still digging at the wall, and without warning, he pulled the trigger. Bang! A shot to the soul. Those familiar with CS know that while shotguns are ineffectual at a distance, they are unrivaled in close quarters. The ammunition used in shotguns consists of gunpowder and small steel pellets, and at close range, it disperses devastatingly. A direct hit would surely take a man down. The unfortunate soul directly in the line of fire barely had time to utter a sound before he was propelled backward, crashing through the doorway into Su Ziqing's home. Not a single sound escaped his lips before his demise. Since the last incident, Su Ziqing's door had remained ajar. Zhang Kun later found her wearing his clothes, appreciating both the aesthetics and practicality, thus he refrained from retrieving his garments from her abode. This inadvertently provided the airborne intruder with ample space to soar. The sudden explosion and the inexplicable flight of a comrade left the wall-digging neighbors momentarily stunned. Zhang Kun had swapped his birdshot for cannon fire? In their hesitation, the sound of bullets being chambered echoed in the room. Following that, gunfire erupted once more, and two male neighbors standing too close together fell to the ground. This time they did not fly away, but each bore numerous pellet holes, blood gushing forth, a sight that spelled certain doom. Unlike the 9mm handgun bullets, shotgun shells not only render flesh and bone into a gruesome mess, but also carry the acrid scent of charred meat. Several nearby neighbors doubled over, retching violently. My goodness! Witnessing Zhang Kun's ferocious firepower, the crowd erupted in panic. Advance! He won't have bullets left for long. What the hell? Who knows how many bullets he's got left? Make way for us. Zhou Run was not alone in his leadership. Among the group that had followed, with a mere glance, they surged forward, staunchly obstructing any escape. Damn it, Brother Zhou said, no retreat. Let us see who dares to step back. What the hell? We all live in the same building. Don't be so ruthless. If you want to go, go. Let me return home. Damn it, I've tolerated you long enough. I'll send you back to your hometown. At the brink of life and death, amidst a flurry of insults, both sides clashed. One armed with kitchen knives, the other wielding wall-digging tools. The corridor erupted with the roars of men. Meanwhile, Zhou Run stealthily positioned himself aside, quietly observing. Let them perish. Food in the building was already scarce. The more who die, the longer the survivors can endure. Guo Chao's words echoed in his mind, and witnessing the chaos unfold, a cold smile crept across Zhou Ren's lips. Amidst the cacophony outside, Zhang Kun's hands remained busy, firing several more shots into the throng, indiscriminately taking down a swath of neighbors. However, due to his vantage point, most of those he struck were merely expendable newcomers from Guo Chao's crew. Finally, someone grasped the gravity of the situation, retreating to Zhang Kun's doorstep, desperately pounding on the door, shouting, Zhang Kun, stop firing. We're all good neighbors. Don't go to such extremes. My wife is waiting for me to return home. Indeed, Zhang Kun. It's me, Uncle Yang. I once held you as a child. How can you shoot me? Why not share the house instead? Ist that better for everyone? Look at how many you've killed. It's simply sinful. Inside, Zhang Kun maintained an unflappable demeanor. To him, slaying a few neighbors in this apocalypse was as commonplace as playing basketball in suspenders. Moreover, these neighbors intended to invade his sanctuary and seize everything that rightfully belonged to him. Now you feign pity? If I let you in and you kill me, wouldn't that be the true sin? As long as he refrained from shooting, there was a chance for negotiation. Zhang Kun, don't say that. We merely wanted to knock on your door to see if you were home. It was just a crowded gathering, and a few heavy-handed neighbors were inevitable. Wouldn't you agree? Yes, yes, and as your neighbor and a mechanic, isn't it reasonable for me to carry a wrench while visiting? Moreover, the tools we hold aren't for demolishing walls. They are merely tokens of neighborly goodwill. Zhang Kun, open the door, let us sit down and have some tea and chat. At that moment, Zhang Kun glared at the crowd outside with a darkened expression. He had witnessed shamelessness before, but never to such a degree. Sharing a glance with Su Ziqing, they nearly burst into laughter from sheer exasperation. Faced with these malicious neighbors intent on usurping his home, Zhang Kun could not afford to show mercy. Since they still sought to deceive him into opening the door, there was no reason to grant them clemency. Zhang Kun casually retrieved 3 grenades gifted by the system, pulled the pins, and tossed them through the— Allow me to bestow upon you a few treasures, as a token of gratitude for your kindness. Roll, roll. The 3 grenades tumbled and landed outside Zhang Kun's steel door, amidst the throng of neighbors. What is this? Fire in the hole. Having uttered the warning, he swiftly scooped up Su Ziqing, still seated on a chair by the door, shielding her beneath him. While he possessed the buff of safety within his secure shelter, she did not. She had promised to provide him a special service that night. He could not allow her to be harmed at such a critical juncture. Boom! The thunderous explosion reverberated, causing even Zhang Kun within the safety of his sanctuary to feel the tremors. As he rose and peered through the shooting hole once more, he beheld the corridor outside still shrouded in lingering smoke, yet not a single soul remained standing. Observing the aftermath, Zhang Kun smacked his lips. These grenades truly pack a punch. Chapter 43. The balcony assault and defense in the corridor. Not everyone perished from Zhang Kun's grenade. Where there are mindless brutes, there are also clever little devils. Observing the crowd turning back to plead with Zhang Kun to open the door, Zhou Ren retreated with several others back into room 1504, intending to report the situation to Guo Chao. At this rate, the group of inept fighters in the building would surely not last long. Just as they narrowly escaped a catastrophe, Zhou Ren peeked out again, only to be greeted by a corridor strewn with corpses. Guo Chao's situation was equally dire. The railings and protective netting on Zhang Kun's kitchen balcony were already coated with shards of ice. Even if they could manage to set up a ladder, there was nowhere to place their feet. Taking advantage of the gunfire echoing in the corridor, 3 or 4 individuals had already managed to climb over and were in the process of dismantling the anti-theft net. Just as they were about to grab the railing and swing themselves inside, a violent explosion jolted them, sending them crashing to the ground below, silencing them forever. The thwarted assault left Guo Chao in a particularly foul mood. Spotting Zhou Ren rushing in, he pulled him aside, his eyes brimming with anxiety. What happened? Where did that explosion come from? Brother Chao, I don't know. It must have been that rascal Zhang Kun up to no good. Up to no good. What kind of mischief could possibly yield explosives? Prompted by Guo Chao's words, Zhou Ren recalled something and hastily added, Right, Brother Chao. While we were breaking down the wall, I heard 2 different types of gunfire. Zhang Kun may not just have 1 gun. What? Guo Chao froze, instantly realizing the gravity of the situation. In a warm room, where neighbors were trading food at exorbitant prices, and had even prepared firearms and explosives. All signs indicated that Zhang Kun was far from the simpleton he appeared to be. He swallowed hard. How many of you are left? None, just the few of us. The rest are. And what about the wall of Zhang Kun's residence? Is it breached? Zhou Ren hesitated, having never considered that question. He stepped out to investigate quietly, quickly returning to the room. However, before he could speak, Guo Chao had already discerned the answer from his ashen face. The 2 then retreated to a secluded corner, whispering intently. Soon, Zhou Ren nodded in agreement and turned to lead his men away. As he watched their departing figures, a glint, damn it, they've been tricked. In the midst of this extreme climate disaster, the entire building's residents were caught off guard. Yet Zhang Kun had prepared well in advance. He had even acquired firearms and explosives. Upon reflection, it became clear that this fellow had likely received warnings about the snow disaster long before. anticipating the current chaotic scenario. Zhang Kun, you are indeed a formidable adversary. But when it comes to ruthlessness, I am far more ruthless than you. Even if I cannot breach your home, I will ensure that every man in this building perishes at your doorstep. In the end, it will not hinder your dominion over this residence. Guo Chao stood upon the balcony of room 1504, maintaining an impassive facade as he continued directing his subordinates to ascend to Zhang Kun's abode. This time, however, the ones climbing were all fresh recruits from his neighborhood. Meanwhile, those who had initially followed him were unknowingly positioned behind him, acting as his shield in the crowd. Simultaneously, in room 1502, Wang Shoujuan received word from Zhou Ran. The individuals scrambling to ascend the ladder were also entirely composed of today's newly enlisted fodder. People had become somewhat wiser. At the very least, those attempting the climb were now securing torn bed sheets around their waists, fashioning makeshift safety ropes. Unlike the cluttered little balcony adjacent to the kitchen, Zhang Kun had deliberately omitted the installation of anti-theft nets during his renovations in order to maintain an unobstructed view. Thus, this area appeared to be the most vulnerable point in his defenses. Damn it, Brother June. It's not that we aren't trying hard. It's just that everything is covered in ice. It's far too slippery. We've already lost 2 down there. Less chatter. I'll tell you this. The brothers digging at Zhang Kun's door have already made a hole. If we lag behind, the food inside will be long gone by the time we get in. Think of your wives and children, waiting for you to bring home provisions. Among Wang Shoujuan's group were many heads of households. Their motivation for joining this endeavor stemmed not only from the desire to live without the perpetual fear of Guo Chao's wrath, but also from a desperate need for food. Having been trapped at home for nearly 10 days, their supplies had long since dwindled. Hearing Wang Shoujuan's words, despite the overwhelming fear within, they had no choice but to steel themselves and continue the climb. After all, they were the pillars of their families. Wang Shoujuan observed the men, each grappling their way up the wardrobe and ladder towards Zhang Kun's balcony, and a cold smile crept across his lips. It is said that one cannot chastise the young, for they will retaliate without hesitation. However, one can freely berate those burdened with mortgages and car loans, as they will merely swallow their indignation. Little did he expect to experience the pleasures of being a boss today. Yet, being on the 15th floor, mere courage was far from sufficient. In the heights, the biting wind intensified. A moment's lapse in concentration could send someone tumbling from the ladder. Additionally, the icy shards on Zhang Kun's balcony made it exceedingly difficult for the gloved individuals to grasp the railing, let alone swing themselves inside. In the blink of an eye, 2 more lost their grip, screaming as they fell to the ground below. Fortunately, someone below was holding onto the bedsheet, saving them from a grim fate. A newcomer, trembling as he ascended the ladder, was about to retreat when Wang Shoujuan's men blocked his path. Keep climbing. Brother June. I can't go on. My heart is about to give out. Is that so? Then allow me to save you some medication. Wang Shoujuan declared, delivering a powerful kick that sent the man tumbling down the ladder, plummeting to the ground. Ah! The man clutched the makeshift rope around his waist, his features contorting in terror as he cried out, Brother June, I'll climb. I'll climb. Just pull me up. Humph, too late. Wang Shoujuan knew that this was the moment to set an example, and without hesitation, he produced scissors, aiming them at the man's safety rope. The rope, made from a bed sheet, was hardly sturdy. Just as he cut halfway through, it could no longer bear the weight, snapping with a resounding rip. The man dangling below had time for but a single scream. Having done this, Wang Shoujuan turned to the remaining men awaiting their turn to ascend to Zhang Kun's dwelling, his voice stern and commanding. If you want food, you can have it. But you must fetch it yourselves. The provisions are all in Zhang Kun's home. If you wish to eat without contributing, then go perish. Wang Shoujuan's ferocity rendered the remaining men mute. At last, 2 fortunate souls managed to traverse the makeshift ladder, standing triumphantly on Zhang Kun's balcony. The sight of their success ignited a flicker of hope among the others. As the 2 steadied themselves, they wasted no time in fervently hammering at the floor-to-ceiling windows. If they could shatter just 1 pane of glass, Zhang Kun's home would belong to them all. Clang! The hammer struck the glass, producing a sound akin to steel clashing. What is happening? Hearing the strange noise, Wang Shoujuan could not help but step onto the balcony of room 1504, peering out. He beheld the 2 men relentlessly smashing away, yet the glass doors remained impervious, showing not a single crack. Brother June, it's no use. The glass appears to be bulletproof. It won't budge. Damn it, send a few more people to try. Wang Shoujuan shouted in frustration, directing the others to hurry over. Just as they were enthusiastically climbing, the balcony door swung open without warning. The two men pounding on the door froze, hands raised high, motionless. What the hell are you doing? Get in here now. Wang Shoujuan's words faltered abruptly, for he saw, emerging from the gap of the open balcony door, a dark, menacing gun barrel. Not an MP3, nor an MP4, but an MP5 submachine gun. Da-da-da. The gun erupted with flames, the sound of gunfire ringing out, shattering the silence. Chapter 44. Did I just pick up a kingflower? The MP5 submachine gun, with a caliber of 9mm, boasts an exceptionally high rate of fire and commendable accuracy at close range. It has been chosen as the standard firearm by numerous military forces, security units, and police departments across various nations. Its renown in the realm of submachine guns is akin to that of the AK-47 in the domain of rifles. Zhang Kun, without granting his opponents a moment's respite, pulled the trigger the instant the door swung open, sending two individuals tumbling off the balcony, heads first. Meanwhile, those who were laboriously scaling his balcony, their faces alight with hope, barely had time to register their predicament before they found themselves staring down the ominous barrel of a gun. Kun Gu, damn! This bastard has a submachine gun. Why not toss in a couple of grenades while you're at it? Are we playing CS here? Wang Shoujuan silently cursed as he prepared to retreat into the room, only to be startled by the clattering sound beneath his feet. Zhang Kun had indeed hurled 2 grenades his way. Subsequently, Zhang Kun nonchalantly turned and stepped back inside. It wasn't the cold outside that prompted his retreat. A true man never looks back at an explosion. Boom. As per his ominous prophecy, Wang Shoujuan also met his demise, plunging into silence. The immense force of the grenades even overturned the ladder and cabinets that connected the balconies of the 2 apartments, sending them crashing to the ground below. Having concluded his business on the large balcony, Zhang Kun brandished the MP5, swung open the kitchen door, and unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards the smaller balcony. Unfortunately, due to its limited area, the number of targets hit was rather minimal. Moreover, recognizing the unusual sounds, the occupants of apartment 1504 had already retreated into their rooms. Nevertheless, adhering to principles of fairness, justice, and transparency, Zhang Kun routinely tossed in 2 grenades before sealing the door leading from the kitchen to the small balcony. Although the safe house possessed an inviolable quality, faced with these encroaching neighbors, failing to inflict pain upon them all at once would likely lead to an endless cycle of torment. Thus, Zhang Kun resolved to take drastic measures, as for whether committing murder would weigh heavily on his conscience. It is always preferable to take a life than to lose one. This was a truth Zhang Kun had come to comprehend after his own brush with death. When neighbors decide to wield weapons in a bid for your home, they must be prepared for the possibility of losing their lives. As for himself, he was merely offering them a final farewell. Upon his return to the room, amidst the attentive service of Su Ziqing, Zhang Kun shed his down jacket, devoid of any psychological burden. Not only him, but even Su Ziqing, who had taken a life for the first time, bore a flush of exhilaration upon her face. While one could understand the audacity of a medical student, her level of excitement was bordering on the obsessive. Yet, in a world teetering on the brink of apocalypse, who among them could claim to be entirely devoid of peculiar inclinations? Take Zhang Kun himself, for instance. Upon witnessing Su Ziqing, perhaps it was best to return to more pressing matters. Zhang Kun voiced his curiosity. Ziqing, what was that all about? Earlier, when I saw you practicing your marksmanship in the small room, your aim was abysmal. How did you transform into a sharpshooter during the actual confrontation, hitting every target and landing headshots no less? He gazed earnestly at Su Ziqing, his concern for her response evident. If she had intentionally missed during practice to deceive him, it would indicate that she was concealing something. However, if that were the case, there was no need for her to showcase her sharpshooting skills with such precision in front of him. What purpose would that serve? Seeing Zhang Kun's focused gaze, Su Ziqing hurriedly shook her head in explanation. I don't know. It felt as if their heads were gravitating towards my gun when I aimed, and I think I could sense beforehand that the bullets would definitely hit. Really? Zhang Kun was taken aback, regarding Su Ziqing with a newfound intensity. He had rescued her for various reasons. Not only did he find her character admirable, particularly her resilience in the face of life and death, but also because her medical training rendered her an invaluable asset in this post-apocalyptic world. However, to sum it up, he had primarily viewed Su Ziqing as a beautiful vase to alleviate his solitude. Little did he know that this stunning vase concealed a fierce flower within. Adjusting the MP5 to semi-automatic mode, Zhang Kun offered it to Su Ziqing. "Why don't you give it a try on me?" "Ah." Su Ziqing's face turned ashen with fear. Zhang Kun chuckled lightly and stowed the weapon away. Then, he swept her up in his arms and made his way to the master bedroom. If she was too timid to shoot him, he would simply prepare himself to be shot. While one family reveled in the triumph of victory, the family of Lu Weiwei downstairs was engulfed in despair. Early that morning, the 3 members of Lu Weiwei's family had gathered their belongings and, in accordance with the plan devised with Guo, initially, they had placed their utmost confidence in Guo Chao, anticipating that he would successfully seize Zhang Kun's residence and invite them to take up residence there. However, it did not take long for them to discern that something was amiss. Lu Degue, summoning his courage, stealthily pushed open the stairwell door. Yet, after merely peering through the crack, he retreated in a panic, dragging his wife and daughter back into their home, his complexion pale as a ghost. Once inside, he slammed the door shut, as though fearing some monstrous entity might invade their sanctuary. "Dad, what on earth happened? What did you see? Where are Guo Chao and the others?" Lu Weiwei's eyes widened with concern as she questioned her father, who appeared utterly disoriented. According to their plan, she should have been moving into Zhang Kun's warm abode today, and her tone was laced with urgency. I saw a multitude of corpses, all of them. Guo Chao's people? Lu Weiwei gasped in astonishment, quickly realizing the futility of her question. Including that shameless vixen, Zhang Kun's household consisted of merely 2 individuals, hardly warranting such a description. Yet, how could Guo Chao's numerous followers have faltered against Zhang Kun? With just a single spit from each person, they could have drowned him. Her father, Lu Degue, merely trembled and nodded, lacking the courage to divulge. He had been born in a time of peace, his most stimulating experiences limited to watching war films. Before today, the most gruesome images he had encountered were those shared in the property owners group by Guo Chao. Yet the scenes he had just witnessed were far more jarring than any video. The disarray of bodies sprawled across the corridor, with some still clinging to life, raising bloodied arms in desperate hope of rescue. The walls were riddled with bullet and explosive holes, a grim tableau reminiscent of the battlefields of the Middle East. The acrid scent of gunpowder mingling with the stench of charred flesh filled the air, a nauseating combination. Now, reflecting on it, that scent seemed to invade his nostrils, triggering an uncontrollable wave of nausea that surged upwards. Observing her father in such a state of shock, Lu Weiwei was filled with confusion. Could it be that all these people were slain by Zhang Kun? Chapter 45. The grim tidings of defeat. Lu Weiwei had moved here a decade ago and had become acquainted with Zhang Kun. After years of neighboring coexistence, they had come to know each other quite intimately. Were it not for Zhang Kun's utter lack of ambition, leading him to become increasingly mediocre, it would not have been surprising had they married and started a family. Given Lu Weiwei's understanding of Zhang Kun, she found it utterly inconceivable that he could be the ruthless character who rampaged through the apartment complex. It was well known that even as a child, he would merely flick away a mosquito that had landed on him, rather than swat it with force. Such a person daring to commit murder seemed only plausible if the world were on the brink of apocalypse. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she finally concocted a somewhat reasonable explanation. "Dad, perhaps those individuals were fighting to secure a place in Zhang Kun's home, which led to..." "I should ask Guo Chao for clarification." In a flurry, Lu Weiwei retrieved her phone and dialed Guo Chao's video call. After what felt like an eternity, the video connected. It was Guo Chao, alive and well. Thank heavens, or else he would have been a casualty of circumstance. Lu Weiwei exhaled a sigh of relief. "Brother Chao, did you not promise to move upstairs today? Why haven't you provided any updates yet?" To her astonishment, Guo Chao did not respond to her inquiry but instead queried with a grave expression. "What exactly is Zhang Kun's background?" "His family not only possesses firearms but even hand grenades. If I hadn't fled swiftly today, I too would have perished on the 15th floor." "What?" Lu Weiwei's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape. Yet, having grown up alongside Zhang Kun, she could not fathom any special background apart from his family's modest wealth. How could they possibly be armed? Could it be that Zhang Kun was not truly his parents' biological child, but rather a scion of some military king, forced to take refuge here to escape vengeful foes? However, the absurdity of such a notion rivaled that of claiming she was the reincarnation of Emperor Qin Shi Huang himself. Observing Lu Weiwei's expression, it was evident that she was utterly oblivious to these matters. With a sigh, Guo Chao chose not to delve further. "But rest assured, Weiwei, Though we currently lack a means to confront Zhang Kun, with so many lives lost today, as long as I disseminate the news that he is responsible for the deaths, the remaining residents will undoubtedly wish to see him skinned alive. But, with so many men dead, will the others still have a way forward? As long as we maintain our resolve, solutions will always outnumber the problems. Let us not forget, the entire city is currently without water. Zhang Kun's home is sweltering, and the meager snow blown in from the balcony cannot sustain 2 adults. With the rising death toll, we have sufficient provisions for the time being, enough to engage in a war of attrition. If I station guards at the entrance, Zhang Kun and that woman will inevitably have to venture out in search of water. At that point, we will surely find a way to eliminate him. The house will eventually belong to us. Upon hearing Guo Chao's words, Lu Weiwei's eyes sparkled, and her face blossomed with a radiant smile. Yes, I always knew Brother Chao was the best. To ensure we can move into a warm home, you devised such a brilliant plan, moi. After the fierce battle, receiving a virtual kiss from the goddess sent Guo Chao's heart racing, and he could not help but flush. Truth be told, it wasn't entirely my idea. Someone has agreed to help me lure Zhang Kun out. But let us not dwell on that. I'll come find you tonight. My dear wife, I must attend to urgent matters first. Hanging up the phone, Guo Chao stepped into the living room, momentarily lost in thought as he gazed at the scant few subordinates remaining. Earlier that morning, the room had been packed with 60 or 70 individuals. If he accounted for those who had joined midway, there could have been as many as 80 or 90. Yet now, only those who had fled from the 15th floor were present. Under his directive, those who had retreated were primarily from the initial group, individuals who were solitary and unencumbered. Where are the guards? Haven't they returned yet? Zhou Ran, seated nearby, shook his head. A little while ago, one of the brothers who followed the guards mentioned that a grenade landed in the living room of 1502. Their entire group, Guo Chao was momentarily stunned into silence upon hearing this. Among the 4 who had once shared room 1003, he had been closest to Wang Shoujuan, not only because they shared a bed as roommates. Now, receiving news of his death, a wave of melancholy washed over him. Of the 4 who had shared the burdens of work and rent, only he and Zhou Ren remained. Brother Chao, perhaps we should refrain from seeking trouble with Zhang Kun. 2 of our 4 brothers have already perished on the 15th floor. If this continues, I fear the next to fall will be. Observing Guo Chao's somber demeanor, Zhou Ren wisely swallowed the remainder of his words. The day was already laden with enough bad news. There was no need to voice such morose sentiments. You speak truthfully. We must shift our strategy, Guo Chao declared as he laid out the... Upon hearing that they would transition from a direct assault to a defensive position, the men collectively exhaled in relief. After all, avoiding a head-on clash with Zhang Kun was a welcome outcome. Noticing the low spirits among the group, Guo Chao clapped his hands. Brothers, I understand the toll has been great, but I assure you I will not let anyone go unrewarded. Many of those who perished were married. As long as the heavy snowfall persists, if there are women left behind whom you desire, I will gladly advocate on your behalf. However, it will require some patience. After all, with the men just deceased, they likely lack the inclination for such matters. If you were to force the issue, it may not yield the satisfaction you seek. Upon hearing of such potential benefits, the eyes of the men lit up anew. Soon, under Guo Chao's direction, the team resumed its operations. Fortunately, although their designated photographer, Wang Shoujuan, had perished, there was an unexpected hidden talent among the survivors, someone skilled in taking private photos of women, thus filling the void. Guo Chao offered him 3 bags of biscuits as an incentive to discreetly ascend and film the grim aftermath on the 15th floor. The only stipulation was that the footage must prominently feature Zhang Kun's brutality. By evening, Guo Chao had edited the video he had worked on throughout the afternoon and shared it in the owner's group chat. Those who had remained at home, anxiously awaiting the return of the men with food, were alerted by the notification and eagerly opened the message. However, what they saw left them utterly dumbfounded. Unlike the previous robbery videos, this time the footage did not showcase the opulence of Zhang Kun's residence, nor did it depict how the men shared his stored provisions. Instead, it was filled with severed limbs and bloodstains that had crystallized in the cold. The professional quality of the cinematography was unparalleled. The shots transitioned from wide-angle views to intimate close-ups, capturing both the harrowing panorama and the dreadful details. A significant number of men had not been killed outright by gunfire or grenades. Rather, they had succumbed to the cold after losing their ability to move. The expressions of despair etched on the faces of those who perished served as exquisite material for the photographer. As the residents of Building 9 beheld the harrowing images of the men's last moments, a chill ran down their spines. What on earth had transpired? It should have been the selfish fiend Zhang Kun, hoarding resources and refusing to share. Chapter 46. Zhang Kun, you truly deserve damnation. I seem to have seen old Wang next door. He was such a good person. How could he suddenly be gone? My husband is gone. Oh, how could you bear to leave your son behind? He is only 25, still just a child who doesn't understand anything. Da Chong, how could you heartlessly abandon me? In this freezing weather, staying behind is nothing but torment. Take me with you. In an instant, the owner group was filled with the wails of orphans and widows. But soon, there were those who quickly reacted, unable to contain their inquiries directed at Guochao. Building manager, what on earth is happening? My man went out with you to work, and how did he die without a clear reason? You must give us an explanation. Clearing his throat, Guochao began to speak slowly. Dear neighbors, please listen to me. When my brothers and I arrived at his doorstep, we barely exchanged a few words before being ambushed. The scene was utter chaos, and it was only through the desperate cover provided by my brothers that I managed to escape. But the others, As he spoke with palpable emotion, Guochao's voice trembled with sorrow. Even the hardest of hearts could discern the deep bond he shared with his brothers, as well as his profound hatred for Zhang Kun. Yet, the gravity of the situation compelled some to voice their doubts. Manager, are you telling the truth? Indeed. I had contemplated risking my life to recover the bodies of my brothers, but I feared that Zhang Kun might be lurking in the shadows, firing from cover. Currently, the bodies are still on the 15th floor. Upon hearing Guochao's fervent declarations, the members of the owner group finally grasped the grim reality. Their men had indeed been slain by Zhang Kun. 1-1501. Zhang Kun, you scoundrel. How could you kill so many? Aren't you afraid of nightmares at night? 1-1501. Zhang Kun, you cursed wretch. You will surely descend into hell, and rest assured, my husband will haunt you even as a ghost. 1-1501. Zhang Kun, you killed my father. You must let my family reside in your home, and provide us with food as compensation. Otherwise, we shall never forgive you. Seeing the owner group ablaze with indignation, Guochao gleefully stoked the flames. Not only that, but I suspect Zhang Kun was aware of the impending snowstorm long before it arrived, which is why he was so well prepared. He even procured firearms. Bear in mind, illegal possession of firearms is a serious crime. Surrounded by negative emotions, the neighbors suddenly awakened to the reality of the situation thanks to Guochao's words. Indeed, the building manager's analysis was astute. During those days around New Year's, everyone had assumed it was merely an ordinary heavy snowfall. Only Zhang Kun had been shouting in the group about his lack of food while deceitfully extracting everyone's stored provisions at exorbitant prices. While they languished at home, freezing and starving, only Zhang Kun's household enjoyed ample food and warmth. To deter neighbors from coming to negotiate, he had even stockpiled firearms and ammunition. This was nothing short of monstrous. Zhang Kun, you knew a snow disaster was imminent. Why did you not forewarn everyone? Despicable Zhang Kun, do you realize how many lives your selfishness has cost? Zhang Kun, return my husband's life. Zhang Kun, you coward, you truly deserve to die. In that moment, the messages denouncing Zhang Kun in the group skyrocketed to over 100. Regardless of whether Zhang Kun could see them, people were determined to vent their frustrations to the utmost. Zhou Run, witnessing how Guochao had effortlessly redirected the ire of the entire building towards Zhang Kun, could not help but exclaim in admiration. Chao Gu, your strategy is brilliant. Zhang Kun is now like a rat in the street, his reputation utterly tarnished. It won't be long before he finds himself ostracized by the people, will it? Guochao smirked coldly at the remark. Indeed, apart from his unreasonably warm abode, what does Zhang Kun have? Aside from a beautiful woman, an abundance of food, and several firearms and grenades, what else does he count for? Such a person, if not driven to self-destruction during this rare snow disaster, then who will? Guochao snorted disdainfully but remained silent. He understood that such tactics were utterly insufficient against Zhang Kun's firepower. If Zhang Kun could be swayed by a few words from the neighbors, he would never have committed such atrocities today, resulting in so many deaths. But at this juncture, all he could do was incite the men, women, and children in the group to unite in an online assault against Zhang Kun. The rest was simply a matter of waiting for the opportune moment, as suggested by another, to eliminate. However, He was quite eager to witness the expression on Zhang Kun's face upon reading these scathing remarks. Meanwhile, as the group was abuzz with chatter, Zhang Kun and Su Ziqing had finished their dinner and were reclining on the sofa watching a movie. To celebrate the victory of the day, dinner was far more sumptuous than usual as Su Ziqing had been busy in the kitchen all afternoon, preparing not only a fragrant pot of dompa pork, but also shredded pork and garlic sauce, kung pao chicken, sweet and sour pineapple pork, stir-fried pork with garlic shoots, garlic vermicelli, mushu eggs, dry pot potato slices, broccoli with mushrooms, and a cold dish of fish mint. A veritable feast that left Zhang Kun utterly captivated. Though these were all home-cooked dishes, the ability to present each dish with perfect color, aroma, and flavor was indeed remarkable. Su Ziqing seemed to possess a natural talent for being an ideal wife and mother. Ultimately, apart from taking a tentative bite of the fish mint before setting it aside, Zhang Kun thoroughly enjoyed the rest of the dishes and offered high praise. As for the fish mint, it would be best to avoid making it in the future. The film Zhang Kun chose for the evening was the already acclaimed Let the Bullets Fly. Although he had watched it countless times, it remained endlessly entertaining. As he finally reached the scene where a group of fake bandits burst in and pinned the impoverished couple to the table, Zhang Kun, struck by the lady's magnanimity, felt a stir of emotions. Suddenly, both of their phones began buzzing incessantly. He couldn't be bothered to check, but Su Ziqing, unable to suppress her curiosity, picked up her phone to take a look. Just the whispers of the devil Kun disturbed in his rare moment of leisure, Zhang Kun reluctantly picked up his phone and began to scroll through the messages. Upon encountering the neighbors' vacuous and trivial chatter, he couldn't muster the energy to engage. Even if he were to forewarn them, who among them would believe such a thing? Moreover, given the neighbors' proclivity for absurdity, it was entirely possible they might end up like the neighbor of his colleague, reported as a madman and carted off, ultimately perishing in a psychiatric hospital. Where was the noble impulse to assist others in such a scenario? It had been an apocalypse for so long, yet not a soul had offered him 50 s for the notion of eliminating those neighbors who sought to seize their home. They had already cloaked their home invasion as merely following the building manager out to work. What good would his explanations serve? Only through submission could they ensure that nothing would transpire. Yet such an outcome bore only one certainty: the tragic demise of both himself and Su Ziqing, devoid of any suspense. Thus, regarding those who gossiped maliciously from the shadows, Zhang Kun's thoughts were straightforward. Let them bark. After all, whose dog doesn't he bark a few times in the dead of night? Despite Zhang Kun's indifference, Su Ziqing pouted and could no longer contain her ire, engaging with those neighbors who distorted the truth. Her nimble fingers danced across the screen, sending a flurry of messages. You mustn't speak such nonsense. You all willingly sold food to Kun's master before. Moreover, today it was a group armed with weapons who stormed into Kun's home. We were left with no choice but to retaliate. Can you truly blame us for the casualties? Are your lives worth more than ours, while Kun's life is deemed less significant? One must adhere to reason. However, her response only redirected the torrent of outrage from Zhang Kun towards her. You must be the woman living in Zhang Kun's house. No wonder you can utter such words. Setting aside the mistakes of others, does Zhang Kun bear no fault at all? The only reason you are alive is that you are consuming food deceitfully obtained from Zhang Kun. How dare you lecture us? You shameless vixen. Wretched creature. Is the blood bun tasty? Your dinner and lunch today must have been steeped in my husband's blood soup, right? Let us not even mention the fact that my husband is. For this alone, both of you deserve to descend into hell. Su Ziqing trembled with indignation, tears welling in her large, expressive eyes as she leaned against Zhang Kun, expressing her frustration. How can they be so? And the food we consumed was not purchased from the neighbors, was it? Indeed. Zhang Kun had no regard for that food. After acquiring it, he had discarded it into his storage space without a second thought. He reached out to gently wipe the tears from Su Ziqing's eyes. Although his demeanor was tender, he couldn't help but find the situation somewhat amusing. It was futile to engage in discourse with these simpletons. When one has consumed a bowl of cold noodles, must one endure the absurdity of others claiming one has devoured 2 bowls? Should he resort to disemboweling himself like Shaoli to prove his innocence? The fate of Shaoli served as a cautionary tale. The correct course of action should be to silence the blabbering fools first, then point a heated gun at the onlookers, demanding to know just how many bowls he truly consumed. Those who dared to claim 2 bowls should be executed on the spot. Justice and fairness lie solely within the barrel of a gun. Why waste breath on them? One would be better off engaging in more pleasurable pursuits. Yet, Seeing her so riled was a testament to her desire to avoid unjust suffering. Zhang Kun resolved to assist her. Clearing his throat, he pressed the voice message button and began to speak slowly. Dear neighbors, while it is true that I have taken lives, I have also rendered you a significant service. Zhang Kun's voice ignited the group chat, elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. The remorseless fiend, the very murderer responsible for the demise of their husbands, boyfriends, and fathers, had finally shown himself, and in an instant, all attention shifted from Su Ziqing to him, launching a barrage of vitriol. Zhang Kun, how dare you still speak? Hurry and leap from your balcony to your demise. You scoundrel! You are the one who has brought us to this wretched state. I can't believe I once foolishly assisted you with the elevator door. Because of a wretch like you, we are being punished. We ought to sacrifice Zhang Kun from the 15th floor to appease the heavens. Perhaps the snowstorm will cease. Indeed. Not only must he be killed, but I also wish to drink his blood, skin him alive, and spare no mercy for that little harlot in his room. Let me avenge my father. Yet Zhang Kun paid no heed to their cacophony, continuing to record, did you not all claim that this snowstorm arrived unexpectedly, leaving you with insufficient food at home? Now I have directly resolved the issue by eliminating the person. This way, you can endure for quite some time, correct? Furthermore, there is now an emergency food supply available on the 15th floor. Feel free to take what you need, and I assure you I will not interfere. You lie. What emergency food could possibly be on the 15th floor? There is nothing there except for the bodies of our loved ones. Good heavens! Zhang Kun, are you a devil? Those who sought to counter Zhang Kun were suddenly struck by a grim realization. Not just her, but in an instant, every individual who had heard Zhang Kun's voice message felt a chill run down their spines, cold sweat beating on their brows. Indeed, the corridor on the 15th floor was lined with numerous frozen corpses. Though these individuals had once been the pillars of their respective families, they now shared a singular designation: protein. As long as they had not consumed their own kin, perhaps, it could be justified, right? Historically, had not instances of cannibalism occurred throughout the annals of Huagua? Otherwise, why would Mr. Zhou Shuren have meticulously scrutinized the text late into the night, only to discern the two characters eating people from between the lines? In that moment, the once boisterous group chat fell into a profound silence, not a single message sent. Each person pondered a question that sent chills down their spines. At that moment, Zhang Kun, with a cold smile, delivered a final blow. Do not blame me for failing to warn you. My neighbor from room 1502 once brought home a corpse, leaving it on the balcony for emergencies. And then there's Zhao Lina and her Moorish husband. They are living precedents. What you consume is of little consequence. Surviving is your utmost priority. At this instant, Zhang Kun's tone bore an uncanny resemblance to the whispers of a devil, resonating within every household of Building 9. Chapter 48. Upgrade of the Safe House. Supply map. Zhang Kun was akin to the serpent in the Garden of Eden, enticing Adam and Eve to partake of the forbidden fruit. Yet this time, the delicacy that people craved was not the fruit of wisdom, but rather those unspeakable desires. Enough, Zhang Kun. How can you utter such deranged words? Have you lost your mind? Ms. Zhang from Unit 301, who had long remained silent in the group, could no longer contain her indignation. Ah, yes, Ms. Zhang is absolutely right. However, I merely believe. After a while, sensing an unusual atmosphere, he turned to Su Ziqing beside him. The girl was staring at him with her large, expressive eyes, her expression a mix of complexity. What is it? Master brother, do you think they will really eat? Zhang Kun responded with a playful smile. Shall we make a wager? Huh. Wager on what? Let us bet that by tomorrow morning, the corridor will be spotless. And what will the stakes be? With a flourish, Zhang Kun produced a rabbit ear hairpin from his space, a surprise he had uncovered in a blind box from a delivery just days prior. Regrettably, the package lacked a rabbit tail. If I win, you must wear it for the next few days. Su Ziqing's face flushed instantly, her eyes shimmering with emotion. Her master brother was being mischievous, yet she found herself inexplicably drawn to it. Could it be that deep down, she was indeed this kind of woman? Su Ziqing was unwilling to believe it, stubbornly pressing on with, but what if master brother loses? I shall not lose, Zhang Kun declared, placing the hairpin atop Su Ziqing's head. Gazing at her exquisite visage, complemented by the two long ears that quivered atop her ponytails. His breath quickened. Yu Ziqing blushed deeply, yet remained undeterred, asking, "How can you be so sure? Can you foresee the future, Master Brother?" "No, that I simply have faith in human nature." That evening, after a long day, Su Ziqing retired early, while Zhang Kun kept vigil until midnight. His purpose was not to witness any neighbors moving corpses, but rather, once the clock struck 12, it would be time for the safe house to undergo its upgrade. The sign-in reward for January 10th included 20 sets of cold-proof clothing and 20 pairs of cold-proof boots. Zhang Kun found himself both amused and bemused by the system's selection of rewards, which seemed to imply that it anticipated his excursions. After completing the second sign-in for 5 days, the safe house was due for its second upgrade. This time, the system presented a unique upgrade option. One was a supply map, and the other a live point map. The supply map would enable Zhang Kun to locate supply points within a 10-kilometer radius, while the live point map could track the real-time location. Both maps could be displayed on the television or computer in his home. Without hesitation, Zhang Kun opted for the supply map. Though the supplies in his space were sufficient for several lifetimes, in times like these, who would ever complain about having to? Moreover, even the most prepared could find themselves lacking in certain items, such as intimate apparel or stockings, discovering a shortage only when the need arose. As for the live point map, its requirement of knowing a person's name before use rendered it rather restrictive. Once the upgrade was complete, he immediately tested the supply map on his desktop computer. The supply map was not merely a matter of inputting an item and clicking search. It offered 2 search methods. One could select a specific building within 10 kilometers, even down to a particular floor or room, to ascertain what items were inside. The other method involved entering an item name along with parameters such as a minimum quantity to retrieve suit. Zhang Kun first input the address of the convenience store at the south gate of his community. As he expected, it was completely barren, devoid of anything save for empty shelves and furniture. It seemed that such mixed-use buildings, with residential units above and commercial spaces below, would no longer warrant consideration. In times of desperation, it was all too common for $0 purchases to occur. Such shops were likely among the first to be thoroughly ransacked. He then tried inputting down jacket, setting the lower limit to 2,000 pieces, disregarding gender or style. After clicking search, a wealth of supply gathering points with over 2,000 down jackets within a 10-kilometer radius of Zhang Kun's home appeared on the screen, revealing no fewer than 5 locations. As he examined them, he noted that they were situated in nearby independent large supermarkets or specialty stores. Places farther from the community seemed to be safer, likely untouched by looters. With this in mind, it would be wise to seize the opportunity to don his cold-proof attire and venture out in the RV a few times. After all, those large shopping centers must still harbor numerous valuable items. Taking them for himself was far preferable to leaving them entombed beneath layers of snow. After experimenting with the new functionality, Zhang Kun stretched contentedly, preparing to retire to his room to embrace Su Ziqing for a restful night. However, just then, he heard the distinct chime of the elevator doors opening outside. Though the safe house was impervious to damage and intrusion, Zhang Kun remained cautious. As the elevator arrived, a throng of neighbors clad in masks, hats, and down jackets surged out. Their figures did not resemble those of Guo Chao's subordinates, yet each of them moved with an eerie silence, as if they had reached an unspoken agreement. In the stillness, they busied themselves searching among the bodies in the corridor. Occasionally, someone would discover the person they sought, kneeling beside the corpse to stifle a few. Once they identified a satisfactory target, they would drag it into the elevator, heading downward. The others remained quietly beside the bodies they had chosen, patiently awaiting the next elevator. It appeared they were neighbors, coming to collect corpses for emergency reserves. Truly, one must heed the counsel of others to fill their bellies. Zhang Kun murmured softly, and as he had suggested in the group, he did nothing further but retreated to his bedroom. In his previous life, his fate mirrored that of the bodies strewn across the ground, ultimately becoming sustenance for others. But this time, he vowed to survive until the very end. With this thought, Zhang Kun turned over, wrapping his arms around Su Ziqing. Feeling the warmth radiating from her body, he finally surrendered to sleep. Chapter 49. Ms. Zheng's deal. Thanks to this, the neighbors in the owners group seemed to have formed a new chat without him and Su Ziqing, leaving the group silent for the entire day. Apart from a few subordinates of Guo Chao who were stationed to keep watch at room 1502, the entire building felt as though there were indeed those seeking Zhang Kun, notably the woman with the clipped voice, who had been increasingly frequent in her attempts to reach him. She would inquire about his need for water at all hours of the day, even offering to deliver it to his doorstep. Yet, given the peculiar tone of her voice, one could only wonder about the true source of the water she proposed to bring. Zhang Kun remained unfazed, but Su Ziqing, on the other hand, wore a displeased expression as she vented her frustrations by chopping ribs vigorously in the kitchen. Aside from the woman with the clipped voice, Zhang Kun was taken aback when, in the evening, Ms. Zhang from room 301 unexpectedly added him on WeChat. He had some recollection of her. Regardless of the season, she was always seen wearing a mask that concealed her face, revealing only her crescent-shaped eyes. Additionally, she was not just meticulous about covering her face. She consistently donned tight-fitting attire that accentuated her figure. Particularly during summer, she could often be spotted in sharkskin leggings and snug athletic wear, which only served to highlight her alluring silhouette. Strangely, he had never observed her in the company of others, as she seemed to lead a solitary existence. Despite their lack of previous interaction, Zhang Kun was curious as to why she had chosen to add him. Feeling somewhat bored, he accepted her friend request. Almost immediately, she sent a message, "Hello, Zhang Kun. I would like to request some food from you." It was now the 10th day of this frigid apocalypse, and she was so brazenly asking for food. Besides, they were hardly acquaintances. "I understand this is quite abrupt, but I can offer you some information that pertains to your safety. If it concerns Guo Chao and his crew, I'd rather pass. Do you really think that even if their cemetery grass grows 3 meters high, I won't continue to thrive? It has nothing to do with Guo Chao. They are merely a rabble, incapable of causing any real threat." Zhang Kun suddenly found this dialogue intriguing. If the largest gang in Building 9 had been dismissed by her, who could possibly pose a threat to him? "I can offer a box of instant noodles." However, this insignificant amount meant little to him, akin to a mere hair on a cow. Having verbally agreed, he would fulfill his promise. "How do you intend to collect the items?" "I am not one to easily leave my room." Zhang Kun thought to outsmart her, but Ms. Zhang had already devised a plan. Simply place the spicy strips in the box, seal it with tape, and toss it from the balcony. Upon hearing her suggestion, Zhang Kun felt enlightenment dawn upon him. Both of their rooms were identical in layout, facing the same direction. With the snow reaching the third-floor balcony, if he tossed the items down, the deviation caused by the wind would be minimal. All she would need to do was climb out onto her balcony to retrieve the box. This way, they could avoid any potential interception by others. It appeared that the adage about beauty lacking intellect did not entirely apply to this particular Ms. Zhang. "All right, we shall proceed as you suggest, but first, enlighten me with what you know." "That is not possible. What if I share the information and you don't deliver the goods?" Ms. Zhang's concerns were not without merit, yet Zhang Kun remained unconcerned. In this apocalyptic realm, he was the one in control. He would never be at the mercy of another. Zhang Kun replied with a cold smirk. Others would be far too preoccupied with seizing Ms. Zhang for their own gain. With that assurance, Zhang Kun felt confident he had the upper hand. Ms. Zhang remained silent for a considerable time. The WeChat chat box indicated she was typing, yet nothing materialized. Just as Zhang Kun contemplated leaving her hanging for a while, she unexpectedly sent a video call invitation. Accepting it casually, Zhang Kun was instantly met with Ms. Zhang's face on his phone screen. This time, however, she was not wearing a mask. Zhang Kun was momentarily stunned. For the woman on the screen was someone he had frequently seen on. Zhang smiled, revealing a charming demeanor fit for the news. "Can you now throw the items down? After all, I am a public figure and would hardly deceive you for a box of instant noodles and a few packets of spicy strips, would I?" Had this been a different time, her smile alone would have left Zhang Kun mesmerized, compelling him to hand over the goods. However, having undergone a transformation after his rebirth and with Su Ziqing, whose beauty rivaled that of Zhang Yubing, Zhang Kun had long since evolved. He raised an admonishing finger towards the camera. "Even if you were a celestial being, you must first provide me with information before I part with my belongings." Public figures are notorious for their deceit, especially those in the news business. Didn't he realize you held such strong opinions about us journalists? Given the circumstances, to demonstrate goodwill, I shall divulge some information first. Yesterday, to my knowledge, the building head of Unit 10 is currently seeking to verify your situation, likely intending to take action against you. Is that all? The information you shared is hardly worth 3 packets of spicy strips. Is that so? What if I told you that the head of the opposite building is armed? How much would that piece of information be worth? Armed? How could that possibly be? Zhang Kun was visibly taken aback. The regulation of firearms in Huagua had always been exceedingly strict. His own weapon was a reward from the system, and ordinary individuals could hardly acquire such items. Unless there are police officers in the opposite building? Correct. It seems you are quite astute, but it is said that those two officers have already been. Zhang Yubing gestured with her right hand, mimicking a snapping motion. Two officers, this implied the potential presence of two firearms. Thus, this piece of information was indeed worth its weight in gold. But how do you know so much about the situation in Building 10? Zhang Yubing's gaze flickered momentarily, yet she soon deemed it unnecessary to be coy in front of Zhang Kun, responding candidly. Our deputy station manager lives in Building 10, and he has previously insisted that I become his mistress. Chapter 50. The curving bullet cough. Zhang Kun suddenly erupted into a fit of coughs, desperately attempting to mask the embarrassment that welled within him. How could such a matter be so casually discussed with others? Yet, he soon realized that Zhang Yubing intended to use this opportunity to demonstrate her sincerity. In truth, he held a favorable impression of Ms. Zhang from Unit 301, not only because she had once been the whether rallying the men in the building to venture out in search of sustenance or refuting Zhang Kun's assertions in the group chat the previous night, her actions had consistently showcased a sharp and lucid mind amidst the encroaching apocalypse. It seemed that frequent interactions with high-ranking individuals indeed endowed one with a distinct perspective. Then did you submit? If I had submitted, how could that program have suddenly changed hosts? Zhang Kun was among his university classmates. There had been those who compromised their principles for the sake of advancement. It was only after one such classmate had to be assisted back to the dormitory that Zhang Kun learned of the hidden meanings behind the steel wool flower, wealth, and forbearance. Thus, while he did not condone such actions, he could understand them. Zhang Kun kept his word. After ending the video call, he rummaged through his supplies and unearthed a box of white elephant instant noodles, subsequently adding 3 bags of spicy. Once he had repackaged everything, he called out to Su Ziqing, who was still washing dishes in the kitchen, and tossed her a set of cold-resistant clothing and boots that had been awarded by the system that very morning. Once you're dressed, throw this box off the balcony. Understood. Master Brother. It had become second nature for Su Ziqing to dispose of the household waste in such a manner during these days. When she donned the specially crafted cold-resistant attire, she sensed an unusual comfort. The fabric was of an unknown material that neither appeared bulky nor felt stifling. After stepping out of the room and putting on her hat, she found that, aside from her cheeks stinging from the cold wind, the areas covered by the cold-resistant clothing were surprisingly warm, devoid of any chill. Following Zhang Kun's instructions, after tossing the box out, she returned to the room, and upon removing her clothing, she noticed Zhang Kun standing by the window, gazing intently at the opposite building. Following his line of sight, Su Ziqing spotted an individual on the same floor of Building 10, peering back at them through binoculars. Master Brother, who is that person? The sensation of being watched unsettled her, prompting her to stealthily approach Zhang Kun. Without a hint of emotion, he drew the curtains and retrieved another handgun from his supplies, one that Su Ziqing had yet to utilize. Ziqing, didn't you mention feeling a certain way when aiming at living beings? Now is your moment to shine. Take a shot at that individual across. Ah? Su Ziqing was momentarily taken aback. While the act of spying was indeed irksome, did it warrant the taking of a life? Yet, she found herself unable to refute her master brother's command and simply nodded in acquiescence. Carefully, she opened the balcony door a crack and, standing behind it, extended the barrel of the gun. Zhang Kun pressed closely against her back, resting his chin on her shoulder, his arms encircling her waist, silently assisting her in aiming. Their sights aligned, yet Zhang Kun felt that Su Ziqing was not aiming precisely at the person's position, but slightly off. Hey, aim a bit better. Bang. The gunshot rang out unexpectedly. Almost simultaneously, the glass of the window behind the individual observing them shattered, revealing a clear bullet hole, while a crimson bloom What is going on? You were obviously aiming beside him. Can your bullet curve? That's a legendary skill, akin to the feats of ripping apart enemies. Zhang Kun recalled. According to the explanations within those shows, at the moment a bullet is fired, a rapid flick of the wrist imparts a horizontal acceleration, allowing the bullet to curve mid-air. However, those were merely dramatizations, not grounded in reality. Moreover, he stood directly behind Su Ziqing. The tremor in her wrist was far less intense than that of a heaving chest. How could that possibly make a bullet curve? No, it was the wind when I aimed. I seemed to sense the wind's effect on accuracy, so I adjusted my aim slightly. Su Ziqing, fearing that Zhang Kun might misconstrue her as possessing some bizarre skill, hurriedly explained, her cheeks flushed. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Kun finally understood why she had aimed slightly askew. Master brother, could you please refrain from asking me to do such things in the future? I don't wish to take a life over something so trivial. Zhang Kun turned to look at Su Ziqing, only to discover her biting her lip, her expression troubled, clearly grappling with the moral implications of taking the— I merely asked you to fire a shot. Who said anything about killing someone? Ah? Su Ziqing's face turned as pale as a ghost, tears streaming down her cheeks. Although she found it somewhat cruel to have shot the male neighbors in the building previously, she justified it by the necessity of protecting both herself and Master Zhang Kun from potential harm. However, today's circumstances were entirely different. Their safety was not under threat. It was merely an act of someone spying on them from behind a window, and to resort to gunfire was well beyond her psychological threshold. Seeing her pitiful, tear-streaked face, Zhang Kun pulled her back onto the sofa and retrieved the chat records between himself and Ms. Zhang. Actually, the person you shot was not a good person either. Just today, I received news that the residents of Building 10 have become aware that our supplies are ample and may very well be planning to take action against us soon, and they are armed. Zhang Kun's rationale was quite simple. For him, the allure of spending his days with a beautiful woman was far more tempting than engaging in a cycle of violence. Today's shooting was merely a show of strength, a warning for them to reconsider their intentions. So, you mean to say the person I just shot was also a villain? Yes, indeed. Then in this neighborhood, aside from the two of us, everyone else is a villain. Zhang Kun gently patted Su Ziqing's forehead, as if comforting a young girl yet to graduate from kindergarten. And what about the person who informed you? You two even video called behind my back. Su Ziqing pouted in a petulant manner. I heard she was nearly going to become someone's mistress. Surely, she cannot be a good person, right? Zhang Kun absent-mindedly nodded, his mind conjuring the image of Ms. Zhang, trembling during her night runs, alongside her polished appearance in formal attire, engaging in witty banter with guests on television. Unable to resist, he rubbed his chin and mused, "You're not." However, even villains have their uses. Someone like her is irredeemable. There is still a chance for salvation. Once we capture her, I will ensure she receives a thorough reprimand. I'll make her weep and repent, feeling I want to rest until she is rolling on the floor, begging for mercy. Wait, master brother, do you truly intend to? Zhang Kun suddenly burst into laughter. What? Are you worried that it might be illegal? Chapter 51. Undercurrents, creak, creak, creak. Even in a residence costing tens of thousands per square meter, the sound insulation left much to be desired. Listening to the erratic noises emanating from the upper floor, he was rolling around on the sofa yesterday, and now he continues today. Just because his house is warm and he's well fed, does he have to flaunt it down here? Ho Sufin rolled her eyes, casting a look laden with unspoken words at her husband, Lu Degue. Lu Degue instinctively shrank back, avoiding her gaze. He understood his wife's discontent. However, the cold weather had been relentless. Though they had provisions provided by Guochao, no one knew how long the heavy snowfall would last, and the family had to ration their food, leading to inevitable exhaustion. Besides, at his age, he was no longer the spirited youth who could withstand the wind and urinate 3 feet high. He could hardly keep up with Zhang Kun's relentless antics upstairs. Not only was Lu Degue feeling guilty, but Guochao, also present in the living room, shared a similar apprehension. Every time Lu Weiwei heard the commotion from above, it was as if she were under a spell, incessantly dragging him into the room Yet, the objective conditions were harsh, the room was frigid, and even with blankets, the chill was biting, causing him to lose an alarming amount of warmth each time. Now, as he caught Lu Weiwei's gaze, his legs could not help but tremble. Fortunately, this time Lu Weiwei said nothing, merely placing her phone before everyone and sharing the latest news she had received. Chao Gu, my best friend, lives in Building 10. She's now in a position similar to mine, the wife of the building manager. They know that Zhang Kun's home is warm, with not only food but also firearms. The building manager of 10 has invited us to collaborate, aiming to breach Zhang Kun's residence together. Once we've seized the house, we can share Zhang Kun's resources and the supplies within. Hearing Lu Weiwei's words, Guochao felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. According to their previous plan, they only needed to wait quietly for Zhang Kun to venture out to collect snow. Now, with the sudden addition of a group from Building 10, would they not have to share half of their spoils once they secured the supplies? How do they know the situation so well? Who informed them? Lu Weiwei nonchalantly nodded. It was me who told them. Why? This only increases the number of people aware of Zhang Kun's secret. What if we get caught up in it too? Guo Chao could not help but raise his voice, seeking to express his discontent. Everything Lu Weiwei had was granted by him, and it was truly hard to accept her taking such actions behind his back. Why are you shouting at me? Lu Weiwei was unperturbed, glaring at Guo Chao. I'm sorry, Weiwei, that was not my intention. I just thought you might have consulted me before making such decisions. Do you think I hadn't considered it? But Zhang Kun's situation can't remain concealed. With the gunfire and explosions yesterday morning, the people in Building 10 are not blind. They must have seen it. Moreover, Zhang Kun and that little vixen are always scantily clad in their room. The residents across the way can surely see everything clearly. Keeping it a secret only makes us appear insincere. How can I hold my head high in front of my best friend after this? Upon hearing Lu Weiwei's explanation, Guo Chao quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Weiwei, that I thought you hadn't considered those aspects. It was my short-sightedness. However, I believe our previous plan was sound. Once Zhang Kun and the others step out to fetch ice, we would have the opportunity to eliminate him. Besides, we have enough provisions right now, so there is no need to rush. This way, I can minimize casualties among my subordinates. Lu Weiwei, however, remained unmoved, crossing her arms and retorting coolly, but it has been so many days without water. Have you seen anyone from upstairs come down? And how do you know he hasn't stored enough water beforehand? Even if Zhang Kun does venture out, armed as he is, who would dare confront him? Guo Chao, open your eyes and see what kind of life I am enduring. She pointed at the electronic thermometer on the wall, which glaringly displayed 10 degrees below zero. 10 degrees below zero. 10 degrees below zero. Is this a temperature suitable for a fairy to endure? The palace of the moon goddess would be warmer than here. What did you say when you persuaded me to sleep with you? You clearly promised I would soon move to a warm room upstairs. And now look at me. Look at my hands. They are covered in frostbite. Lu Weiwei waved her hands in front of Guo Chao. Perhaps realizing her tone had been excessive, she then nestled into Guo Chao's embrace, playfully pouting, Chao Ge, you promised me? Once we move into Zhang Kun's house, I will bear you 10 chubby little sons, okay? With her blend of softness and firmness, Guo Chao's mind was suddenly filled with visions of 10 sons clinging to his legs, calling him daddy, and he found himself less resistant to the idea of collaboration. Seizing the moment, Lu Degue quickly changed the subject to ease the tension. So, how do they intend to collaborate? In this icy weather, they can't possibly come over. My best friend suggested that we could dig a tunnel beneath the snow from both sides. As long as we dig towards each other, it won't take long to connect. They can not only provide manpower but also tools for breaking through walls. One household in their building specializes in engineering and has electric drills. When the time comes, it will be just like last time. One group attacking head-on while another breaks in through my house. With both buildings working in unison, we can surely catch Zhang Kun off guard. Guo Chao still felt hesitant. Are there really that many of them? What if there are too many and they turn on us instead? They were causing such a ruckus in Building 10. They don't seem like the type to keep their promises. Oh, come on, Chao Ge, what are you talking about? My best friend is not that. Subsequently, he took out his phone and began issuing new work orders in the owners group without Zhang Kun. Starting from tomorrow evening, each household must send someone with tools to gather on the first floor to excavate a tunnel beneath the snow connecting to Building 10. Watching Guo Chao comply without hesitation, Lu Weiwei's lips curled into a satisfied smile, finally feeling content. For a moment, the bothersome noise from upstairs seemed to become melodious. Zhang Kun, when our people storm into your home, I want you to kneel and lick my feet. Chapter 52. Zhang Yubing's decision, digging a tunnel? Why? Why must we excavate such a tunnel? If we must dig, it should be outside the community. Exactly. Do you think there's food in Building 10? From what I see, their situation is far more chaotic than ours. My husband has perished. I am the sole survivor. I refuse to partake. The sudden imposition of this task incited a wave of vehement dissent among the remaining residents, and soon, the air was thick with opposition. While confronting Lu Weiwei was futile, Guo Chao stood resolutely against the widows, who were now bereft of most of the men in the group, and he couldn't be bothered to offer any explanations. Then you can see for yourself what happens if you refuse to comply. In an instant, the group fell silent. Guo Chao's voice was deep and laced with a palpable threat, resonating even through the phone screen. The surviving residents recalled how Guo Chao and his entourage had previously wreaked havoc within the building. If they resisted, would the next intruders be themselves? It seemed. They should never have appointed Guo Chao as the head of the building at that time, there were still many men in the building. If they had organized a resistance, victory would have been within reach, but now, all blame fell on Zhang Kun. Were it not for his merciless slaughter of so many men, Guo Chao would not have been the sole authority. As this realization sank in, their resentment toward Zhang Kun intensified. Yet, not everyone harbored animosity towards Zhang Kun. Zhang Yubing, a 29-year-old woman, was one such exception. Having worked at a television station for years, she had finally seized the opportunity to host a niche nighttime talk show. With her graceful appearance, eloquent speech, and an exceptionally warm smile, she had elevated the show's ratings dramatically within a few months. Fans even began to affectionately refer to her as Little Dongqing. Many viewers insisted she should host the Spring Festival Gala on national television. However, with her rising fame came a torrent of troubles. The deputy director, known for his penchant for collecting beautiful women, threatened to freeze her out unless she complied with his demands. Consequently, the once headstrong Zhang Yubing found herself unceremoniously sidelined by the station. Although she was not dismissed, her new role rendered her increasingly discerning in her judgment of others. From her extensive experience in interpersonal relations, she discerned that Guo Chao, despite his current bravado, was merely a short-sighted individual whose self-serving actions would only prolong his own existence by a brief margin. Zhang Yubing had little admiration for Guo Chao's conduct. In her view, the resources within the building, no matter how abundant, were inherently limited, making their incessant squabbling utterly unnecessary. Concentrating all the men in the building without directing their efforts towards seeking sustenance outside, and instead fostering discord among neighbors, was not just foolish. It was downright absurd. Moreover, the sudden proposal to excavate a snow tunnel to Building 10 was a manifestation of unparalleled folly. Zhang Yubing had initially intended to question Guo Chao and the new owners group about his knowledge of the firearms in Building 10. Yet, upon witnessing his menacing comment in the chat, her resolve crumbled. In contrast, Zhang Kun, who had remained holed up in his apartment, began to earn her respect. Despite his somewhat eccentric demeanor and the panic he spread in the group, he had not abused his armed status to intimidate others, but had merely employed it for self-defense. Most importantly, he had indeed fulfilled his promise to provide food, tossing it down from the rooftop. Zhang Yubing had been without provisions for an entire day prior. His words were as good as his deeds. To her, only someone like Zhang Kun could be genuinely trusted and relied upon in times of calamity. For when the law is rendered impotent, the only thing that can restrain the beast within is an individual's moral compass. Clearly, Zhang Kun's ethical standards far exceeded those of Guo Chao. Having reached this conclusion, Zhang Yubing, while enjoying a bowl of instant noodles, sent a message to Zhang Kun, forwarding Guo Chao's latest direct. Simultaneously, she expressed her desire to relocate to the 15th floor. Zhang Kun, as long as you can provide me with food and shelter, until the disaster subsides, my allegiance will be yours. After sending the message, Zhang Yubing felt a rush of embarrassment. Transactions require leverage, and presently, the only bargaining chip she possessed was herself. Yet, articulating such sentiments to a man younger than herself inevitably brought a blush to her cheek. Thus, she was acutely aware of the allure her words held for a youthful man brimming with vitality. However, she was taken aback when Zhang Kun did not respond until the following morning. You may enter my home, but you must find your own way. Guo Chao had already assembled the majority of his followers, armed and ready. Unlike the previous forceful assault on Zhang Kun's residence, this time, fewer than 10 men emerged, all of them around 60 years old, appearing frail and on the verge of retirement. With heavy snowfall having persisted for over 10 days, the once pristine lobby's floor-to-ceiling windows were now obscured by thick layers of snow. Only a few stubborn light bulbs fought to illuminate the space, casting a dim glow that felt oppressive against the snow-covered windows. Guo Chao's plan was straightforward. Although the snow had piled high outside, all that was required was to excavate a tunnel wide enough for passage. The snow removed would be transported via the elevator to the upper floors and discarded through the ventilation windows that remained unobstructed. The distance between Building 9 and Building 10 was a mere 30 meters. If both sides commenced digging simultaneously and fortune smiled upon them, they could connect the two buildings by dawn. To ensure the tunnel's structural integrity, Guo Chao ordered his subordinates to pry off the door panels from several deceased neighbors' apartments. With every section excavated, they would construct a shape using the... After organizing the rudimentary plan, he led his men, carrying emergency flashlights, to supervise the operation. Any sign of laziness was met with a swift kick, leaving little room for leniency. Though the neighbors grumbled, they dared not voice their grievances, each one forced to stoop and labor diligently. Due to her tall stature, Zhang Yubing appeared comparatively robust among the assembled crowd and was assigned the task of transporting and disposing of snow. Initially, she had contemplated using the opportunity of dumping snow on the upper floors to press the elevator button for the 15th floor and make her escape. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, she messaged Zhang Kun while carrying 2 buckets of snow into the elevator. To her dismay, upon entering the elevator, she discovered that one of Guo Chao's subordinates was already stationed there, brandishing a wooden stick. "What are you staring at? Move faster." Zhang Yubing silently lamented her situation, hastily pressing the button for the 4th floor, biding her time for another chance. As the elevator ascended slowly, she suddenly felt an unwelcome hand on her backside. Turning around, she was met with the lewd grin of the man. "Heh, nice feel. You are Ms. Zhang from 301, correct?" Chapter 53. Bastard Zhang Kun, open the door for me. Those were eyes that betrayed no hint of concealing desire. Zhang Yubing was momentarily taken aback, responding with a bewildered, Upon her acknowledgement, the man let out a sinister chuckle and reached out to remove her mask. "What do you think you're doing?" "Brother, I just want to see what you look like." "Is that too much to ask?" Zhang Yubing, somewhat frightened, recoiled, yet her words remained defiant as she threatened, "Don't touch me. Be careful, or I'll go report you to the building manager." At her words, the man erupted into laughter reminiscent of a pig's squeal. "Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm not afraid to tell you. Brother Chao has said that all the women in this building will eventually belong to us. Just pick one and say hello. I've had my eye on you for a long time. I haven't chosen any other women, so how about that? I'm being generous, aren't I? Seeing you dress so provocatively in the summer, you must have had your fair share of encounters with men. Let me see what you're capable of. If you please me, I promise you'll live in luxury compared to the other women in the building." As he spoke, the man lunged forward, pinning Zhang Yubing against the elevator door. Ding! At that moment, the elevator arrived at the 4th floor. As the doors opened, Zhang Yubing leaned her head out, desperate to call for help. She knew that manager Guo Chao had arranged for several individuals to assist with snow removal here. If she could shout for aid, perhaps she might have a slim chance of being rescued. However, before she could utter a sound, the words, "Help me," were lodged in her throat as she caught sight of 2 of Guo Chao's subordinates. If it were merely that, it wouldn't be too concerning. The critical issue was that these 2 women, whom she frequently encountered during commutes, were respectable office workers. How had they fallen to such a state, reduced to mere objects of desire? Before she could recover from her shock, a powerful force yanked at the hood of her down jacket. "Come back." In an instant, Zhang Yubing was pulled back into the elevator. As she struggled to rise, the man seized her mask, tearing it away. Though Zhang Yubing wore no makeup and was not dressed formally, her notable local fame led him to recognize her immediately. "Goodness, isn't that her?" "Who? Let me see." Their commotion attracted the attention of those waiting outside. Fearing an interruption that might cost him this rare opportunity for close contact with a television host, the man hurriedly pressed the elevator button to close the doors. "It's no one. Just a distant relative." "Chow, you're really twisted. Not even relatives are safe from you. How about we switch?" "Forget it. We'll talk later." Once the doors shut, the man lunged forward. "My ancestors must be smiling down on me. No, they must be breathing fire." Overjoyed, he reached for her down jacket, and with a sound of ripping fabric, the zipper was torn open, revealing a white turtleneck sweater beneath. The mountains rose and fell with her hurried breaths, leaving him parched and unable to resist swallowing hard. As her outer jacket flared open, a sudden clattering sound erupted as something hidden within tumbled to the floor. "Even when working, you don't forget to bring these. You aren't planning to seduce someone behind my back, are you? Don't talk nonsense. I don't even know you." Zhang Yubing clutched her open jacket, retreating to the edge of the elevator door, her face flushed, biting her lip, a hint of embarrassment in her expression. The stockings strewn on the floor were a request from Zhang Kun. Moreover, she indeed had many at home. Leaving them behind would be a waste. "You harlot! Always so defiant." The man spat contemptuously, grinning wickedly as he lunged once more. Yet before he could come any closer, he abruptly halted. For in Zhang Yubing's raised hands glimmered a knife, reflecting a cold light. I don't wish to harm anyone, so please don't force my hand. The last few words emerged with a tremor, unmistakably revealing her escalating desperation. The man hesitated, rapidly weighing his options. While the thrill of being intimate with a celebrity was enticing, the risk of being injured by a knife in such treacherous weather could very well cost him his life. It seemed a rather poor bargain. As he contemplated, the elevator chimed, indicating they had reached the 15th floor. As the doors slowly opened once more, Zhang Yubing recognized this as her sole opportunity for escape. Seizing the moment while the man hesitated, she summoned all her strength and kicked him squarely in the groin. Taken completely by surprise, the man howled in agony, clutching himself and collapsing into the corner of the elevator. Zhang Yubing seized her chance, stumbling out of the elevator and sprinting toward room 1501. The commotion drew the attention of Guochao's men stationed at room 1502, both peeking out to investigate. Meanwhile, the man from the elevator crawled to the edge, shouting to them, "Capture that woman! She is Zhang Yubing, the television host, a major star. Damn it, this harlot is going to see Zhang Kun. Let us stop her and enjoy ourselves first." Upon hearing this, the two men from room 1502 exchanged glances and simultaneously stepped out, one brandishing a knife as they hurried toward Zhang Yubing. "Open the door. Help, please open the door." Zhang Yubing pounded desperately on the door to room 1501, but it seemed as though it had been sealed shut, devoid of any response. She was momentarily dazed, a wave of ominous foreboding washing over her. Could it be that Zhang Kun had no intention of rescuing her at all? As she watched the two men approach, she blurted out in frustration, "Open the door, bastard Zhang Kun. You promised me. I've come to find you. How could you deceive me?" Suddenly, her long hair was seized by one of the pursuing men, yanking it forcefully backward. What a laugh! Why should Zhang Kun open the door for you? Why not for me? Damn it, this woman still thinks she is at the television station, that a mere word will have men flocking to her like dogs. Wake up, the Qing dynasty has long fallen. The other man grabbed Zhang Yubing by her collar, pulling her back with all his might. Both men were once associates of Guochao, aware only that Zhang Kun had killed several individuals in the corridor but unaware of the circumstances surrounding those deaths. Seeing the fortified door to room 1501 remain tightly shut, they assumed Zhang Kun would not emerge. But then, a sudden turn of events occurred. Bang! With a gunshot, the man who had been tugging at Zhang Yubing's hair fell to the ground without uttering a sound. Then came two more shots, striking the man who had been dragging Zhang Yubing and the one who had just emerged from the elevator, both collapsing to the ground. As Zhang Yubing stood in shock, she suddenly noticed the door to room 1501, which had remained closed, slowly opening before her. Chapter 54. Can I sleep in the middle? In room 1501, Zhang Kun and Su Ziqing stood inside, silently observing the astonished Zhang Yubing. Zhang Kun's expression was as usual, while Su Ziqing's demeanor was somewhat complex, the gun in her hand still emanating a faint warmth. Upon receiving a WeChat message from Zhang Yubing indicating her intention to ascend the stairs, the two had already been waiting at the door. Yet, Zhang Kun hesitated to open it. The reason was simple. He was not well acquainted with Zhang Yubing. What if she was merely acting, attempting to deceive them into opening the door? Although he possessed invincible attributes within the safe house, Su Ziqing did not share this advantage. If she were to be harmed, and they failed to secure the television station's leading lady as a companion, they would find themselves regretting their decision. There would be no remedy to be found. It was a rare opportunity to have a medical student like Ziqing, who could withstand gunfire and explosions. Where could one find another like her? Moreover, this time, Zhang Kun had not brought a weapon, leaving the choice of whether to save or not entirely in Su Ziqing's hands. Since you've chosen to shoot and save her, you must treat her as a sister from now on. I do not wish to witness any unpleasantness in my own abode. Do you understand? Master brother, I feel you're cheating. That if I don't shoot now, she will be dragged into a corner. Being taken away is her fate, and being saved by you is also her fate. Ultimately, I just desire world peace. But what? Su Ziqing asked, her large, doe-like eyes wide with curiosity. But if she is to accompany you through the winter, may I sleep in the middle? Zhang Kun declared, disregarding the blushing Su Ziqing as he called out to Zhang Yubing, bring me the phones of those individuals. Huh. Zhang Yubing frowned slightly. What do you need their phones for? They all have fingerprint locks. Isn't there a kitchen knife nearby? You know what to do. It took Zhang Yubing a full minute to comprehend Zhang Kun's intentions. He wanted her to sever the fingers of those individuals. This devil. In that instant, Zhang Yubing questioned whether rushing to the 15th floor to seek Zhang Kun was indeed the correct choice. Yet, she could not be certain that the girl beside Zhang Kun would not suddenly open fire, just as she had done to those men. Nor could she ascertain whether the gunfire would attract Guo Chao's attention downstairs. Since she had come this far, she could only brace herself and proceed. Zhang Yubing adjusted her torn-down jacket and, suppressing her fear, began to rummage through the bodies of the three deceased for their phones. After locating them, she tested each one, confirming that only the right index finger and thumb could unlock them. She then returned to the elevator, picked up the scattered stockings, and after freeing 3 packaging bags, she squatted back beside the men, gritting her teeth as she brought the knife down. Fortunately, due to the low temperature, the blood was not as profuse as she had imagined. It merely splattered onto her face slightly. Setting down the bloodied kitchen knife, she carefully placed the phones and fingers into the bags before staggering toward room 1501. Upon reaching the door, Zhang Yubing respectfully handed over the 3 blood-stained bags, along with the remaining stockings she had brought as per Zhang Kun's instructions. Zhang Kun accepted them and, noticing her slightly trembling hands, realized that she was not as composed as she had appeared. Well done. I thought you would simply chop off their hands. Upon hearing Zhang Kun's words, Zhang Yubing's already pale face turned even paler. The gruesome imagery flashed in her mind, nearly causing her to retch. Zhang Kun, I have done as you asked. Can I enter now? Yes, but once inside, you must refer to me as master. As Zhang Kun spoke, he wrapped an arm around the still pouting Su Ziqing and opened the obstructed doorway. Without hesitation, Zhang Yubing stepped forward, resolutely moving past the two. The moment she entered the room, a wave of warmth enveloped her, starkly contrasting the frigid atmosphere of the corridor. The room's warmth felt almost like an inviting early summer. The discomfort from having severed fingers was considerably alleviated. She finally understood why Zhang Kun and the extraordinarily beautiful girl wore t-shirts and shorts inside. Compared to the outside, this place was a veritable haven of warmth. Ah, it feels so warm. Zhang. Master, could you provide me with an outfit like yours? This attire is simply too hot. Zhang Kun pointed towards the bathroom adjacent to the living room. You should take a hot shower first. There are fresh clothes inside. To ensure convenience for both, Su Ziqing had prepared more than one set of clothing in the 2 bathrooms of the house. All right. Zhang Yubing entered the bathroom without hesitation, and soon the sound of running water filled the air. Zhang Kun closed the door behind him, took the items Zhang Yubing had handed over, and settled onto the sofa, picking up a mobile phone to unlock and browse through the information. She didn't T-lock the door, you know. Su Ziqing, sitting beside him, mumbled softly, her tone tinged with a hint of jealousy. Noticing Zhang Kun's lack of reaction, she twirled her snow-white toes and quietly added, she did it on purpose. Zhang Kun shrugged. So, should I go in and shower with her? Who would dare to? Zhang Kun casually stretched, adjusting his back against the sofa. Master brother, don't. Zhang Kun paused, staring at Su Ziqing, who had suddenly leaped beside him as if to obstruct him. How had she suddenly unleashed all her skills at once? Let's talk about it tomorrow, shall we? Tonight, you must accompany me. Then you must wear stockings. All right, that I will do as Master Brother says. Zhang Kun let out a satisfied hum. Although Zhang Yubing was undeniably alluring, who could resist a Su Ziqing adorned with bunny ears and stockings? Moreover, she sweetly called him Master Brother. Embracing Su Ziqing, he continued to peruse the contents of the 3 men's phones. These 3 individuals held a low status within Guo Chao's gang. Although they had added Guo Chao as a friend, there were no private messages exchanged. They were clearly mere foot soldiers. However, they were all part of a WeChat group named, We Are the Eternal Gods of Building 9. It was within this group that Guo Chao assigned tasks. Upon seeing the absurdity of the group name, Zhang Kun felt a swell of indignation. How absurd! Despite being so formidable himself, he had not been deified. Yet these clowns had the audacity to call themselves gods. What a sign of the times. Counting the number of members, there were only 15 in total, and now with 3 eliminated, Guo Chao's gang was left with merely 12 survivors. He then scrolled through the group's messages. Aside from work assignments, There were numerous accounts of which women Guo Chao's subordinates had slept with on various floors. This bunch of ruffians not only offered brief critiques of their skills, but occasionally shared actual photos and videos, rendering it. After critically reviewing the content several times, he noticed that Su Ziqing beside him was becoming increasingly agitated, her breathing quickening. Just as Zhang Kun considered whether to take advantage of Zhang Yubing's shower to calm Su Ziqing's emotions, Guo Chao suddenly tagged Zhang Kun's account in the group. Old Zhao, why did the elevator go to the 15th floor? What were you doing up there? One elevator is simply insufficient. Hurry down. Chapter 55. Lu Weiwei's family turns hostile after a brief exchange on WeChat. Guo Chao cast a discontented glance at the group of neighbors before him. The elderly were frail, and the weak moved at a glacial pace. Each one of them was as sluggish as if they were squeezing onto a crowded bus, perpetually hoping for others to offer them a seat. Could they not muster even a fraction of the vigor they displayed while dancing in the square or practicing online martial arts when it came to labor? It took them an eternity to dig a mere 3 meters. No one could rival their mastery of idleness. Suddenly, a resident excavating snow deep within the tunnel let out a startled cry. Building leader, something seems amiss. Why is there light coming from the opposite side? Light. A sense of unease crept into Guo Chao's mind. They had agreed to commence digging simultaneously tonight. How could the other side be making such rapid progress? If light from a flashlight could penetrate, it indicated that the snow layer had been near. With suspicion swirling within him, Guo Chao directed 2 of his subordinates to investigate. After a brief moment, one of them dashed out from the tunnel, nodding affirmatively. Brother Chao, it's true. It's the people from Building 10.it. Seems the tunnel is about to be breached. Hearing this from his subordinate only deepened Guo Chao's perplexity, a foreboding feeling rising within him. I will summon everyone from upstairs. When we meet with the folks from Building 10, we cannot allow ourselves to be outdone in spirit. Understood, Brother Chao. Rest assured, Brother Chao. The 4 subordinates who had been stationed there promptly blocked the tunnel's entrance. After issuing his orders, Guo Chao sent his men guarding the other elevator away and pressed the button for the 14th floor. There were matters he urgently needed to clarify with Lu Weiwei. Yet, before the elevator doors could fully close, a thunderous crash echoed from the freshly dug tunnel. It was the sound of the snow wall being breached, followed by an overwhelming shout from within. Kill. Spare the men. Let the women live. Building 9 is ours now. The subordinate who had been crouched behind the snow wall, observing, barely had time to utter a word before being struck on the head by a shovel laden with snow, instantly silencing him. The few men behind him, realizing the peril, turned to flee back through the tunnel. However, as they emerged, they collided with several men Guo Chao had stationed there. Run! The folks from Building 10 are coming to kill us. They said they would slay us. Impossible. We were supposed to cooperate. Cooperate, my foot. People are already dead. Move aside. The guards, still bewildered by the unfolding chaos, were met by a throng of young men, brimming with hostility, wielding shovels and clubs as they charged forth from the tunnel. These assailants spoke not a word, and upon sighting the armed men, they roared and swung their weapons with ferocity. Taken completely off guard, several men were knocked to the ground before they could even mount a defense. The fierce melee sent the residents of Building 9 scattering in panic, resembling a flock of bewildered poultry. Damn it! We've been ambushed. Guo Chao, observing the mayhem from the elevator, frantically pressed the button to close. The elevator chimed, and Guo Chao felt a sharp pain in his leg, causing him to lose his balance and tumble against the elevator's interior. Looking down, he saw a bullet had struck the elevator's handrail, ricocheting and injuring him. Fortunately, the bullet had not lodged itself within his body but had passed cleanly through his calf. At last, the elevator doors finally closed. Gazing at the hole in his insulated jacket where the bullet had pierced, Guo Chao's heart sank. Good heavens, they have guns. This is not what Lu Weiwei had described. Nevertheless, he promptly relayed the news to his subordinates' group chat. All the people from Building 10 are attacking. Everyone regroup at 603 to safeguard our supplies. Women should return home immediately. Do you understand? Though he conveyed this message, he chose not to head to 603 himself, if Deng Lang and... But now, with 2 of their number gone and himself injured, even if Zhou Ren remained, the rest would likely not welcome him. It would be wiser to seek refuge at Lu Weiwei's home. After all, she and her friends were in Building 10. Perhaps in a dire situation, he could leverage their camaraderie to avert disaster. Before long, the elevator arrived at the 14th floor. Guo Chao forced himself to walk to Lu Weiwei's door, knocking firmly. When the door swung open, he was greeted by the radiant smile of the goddess. Lu Weiwei, Brother Chao, Have my friends arrived? Your efficiency is impressive. Oh no, you're bleeding. Lu Weiwei's gaze fell, and she noticed blood trickling down Guo Chao's pant leg. His expression darkened as he remained silent, striding directly into the room. Clearly, Lu Weiwei was unaware of the unfolding events in Building 10. Brother Chao, what on earth is happening? Weren't we supposed to be digging a tunnel today? How did you get hurt? Is it serious? It was the folks from Building 10 who shot at me. What? Not only was Lu Weiwei taken aback, but even Lu Deguei and Ho Sufin, who had come out upon hearing the commotion, wore expressions of sheer terror. The couple supported him to the sofa, their faces etched with concern as they anxiously inquired about the details. Guo Chao chose not to conceal anything and recounted the events he had witnessed on the first floor. What? My friend deceived me? What? Several of your subordinates were injured by those from Building 10? What? Those from Building 10 are so unscrupulous. They launched a surprise attack and even dared to use firearms. Indeed, it was primarily my oversight. I didn't evade in time. Guo Chao nodded at the astonished family trio and continued. Now that I'm injured, returning to the 6th floor would be unsafe. For the time being, let me take refuge here, recuperate, and wait for the situation to stabilize. Lu Weiwei began to cut open the injured pant leg, grimacing as she examined the bruised wound. But in this frigid weather, your gunshot wound may take quite some time to heal. That's why I need to rest at your place for a while. Weiwei, help me into your room, and while you're at it, fetch the iodine and gauze to tend to my injury. I'll try my best. Lu Weiwei furrowed her brow, murmuring softly, let us not go to my room just yet. Let us take care of it here to avoid dirtying the bed. With that, she turned expressionlessly to search for the necessary supplies. Sensing something amiss with the goddess, Guo Chao was momentarily taken aback. Lu Deguei and Ho Sufin, who had witnessed everything, offered to help look for items, following Lu Weiwei into the master bedroom. After a considerable wait, the trio finally emerged from the bedroom, yet to Guo Chao's astonishment, their hands were completely empty, devoid of any supplies. Weiwei, what happened? Where are the medical supplies and gauze? Didn't I give you a small first aid kit? It should contain everything. Lu Weiwei crossed her arms, casting her gaze elsewhere, remaining silent. Lu Deguei coughed lightly twice. Well, young Guo, the three of us discussed it and felt that you and Weiwei Haven T spent much time together. If you were to stay with us, it might be somewhat inconvenient. It could lead to some not-so-favorable rumors, perhaps. You should return to your own home for now. What did you just say? Guo Chao's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity. Chapter 56. Guo Chao, do you think you are worthy of me? Building number 10 is situated in a less favorable location within the community, nestled in the center, devoid of nearby shops, and distanced from both the northern and southern gates, making ingress and egress rather cumbersome. Consequently, over half of the proprietors in that building acquired their properties solely for speculative purposes, entrusting them to real estate agents for management and rental, eagerly awaiting a rise in market prices to sell. Thus, after the agents conducted their frenzied renovations, Building number 10 transformed into the most sought-after residence among the youth in the entire community. Following the catastrophic snow disaster, which the young residents learned through their mobile devices was an unprecedented global snow calamity, the realization of prolonged rescue efforts being unlikely ignited an astonishing wave of destructiveness among them. They forced their way into neighboring homes, seizing stored provisions, and even imprisoning attractive women as slaves, resulting in a surge of heinous incidents. Under the leadership of the appointed chief, these youths, intoxicated by their initial successes, were unable to restrain their rampage. They even stormed the homes of 2 police officers, slaughtering their families and confiscating their firearms. It was not until they witnessed Zhang Kun wreaking havoc on the top floor of building number 9 that they realized there existed a formidable adversary right next door. Through the women they had long imprisoned and toyed with, they established contact with acquaintances in building number 9, learning that Zhang Kun not only possessed firearms and supplies, but also resided in a remarkably warm house, where one could comfortably wear a mere t-shirt. Who could resist such an enticing offer? However, Wu Bin, who orchestrated the raid on building number 9, understood that rather than rushing to confront Zhang Kun directly, it was more prudent to first secure whatever they could obtain. Thus, he promptly ordered his subordinates to search each floor, seizing young women and food. As for the men, they were already plentiful, and keeping them around would only squander resources. Under such orders, the residents of building number 9 were doomed. Guo Chao's subordinates, elderly men nearing retirement, fell one after another in pools of blood. Meanwhile, the women dispatched by Guo Chao to shovel snow fared little better. Their fate awaited them, more tragic than that of the men. They were controlled by the inhabitants of building number 10, squatting in rows on the ground, waiting for their captors to pry open their mouths one by one, inspecting their teeth as one might a livestock. The older women were directly dragged from the line and brutally beaten until they ceased to breathe. A few women hiding in the corners discreetly took out their phones, recording the heart-wrenching scene and sending it to the newly established owners group created by Guochao. Building manager, please come down and save us. The beasts from building number 10 treat us like we aren't even human. After waiting for a prolonged silence with no response, they reluctantly forwarded the video to the old owners group, tagging Zhang Kun. 1-1501. Zhang Kun, don't you have a gun? For the sake of our neighborly ties, come out and confront the people from building number 10. Once you drive them away, we will follow your lead. Indeed, Kun, we'll serve you like cattle. Please help us. To their astonishment, Zhang Kun, who had long been silent in the group, replied almost instantly, "Where is your esteemed building manager?" "I don't know. He was the first to flee when trouble arose. What a shame for him to claim manhood. And they still expect us to collaborate with building number 10. Truly, their brains must have been kicked by a donkey." Zhang Kun sat expressionless on the sofa, observing the flurry of responses. Beside him sat the radiant Su Ziqing, while on the other side was Zhang Yubing, still wrapped in a bath towel, resembling a water lily. Being asked to venture out to rescue others at this moment felt utterly absurd. Yet, he was quite curious to see Guochao's expression at this juncture. After all, he was the one who sought to facilitate cooperation with building number 10. Now that chaos reigned, one could only hope this grand spectacle unfolded as Chaozi desired. Zhang Yubing picked up her phone from the side, unlocked it with a finger from the table, and after a moment, handed it to Zhang Kun. Zhouren mentioned that Guochao didn't return to 603. He might have gone to Lu Weiwei's house. As she extended the phone, her arm slightly lifted, causing the towel, which had been tucked under her porcelain-like arm, to slip down somewhat. Zhang Kun couldn't help but nod in genuine appreciation. Very fair it was only when Su Ziqing huffed in dissatisfaction that Zhang Yubing realized. Blushing furiously, she quickly retracted her hand and adjusted the towel back in place. Why wear a towel when you have a t-shirt? You really know how to make a statement. Zhang Yubing lowered her head, not daring to retort against Su Ziqing. It wasn't that she didn't wish to wear a t-shirt, but the seemingly loose fabric clung too tightly to her chest, causing her considerable anxiety. Yet, it was a topic too embarrassing to voice, leaving her to suffer in silence. With her voluptuous figure now concealed, Zhang Kun redirected his gaze back to the phone she had handed him. It turned out that Zhang Yubing, in her capacity as a guardian, had inquired about Guochao's whereabouts with Zhouren. This woman could not be blindly categorized as merely a pretty face without intellect. However, since Guochao was downstairs, it made things considerably easier. The shooting fortress from the first upgrade of the safe house could open firing ports from any location, even from beneath. Zhang Kun initiated a video call between the two phones on the table, answered it, and then found a selfie stick to secure one of the phones. He proceeded to create a firing port in the living room floor, gradually extending the selfie stick inside, thus crafting a simple 360-degree rotating surveillance camera. The sudden appearance of the whole was beyond Zhang Yubing's comprehension, leaving her momentarily speechless. Su Ziqing rolled her eyes, casting a smug glance at her. "Humph. Look at your naive expression. Let me tell you, Master Brother is capable of anything." "Sure." Zhang Kun pulled Su Ziqing closer, signaling her to lower her voice. At that moment, the other phone on the table was already displaying the scene from downstairs. "Why are you kicking me out, Dad, Mom? Weiwei, I brought you food when you were struggling to get by. Moreover, during my tenure, now, it's merely a slight injury. I'll be fine in a few days. What gives you the right to throw me out? Forcing me out at this time is no different from sending me to my death." In the room below, Guochao was red-faced, arguing with the familiar yet strange family of three before him. Lu Weiwei's family had already seen the messages in the group chat from their bedroom and had resolutely decided that Guochao could not remain in their home. Lu Degui slowly spoke. "Little Guo, at this juncture, I suggest you refrain from causing trouble for our family. I've seen the messages in the WeChat group. The people from building number 10 are not here for friendly visits. If they discover you hiding in our house, what if they... So, you should leave quickly." Guochao turned to his goddess Lu Weiwei, his eyes glistening. "Weiwei, do you think the same?" Lu Weiwei turned to meet Guo Chao's gaze directly. Guo Chao, to be honest, do you believe you are worthy of me? Chapter 57. Lu Deguei viciously strikes Guo Chao. How could she do this? After all, Guo Chao has helped their family. As Su Ziqing gazed at the heartless scene of Lu Weiwei on her phone screen, her brows furrowed in disbelief. Humph, hasn't she always been this way? Zhang Kun recalled the words of Su Lao regarding his character. A decent person, but blind to reality. Observing Guo Chao's current state, he found it almost comical, as if looking into a mirror. The reflection, however, was merely that of his. Suddenly, Zhang Kun smacked his thigh, realizing his television had a screen mirroring function. He hurriedly turned on the large television, projecting the video. He then retrieved 2 bags of popcorn. Oh, and Xiaozheng, you'll be in charge of cleaning up once we're done. Zhang Yubing, astonished by his inexplicable abilities, could only nod in a daze. Meanwhile, Su Ziqing had already nestled into Zhang Kun's embrace, engrossed in the unfolding drama on the screen. It seemed she was utterly captivated. In the video, Guo Chao appeared infuriated, his body swaying as he leaned against the sofa to stand upright. Am I not worthy of you? Perhaps in the past. But now I am the building manager. Who dares to disregard my words in this entire building? How many women have I turned down for you? For the sake of providing you with, why shout like a lunatic? Does it make your voice any louder? Our Weiwei was deceived too. What is there to be surprised about? If blame is to be assigned, it should be to yourself. A grown man who listens to women without thinking for himself. Lu Weiwei frowned, fiercely retorting, Guo Chao, stop yelling at me. You men always shift the blame onto women when things go awry. If you had the capability to secure me a place in Zhang Kun's home, would I need to seek help from outsiders? You profess your love while in bed, yet when the collaboration fails, you turn against me. What a ridiculous situation. Did I ruin this? Those from Building 10 came specifically to target me. Guo Chao, in a fit of rage, lunged forward, intending to slap Lu Weiwei. However, due to an injury on his leg, he stumbled, and she deftly evaded his strike. Lu Deguei, witnessing his daughter nearly come to harm, quickly positioned himself in front of Guo Chao, his face a mask of fury. What do you intend to do? Dare to strike my daughter in my home? I've tolerated you long enough, not a mere delivery man. How dare you act so brazenly in my house? Get out. What did you say? Guo Chao's eyes widened, breath coming in ragged gasps, his blood pressure soaring. You can leave, but return the food and medicine you've taken from my home. Lu Deguei, with a fierce nod, replied, You want food, do you? Just wait. With that, he turned and stormed into the kitchen, emerging moments later wielding a gleaming kitchen knife. What are you doing? Guo Chao jumped in alarm, regretting not having kept a subordinate by his side. Yet Lu Deguei offered him no chance to react, brandishing the knife and charging at him. How dare you ask for what you've delivered back? I've never seen such shamelessness. Every boyfriend of my daughter has been without a home or a car. Even when Zhang Kun pursued my daughter, we did not yield. That you, a piece of trash, could be with my daughter is a miracle. Do you understand? Have you ever looked at yourself? With a face full of acne resembling the surface of the moon, do you have no self-awareness? Lu Deguei's fury escalated as he brandished the knife, ready to strike. Fortunately, Ho Sufan intervened just in time. Meanwhile, the 3 spectators upstairs were left in an awkward silence, particularly Zhang Kun, who felt so uncomfortable he could dig a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes on the 15th floor. What the hell? It's all ancient history. Why bring it up? Fortunately, Su Ziqing, feeling sympathetic towards her brother, quietly inquired whether he wanted to create a new shooting hole to take down Lu Deguei from behind and avenge him. However, Guo Chao was not so fortunate. Gradually regaining his composure, he realized that if he allowed the situation to escalate, his injured body would be no match for the 3 of them. With this thought, he let out a cold snort, laboriously dragging his injured leg towards the door, seeking to escape it. The moment he turned, he finally understood that some women, even if one possesses their body, one can never truly win their heart. Just as a wolf can never be tamed, it is an immutable truth. Yet just as he reached the door, his hand poised on the doorknob, a sudden chill swept over him, followed by a sharp pain exploding at the crown of his head. Reacting instinctively, Guo Chao attempted to block the blow, but how could a mere mortal withstand the might of a cleaver? Within moments, he lay lifeless at the threshold of the goddess Lu Weiwei's home. Lu Weiwei and her mother, Ho Sufan, stood frozen in shock, their minds rendered blank by the sight of Lu Degue's explosive wrath. They could not fathom why their usually submissive husband-father would resort to such violence over a mere grunt from Guochao. However, Lu Weiwei quickly regained her senses, rushing to Guochao's side, rummaging through his belongings until she found his phone, unlocking it and tapping the screen furiously. Lu Degue, eyes reddened, glared at his daughter. "What are you doing?" "Quickly, have his subordinates deliver food to the door. Otherwise, we won't have to wait for those from Building 10 to find us. In a few days, we'll be out of supplies." "Oh. If it comes to that, we might as well eat him first, lest the meat spoils," Lu Degue remarked. Upstairs, the three witnesses were left in stunned silence. What had begun as a light-hearted family drama had suddenly taken a turn into the territory of a B-grade horror film. However, given the recent spate of deaths, the two women were gradually desensitized, their reactions muted. Only Zhang Kun felt a chilling sensation creeping down his spine. It was akin to witnessing the capture and execution of long heir by the wealthy. He could not help but murmur, "Guochao, you are dying in my stead." Chapter 58. The famous host, truly unique in the subsequent segment of the kitchen's gruesome dismemberment, Zhang Kun refrained from opening the shooting hole to observe. Having witnessed it firsthand in his previous life, there was no. Moreover, his external hard drive still contained films such as The Eight Immortals Restaurant, Human Barbecue, Ebola Virus, and Ice-Cold Tropical Fish. However, Zhang Kun did not adhere to his original plan of retreating with Su Ziqing for rest. Instead, he requested her to prepare some late-night snacks, as the surveillance footage just broadcasted on television was rather stimulating, and mere snacks could scarcely satisfy the appetites of the three. Furthermore, in the aftermath of Guochao's demise, the residents of Building Number 10 had already surged to the 5th floor. Victims were repeatedly forced into their midst, and the deranged individuals from Building Number. Of course, there were occasional cries for help sent within the group, yet the responses were invariably met with silence. Each person tended to their own doorstep, indifferent to the frost upon others' tiles. In such a grim environment, aside from Zhang Kun, who possessed the capability to concern himself with the welfare of others, and Zhang Kun, naturally, had little inclination to intervene. To act was to assume responsibility. The words, "If it wasn't your fault, why bother helping?" echoed in his mind. May this era unfold as Judge Wang desires. After contemplating his strategy for the night while rubbing, it appeared the spirited youths from Building Number 10 would soon reach the 15th floor, confronting him directly. If he did not eliminate a few individuals tonight, he feared a restless slumber would elude him. He ran a hand over his face, offering a moment of silence for Guochao's tragic end downstairs, before switching off the television and turning to the side, where a television host wrapped in a towel awaited. Having just bathed, Zhang Yubing styled her dried hair into a classic aristocratic bun. Beneath her graceful and elegant visage lay a long, fair neck. Further down were collarbones that could hold 2 rows of coins, along with the curves concealed beneath the towel. The towel around her waist was wrapped snugly, accentuating her alluring silhouette. At the very bottom were her elongated, beautiful legs, positioned in a proper ladle-like manner before him. In contrast to the innocent Su Ziqing, Zhang Yubing exuded an air of mature sophistication, undeniably imbued with a hint of the allure of a married woman. Yes, a captivating fragrance indeed. Yet, Zhang Kun had certain matters he wished to clarify with Zhang Yubing. "What do you know about the situation in Building Number 10? "Not much, really. I only heard the former deputy director boast about it once, mentioning that there are police officers living both above and below." Why would a deputy director choose to reside here? Although the property prices in the community could reach 60 to 70,000 per square meter, in the context of Shanghai, one of China's foremost cities, this price merely represented a moderately low level, not particularly outstanding. Furthermore, due to the community's age, it had been categorized as an old residential area in recent years. He simply could not fathom what allure such a place held that would entice a deputy director to reside there. Zhang Yubing smiled faintly, a hint of helplessness surfacing on her face. Living here is merely to cultivate a reputation for frugality and simplicity within the station. Just like every corrupt official who possesses numerous properties, yet only publicly acknowledges the least valuable one. Zhang Kun paused, his mind flashing back to a television drama he had watched in his youth, the title of which had long escaped him. However, one particular scene remained vividly etched in his memory. The righteous agents of the Anti-Corruption Bureau bursting into the home of a corrupt official, who, having been impoverished for generations, sat in his dilapidated dwelling, devouring noodles with garlic. In reality, this individual resided in a villa, adorned with an entire wall of illicit funds. It appeared that, despite the passing years, the age-old craft of corrupt officials remained as authentic as ever. And what about you? Why do you live here? Aren't you concerned about the rumors that might arise from being so close? Zhang Yubing shook her head with a wry smile. What choice do I have? My parents had limited means, and before they left, they only bequeathed me this old house. I, too, have failed to accumulate any savings, and even if I wished to move, I would find it impossible. You don't believe that being a host guarantees a substantial income, do you? Surely not. Surely not. Enough, enough. Zhang Kun waved a hand to halt her inquiries. The answers to these few questions were answered with remarkable precision by Zhang Yubing, her tone measured and calm, flowing like a well-rehearsed performance. Yet, for reasons unknown, the more composed and dignified she appeared, the more Zhang Kun felt an irresistible urge to tear away her facade and ruthlessly ravage this woman adored by countless men. Suddenly, without warning, he leaned closer, his fingertip catching the edge of the tightly wrapped towel, gently tugging to reveal an enticing gap. So, does this mean you are prepared to become one of my women? The two were in such proximity that Zhang Kun could inhale the warm, a subtle fragrance of rose-flavored mouthwash lingered in the air. Coupled with Zhang Yubing's elegant and striking features, the words, Madame Luxuriance, abruptly sprang to Zhang Kun's mind. At last, Zhang Yubing, who had maintained her straight posture, could no longer resist the urge to lean back slightly, her hands resting on her legs clenching ever so slightly, a hint of panic flickering across her face. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, flattening her palms and gazing steadfastly at Zhang Kun. As long as my master can ensure my safety and provide me with food and shelter, I will fulfill any desires my master may have. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Kun sealed her lips with his own. It wasn't until the sound of Su Ziqing's protest echoed from the kitchen that Zhang Kun finally relented. Indeed, a renowned host was truly exceptional. The flavor was undeniably extraordinary. Master brother, let's eat our late nights. Although she understood that the earlier incident could not be entirely blamed on her, Su Ziqing dared not confront Zhang Kun, so she redirected her jealousy and frustration towards the newly arrived enchantress. Noticing Su Ziqing's discontent, Zhang Kun embraced her without a second thought, kissing her petite lips. His approach was simply one of equitable distribution. While Zhang Kun and Su Ziqing engaged in a playful exchange of kisses, Zhang Yubing's attention was entirely captivated by the 3 steaks on the coffee table. The aroma of the Wagyu beef wafted through the air. At that moment, she comprehended why so many risked their lives to invade Zhang Kun's home. The comfortable temperature, the readily available hot water, and the delectable food that even wealth could not procure. It was akin to a dream for the 8 billion souls in a world besieged by calamity. She could not help but murmur, could it be that you all eat this regularly? Upon hearing this, Su Ziqing let out a huff, seeming to concede as she escaped from Zhang Kun's embrace. What else would it be? As her words fell, a sudden, urgent knocking resounded from outside the door. Chapter 59. Rampage. Zhang Kun rose to his feet and leaned against the peephole to peer outside. However, as soon as he positioned himself at the peephole, a blinding flash of light flickered before his eyes. Simultaneously, a loud bang echoed from outside, followed by the sound of a gunshot. Damn it, a sneak attack. You think you can play this game, you little coward? Fortunately, the safe house was sufficiently fortified. The peephole remained pristine, and Zhang Kun's eyes sustained no significant harm. Su Ziqing, it's time to get to work. In an instant, he summoned a shotgun and Su Ziqing's specialized handgun from his spatial storage, calling out as he created a shooting hole in the wall. Without regard for whether anyone was outside, he fired a shot. Ah! A woman's piercing scream suddenly erupted from outside the door. Zhang Kun, reloading his weapon while glancing through the peephole, soon realized that his shot had struck a lady residing on the 5th floor. Ha! Zhang Kun, don't just stand there, shoot. The odds of hitting them are far greater than hitting us. Seemingly to validate the man's claim, a chorus of women's wails erupted in the corridor. Zhang Kun, it's me, Aunt Lu. Please, don't act impulsively. Surrender at once. That's right, you should concede your home to them. Otherwise, they will kill me. I'm only 58. I haven't lived enough yet. Zhang Kun, you have already killed You can't take my life as well, otherwise, your conscience will be condemned. You will descend into hell. Amidst the shrill cries of the women, the previous male voice shouted, Brothers, smash this wall down. Bang! Bang bang! The sound of hammers striking the wall reverberated, and from the sound alone, Zhang Kun could discern that they wielded substantial force. However, Did they truly believe they could breach his fortified safe house so easily? Yet the hammers served as a signal. Soon, the walls shared with the neighboring room and even the ceiling began to resonate with the sound of power drills. Oh, they were well prepared this time. At least far more so than during Guochao's hasty attempt. Nevertheless, even with such preparations, Zhang Kun was determined not to grant them a passing grade. For all this was mere child's play in the face of the safety bestowed by the system. As for those urging him to concede and cursing his neighbors, Zhang Kun couldn't care less about their fates. So what if he were to descend into hell? He had already clawed his way back from there. With this thought in mind, Zhang Kun silently activated the noise cancellation mode of the safe house. He was too indifferent to have Su Ziqing take aim and name each target. Instead, he retrieved 3 grenades from his spatial storage, pulled the pins, and tossed them through the shooting hole. With a resounding boom, silence enveloped the corridor. Even the drilling from next door and above ceased, as if they had been frightened into stillness. Zhang Kun approached the side wall, opened a shooting hole, and began to observe the scene beyond. He spotted several young men huddled together, trembling in fear. Damn it, brother. Didn't you say he had no explosives? Why did the corridor just explode again? No way. This guy is ruthless. Did his family used to run a mine or something, with all this dynamite? The leader, Wu Bin, held a police handgun, still shaken. Had he not rushed in to direct the operation after firing at the peephole, he might very well be lying lifeless in the corridor. Yet, he was acutely aware of the principle that a single surge of energy can diminish with repetition. At this point, he could only grit his teeth and stick to the plan. Why panic? I refuse to believe he can blow us up again. We mustn't let our brothers outside die in vain. Hurry up and continue breaking through the wall. Zhao Lei has taken some of the brothers to drill through the rooftop. As long as we can create an opening, his room and food will be ours. With that, he turned to guard the door, constantly glancing at the entrance to room 1051, wary of Zhang Kun attempting a sneak attack. Upon hearing Wu Bin's command, the others reluctantly steeled themselves to continue their drilling. Yet, despite the drill sparks flying and its bit nearly wearing down, the wall separating Zhang Kun's home remained largely intact, merely shedding. The wall is strange. The drill can't penetrate. How is that possible? Have you taken drugs? Wu Bin, stationed at the door, swiftly turned to inspect the wall, and upon seeing its pristine condition, he was left dumbfounded. Wait, what is this? There's an additional hole up here. The group looked up and discovered a fist-sized hole had mysteriously appeared above them, seemingly leading directly into Zhang Kun's room. Quickly, let's form a human ladder and see what is up there. In a moment of inspiration, Wu Bin was eager to uncover the truth behind the rumored warm room that could be endured even in such frigid weather while wearing a t-shirt. However, as he stepped atop a few of his comrades' legs to ascend, a sudden clattering sound emerged from the hole, followed by 2 grenades rolling down into their midst without warning. Damn it! It's not explosives, it's grenades. Boom! In an instant, the men in the room were obliterated. The surrounding enemies had been eliminated, yet the group above remained unaddressed. Zhang Kun knew that no matter how seeing the 2 remain silent, weapons at the ready, Zhang Yubing grew anxious. Master, what are you planning to do? Ask no questions, just stay put and wait. Zhang Kun declared, opening the door and stepping outside first. Meanwhile, the young men laboring to breach the walls above were fervently engaged. The elite of Building 10 had gathered to seize Zhang Kun's home at all costs. The most capable and united group of over 20 had split into 2 teams. One team, with the less valuable captives from Building 9, drew Zhang Kun's attention, while the other sought a way to breach from the rooftop. Unfortunately, the dozen or so individuals atop the building, besides being miserably cold, had made little headway. Zhang Kun's roof seemed as if forged from titanium, utterly impervious to their efforts. Moreover, the recent explosive commotion below had not gone unnoticed. Even Zhao Lei, the floor leader of Building 10, felt a growing sense of foreboding. Brother Lei, this ain't working. It seems impossible to breach. Perhaps we should retreat. Damn, this is truly a nightmare. Let us pull back. Zhao Lei, realizing that hope was lost for the day, angrily issued the order to retreat. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from behind. I'm sorry, but you are going nowhere. Chapter 60. The God of Death and the Living Yama on the rooftop. A dozen individuals turned their gazes toward the sword. What sent chills down their spines was the sight of guns clutched in both of their hands. Zhao Lei's expression shifted dramatically. he discerned that these two were certainly not from building number 10. Thus, there could be only one truth. It was Zhang Kun. Instinctively, he reached into the pocket of his down jacket, where he had stashed a pistol pilfered from his police neighbor's residence. However, just as he drew the weapon, a gunshot rang out beside him. Zhang Kun had preemptively fired. The steel pellets from the shotgun instantly shattered Zhao Lei's palm, and the handgun he had been gripping was sent flying, lost to the chaos. In disbelief, Zhao Lei stared at his arm, now resembling a mangled mass akin to the grilled squid sold on the street, before he finally reacted, unleashing a blood-curdling scream. "Kneel!" Zhang Kun disregarded Zhao Lei's frantic cries, instead aiming his firearm at the others behind him. The young men from building number 10, who had followed Zhao Lei onto the rooftop, were utterly terrified by the scene unfolding before them. They hastily covered their heads with their hands and obediently knelt upon the rooftop. Although they had followed Zhao Lei and Wu Bin in committing numerous murders and had even seized police firearms, they had never before been targeted by a gun. It is worth noting that even the police in Huagua typically resorted to tear gas during operations. Today, facing the ruthless Zhang Kun, they felt as though they had encountered a true deity. Many among them had witnessed Zhang Kun's merciless demeanor as he fired weapons and hurled grenades into neighboring rooms, prompting them to plead for mercy. "Brother Kun, we were wrong. We promise we will never dare again. Please spare us this once." Indeed, we were merely following orders from the building manager. Who would dare to disobey? "Brother Kun, please show us mercy and let us— What fault is there in that?" The young men kneeling on the ground exchanged bewildered glances, none anticipating that Zhang Kun would utter such words. Could it be that he intended to let them go? But no sooner had Zhang Kun's words fallen than the shotgun in his hand erupted with gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. In rapid succession, 3 shots rang out, obliterating the heads of the 3 kneeling closest to him. "I simply wish to live undisturbed. Therefore, I am not at fault, am I?" Zhang Kun smiled at the astonished crowd, wiping the splattered blood from his face. The scene was akin to a god of death descending under the moonlight. As the gruesome bodies of their companions collapsed, the remaining individuals realized that Zhang Kun would not grant them the mercy of life. From the back of the crowd, Zhao Lei, clutching his injured arm, "If we don't, we're all as good as dead." Instantly, his words roused the others, and the young men leapt up, charging toward Zhang Kun. While the power of the gun in Zhang Kun's hands was formidable, its firing speed was slow, unable to halt such a tide of bodies. As long as they united their resolve to fight to the death, there remained a glimmer of hope. Su Ziqing, who had been closely following Zhang Kun, paled at the sight. As she called out a warning, she swiftly drew her weapon, taking down 2 of the front-running desperate attackers. However, even with her sharpshooter prowess, she could not stem the tide of so many people. As those reckless individuals surged closer to Zhang Kun, she could not help but exclaim in alarm, rushing forward to shield him. Yet, with his back turned to Su Ziqing, Zhang Kun remained unperturbed, pulling an MP5, already loaded with ammunition, from his space. Da-da-da. At such close range, the submachine gun could fell a horse, let alone a throng of mere mortals. After a barrage of gunfire, not a single soul from building number 10 remained alive on the rooftop. Still, Zhang Kun felt that his show of force was insufficient. The repeated harassment by troublesome neighbors had begun to wear on his nerves. Could these people not simply remain at home and envy his existence? If this continued, he surmised. Suddenly, he recalled an article he had read in Yilin magazine during his school days. It recounted how a farmer in Huagua, in an attempt to scare away crows from his fields, resorted to hanging a dozen of them from a tree, which ultimately dissuaded the thieving birds. However, as a consequence, the crops suffered from a pestilence that year, yielding nothing. Though the tale was rather trite, it was evident that it aimed to cast Huagua in a negative light, insinuating a lack of environmental. After all, some magazines even claimed that the toilet water in certain islands was potable. Zhang Kun found this method somewhat troublesome, yet it perfectly aligned with his current needs. With this in mind, he sprang into action, retrieving a bundle of ropes from his space and traversing the rooftop's railing. He meticulously looped the ropes around the feet of the deceased, securing them tightly. After binding every 2 corpses, he would call Su Ziqing over to assist. Together, they would hoist the bodies upside down atop the roof. Thus, the lifeless figures appeared to dangle in the air, eliciting a sense of dread. To ensure visibility from all directions, Zhang Kun distributed them around the perimeter. Soon, the rooftop of building number 9 was adorned with a grotesque display of human meat hanging like frozen sausages. As the wind and snow swirled, the bodies swayed, creating a chilling spectacle. Once this gruesome task was completed, Zhang Kun quickly tidied up the battlefield. Though the occupants of building number 10 possessed little of value, the police firearms and drilling equipment were indeed rare finds. After a cursory inspection, Zhang Kun casually stashed them away in his space. With all matters attended to, he returned to the 15th floor with Su Ziqing, meticulously checking the bodies for any additional weapons, ultimately discovering another police pistol and a spare magazine before finally returning home. At present, the most significant threat to his safety stemmed from these modern firearms. Until he secured the 2 handguns he had found, Zhang Kun could not rest easy. Upon their entrance, Zhang Yubing, who had been anxiously pacing, hurried over to assist Zhang Kun and Su Ziqing in removing their cold-weather gear. The incessant gunfire from above had understandably put her on edge. Moreover, 2 of the corpses Zhang Kun had hung had fallen perilously close to the balcony window, nearly causing her to break down in tears at the sight of the suddenly dangling heads. Yet, fortunately, the 2 had returned unscathed, an undeniable testament to their strength amidst this snowstorm. Zhang Yubing could not help but silently rejoice in her decision. Aligning herself with Zhang Kun had proven to be the wisest choice. Accepting the warm water offered by Zhang Yubing, Zhang Kun exhaled a long breath of relief. Without comparison, one could not appreciate the comfort. In comparison to the outside chaos, his safe haven felt akin to paradise. It was unimaginable that those strangers were willing to risk their lives to breach his sanctuary. Yet, despite their fervent efforts, it was all for naught. Perhaps these individuals would never comprehend that certain things in this world cannot be accomplished merely through sheer desperation. Chapter 61. Comfortable days. In the days that followed, Zhang Kun experienced the most comfortable days since the apocalypse began. This was largely due to the formidable deterrent presented by the dozen corpses hanging upside down above him. The remnants of building number 10, which had been rampaging through other floors, retreated in disgrace that very night. In fact, in the days that ensued, they dared not cross a single line, even abandoning the snow tunnel that had been excavated, hastily arranging for it to be sealed overnight. They feared that Zhang Kun, the living embodiment of death, might emerge from the underground passage, effectively barricading the tunnel entrance with nearly all of their household appliances that could not be used for fire. However, for the residents of building number 9, this brutal assault only compounded their already precarious situation. Most of the men in the building had perished during the initial assault on Zhang Kun, and now, after the turmoil instigated by those from building number 10, the remaining men could be counted on 2 hands. Even many of the young and beautiful women were forcibly taken away by the people from building number 10. Once captured, these individuals would lose their freedom, becoming mere playthings for others. Should anyone dare to resist, they would face immediate and merciless slaughter. Moreover, there were those who had been used as human shields, killed by Zhang Kun's explosives at the entrance to the 15th floor. In summary, this incident resulted in tremendous casualties and losses, a truly appalling sight. Even the regulars who had greeted Zhang Kun each morning and evening, inquiring whether he needed assistance in clearing the snow, the remaining inhabitants were primarily the core members of the square dance team, and even Zhang Kun's neighbors lacked the capacity to stir up any further trouble. While they harbored criticisms of Zhang Kun, after all, there was still meat to be had. Within a single night, the bodies in the corridors of each floor were dragged away, leaving the place as clean as if tended by diligent ants. Only the bloodstains on the walls and the lingering smell of gunpowder bore witness to the horrors that had transpired. The advantages and disadvantages of this situation were equally apparent. The downside, however, was that the remaining residents seemed to have come to a grim realization. Zhang Kun would only share the corpses that lay at his doorstep, and anything beyond that was simply out of the question. Driven by this understanding, the dwindling number of survivors in building number 9 privately dubbed Zhang Kun the human butcher. Of course, life is fraught with challenges. Recently, he found himself troubled by the dwindling supply of stockings. He had only 2 pairs remaining. This meager quantity made it increasingly difficult for Zhang Kun to indulge in his former reckless abandon. Although his space was filled with a plethora of blind boxes, the success rate was pitifully low. Fortunately, there was good news. The 2 women taking refuge in his safe house, despite their nearly 10-year age difference, cohabited harmoniously. Su Ziqing did not take advantage of her earlier arrival to assert her seniority. Rather, she patiently explained everything she knew to Zhang Yubing. However, when asked how Zhang Kun could conjure such an abundance of instead, she took on most of the chores, to everyone's surprise. Not only was Zhang Yubing beautiful, but she also possessed a commendable culinary skill. Although she could not be labeled a master chef, her home-cooked meals surpassed those of Zhang Kun and Su Ziqing combined. Her culinary prowess did justice to the vast array of ingredients Zhang Kun had acquired from the system. He even prepared 2 sets of maid outfits for her, allowing her to showcase her skills from time to time. Meanwhile, Su Ziqing was relegated to the role of dishwasher. However, even the water used for washing dishes in the system's safe house was a rare commodity, making it hardly a burdensome task. Before long, the trio established a regular routine. Each morning began with a cup of black coffee, followed by a hearty breakfast. They then dedicated 2 hours to concentrated exercise in the living room. With an abundance of equipment available in Zhang Kun's space, they could easily work on their waist and glutes. However, for women, sometimes a yoga mat sufficed. The seasoned yoga enthusiast Zhang Yubing even took the time to teach Su Ziqing. This led to Zhang Kun, who was also exercising, feeling an overwhelming rush of hormones he could hardly control. By noon, Zhang Yubing would prepare a lavish meal. To maintain a healthy balance, she ensured a proper meal. In the afternoons, the trio occasionally took a moment to rest. Yet more often than not, they would enjoy fruits after meals while watching movies on the sofa. When boredom struck, they would engage in card games or play do-di-ju. Overall, Zhang Yubing's performance left Zhang Kun exceedingly pleased. She was practical, adept at household chores, and lacked any pretentiousness, truly an exemplar of contemporary womanhood. In contrast to those who demanded both financial support and emotional validation from men, Zhang Yubing was remarkably virtuous, almost beyond the expectations of a woman. As for Lu Weiwei's family residing below, Zhang Kun paid them little attention beyond glancing at his homemade surveillance device each morning and evening. After receiving Zhang Kun's notification in the group, the family of 3 haste. The stock in their kitchen was still plentiful. However, Zhang Kun remained indifferent. Trapped within the building, they would inevitably descend into cannibalism. It was merely a matter of time. When that day came, they would either consume others or be consumed like livestock. If they were fortunate enough to survive until the end, Zhang Kun would not mind bestowing a small gift upon them, perhaps a grenade branded Heavenward. In these past few days, the rewards from the system's daily sign-ins had become increasingly diverse. Not only were there snowmobiles and snow-sliding equipment, but there was also a set of rocket-powered flight suits that reeked of black technology. The items appeared strikingly advanced, far superior to the mermaid-themed suit worn by Zhang. But Zhang Kun had only attempted a few test flights on the top floor of building number 9. As for the overall effectiveness, while it paired well with his cold weather gear, it still fell short of the imagined Iron Man suit. Finally, on January 15th, after completing his sign-in, Zhang Kun was greeted with the 3rd upgrade of his safe. Chapter 62. Upgrade again. The migration of the safe house. Perhaps it was due to the imminent arrival of the Spring Festival, a traditional holiday in Huagua. Upon signing in early in the morning, the system surprisingly rewarded a rare food bonus, 2 whole tons of dumpling wrappers. This time, the options for upgrading the safe house had undergone a significant transformation. There were still 2 selectable directions for modification: damage reflection and migration. The explanation for damage reflection stated that when the safe house endured an external attack, there was a certain probability. As for migration, the explanation was succinctly limited to just the word migration. A straightforward yet profound description. Faced with these 2 options, Zhang Kun found himself in a quandary. Damage reflection possessed with patience and cultivation, the trigger probability could certainly surpass that of Xiaoho's fierce nature, ensuring that damage would be inflicted even without losing cards. However, the migration option was equally enticing. Following the principle that fewer explanations often indicate greater capabilities, it was evident that this function was not ordinary. Even from a literal standpoint, if it allowed for the migration of the safe house, combined with the previously gifted RV from the system, taking 2 beautiful women to occupy an uninhabited villa would undoubtedly elevate their quality of life significantly. The mere thought of Zhang Yubing clad in a form-fitting outfit, gracefully performing a pole dance in the expansive living room of the villa, with Su Ziqing, dressed as a sultry bunny girl, sitting beside her. B. Even if the King of Heaven himself were to arrive today, I must choose B. After solidifying his choice, Zhang Kun instantly received a notification from the system in his mind. Congratulations, the migration function of the safe house is now activated. Upon migration, all functional attributes of the safe house will be transferred to the newly designated residence. To avoid unnecessary casualties, it is strongly advised to clear all personnel from the house. In other words, once he employed the migration function, Would his residence become as cold as those of his neighbors? After waking the still drowsy Su Ziqing and Zhang Yubing, Zhang Kun looked at them with a serious expression and earnestly said, "Ladies, please don your cold weather gear as swiftly as possible." "What? We have to leave now." Zhang Yubing rubbed her eyes, still somewhat groggy. Upon hearing Zhang Kun's words, her heart tightened involuntarily, and she instinctively asked, "Master, why was there such urgency today?" Zhang Yubing felt an inkling of apprehension, fearing a return to a time of uncertainty and hardship. Beside her, Su Ziqing hastily donned her clothing. Although she was unclear about what was transpiring, "But what could possibly trouble Master?" Zhang Kun snorted, feeling quite displeased with the women's suspicious gazes. He jumped out of bed and clapped his hands loudly in the bedroom. "Get up. Today, I'm distributing food to the people in the building." At his words, both women sat up in disbelief, exchanging confused glances before turning to Zhang Kun. Seeing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Zhang Kun could not help but inquire, "Why are you looking at me as if I were a stranger?" "Master, those neighbors have been trying to seize our house. Why would you suddenly want to give them food? This isn't like you." Zhang Kun chuckled, continuously pulling dumpling wrappers out of his inventory. With the new year approaching, who doesn't indulge in a feast of dumplings during this festive season? I am merely contributing my modest efforts towards building a harmonious community. What is so surprising about that? As the dumpling wrappers piled higher on the floor, resembling a scene of abundant provisions, Zhang Yubing couldn't help but regard Zhang Kun with newfound respect. Over the past few days, her initial terror had gradually dissipated. Aside from his violent outburst on the first day, Zhang Kun generally spent his time at home exercising, playing video games, watching movies, eating, and pestering her and Su Ziqing. Quite ordinary for a man. But today, his desire to help the neighbors was truly unexpected. In her memory, Zhang Kun had never engaged in unprofitable endeavors. Even when why the sudden change of heart today? Unable to suppress her curiosity, Zhang Yubing ventured to ask, "Master, what about the filling for the dumplings? What do you plan to give them to eat?" "Filling? What filling?" Zhang Kun raised his head, looking perplexed at Zhang Yubing. "The dumpling filling, of course. You can't make dumplings without filling." "Oh, is that what you meant? Is this something I need to provide?" Zhang Yubing's expression suddenly paled as she recalled the corpses Zhang Kun had dispatched in the corridor days prior. Zhang Kun intended for the neighbors to feast on human meat dumplings for the new year. As expected, Zhang Kun remained true to himself, unfiltered and unchanged. Quickly, Zhang Kun retrieved 3 sets of cold weather gear and boots from his inventory, signaling for both women to don them alongside him. After relocating the dumpling wrappers to the corridor, he smiled faintly at the empty state of his home. Distributing dumpling wrappers was indeed one of today's tasks. However, there was another matter he wished to experiment with. The migration function was perfectly suited for a trial whilst the house was unoccupied, the entrance, given that the other 2 residences on the 15th floor had been left in disarray due to the previous skirmishes. Zhang Kun decided to select Su Ziqing's grandfather's house, room 1503, as the migration target. This residence had remained wide open, making it convenient for Zhang Kun to observe the changes within it. As he concentrated, a migration progress bar for the safe house appeared in his mind. Although he had to wait, fortunately, the progress bar moved swiftly, and within about a minute, Zhang Kun received a prompt from the system. Safe house migration successful. He barely had time to scrutinize the alterations in room 1503 before, in merely a minute, much could transpire. The thermometer in his home had plummeted from a balmy 26 degrees Celsius to a frigid -9 degrees. Meanwhile, all other electronic devices, having abruptly lost power, fell silent. Zhang Yubing, who had been trailing behind him, witnessed this astonishing spectacle and could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. But before she could voice her inquiry, a sudden exclamation from Su Ziqing rang out from the other side. "Ah! Why did my grandfather's house suddenly have electricity?" Chapter 63. New Year's benefits for the neighbors. Since moving into Zhang Kun's residence, Su Ziqing had not returned home, even though she lived next door. This was not only because several doors in her house had been dismantled by Guo Chao and his companions, but also because returning there meant confronting the memories of her grandfather's life. However, now that the power was unexpectedly restored in her home, outside of the government's supply hours, she could not resist stepping inside to take a look. During the few days she had lived alone there, she had kept her room in meticulous order. Unfortunately, when Guo Chao and his crew had barged in, they had left chaos in their wake. As she surveyed the disarray, Su Ziqing felt a pang of sorrow. She picked up a picture frame the glass cover was shattered into countless pieces, rendering what seemed to be a family portrait as if it had been cruelly severed. With heavy snow having fallen for half a month, her grandfather and parents had long since vanished from her life. In a place like the hospital, the brutal law of the jungle must surely be even more savage and merciless than in the neighborhood her grandfather. Gravely ill with such thoughts, Su Ziqing hurriedly forced herself to interrupt her train of thought, striving to prevent her mind from drifting in that direction. Suddenly, she felt a gentle pat on her back. Why not check if there's anything else you wish to take? I can help you carry it. Turning around, she realized that both Zhang Kun and Zheng Yubing had entered room 1503. Unbeknownst to her, they had already loosened their winter clothing, revealing t-shirts beneath. It dawned on her that the room was not merely illuminated. The temperature had transformed to match that of Zhang Kun's home. Brother Master? What is happening? Don't ask. Just consider it magic. Zhang Kun replied with a smile, ruffling her petite head, urging her to gather her belongings. Okay. Su Ziqing nodded, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she stepped into her room. She had only been temporarily residing at her grandfather's, and most of her change of clothes were in her school dormitory, leaving her with little to take. Within half an hour, she emerged from her room carrying a suitcase. As the three of them stood in the corridor, Zhang Kun then relocated the safe house to his own abode. It must be said that after 2 attempts, Zhang Kun was quite pleased with this newly upgraded function. The speed of relocation was remarkable, and it posed no restrictions. It could be utilized wherever one went. Truly convenient and practical, clean and hygienic. This time, Su Ziqing and Zheng Yubing observed the transformation of the once frigid room into a warm and inviting space, solidifying his identity as a grand magician. Once they returned home and Zhang Kun had shed his winter attire, he settled onto the sofa and sent a message in the homeowners group. As the new year approaches, Kun wishes all residents of Building 9 a happy new year. If any neighbors are caught taking more than their share, well, I need not elaborate on the consequences. The homeowners group, which had remained silent for days, suddenly erupted to life, akin to a chicken that could only play basketball leaping into— Do you have a gun or something? Zhang Kun's expression darkened at the neighbor's skepticism. Why was trust between people so fragile? Indeed, it seemed that being a good person was far more Guo Chao had given them nothing, yet with a mere word, these fools had eagerly rushed downstairs with tools to dig through the snow. Here he was, merely wanting to share the excess dumpling wrappers he had. Before this, he had merely acted in self-defense, truly infuriating. His good mood for the day had vanished. What nonsense are you all spouting? When has Master Kun ever harmed anyone who didn't he provoke him first? Exactly. As long as everyone adheres to the rules, Zhang Kun would never make things difficult for anyone. Unwilling to see Zhang Kun maliciously misjudged, Su Ziqing and Zheng Yubing both spoke up, eager to defend him. Yet the more they explained, the louder the neighbors' doubts grew. Who would believe that? In this day and age, people are devouring each other. Who could possibly be so benevolent as to share food? Exactly. If Zhang Kun intended to share, he would have done so long ago. How could so many people still perish in the building? Right. Don't think you can deceive me. I trust no one now. I'm just going to stay at home, and I want to step outside even if it kills me. Zhang Kun had long since devised a strategy for dealing with these old fools. The food I can offer is limited. Since everyone seems uninterested, the first 5 to arrive can take an extra portion. However, the crowd, already suspicious, remained unresponsive even as Zhang Kun raised the stakes. And Zheng Yubing peeked out the door and immediately spotted Ho Sufan stealthily peeking from the stairs. Seeing that the coast was clear, without hesitation, she snatched up 3 bags of dumpling wrappers and dashed away. Now, only 2 spots remain. As if in response to Zhang Kun's words, Ho Sufan, having secured her dumpling wrappers, posted a selfie in the group, holding the wrappers. I told you all that you were wrong about Kun. I've watched this child grow up. He has always been exceptionally kind. He genuinely cares for everyone. I say we should elect him as our building leader to protect us all. Upon witnessing someone actually obtaining the food, the neighbors finally stirred into action. Whoever wished to be the building leader could do so. Securing food to fill their bellies was the paramount concern. Soon, the corridor echoed with the sound of hurried footsteps. There was no fear of brothers facing hardship, only dread of brothers driving luxury SUVs. Among neighbors, it was the same. Fearful of falling behind and being outdone by others, the long-secluded neighbors rushed towards the 15th floor. However, when they arrived, they discovered that Zhang Kun had left a substantial amount of dumpling wrappers outside his door. Regrettably, it was only the wrappers, devoid of filling, and there wasn't even vinegar or soy sauce. Su Ziqing, having borrowed a gun from Zhang Kun, earnestly positioned herself by the peephole, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Zhang Kun intended to advise her that such seriousness was unnecessary. Moreover, with so many neighbors present, anyone daring to take more than their fair share would surely become the filling in someone else's dumplings for the new year. Watching over them was simply a waste of energy, but before he could voice his thoughts, his phone vibrated violently in his hand. Looking down, he saw a private message from Ho Sufan. Kun, Auntie has something to tell you. Don't share it with anyone else, okay? During these days, my Wei Wei has been so preoccupied she can't eat or sleep, even dreaming of calling your name. Chapter 64. Ho Sufan's calculated strategy, is that so? Has Wei Wei finally come to realize her mistakes? Upon seeing Zhang Kun's response, Ho Sufan was so excited that her hands trembled with anticipation. There is hope. She hastily typed a line of text with her shaking fingers, but before she could hit send, she felt it was somewhat inappropriate. Thus, she switched to a gentle voice message. Kun. Of course, Wei Wei knows she was wrong. Your Uncle Lu and I have been educating her these past few days. If you don't believe me, the two of you young people should have a face-to-face conversation. Clear the air. The clouds of confusion will dissipate. Moreover, you being a young man, what is there to be so calculative about with a young girl? Broaden your perspective. Ho Sufan felt her reasoning was sound and believed it would surely resonate with that rascal. Soon after, Zhang Kun's reply came, I think it's better to wait for another day. Ho Sufan's expression changed instantly. Yet she understood the adage that one cannot catch a wolf without first letting go of the child. Similarly, one cannot hold on to a girl without a proper approach. Besides, her daughter was not an innocent flower. Even if Zhang Kun were to take her out for a day, it wouldn't be a significant loss. However, hearing such words spoken in her presence as a mother was undeniably hard to accept. For a full 3 minutes, she struggled to regain her composure. Fortunately, at 3 minutes and 1 second, she came to a realization. After all, survival is far more important than dignity. With her mindset adjusted, she quickly responded, All right, I appreciate your straightforwardness. We shall proceed as Kun wishes. I will call Wei Wei to find you right away. Upon reading her message, Zhang Kun was momentarily taken aback. Wait, Ho Sufan, you are quite the formidable woman. But the key point is that I truly did not mean that. Among Su Ziqing and Zhang Yubing at home, which one wouldn't easily outshine Lu Wei Wei by a mile? Furthermore, a girl like Lu Wei Wei, akin to the bride of the mantis in the Black Cat Sheriff, who had previously been deceived, had now witnessed the unfortunate fate of her dear super brother. If she still dared to get involved with him, it would be a disgrace to this rebirth. Wait, I meant to say I would see her in a couple of days. I am busy now, understand? Ah, so that's how it is, then Kun, you focus on your tasks, and remember to take care of yourself, don't overexert, or else Wei Wei will be worried. After offering her considerate advice, Ho Sufan cheerfully opened the door to her daughter Lu Wei Wei's room. Inside, Lu Wei Wei was cocooned in her blanket, looking despondent. She had thought that Guo and the group from Building 10 had firmly secured Zhang Kun, but little did she know that those people from Building 10 had no good. Guo was utterly incompetent, getting himself shot without doing anything, and then foolishly running back home for help. Did he not realize that the medications he had previously delivered to his own family were crucial for them too? Now, they were used to save him. What would he do if he got hurt in the future? He deserved to be dealt with severely by his father. What terrified her most was that Zhang Kun upstairs had single-handedly dealt with the group from Building 10. Just the thought of Zhang Kun made her feel both hatred and fear. Yet more than that, she felt regret. Every day, hearing the creaking of the double bed upstairs, she was restless and anxious. Had she known he was this formidable, she should have chosen to be with him from the start. Though they were financially struggling, at least life would have been harmonious. Wei Wei, dear. Mom has some tremendous news to share with you. What is it? Did my father die? Lu Wei Wei scoffed, expressing her dissatisfaction. Ever since her father Lu Deguai killed Guo, he seemed to have transformed into a different person. Even when Lu Wei Wei refused to eat the soup he made, she was slapped twice. Thus, Lu Weiwei found herself wishing for her father's demise. Don't speak nonsense. Be careful not to let your father hear. Ho Sufan pulled her daughter closer, and then leaned in to whisper the details of her recent conversation with Zhang Kun. Upon hearing that Zhang Kun's attitude had shifted, Lu Weiwei sprang up from her bed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Ho Sufan. Mom, what did you say? Zhang Kun is willing to forgive me? Is there any doubt? It's just a few men she has been with. Even if she has children, would Zhang Kun dare to hold that against you? Besides, doesn't he have a little enchantress in his place too? Now you two are even, it's only fair. How could he still dare to blame you? Lu Weiwei bit her lip, still feeling somewhat insecure. But the girl in his house is younger and prettier than I am. Normal men would surely choose her. That's not how you should think. My dear girl, how many years have you and Zhang Kun spent together? No matter how beautiful she is, can she compare to the bond you two share? Besides, you do have your advantages over her. After all, you've been through so many relationships. You just need to put in a little effort, and you can easily surpass her level. I refuse to believe that your encounters were for nothing, and you didn't learn any skills along the way. Moreover, men are like greedy cats. Who wouldn't want to try fresh fish? As long as you enter Zhang Kun's home, our family will surely no longer have to suffer hardships. Mom, is what you're saying true? Although Lu Weiwei found her mother's words somewhat blunt, the logic was undeniable. Yet she remained skeptical. Had this snow disaster occurred earlier, she would have regarded Zhang Kun merely as her puppet, unable to escape her grasp. But with the onset of the disaster, Zhang Kun seemed to have completely changed, and after being insulted by him multiple times, Lu Weiwei now felt utterly powerless against him, even hesitating to confront him. Ho Sufan slapped her thigh. Why would I lie to you? All you need to do is act cute and playful. What kind of despicable man can resist that? Men are all the same. As long as you show him a little warmth and don't let him feel like he is being met with cold indifference, won't he be easily swayed? If all else fails, just lower your stance a bit. Haven't you heard that women who act coy have the best lives? Do I really need to teach you that? Hearing her mother's words, Lu Weiwei began to regain the confidence that Zhang Kun had trampled upon, and her face brightened. All right, I'll put on some makeup first, then go find him. After exiting WeChat, Zhang Kun knew all too well that Ho Sufan's words were nothing but insincere nonsense. Given his understanding of her, it was evident she was merely trying to ingratiate herself with him, hoping to leverage her daughter's access to room 1501. Since she was so intent on this, he might as well indulge her, however. A chilling smile crept across Zhang Kun's lips as he interrupted his thoughts. He then switched to his phone's map, meticulously searching for villa communities in Shanghai. As a first-tier city, Shanghai boasted numerous villa districts with countless ordinary row houses. Yet for Zhang Kun, none of these held any appeal in this apocalyptic era. If he were to change residences, it must be for something superior. Ideally, it should be a manor-style property with several acres of land. A spacious view would provide him with a sense of security. Everything else was trivial. Moreover, Zhang Kun was tired of being surrounded by a swarm of neighbors like flies buzzing incessantly around him. After searching for a while, Zhang Kun's gaze settled on the most renowned villa district in Shanghai, Shangtan Palace. The project spans nearly 50,000 square meters but consists of only 18 villas, each with a building area exceeding 500 square meters, and the accompanying gardens, lawns, and landscaping make the total area of each villa reach up to 4 acres. Such grandiosity, in the land of exorbitant prices in Shanghai, earns the title of Villa King without question. Furthermore, the luxurious amenities of Shangtan Palace allowed the average price per square meter to soar to 200,000 yuan over 20 years ago. If he could reside here, singing, dancing, and rapping in a room priced at 200,000 yuan per square meter would certainly justify this second chance at life. Chapter 65. The plan to relocate to Shangtan Palace before the apocalypse, 499. 99.99 of the people in this world. Shangtan Palace was undoubtedly in existence. Zhang Kun recalled that not long ago, the former richest man in Huagua had intended to leave the country and sold a villa in Shangtan Palace. It was said that the transaction price reached over $1 billion, which was truly astonishing. However, the most crucial aspect was that the geographical location of Shangtan Palace was exceptionally rare, boasting convenient accessibility. The community was merely 800 meters from the main thoroughfare, a 5-minute drive west along the main road would lead to the international airport. A 10-minute drive east would take one to the Suhui district and the Haihuai Road commercial area, and even a 20-minute drive could reach the city center, including People's Square, Nanjing Road, and the Bund. Once established in Shangtan Palace, Zhang Kun could secure his safety while systematically sweeping up the resources of the surrounding commercial districts. With the strength of Shanghai's premier commercial circles, he could easily support himself and 2 women, and even if he were to expand his family and have a dozen children, it would be entirely feasible. Noticing Zhang Kun's furrowed brows and contemplative demeanor while staring at his phone, Zhang Yubing could not help but lean closer, asking, "Master, are you troubled?" Zhang Kun looked up to see Su Ziqing at the door, her expression equally concerned. He smiled and gestured for the 2 women to come closer, indicating for them to sit on either side of him. "After the Spring Festival, I plan to move to Shangtan Palace on the first day of the new year. What are your thoughts?" Shangtan Palace? Both women were momentarily taken aback. Even Su Ziqing, who was solely focused on her studies, had heard of this prestigious villa area in Shanghai, not to mention Zhang Yubing, a seasoned host. She clearly understood what Shangtan Palace signified to the upper echelons of society. Although the distinctions of high and low society might have faded now, who could truly refuse the opportunity to reside in Shangtan Palace? Yet, she couldn't help but express a hint of concern. "Master, while the living environment at Shangtan Palace will undoubtedly be far superior to here, I understand that the residents there must be either wealthy. We can simply search each one. There must be some vacant villas." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yubing nodded, feeling reassured. However, Su Ziqing, unable to suppress her worry, countered, "But, Master, with the heavy snow, the snow in their community had already reached the 3rd floor. How much worse could it be for the villas?" But soon, he devised a solution. With the assistance of his spatial abilities, even if there were a significant amount of snow, he could simply store it away. After all, he still had plenty of unused space available. Stowing away some snow would be no issue at all. Zhang Kun quietly commended his own cleverness and waved his hand dismissively. "I can handle that. Please present the next question." His confident demeanor bore resemblance to that of a spokesperson for the Huagua Foreign Ministry. Seeing that the 2 women had no further inquiries, he had no high expectations for Zhang Yubing. He merely wanted her to learn how to handle the firearm. Only then could she provide a semblance of deterrence in the face of threats. If a woman could only offer companionship in bed, her value would be negligible. Zhang Yubing accepted the handgun, nodding earnestly. Meanwhile, Su Ziqing, observing their serious conversation, felt a twinge. Hopefully, they were genuinely practicing shooting. Zhang Kun took Zhang Yubing to the smallest bedroom to practice shooting, leaving the task of preparing lunch to fall naturally upon Su Ziqing. With New Year's Eve approaching tomorrow, a sense of ritual was still necessary. Su Ziqing rummaged through the refrigerator for the meticulously prepared ingredients and set to work in the kitchen. Garlic butter Australian lobster, steamed king crab, perfectly cooked Wagyu steak, Inner Mongolia lamb soup, sweet and sour Jinhua pork ribs. Even before the apocalypse, these were foods that ordinary people would seldom encounter. Yet, under Su Ziqing's deft hands, one exquisite dish after another emerged from the kitchen. Not to mention that it had already been half a month since the onset of the end times. Each dish, carelessly tossed out the door, would incite fierce competition among the few remaining neighbors in the building. As the rich aromas wafted through the air, even Zhang Kun, who was sweating profusely from practice, could not resist following the scent to sneak a couple of bites of the braised pork ribs. Watching her master toil earnestly, Su Ziqing felt a surge of affection and gently picked up a towel to wipe the sweat from Zhang Kun's brow, smiling as she observed him with grease-streaked lips. "She seems very intelligent and should pick things up swiftly." Su Ziqing blushed slightly. Though her words were earnest, they carried an undercurrent of flirtation in Zhang Kun's ears. Gazing at her gentle and serene demeanor stirred something within Zhang Kun, prompting him to lean in closer, intending to kiss Su Ziqing. He initially believed she would smile and evade him, but to his surprise, as he approached with his greasy lips, she closed her eyes, presenting herself as if inviting him to partake. "Ah, a woman playing with fire. If that is the case, I shall not hold back." Zhang Kun swiftly lifted Su Ziqing and set her atop the kitchen counter, eliciting a delicate. He grinned, reveling in the startled glimmer in her eyes, which only intensified the flame of desire within him. Unconsciously blushing, Su Ziqing sought to refuse but struggled to find a suitable excuse, casting her gaze toward the pot of simmering lamb soup and softly murmuring, "Master, my soup isn't ready yet. Is that so? It appears the water is nearly boiling." Be careful not to let it spill over. How annoying. Just as Zhang Kun intended to assert his authority as the master over Su Ziqing perched, I've come specifically to apologize and see you. The voice was all too familiar, the distinctive lilt of Lu Weiwei's voice cutting through the air. Her decades of practice rendered her tone nearly impossible for an ordinary person to withstand. Zhang Kun, caught off guard, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, but fortunately, Su Ziqing, ever perceptive, assisted him by straightening his clothes. Master, it seems your lovely neighbor from downstairs has come to see you. She was about to leap down from the Let her wait. She can eat, but can you not? Su Ziqing looked up, meeting Zhang Kun's fervent gaze, and felt her resolve melt away. Isn't this inappropriate? Zhang Kun didn't respond. Instead, he tightened his embrace around Su Ziqing's warm form. What she failed to notice was the fleeting glint of coldness in Zhang Kun's gaze as he occasionally glanced toward the door. Chapter 66. They sprayed, but I could not. Upon opening the door, Zhang Kun gazed impassively at Lu Weiwei, who stood outside. What brings you here? He inquired. Even the sight of Zhang Kun clad merely in a white t-shirt ignited a fervent longing within her, as she felt waves of warmth emanating from the room. The discontent from waiting outside, listening to the dulcet sounds, quickly dissipated. Unbeknownst to her, those scents were the fruits of Su Ziqing's labor, who had spent the morning preparing dishes with the exquisite ingredients provided by Zhang Kun. The delightful fragrances surpassed anything she had tasted in the past few days at home. She inhaled deeply, momentarily forgetting her apology, her gaze fixated on Zhang Kun's kitchen. Brother Kun, what delectable dish are you preparing? It smells so divine. Observing Lu Weiwei's distracted demeanor, Zhang Kun let out a cold chuckle. Is it truly divine? To me, it seems the air is thick with an unpleasant odor. Lu Weiwei's face flushed upon hearing Zhang Kun's words. Since the onset of the snowfall, the frigid weather had rendered her unable to bathe for over 10 days. Initially, she felt discomfort, but she had since grown accustomed to her own scent. Now, Zhang Kun's comment made her cheeks flush as she stomped her foot in embarrassment. Oh, Brother Kun, what nonsense are you spouting? This is merely the delicate fragrance of a little fairy. Is that so? Do fairies truly possess such an overpowering scent? Zhang Kun retorted mercilessly. Seeing this, Lu Weiwei feigned concern for Zhang Kun. As she entered, the pungent odor intensified, nearly causing Zhang Kun to regurgitate the ribs he had just consumed. He swiftly grabbed an air freshener from the doorway and began spraying it at Lu Weiwei with abandon. Oh. Kun, what are you doing? You've sprayed it right into my mouth. Why? Your wealthy boyfriend can, Chow can, but I cannot. Zhang Kun's words left Lu Weiwei momentarily speechless. Brother Kun, that's not what I meant. Oh, why do you keep bringing up those past incidents? My heart is solely yours now, if you desire. Before Lu Weiwei could finish her sentence, she skillfully crouched before. In a previous life, this longed-for scene would have made Zhang Kun willing to trade everything he possessed, save for his life. However, now, whether compared to Su Ziqing or Zhang Yubing, the now emaciated Lu Weiwei paled in comparison. She hardly evoked even a flicker of interest in him. Instead, he felt a sense of revulsion. Zhang Kun denied Lu Weiwei the opportunity, protecting his trousers and sidestepping her advance. But, my home is not solely yours at present. That's all right. Brother Kun, I don't mind. Even if you want us to serve you together, Weiwei would gladly do so. Consider it a punishment for your transgressions against me, shall we? You return home, wash thoroughly, and enjoy a hearty meal. Come New Year's Day, I shall invite your entire family to stay with me. How does that sound? Initially feeling a tinge of inferiority upon seeing the graceful Su Ziqing emerge from the kitchen, Lu Weiwei's spirits soared upon hearing Zhang Kun's invitation for her family to move in on the first day of the new year. Brother Kun, are you being serious? You let me through the door on New Year's Day? Don't be ridiculous. I said I would invite your whole family. Did I not promise to take good care of them? I will not go back on my word. However, you must ensure your parents also clean themselves well, lest they ruin the ambience of my home. Understood. I knew Brother Kun would treat me the best. Love you lots. Upon hearing Zhang Kun's earnest promise, Lu Weiwei winked cheerfully before exiting his home and turning into the stairwell of the adjacent building. In her exuberance, she failed to notice that, with the door of 1501 still ajar, Zhang Kun wore a dark expression, his gaze toward her as cold as that of a corpse. Initially, Lu Weiwei contemplated taking the food home to share with her parents. However, Halfway down the stairs, the aroma of the pork ribs invaded her delicate nostrils, proving irresistible. That woman truly excelled at cooking, didn't she? Yet, merely knowing how to capture a man's appetite was not enough. One must also ensure he could not resist in the bedroom. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Lu Weiwei seized a piece of pork rib and stuffed it into her mouth. So delicious. The long-awaited pork melted in her mouth, nearly such a delectable treat. Did she truly want to share it with her parents? Since she could enter Zhang Kun's home on New Year's Day, her parents would certainly get a taste of this culinary delight soon enough. So, this bowl would be hers to savor. With a brief hesitation, she plopped down in the stairwell, indulging herself unabashedly. Before long, she had licked the bowl clean, even the last remnants of sauce. Concerned her parents might detect her indulgence, she wiped her mouth with her down jacket. Upon entering the house, her mother, Ho Sufin, rushed to greet her. How did it go? What did Zhang Kun say? Her father, Lu Degue, noticed the soap in his daughter's hands and felt a surge of foreboding. Although his daughter was known for her liberal lifestyle, it did not imply she could traverse any path without consequence. Did that Zhang Kun do anything inappropriate to you? That scoundrel wouldn't he have any peculiar preferences, would he? Dad? What are you saying? Brother Kun is utterly devoted to me. What? Seeing her father's incredulous expression, Lu Weiwei huffed and proclaimed loudly. Brother Kun said, on New Year's Day, he will invite us to move upstairs. Upon hearing their daughter's words, Ho Sufin was nearly overcome with excitement. Meanwhile, Lu Degue harbored doubts. Why must it wait until New Year's Day? Why can't we move in now? With a blush creeping onto her cheeks, Lu Weiwei lowered her gaze. Brother Kun said, to stay at his home, we must be clean. We shall wash. On New Year's Eve, we will all take a good bath, and by New Year's Day, we shall move into Zhang Kun's home. Chapter 67. New Year's Eve. Zhang Kun was utterly indifferent to whether Lu Weiwei's family downstairs had washed up or not. To him, the demise of that family was simply a matter of fate. Throughout the day that followed, whenever he found a moment of leisure, he would sit before his computer, meticulously scouring the supply map for large supermarkets along the route to Shangtong Palace. To ensure absolute safety, Zhang Kun would first examine the most fundamental supplies listed at these supermarkets, such as bottled water and food. Periodically, he would revisit and reconfirm the information. As long as the inventory remained unchanged, it would serve as evidence that the location was still relatively secure. To verify with precision and eliminate any possibility of miscalculation due to temporary absences, Zhang Kun even waited until the city was illuminated at night before conducting another round of checks. As Don Corleone once said, women and children may afford to be careless, but men cannot. The wisdom this godfather learned over a lifetime serves even more poignantly in these apocalyptic times. From the inventory numbers he confirmed, he found that half of the supermarkets had already been plundered by nearby residents, yet the other half remained intact and sealed. He patiently marked the addresses until the early hours of New Year's Eve, finally mapping out a relatively safe route. Despite having firearms and vehicles, caution was paramount when venturing out. After all, there is but one life to live, and no one can guarantee a second chance after death. Gambling with money is one thing, but gambling with one's life is entirely unacceptable. However, the rewards for signing in on New Year's Eve revealed the system's wicked sense of humor. This entity had the audacity to bestow upon him a ton of fireworks, in a time when people were reduced to cannibalism, who still had the luxury of celebrating with fireworks. Moreover, in the city of Shanghai, the release of fireworks had been prohibited for many years. This antiquated custom had been entirely abolished when Zhang Kun was still a child, following expert recommendations. Yet, he had heard that fireworks had somehow been nominated for heritage status by the neighboring country of Korea. With the system now offering such rewards, they could be regarded as a nostalgic throwback. On New Year's Day, Su Ziqing and Zhang Yubing rose early to prepare the meal. The two of them squeezed into the kitchen, chattering animatedly about the days when their family would gather together for the New Year festivities. Although both understood that their past life had vanished along with the snowstorm, the beauty of those memories was a testament to their existence as humans. While they conversed joyfully, Zhang Kun remained alone in the living room, diligently refreshing the supply map from the previous day, verifying that there were no new changes in the data regarding the designated supermarkets. To savor the New Year's Eve dinner more deliciously, he had merely nibbled on remnants from yesterday for breakfast and lunch, waiting until dinner time to enjoy a proper meal. Knowing this would be their last supper in 1501, Su Ziqing and Zhang Yubing naturally poured their hearts into the cooking. Dompa pork, soup dumplings, stir-fried lobster, braised pork knuckle. Even in the afternoon, Zhang Yubing whimsically attempted to make hand-grabbed lamb, a recipe she learned during an interview in Mongolia. To fulfill her request, Zhang Kun even set up a makeshift grill in the shooting practice room. As for the indispensable dumplings on New Year's Eve, the two women outdid themselves, crafting a variety of unique fillings. Lobster with egg yolk, crab with pork, and scallion with lamb. Though there was a hint of wastefulness in their culinary creativity, the absence of cheese and durian or fishy meat dumplings was a generous concession. Every year during the dumpling feast, it had become a tradition for the entire nation of Huagua to watch the Spring Festival Gala broadcast by Zhongsher Television. It seemed that watching the gala once would sweep away the year's misfortunes, only to usher in a new year's worth of troubles. However, over time, people began to realize that the ill-fated gala was the very essence of misfortune itself. Consequently, the viewership ratings for the Spring Festival Gala began to decline year after year. Yet this year was different. The survivors of the snow disaster yearned to witness something on television, even if it was the mundane Spring Festival Gala. Thus, the ever-attentive Zhongsher Television specially aired edited clips from previous galas and arranged for major national television stations to broadcast them. Zhang Kun had been one of those who sat in front of the television in his past life. Although he had already watched it once before his rebirth, he decided to play it for Su Ziqing and Zhang Yubing to alleviate their boredom. However, after a simple opening, the first line spoken by the male host shattered their composure. Male host. This year's Spring Festival is unlike any other, as the snow disaster in the south weighs heavily on the hearts of hundreds of millions of Chinese. Here, we would like to extend our deepest greetings and gratitude to our compatriots in the disaster-stricken areas, especially the heroes who have been tirelessly battling on the front lines against the ice and snow. Female host. Perhaps you have returned home after days of toil. Perhaps you are spending the new year in a distant land. Perhaps you are currently en route home. No matter where you are, we wish to send you our warmest blessings for a joyful spring festival. Su Ziqing and Zhang Yubing exchanged incredulous glances. Isn't that a bit too polite? Although there was a scrolling text informing the national audience that this was an edited clip from a previous gala, the editing was so careless that it felt akin to rubbing salt into the audience's wounds. The snow disaster raged on, and what happened to the promised relief efforts? What about the heroes? How could they speak so nonchalantly without a hint of shame? The two women turned to Zhang Kun in unison, pleading for him to turn off the television. The more they watched, the more infuriated they became. Yet, Zhang Kun remained unperturbed. After all, they were about to leave their home to live at Shangtong Palace. It would be rude since they could not save these neighbors, they might as well leave them something lively. Surely, it would be far more entertaining than the Spring Festival Gala. He activated the video recording mode on his phone. Under Zhang Kun's guidance, the three of them worked together to reposition the dried corpses that had been left on the rooftop, suspending them from several windows of 1501. After finishing this task, Zhang Kun and the two women set off a dazzling display of fireworks on the rooftop. Watching the brilliant pyrotechnics burst forth against the snowy backdrop, illuminating the night sky, Zhang Kun chuckled as he held Su Ziqing and Zhang Yubing's hands, riding the elevator down to the ground floor. Next stop, departure. Chapter 68. Let's bid farewell. Properly, the three individuals descended in the elevator, reaching the fourth floor. Due to the relentless snowfall, the only exit to the outside was through the ventilation window on the fourth floor. However, this posed no challenge for the three adults. Zhang Kun, like a champion hurdler from Dongguan, effortlessly leaped over. Following him, Su Ziqing and Zhang Yubing gracefully vaulted through the window with their long legs. Although they were uncertain about Zhang Kun's plan to take them to Shangtong Palace, their time spent together had instilled a sense of faith in his extraordinary abilities. They believed that he would always find a way. Indeed, Zhang Kun did not disappoint them this time. As soon as they emerged from the building, a dazzling sight awaited them. A brand new snow-ready RV appeared before them. The two women had long become accustomed to Zhang Kun's miraculous ability to conjure things, yet the sudden appearance of such a luxurious RV still left them in a W. Su Ziqing, having spent more time with Zhang Kun, was somewhat more accepting of his wonders, especially since her own behavior had become less conventional during their escapades. In contrast, Zhang Yubing gazed at the RV's heavy, anti-slip tires, overwhelmed by an inexplicable astonishment. How on earth had Zhang Kun managed this? Zhang Kun took the lead, pushing open the door and climbing inside. After a brief inspection to ensure everything was in order, he turned to the two women who were still in a daze. Hurry up and get in. There's no time for explanations. Look at you two, as if you've... However, once they stepped inside the RV, they were greeted by an astonishing warmth, the temperature akin to that of a cozy home on a frigid winter's night. Inside, a mere t-shirt sufficed. Once aboard, the two women marveled at the RV's interior layout. Perhaps it was an illusion, but they both felt the space inside was far more expansive than it appeared from the outside. Behind the dual cockpit, there was a wardrobe, a sofa set facing each other, a refrigerator, a washing machine, a private bathroom, a stove, a sink, a television, a standing wardrobe. The sight of that double bed made it abundantly clear that 3 people could sleep there without issue. Remarkably, despite the abundance of amenities, the RV did not feel cramped. Rather, it exuded an air of spaciousness, resembling a mobile home. The opulence of the vehicle prompted even the well-traveled Zhang Yubing to exclaim in wonder. Coupled with the comfortable temperature, both women found themselves reluctant to leave this haven. Who among you can drive? After securing the doors, Zhang Kun inquired once the two women had taken their fill of the surroundings. Master, I just passed my driving test for the 3rd section. Master, I can drive. But my license is for Class C, and I've never operated an RV before. Zhang Kun had initially intended for Su Ziqing to practice. After all, the RV's features were on par with a safe house. He figured that letting Zhang Yubing take the wheel would serve as good practice, as for Su Ziqing. There would be ample opportunities for her. Zhang Kun briefly instructed Zhang Yubing on how to operate the RV, and as the vehicle began to move, he settled comfortably into a reclining chair at the back, assuming the role of a carefree passenger. However, he did not remain idle. Instead, he commenced editing the videos he had recorded earlier on the upper floor. In addition to capturing a sumptuous New Year's feast, he had filmed several clips of fireworks on the rooftop. All of this footage was repurposed for his project. After all, during the festive season, what the common folk truly desired was the joy of fireworks. As they prepared to leave, it was imperative for them to bid a proper farewell to everyone. As the snow-ready RV slowly started its journey, the trio inside felt little. Yet, in the stillness of the night, the roar of the engine resonated far and wide. The remaining residents of Building 9, hearing the sound of the engine, excited. However, when they realized the vehicle was departing the community without any indication of stopping, the residents quickly understood that this vehicle was not there to save them but to escape. Who the hell owns that vehicle? If you're leaving, take me with you. Stop. I'll trade you my homemade dumplings for a spot. Please get me out of this wretched place. Please wait for me. Don't leave me here to die. In an instant, the windows of Building 9 were filled with cries of despair. Even in Building 10, which Zhang Kun had previously dealt with harshly, many were screaming and pleading for the RV to halt and take them along. Yet, Zhang Yubing remained unperturbed, simply following Zhang Kun's instructions as she continued to drive. Ultimately, the desperate residents, unwilling to accept their fading chance of survival, resorted to cursing and, in some cases, picked up anything they could find to hurl at the white RV below. Bang! Bang! Without hesitation, Su Ziqing understood the implication, picked up the firearm, opened the RV's sunroof, and aimed at the neighbors who were leaning. Bang! The 2 gunshots rang out, and 2 figures instantly screamed as they plummeted from their balcony. Zhang Yubing, not to be outdone, shifted into reverse, and amidst the beeping warning of, "It's Zhang Kun. His aim is so precise. It must be that rascal. What a beast, killing 2 people during the festive season. Damn it, how can a human butcher have such a fine vehicle? Stop talking and hurry back inside. Who can afford to provoke him?" Realizing they were no match for Zhang Kun, the neighbors quickly retreated back into their homes. At that moment, Zhang Kun's New Year's greeting video was completed and promptly sent to the homeowner group. After a dazzling display of fireworks, a cheeky grin adorned Zhang Kun's face as it appeared on the screen. A lavish feast, 2 beautiful girlfriends, a room so warm it ignited envy, and even glimpses of the luxurious RV's interior. As they saw Su Ziqing sitting on Zhang Kun's lap, playfully smiling at the camera, her expression one of coyness, Zhang Kun provocatively slid his hand beneath her t-shirt, eliciting a blush from the lovely lady. The neighbors suddenly found their meat dumplings in their bowls to be utterly unappetizing. Zhang Kun, you truly deserve to be damned. Some even voiced their unwillingness in furious shouts. Zhang Kun, how dare you deceive me? Chapter 69. Lu Weiwei's family ascends the stairs. The piercing scream reverberating through the air was none other than that of Lu Weiwei, who had just finished her shower at home. Damn you, Zhang Kun. Do you have any idea how frigid it is to bathe in this temperature? I've practically scrubbed my skin raw to meet your demands, and yet you fled with 2 girls in your car? Doesn't your conscience ache? Lu Weiwei dared not share this information with her parents, who were also bathing in the bathroom. If they were to discover that Zhang Kun had played them for fools, given her father Lu Degui's volatile nature, there was no telling who might end up in danger. What on earth? You promised that our family of 3 could move upstairs first thing tomorrow morning. Why have you left so abruptly? You've rendered my efforts in vain. Soon enough, Zhang Kun's reply came through. Wei, what are you talking about? I suggested you wash up for your health. Haven't you heard that cleanliness enhances well-being? Besides, I never said you couldn't move into my place. The key is under the doormat at the entrance. You can move in whenever you wish. However, I must warn you beforehand. There are others who wish to reside in my home as well. Once inside, make sure to lock the door promptly to prevent any unwelcome intrusions. Do you understand? Upon hearing that Zhang Kun had left the key outside, Lu Weiwei's face lit up with joy, momentarily dismissing her grievances about being deemed unclean. She eagerly tossed aside her phone and rushed to find her recently bathed parents. When Ho Sufan, her mother, learned that Zhang Kun had left the key for their family, the chill she felt after emerging from the bathroom dissipated instantly. The 3 of them hurriedly donned their down jackets and raced upstairs. Leading the charge, Ho Sufan quickly located the key beneath the doormat at the entrance of room 1501. Inserting it into the lock, she turned it gently. Click. The room they had only seen in videos after the snow disaster. From this day forth, this house belongs to us. We cannot allow anyone else inside. Ho Sufan decisively locked the door from within and contemplated the key in her hand with a thoughtful expression. Rising, she made her way to the bathroom. Shortly thereafter, the sound of flushing echoed from within, and she emerged with a relaxed demeanor. Zhang Kun's house even has running water. No wonder he lives so comfortably. Reflecting on her and her husband's use of snowmelt for bathing, Ho Sufan felt a twinge of indignation. With such good conditions available, why should they subject themselves to such hardships? It was no wonder the neighbors spoke ill of Zhang Kun. Meanwhile, Lu Degui and his daughter Lu Weiwei eagerly shed their outer garments, reveling in the enveloping warmth of the room that soothed every pore of their bodies. Just as the family settled into the room, a sudden loud bang startled them. Lu Weiwei turned towards the source of the sound, letting out a shriek as she toppled from her chair. Lu Degui and Ho Sufan quickly followed her terrified gaze outside, their spines chilled with apprehension. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the wind howled and snowflakes danced in the air. A gust of cold. Gathering their courage, the 2 approached to investigate, only to discover a desiccated corpse repeatedly slamming against the window, propelled by the wind. Occasionally, when the wind would shift, where did these come from? Lu Degui muttered under his breath, begrudgingly rising to retrieve the down jacket discarded at the entrance. As he stepped onto the balcony, he froze in shock. A row of corpses hung outside. At first glance, they resembled a line of sausages. Peering further, he noticed several more hanging from the neighboring windows, numbering at least a dozen. Was this boy's taste truly so morbid? Using these corpses as wind chimes, did he not fear being startled awake in the night? Before Lu Degui could devise a plan for dealing with the bodies, a violent banging on the door erupted from outside. What is happening? Who is out there? Lu Weiwei's face turned pale as she raised her phone. It's Zhang Kun. He mentioned in the group that he's south leaving this place and leaving the house for the neighbors. Perhaps it's the neighbors clamoring to claim the property. What? Lu Degui's expression shifted to one of alarm as he rushed into the kitchen. Why should we allow them to move in? However, Ho Sufan, with a smug look, blocked her husband. Oh, what is the rush? We've locked all the doors and windows, and I've hidden the key beneath the toilet. Who could possibly get in? Huh. Upon hearing Ho Sufan's words, Lu Weiwei grew anxious. Mom, if we do this, won't we be trapped inside? How could there be no food? Haven't you seen the messages in the group? How much food does Zhang Kun have? Could he possibly carry it all away in that shabby car? He simply doesn't want anyone to find it easily. Besides, his water supply hasn't been cut off. There's plenty to eat and drink here. Only a fool would venture out. I'm not leaving, and neither should you too. This is all for your benefit, do you understand? Furrowing her brow, Lu Weiwei expressed her doubts. But even so, you didn't need to discard the key. Keeping it would provide us with an— What if your father gets mesmerized and secretly lets some woman in? You could end up with a new stepmother. Upon hearing her mother's reasoning, Lu Weiwei acquiesced. The 2 women busily searched through Zhang Kun's home, moving in and out as they scoured for supplies. After a considerable time, they emerged from their respective rooms, each looking empty-handed, A chill washed over them as they realized that Zhang Kun had not only taken the most valuable electronics, but had also left them devoid of even the basic cooking essentials. This was a masterful ploy, one that even Zhuge Liang would weep over if he were to witness it. Additionally, what baffled Lu Weiwei and her mother was the eerie silence during the evacuation of a room so large. How had they not heard a single sound? This was truly perplexing. How had Zhang Kun managed this? Fortunately, Ho Sufan maintained her composure. It's fine. At least this place has running water and is warm. If we get hungry... She glanced at the corpse hanging on the balcony, the implication clear. Yet Lu Weiwei found it hard to accept. Having tasted the sweetness of pork, how could she endure the bitterness of human flesh? Hesitantly, she suggested, "Why don't I plead with Zhang Kun again to see if he can bring us some food?" The live tortoise in the jar within the cozy confines of the camper van. Zhang Kun gradually answered Lu Weiwei's video call. "What is it?" "Zhang Kun, what on earth is happening?" "The room is warm, yet there isn't a morsel of food to be found. You didn't leave anything for me, did you? This is not what we agreed upon." Lu Weiwei spoke rapidly, anxiously awaiting Zhang Kun's response from the other end of the video. At that moment, Zhang Kun was fixated on the television inside the camper. He had connected 4 mobile phones to the device, displaying real-time footage from room 1501 in a split-screen format. This idea had been inspired by the last time he set up temporary surveillance to spy on Lu Weiwei's home. Before leaving, Zhang Kun had embedded the phones in several key locations of his own home: bedroom, living room, kitchen, and the corridor outside. Though the battery life of the phones might not last long, using them for an hour was certainly feasible. The phones had been retrieved from the bodies of individuals he and Su Ziqing had encountered on the rooftop, and after unlocking them, he had replaced the fingerprints with his own. Additionally, with the several phones Zhang Yubing had previously brought over, he had more than enough for real-time monitoring. Indeed, in this era, even a roll of toilet paper or a pair of underpants holds its value. Master Xing does not deceive me. Watching Lu Weiwei in her living room, flitting about like a distressed insect on a hot pan, a sense of vindictive pleasure slowly crept into Zhang Kun's heart, and an involuntary smile graced his lips. "Is that so? I merely promised you that I would allow your family to enter my home. Have I broken my word? But what good is it to simply enter? Without food, we will inevitably starve. If I had known it would be like this, we might as well have waited downstairs for someone to rescue us. Zhang Kun, you wouldn't truly treat me this way, would you? You used to adore me." Lu Weiwei, with tears welling in her eyes before the camera, had already cursed Zhang Kun silently. "Oh? Is that the case? I suppose I have been remiss in my considerations." Zhang Kun paused. "Perhaps you should just leave. Weren't you the one who enjoyed playing games of comings and goings?" What do you mean?" Lu Weiwei's complexion suddenly paled. She realized with a start that something was amiss with Zhang Kun today. It seemed he was intent on exacting revenge upon her. "Do you not comprehend my meaning? Is it still amusing to feign innocence at this juncture? Observing the gap, just imagine how the neighbors outside will react when they see your vacated residence." Even Lu Weiwei, despite her naivety, understood she had been outmaneuvered by Zhang Kun. Enraged, she retorted, "Zhang Kun, have you lost your mind? The room was already empty when we entered. How could we possibly take anything? You might attempt to explain things to the neighbors outside and see whether they believe you. But rest assured, regardless of their belief, I certainly do. People tend to only accept the truths they wish to believe. Much like my past self, who thought that being good to you would suffice for rightful companionship, would it not? By the way, Lu Weiwei, I neglected to mention that I left a spare key in the living room of 1502 next door. What do you think would happen if I shared this tidbit in the owner's group?" In an instant, Lu Weiwei's heart was gripped by a terror so profound it rendered her lightheaded. Clearly, Zhang Kun was still unaware that her mother had disposed of the key, yet even if he knew, would the situation worsen? Their family had become akin to live tortoises trapped within a jar. Zhang Kun was intent on delivering a fatal blow, but was it truly necessary to be so ruthless? All she had ever done was ask him for milk tea daily, request meals weekly, and solicit gifts monthly. What right did he have to treat her this way? Indeed, she had clandestinely dated several wealthy boyfriends behind Zhang Kun's back. She had even instigated Guo Chao and her friends from Building 10 to storm Zhang Kun's home and seize his warm dwelling for themselves. Yet, she had concealed her plans so well that he should not have discovered them. Should she be condemned for mere intentions that never came to fruition? Moreover, was he not also surrounded by admirers now? What had she ever said against him? Zhang Kun, how could you be so callous? Zhang Kun reveled in the captivating expressions that flickered across Lu Weiwei's face through the phone screen. Shock, suspicion, confusion, and dread. In mere seconds, her expressions were as rich and varied as those of a seasoned actress. However, Zhang Kun felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He saw no sign of regret on her countenance. Silence, then I shall put it to the test, Zhang Kun declared, lightly tapping the screen of his phone, feigning an intent to disclose the address to the other neighbors. Lu Weiwei finally panicked, collapsing to her knees, weeping as she implored, Zhang Kun, I beg you. Please do not do this. If they burst in, it will be the end for us. She understood that once the neighbors entered, they would heed no explanations, and confronted with the stark emptiness of the room, they would undoubtedly unleash their fury upon her family. At that moment, the three of them would surely become the filling in the neighbors' dumplings. Lu Weiwei's sudden breakdown drew the attention of Lu Degue and Ho Su-fon. Though the neighbors at the door were knocking loudly, the door remained steadfastly closed, prompting them to turn and see what was amiss with their daughter. Lu Degue, upon seeing his daughter kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down her face, was instantly consumed by fury. Zhang Kun, are you bullying my precious Weiwei? My daughter, do you believe I won't take you down? Ho Su-fon chimed in, Zhang Kun, do not get too cocky. Didn't you run off with those two vixens? Let me tell you, we are now residing in your home. This warm dwelling henceforth belongs to us. You thought flattering me would elevate your status? Even if you move all the food out, we will still endure this snowstorm. Once the snowstorm passes, we will be the first to report your murderous deeds. Await your prison sentence. Observing the furious faces of Lu Degue and Ho Su-fon, Zhang Kun was suddenly amused. Initially, he had intended to inform the neighbors of the spare key's location, knowing that once someone obtained it, they would inevitably storm room 1501, helping him to exact his righteous retribution. Yet now, he found himself reconsidering. Allowing this family to perish so easily would be a disservice to his rebirth. With a resolute thought, Zhang Kun adjusted the temperature of room 1501 from 26 degrees to a sweltering 65 degrees. Did they not delight in his warm abode? Then he would ensure they basked in warmth to their heart's content. Chapter 71. Revenge served cold to raise the temperature of a room by 40 degrees in an instant, especially in this frigid post-apocalyptic world. Yet for Zhang Kun, it is merely a matter of shifting his thoughts. He possesses complete control over the safe house bestowed upon him by the system. The family of three gathered in the living room suddenly felt waves of heat enveloping them, with the floor beneath their feet becoming unbearably hot, and even their breaths seemed to scorch them. Why is it suddenly so hot? Ho Su-fon exclaimed, her eyes darting around in bewilderment. Lu Degue stood up, braving the heat, eager to discover the source of this oppressive warmth. He approached the wall, only to despair as he realized the entire surface radiated heat as if it were about to spew fire. Goodness, how can anyone live in such conditions? What kind of cursed house is this? Lu Degue exclaimed, hastily shedding his clothing until he was left in nothing but his underwear. Seeing this, Ho Su-fon and Lu Weiwei quickly followed suit, eager to alleviate their discomfort. However, even in their near-nakedness, the sweltering heat proved intolerable. Water, quick, get some water. Under Ho Su-fon's urging, the family rushed to the kitchen and bathroom, turning on the taps in hopes of cooling down. To their astonishment, even the water flowing from the pipes was scalding hot, causing Lu Degue, who was at the forefront, to yelp in agony. Realizing that using water to cool down was futile, Lu Weiwei dashed to the balcony, flinging open the floor-to-ceiling door in an attempt to usher in the outside's frigid air. To her shock, even with the door wide open, the unbearable heat within the room persisted. She extended her hand outside, only to be met with a bone-chilling cold that nearly numbed her fingers. It was as if a natural barrier had formed between the sweltering indoors and the frigid outdoors. Was this truly the phenomenon of extreme heat and cold coexisting? Recognizing that something was amiss, she scrambled back to retrieve her abandoned phone. Zhang Kun, why has the house suddenly become unbearably hot? Is this your doing? Auntie, isn't a higher temperature preferable? Surely, no one would complain about a house being too warm, right? By the way, Weiwei, I always thought you had a decent figure, but now that I look closely, it seems rather ordinary. Did you perhaps use padding before? In comparison, it appears your mother's figure is more appealing than yours. Fiske. You truly live up to your name, Weiwei. As Zhang Kun mockingly extended his pinky finger, Lu Weiwei's face flushed. The intense heat rendered any attempt to turn completely pale impossible. Zhang Kun, after all these years, are you truly intent on being this cruel? Lu Degue and Ho Sufin over. Yet Zhang Kun regarded the family as one might observe a troop of clowns. A temperature of 65 degrees Celsius was already the limit for a sauna, but this was far from the safe house's maximum capacity. Since they were still so defiant, he decided to turn up the heat even further. This time, he cranked the temperature to a staggering 130 degrees. He was cautious not to raise the temperature too abruptly, fearing the embedded phones in the walls might explode first, thus depriving him of witnessing the demise of Lu Weiwei's family. Indeed, the sudden surge in heat caused blisters to erupt across the faces and bodies of the three inside. Through the screen, Zhang Kun could almost smell the scent of their hair being singed, releasing the aroma of cooked protein. Su Ziqing, accompanying him in this grim spectacle, gasped and quickly covered her eyes. Yet, her curiosity about the family's fate compelled her to peek through her fingers. Simultaneously, the trio in the room emitted primal screams akin to wild beasts. Lu Weiwei was engulfed in despair. Outside, the temperature plummeted to several degrees below zero, while inside, the heat was unbearable. Meanwhile, neighbors lurked outside, desperate to break in. At last, she reached her breaking point. Lu Weiwei summoned every ounce of her strength and let out a piercing scream that could shatter eardrums, desperately racing toward the balcony. The scalding floor beneath her feet burned her soles, each step bursting blisters and drawing forth blood and pus. Upon reaching the balcony, all she knew was that she had to escape this hellish place. Grasping the railing, the blisters on her hands burst, instantly adhering her to the still frigid protective barrier. With a forceful tug, she tore herself free, blood streaming from her hands, and with a leap, she vaulted from the balcony of 1501. Meanwhile, Lu Degue and Ho Sufin were far less fortunate. They could only watch helplessly as their daughter took her own life before their eyes, unable to muster the strength to stop her. They were effectively immobilized by the searing heat radiating from the ground, glued to the floor, resembling two oversized roasted ducks. Witnessing this family's fate, a profound sense of satisfaction surged within Zhang Kun. But this was not the end. In their previous life, had they not treated him as mere reserve food? This time, they would become the sustenance for others. With that thought, he adjusted the room's temperature back to a comfortable 26 degrees and sent a message in the neighborhood. The spare key is in the adjacent room 1502. Interested neighbors, please feel free to indulge in your New Year's feast. After sending the message, Zhang Kun turned off his phone and the surveillance feed, reclining in his leather chair. It was not difficult to imagine the fate that awaited Lu Degue and Ho Sufin, who had perished on the floor. In the face of the famished neighbors, it was a pity for Lu Weiwei, who had at least retained her corpse intact. However, such a body, having plummeted from a high rise, would eventually be dragged away by the scavenging neighbors. With this thought, a cold smile crept across Zhang Kun's lips. Unlike Zhang Yubing, who was solely focused on driving, Su Ziqing had the fortune of witnessing the downfall of Lu Weiwei's family in its entirety. If her admiration for her master had previously been unwavering, it had certainly transformed into a blend of awe and fear after tonight. She had never imagined that a house shared by three could wield such lethal power merely through her master's magic. The temperature capable of incinerating life felt palpable even through the television screen. Having witnessed Lu Weiwei's family extinguish Guochaoshi's life, Su Ziqing recalled their casual mention of Zhang Kun's past with Lu Weiwei at the time. She had been indignant, eager to defend her master, but now it seemed her interference would have been superb. Reflecting on how Zhang Kun had often smirked at the surveillance of Lu Weiwei's home, a shiver ran down her spine. When Kun Gu smiled, life and death became uncertain. It appeared that the fate of this family had long been part of her master's plan. As a man, this level of cunning was indeed formidable. Yet, amidst this treacherous snowstorm of human hearts, perhaps such a man was the one who instilled a sense of security. Chapter 72. The eerie supermarket in the snow. The speed of the snow-laden RV was somewhat slower than anticipated. Affected by the accumulation of snow on the road, even after exiting the community, the maximum speed could only be maintained at around 30 miles per hour. After navigating through the swirling snow for over 10 minutes, the vehicle finally arrived at the first supermarket circled on Zhang Kun's map, the Derun FA at 18, Mingyue Street. As the trio arrived during the power supply hours, they coincidentally spotted the red Derun FA logo emanating a solitary crimson glow amidst the towering snowdrifts. This location was situated in the middle of the commercial. Due to its considerable distance from the residential buildings, despite being well stocked, the resource map indicated that there had been no changes in supplies for several consecutive days, clearly showing no signs of human activity. Therefore, Zhang Kun initially designated this supermarket as the first resupply point. Under Zhang Kun's guidance, Su Ziqing and Zhang Yubing donned their cold-resistant gear once more and followed him as they exited the vehicle. When the three stood at the entrance of the once bustling Derun FA, they truly felt the profound impact this snow disaster had on humanity. The Derun FA spanned 4 stories. Being a commercial structure, each floor was significantly taller than an ordinary residential building, reaching heights of 5 to 6 meters. Consequently, this building, equivalent to the 7th or 8th floor of a residential complex, was now buried under snow, leaving only the topmost floor visible. Gazing through the 4th floor windows at the flickering lights, Zhang Yubing softly inquired, "Master, should we clear the snow?" Zhang Kun observed the situation and surmised that the night security guard had likely turned on the lights for easier patrols. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. In a place with ample provisions, the night guard should have been able to endure for quite some time. Yet, why had there been no sign of consumption in the resource map after so long? Zhang Kun found himself at a loss for answers. However, having arrived, it was simply unacceptable not to venture inside. He extracted a baseball bat from his space, approached the window, and smashed it with a decisive strike. With no intention of staying long, who would bother to shovel snow to use the door? After breaking the window, Zhang Kun handed each of them a handgun along with a flashlight. "Once we enter, Zhang Yubing leads the way, followed by Su Ziqing, and I'll be right behind you. If you encounter any unusual situations, don't inform me, just shoot. Understood?" As he spoke, Zhang Kun retrieved a shotgun from his space, gesturing for them to jump in as per his instructions. However, after receiving the handgun, Zhang Yubing did not move. Instead, she stood before Zhang Kun, slowly articulating, "Master, is it because my current role is the least significant that I must lead the way?" Initially, Su Ziqing had not considered this angle, but upon hearing her words, she became aware of the underlying tension. Fearing that her brother might feel uncomfortable, she hastily interjected, "That is not it at all, brother. That is not your intention. How about you switch places with me, Yubing?" "No, that is precisely my intention." Zhang Kun interrupted before Su Ziqing could finish her thought. "As long as I am alive, I can ensure both of you survive through this snow disaster. Therefore, I must remain at the back." Moreover, Ziqing not only possesses a certain level of medical knowledge, but also has the best marksmanship among the 3 of us. In contrast, your current advantage lies solely in your performance in bed. I speak only the truth. If you cannot accept it, you are free to terminate our collaboration at any time. Zhang Kun did not shy away from expressing his views. The reality was as such: if Zhang Yubing believed that she could sway him merely because of her prowess in bed, she was gravely mistaken. He would never show her favoritism based on that alone. A person unable to clearly recognize their own worth would inevitably encounter significant troubles, and soon. Even if Zhang Yubing contemplated withdrawing at this moment, having already crossed that line, she was free to leave. In his presence, the principle was one of unrestrained comings and goings. Seeing Zhang Kun candidly articulate his reasoning, Zhang Yubing solemnly nodded, choosing not to say anything further. "So, are you leaving?" "No, I shall not. I will do everything in my power to prove to you that I am more than just a mere physical entity," Zhang Yubing declared, then leaned forward to survey her surroundings before being the first to leap through the shattered 4th floor window. Su Ziqing promptly followed suit, jumping in after her. The window opened into the corridor of the Derun FA supermarket's office area. Perhaps to minimize unnecessary expenses and conserve electricity, the lights in the building were spaced every 4 to 5 meters, giving the impression of an eerily empty and foreboding atmosphere. The corridor was enveloped in silence, save for the occasional gust of wind wafting through the window. There were no other sounds. Coupled with the flickering beams of their flashlights, the entire building felt as though it could serve as a backdrop for an escape room. And even if a zombie or some other ghastly apparition were to leap from around the corner, Zhang Kun would not find it surprising. First, locate the power source and turn on the lights, then head to the monitoring room. Despite possessing a firearm, Zhang Yubing still felt a tinge of fear. However, she understood that at this moment, her only choice was to play the role of cannon fodder within the team. Fortunately, the light switch was not far from the broken window, and under the illumination of the flashlight and emergency lights, Zhang Yubing quickly pressed the switch. A crackling sound of electricity coursed through the air, and the lights in the 4th floor corridor suddenly illuminated. Observing the closed office doors, Zhang Kun meticulously inspected each one. A thin layer of dust had settled at the foot of every door, indicating that no one had visited this place in quite some time. Not one to be courteous, Zhang Kun found the monitoring room and forcefully kicked open the locked door. Zhang Yubing and Su Ziqing promptly raised their handguns and charged inside. Moments later, the fluorescent lights in the monitoring room flickered to life, revealing its emptiness. Zhang Kun gestured for Su Ziqing to guard the entrance while he began tinkering with the still-functioning surveillance equipment. This equipment was similar to what he had used in the warehouse during his time at the company, equipped with a recharge. As long as daily power supply was maintained, the backup source could continue charging, allowing the entire surveillance system to operate uninterrupted. The government's regular power supply had neatly resolved the charging issue. So, after all these days, the surveillance equipment was still operational. However, due to the sheer number of monitoring cameras, Zhang Kun could only continually switch between the main screens in an attempt to uncover any traces of the night security guard. Before long, an unusual scene caught his attention, leaving him momentarily stunned. In the lobby of the supermarket on the first floor, a group of individuals clad in security uniforms lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies arranged to form a symbol reminiscent of, "What is this? A Nazi insignia?" Zhang Yubing exclaimed, gazing at the bizarre human formation on the main screen. Feeling an unsettling chill even within her cold-resistant attire, it was as though Zhang Kun, however, shook his head. "Don't be absurd. The Nazis have long since changed their emblem. Their current symbol is a blue six-pointed star on a white background." Chapter 73. The Sweep of the Great Run FA, a white backdrop adorned with blue stars. Could it be? Zhang Yubing was momentarily taken aback, a mysterious country surfacing in her mind. Meanwhile, Zhang Kun continued to scrutinize the monitors, ensuring that there were no anomalies aside from the main entrance, before beckoning the With each descent to a lower floor, Zhang Kun first sought out the light switch, and soon the entire building was illuminated. As they approached the first-floor entrance, Zhang Kun cunningly altered their formation, placing Zhang Yubing at the forefront once more. However, this time, to maximize her safety, he thoughtfully provided her with a safety helmet specifically designed for electric scooters, which he had found in a supermarket. He and Su Ziqing chose not to wear helmets to maintain their line of sight. "Master, I am truly grateful to you. Enough with the sarcasm. But rest assured, as soon as a shot is fired, both Ziqing and I will be right there. You should be safe. If all else fails, fire a warning shot." "I won't hold it against you even if you end up lying on the ground." Zhang Kun felt a twinge of nervousness. Although he had merely encountered a troublesome neighbor in his previous life, no one could predict what strange occurrences might arise in this apocalyptic world. After all, even Su Ziqing had begun to exhibit her extraordinary ability to strike precisely where she aimed, and the 8 security guards lying on the ground could very well rise as otherworldly beings. Damn it, he realized just how little he understood about this apocalyptic era. Upon illuminating the first-floor lobby, they approached the cluster of security guards, who remained utterly motionless throughout the entire process. "Ziqing, shoot them in the head." To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Zhang Kun commanded, and Su Ziqing, already prepared, swiftly fired until her magazine was empty. However, this time, despite her usual precision, only half of her bullets struck the targets, while the rest went astray. "What happened?" "Master, it seems they are already deceased. You know I can only accurately hit living targets." Upon hearing Su Ziqing's explanation, Zhang Kun still felt uneasy. He raised his shotgun and squeezed the trigger at the bodies sprawled on the ground. Only after confirming that the fallen were undeniably lifeless did he relent. After reloading, he stood guard at the side and instructed Su Ziqing, "Go check them out and see what transpired." Having a medical background and prior experience in an anatomy lab, Su Ziqing was no stranger to corpses after spending time with Zhang Kun. She obediently crouched beside the security guards' bodies, meticulously examining each one. "Master, due to the low temperatures, I cannot directly ascertain the time of death, but there are signs of struggle, and it appears they were all strangled." "Strangled? Are you suggesting that someone broke in here and choked these 8 guards to death, then arranged them in this peculiar formation?" "That seems to be the case. Each victim bears distinct finger impressions around their necks, and 3 of them have necks that appear nearly broken. It seems to be the work of a single individual. And furthermore, the handprints resemble those of a chicken's foot. What on earth are you doing? Is that little black fellow getting too cozy in front of my brother Kun?" Zhang Kun felt utterly speechless, while Su Ziqing continued along her line of reasoning, arriving at a conclusion. "Thus, I deduce that the individual who strangled them possesses strength far beyond that of an ordinary person. Are you implying that this person might have awakened?" Recognizing that these guards had met an unnatural demise, Zhang Kun conducted a brief inspection of the foyer before discovering that the mall's main entrance had been locked from the outside with a U-lock. Moreover, a long tunnel was visible in the snow outside the entrance. Damn it! Could it be that this place was already on someone's radar? The most alarming aspect was that the individual who treated this location like their personal garden might have awakened a certain ability, just like Su Ziqing. Zhang Kun's expression shifted. If this person were roaming nearby, he had personally turned on the lights in the corridor on the 4th floor of the Great Run FA, if they caught sight of him. Crap! Although I am quite formidable, my prowess is limited to the safety of the shelter. Without the invincible buff, confronting someone with awakened abilities in this environment, even with a powerful sharpshooter like Su Ziqing on our side, we might not escape unscathed. Damn it, I still know far too little about this apocalypse. Zhang Kun cursed inwardly, then instructed Su Ziqing to quickly reload and maintain vigilance. He himself retrieved 2 grenades, securing the safety pins and attaching them to the locked entrance. Should anyone attempt to open the door from the outside, the grenades would undoubtedly sound the alarm, providing a warning even if they did not inflict harm. Afterward, Zhang Kun led Su Ziqing and Zhang Yubing back the way they came, not forgetting to extinguish the lights in the 1st floor lobby to preserve the scene as much as possible. He then commenced his looting spree. The 1st floor of the Great Run FA was primarily leased to other brands, mainly selling gold and silver jewelry along with fast food. Renowned jewelry brands such as Huagua Gold, Wufu Jewelry, Zhou and Mr. Zhou all had counters here. Fast food options included Xingbak, Kinda Chicken, and Golden Arches, among others. However, none of these were Zhang Kun's targets. Though jewelry was visually appealing, it could not replace a meal. As for the hamburgers that had remained unchanged for over a decade, Zhang Kun decisively chose to steer clear. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Zhang Kun no longer held back, directly starting his sweep from the shops at the entrance of the Great Run FA. Adidas, Nike, Converse, regardless of size, men's or women's, summer or winter attire. Zhang Kun tore through the mall's barriers and rushed in to gather them all into his possession. Even the decorative basketballs placed at the entrance did not escape his grasp, as he effortlessly tossed them into his spatial storage. Not only that, after clearing the shelves, Zhang Kun also located the storeroom behind the shops, kicking open the door and tossing entire boxes of merchandise into his spatial storage. His seamless operation left Su Ziqing and Zhang Yubing, who were on guard behind him, utterly transfixed. It was their first time witnessing Zhang Kun execute such efficient magic. The surprises continued when Zhang Kun burst into the adjacent line. He employed the same method in the small storeroom of the shop, clearing out the entire stock of stockings before finally feeling satisfied as he made his way to the next stop. After nearly cleaning out the shops, Zhang Kun exited the 2nd floor of the Great Run FA, retracing his steps and beginning his true looting expedition. This time, he avoided the spoiled fresh produce and vegetables, filling his storage with nearly everything else in cleaning supplies, audiovisual equipment, snacks. He didn't spare even the baby products and toys, clearing out imitation Lego blocks as well. He left no counter or warehouse untouched. Eventually, he even took entire shelves into his spatial storage, leaving the place impeccably clean. What delighted Zhang Kun was discovering boxes upon boxes of vegetable and fruit seeds tucked away at a corner on the 2nd floor. Originally of little value, these had been packaged into small bags, ready to be sold to city dwellers seeking to cultivate their own gardens for leisure. Such a lucrative business inadvertently benefited Zhang Kun. With seeds in hand, as long as he could establish a positive cycle, he would no longer need to worry about the system failing to reward him with food. The 3 of them swept from the 2nd floor to the 3rd. As they ascended the escalator leading to the 4th floor, the supermarket behind them stood utterly empty. This restock would suffice for them to last until their great-grandchildren. Just then, a sudden, violent explosion erupted from the entrance on the 1st floor. Even the 3 standing on the 4th floor swayed involuntarily. They all understood. It was the grenade that Zhang Kun had secured at the entrance of the mall that had detonated. Chapter 74. The fierce battle against the odd creatures. Someone has returned. The 3 individuals who had ascended to the 4th floor halted in their tracks, straining to listen. Soon, a series of inhuman howls echoed from below, suggesting that there was more than one source. Master. Upon hearing the hair-raising sounds, Su Ziqing and Zhang Yubing were momentarily taken aback, both glancing at Zhang Kun in unison. Ultimately, they were just women in need of protection. In the face of unexpected peril, they relied on Zhang Kun, their steadfast anchor, to make decisions. Zhang Kun was also mentally calculating the situation. He was genuinely curious to discern whether those returning from outside were human or something sinister. If they could relocate to the surveillance room on the 4th floor, their safety would be assured. However, if the firearms and grenades at their disposal proved ineffective against the entities below, they would find themselves trapped in the short term. That might be manageable, but prolonged confinement would lead to dire consequences, and bacterial contamination would escalate alarmingly, akin to the overproduction of Indian-manufactured iPhones. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhang Kun ultimately decided to retreat to the RV with the 2 women. This way, they could adapt their strategy as circumstances dictated, ensuring they would not be caught off guard. Ziqing, Yubing, return to the RV and wait for me. After issuing the command, Zhang Kun noticed Su Ziqing attempting to leap out of the window. He discreetly tugged at her. Ziqing, cover me for a moment. With that, Zhang Kun retrieved 2 mobile phones and connected them via video call. He then aimed the camera of one phone at the corridor on the 4th floor, affixing it to the windowsill with tape. In order to clearly observe the approaching individuals, he even neglected to set up grenades, wary that the ensuing smoke would obscure the camera's view. Once this was accomplished, he saw Zhang Yubing, who had leaped out first, safely reach the RV but hesitate to climb aboard. He signaled for Su Ziqing to follow her out, then jumped out himself. With the keys in his possession, it was indeed a wonder he could access the vehicle. Nonetheless, Zhang Kun was quite pleased with Zhang Yubing serving as a living decoy. At the very least, the vicinity around the RV seemed relatively secure. Otherwise, she would have perished long ago. Meow. Suddenly, a cat's cry from behind startled Zhang Kun. He turned to look, only to discover a cat perched on the windowsill where he had just jumped out. The feline, entirely black, had wide-open eyes reflecting an eerie green glow. How could a cat appear at such a time? Had it been hiding in the shadows all along? Noting that the cat merely sat on the windowsill, Zhang Kun did not have the luxury of pondering further and hurriedly caught up with the 2 women. The howls from the stairwell were drawing closer. Fortunately, the trio managed to board the RV just in time. The warmth inside enveloped them, gradually dissipating the chilling sense of dread that had gripped their spines. Yet, Zhang Kun did not dare to lower his guard. He instructed Zhang Yubing to drive a short distance away and stop in an open area to continue observing the situation. The only illuminated floor was the 4th, swiftly attracting the attention of their pursuers, as hurried footsteps echoed through the corridor. As the figures on the phones became clearer, the 3 emerging from the corridor were the very security personnel they had just shot at. The bullet holes in their uniforms were starkly visible. Weren't they dead? Su Ziqing could not suppress a gasp. She had personally examined the bodies and confirmed that those security guards were undeniably beyond the realm of the living. How could they now be so animated? Moreover, they moved with a peculiar agility reminiscent of odd creatures. Look at their eyes! Zhang Yubing's observation jolted Zhang Kun and Su Ziqing into realization. They then noticed that the eyes of these security guards glowed with a crystalline green light. Zhang Kun was struck with horror, unable to help cursing inwardly about the nature of these abominations. In his previous life, confined to the 15th floor, he had never encountered such entities. Had the world outside their community descended into chaos filled with monsters? If only Lin Daolong or Zhou Qianhu were present. Such malevolent entities would surely not dare to act recklessly. If all else failed, a soldier would suffice. Before Zhang Kun could formulate a coherent plan, the security guards had already discovered the broken window, struggling to leap through and stand atop the snowdrift, gazing intently at the RV parked in the open space. Zhang Kun counted them. There were not the 8 he had initially observed, but only 5. Ziqing, can you aim for their heads now? Upon hearing Zhang Kun's words, Su Ziqing finally remembered that she had a handgun in her possession. Peering through the car window, she hesitated briefly before saying, Master brother, it seems their weakness lies not in the head, but in the heart. Zhang Kun pressed the car window button. Then what are we waiting for? Let them offer their hearts. Zhang Kun had a general understanding of Su Ziqing's abilities. She could effortlessly target the vital points of living adversaries, akin to an aimbot in a game. However, earlier in the lobby on the 1st floor, even at close range, half of her bullets had missed, indicating that those security personnel had indeed been lifeless. Yet, now they inexplicably became However, they did not appear to possess the cognitive abilities of normal humans. Just as Su Ziqing was about to fire, the guard seemed to receive some unspoken command and immediately hunched over, charging towards the bang! In her haste, Su Ziqing managed to take down one. The remaining guards, hearing the gunfire, scattered and began weaving in serpentine patterns to evade the incoming bullets. Yet, this did not affect Su Ziqing's accuracy. It merely delayed her shooting speed. After hitting another target, Zhang Kun sensed that if this continued, they would soon be overwhelmed. He quickly drew his MP5 to assist. In an instant, the RV erupted with gunfire, the sound piercing through the stillness of the night. Despite Zhang Kun and Su Ziqing exerting every effort to intercept the attackers, 2 security guards managed to breach their defensive fire, crashing violently against the RV's door. As they drew near, Zhang Kun finally discerned their faces. However, the bizarre green luminescence in their eyes suggested a distinct difference from typical zombies. Damn it, Yubing, hit the gas and run those bastards over. At Zhang Kun's command, Zhang Yubing felt a surge of determination, instantly unleashing her prowess as a skilled driver, flooring the accelerator and deftly steering the vehicle. The RV roared to life, resembling a monstrous creature spinning in place. As it crushed the 2 guards who had been pounding on the door beneath its treads, the force was tremendous. One guard was caught off guard, crushed from chest to skull, with brain matter splattered everywhere, while the other fared no better, being cleaved in two. Strangely, even after such a fate, the severed guard suppressing her rising terror, Su Ziqing leaned out and shot the defiant guard in the chest, ensuring his silence before inquiring, "Master brother, what on earth are these creatures?" "I do not know what they are, but the true master of this night should be her," Zhang Kun replied, gesturing for the 2 women to look in the direction of the window. There, the black cat that had been crouching moments before gradually transformed into the figure of a woman before their astonished eyes. Chapter 75. The Mysterious Research Institute. Did the cat turn into a human? Zhang Yubing exclaimed. Could it be that the corpses of those security guards were resurrected due to this eerie cat person? However, Su Ziqing, who was studying medicine, was not inclined to believe such tales. Just as she was about to aim her gun, Zhang Kun reached out to stop her. As the head of the household, Zhang Kun clearly had his own doubts. While it was true that strange occurrences often concealed deeper truths, if a supernatural being could assume human form, there might be room for dialogue. Moreover, with the people safe inside the vehicle, it would be prudent to gather more information. With this in mind, he leaned out of the car window and called out to the shadowy figure, "Hey, is it really necessary to engage in violence? Shall we sit down and have a proper discussion? Is there really a need to negotiate with someone brandishing a grenade at my doorstep?" A voice suddenly emanated from the phone on the table. The group inside the vehicle then noticed that a mobile phone, left behind for a video call, had somehow been seized by their adversary. Yet, the video feed was entirely dark, rendering the figure's appearance indiscernible, and even the voice seemed altered, making it impossible to determine gender. Zhang Kun couldn't help but chuckle. "I wasn't aware that the grand establishment of Dazhan had transformed into your residence. Do you possess the property deed? Spare me your slick words. Do I really need to explain the concept of first come, first served? If we are to discuss priority, this establishment surely belongs to those security guards, does it not? How dare you raise your voice here?" Zhang Kun scoffed inwardly. If the world truly adhered to such order, then that land of freedom known as America would be overrun by howling Native Americans. In the end, it seemed that might made right in this world. What intrigued him most was how the figure opposite managed to resurrect the security guards. Even when facing death, you remain sharp-tongued. However, considering the quality of your vehicle, we shall grant you a swift resolution. So, there is more than one of them. Just as Zhang Kun was about to, several arms shot out from the edges of the anti-skid tracks, grasping tightly onto the vehicle. Zhang Kun peered down from the window and immediately understood the situation. It appeared that the adversary's capability to revive the deceased extended beyond just the few they had recently dispatched. While engaged with the security guards, the remaining corpses had burrowed through the snow and stealthily reached beneath the vehicle. But his stance was solid. What could they achieve by reaching out? Just as Zhang Kun was about to signal Zhang Yubing to restart the RV, the vehicle unexpectedly jolted and lifted off the ground. The violent shaking nearly sent him tumbling out the window, but it also allowed him to clearly, the individual capable of snapping a security guard's neck had also joined the throng of corpses beneath the RV. Zhang Kun did not relent. He retrieved a grenade from his gear, released the safety, and hurled it out of the window. Boom! The thunderous explosion sent snow flying from beneath the RV. Yet, the 3 occupants inside felt a tremor as though a phantom had briefly passed through. With that fleeting sensation, Zhang Yubing pressed the accelerator and maneuvered the vehicle out of the hollowed snow pit. Turning back to look, Zhang Kun saw a jumbled mass of corpses in the pit, one tall figure struggling to claw its way out. Is it even possible for this one to be alive still? He halted Zhang Yubing and leveled his MP5 at the figure, pulling the trigger without a moment's hesitation. Rat-a-tat-tat. At such close range, the submachine gun's rapid fire was devastating. The figure did not respond like a protagonist from a film, who, despite being riddled with bullets, would still fight to the end before collapsing. Instead, it fell lifelessly, without a sound. Clearly, it lacked any semblance of a protagonist's aura. Upon hearing the startled cry from the phone, Zhang Kun signaled Su Ziqing to shoot the leg of the person posing dramatically outside the fourth-floor window. As Su Ziqing swiftly dispatched the figure with 2 shots, Zhang Kun directed driver Zhang Yubing to cautiously approach the RV. Once they were close enough, Zhang Kun finally discerned the figure's face. To his astonishment, it was a young woman, perhaps in her mid-20s, with an unremarkable appearance. Despite having been shot in the leg and grimacing in pain, her eyes met Zhang Kun's with no hint of fear, only seething hatred. For safety's sake, Zhang Kun remained inside the vehicle, standing at the window, looking down at her. "Can we have a proper discussion now?" "There is nothing to discuss. You killed my brother. If you have the guts, kill me too. I will never return to the Research Institute with you." "Research Institute?" Zhang Kun's eyes narrowed instinctively to in this rebirth. The apocalypse seemed to reveal a grotesque visage entirely different from his previous life. The ticket mentioned by his superior, Peter, and now this woman's reference to a research institute. These novel terms had never graced his ears in his former life, yet they now seemed to flow seamlessly into his consciousness as if predetermined. Everything hinted that this apocalyptic calamity was far more complex than it appeared. Furrowing his brow, Zhang Kun decided to test the waters with the woman before him. Clearing his throat, he began slowly, "Why would we want to take you back? It was stated that, regardless of life or death. Why are you still babbling nonsense? What the hell? Are captives this bold nowadays?" Before Zhang Kun could react, the woman inexplicably produced a small knife and plunged it into her own chest. "What the hell?" Zhang Kun stood frozen, watching the woman take her own life before his eyes. This was not the reaction he anticipated. He merely intended to extract a few words from her. Who else did he have aside from Su Ziqing and Zhang Yubing? Why was she so volatile? Not only Zhang Kun, but the 2 women in the vehicle were equally stunned by the scene unfolding before them. After a long pause, Su Ziqing finally leaned in to whisper in Zhang Kun's ear, "Master, it seems she is beyond saving. Should I go check?" "Go take a look. Yubing, you should assist as well." However, Zhang Kun felt no inclination to exit the vehicle this time. Instead, he stood guard with his submachine gun at the window. He believed that no further strange individuals would emerge, who would choose to end their own life unless driven to the brink. If there were any means of escape, she would surely have attempted to negotiate. What on earth was this research institute she mentioned? Merely invoking its name was enough to drive someone to suicide. Throughout history, only the infamous prisons could evoke such terror. As Zhang Kun pondered this, the 2 women who had exited the vehicle were diligently at work. They did not simply glance at the woman but began to strip her clothing one layer at a time, searching her body for any clues. The woman appeared emaciated, as if suffering from long-term malnutrition. This struck them as odd. How could someone guarding such a vast commercial establishment end up so starved? Soon after, Zhang Yubing discovered a vial of an unmarked substance in the woman's jacket pocket, exuding an air of mystery and uncertainty. Meanwhile, Su Ziqing discovered a peculiar tattoo on the back of the woman's neck, SY 9527. Chapter 76. Arrival at Shangtan Palace. As you both know, ever since you 2 moved into my home, I haven't had to rely on myself to solve problems for quite some time, so please refrain from asking me. Su Ziqing. Zhang Yubing. Zhang Kun observed the rosy cheeks of the 2 women, his expression unperturbed. "I attended experimental high school. Do you think I would just make things up?" The unexpected encounter on the way compelled Zhang Kun to alter his original plans. He had initially intended to scour the predetermined map with the 2 women, hoping to augment his supplies. However, upon learning that bizarre individuals might be lurking in the city, he decided that for the safety of the trio, it was prudent to head directly to their destination and settle in first. As for resource gathering, they had already conducted a thorough sweep of an extensive area, having gathered enough supplies, including special sanitary products like Safi and Kotex, to last Su Ziqing and Zhang Yubing through menopause. Putting the search on hold seemed inconsequential. As the RV made its way to Shangtan Palace, Zhang Kun lay on the bed, attempting to organize his thoughts. The 2 peculiar individuals they encountered tonight. One man, extraordinary in strength, could lift the RV with ease, while the woman appeared to possess the ability to resurrect the dead. The security guard she revived seemed rather lackluster in combat prowess, akin to the whites resurrected by the Night King in Game of Thrones, clearly designed to overwhelm through sheer numbers. IT was doubtful they could even manage to intercept a food delivery person. To ascertain whether these two originated from the same research facility, Zhang Kun had initially considered asking Su Ziqing to check for matching tattoos on the man. However, by the time she reached the snow pit, she discovered that the man's neck had been mangled by grenades and submachine gun fire. In summary, the only useful information remaining was the few words spoken by the woman before her demise. There's nothing to discuss. You killed my brother. If you have the guts, kill me too. I will never return to the research facility with you. Reflecting on the woman's demeanor and tone as she spoke, Zhang Kun could only employ his imagination to propose a plausible explanation. The two siblings likely fled from the so-called research facility. Given the woman's evident disdain for the establishment, it was reasonable to assume they were subjects of experimentation within its confines. It remained unclear whether they acquired their abilities before being taken for research or were subjected to experimentation before gaining their extraordinary powers. If it were the latter, it certainly sent shivers down his spine. Mass-producing superhumans. In Zhang Kun's understanding, only a deranged studio like Marvel could achieve such a feat. However, the critical point was that something must have transpired at the research facility amidst the calamity, yet its overall strength likely remained intact. Otherwise, the woman would not have considered herself a pursuer of the facility. This led to the realization that the research facility indeed posed a significant threat to his stable existence in this post-apocalyptic world. SY 9527. If there truly were thousands of individuals with varied abilities rampaging freely, the world would be nothing short of hell for ordinary people. As Zhang Kun's thoughts became clearer, he picked up his phone and entered the term research facility into the map. The results were limited, revealing only 7 or 8 establishments, all seemingly dedicated to earnest research, such as the Forestry Science Research Institute, Aquatic Research Institute, and Resource and Environmental Technology Research Institute. From their names, nothing appeared amiss. However, the results corresponding to the related term research institute yielded some intriguing entries. The CPU Gender Relations Research Institute, the Elite Group Formation Research Institute, and the Pregnancy Stretch Marks Research Institute, Shanghai branch. Each name hinted at an inexplicable oddity, leaving one to wonder who their intended audience might be. Yet in a mega metropolis like Shanghai, where novel phenomena abound, many such curiosities vanish before they ever become fodder for casual conversation. With no other leads in sight, they returned to the RV, continuing towards their predetermined destination. As midnight approached, after a lengthy journey, the snow-laden RV finally came to a halt. Zhang Yubing rose from the driver's seat, stretching her arms and revealing her flawless S-shaped silhouette. Rubbing her sore neck, she made her way to the back of the vehicle, gently reminding Zhang Kun that they had arrived at the entrance of Shangtan Palace. Zhang Kun propped himself up and gazed out the window. To his surprise, perhaps due to the elevated location of Shangtan Palace and the expansive lake nearby, the accumulation of snow had been blown onto the lake surface, leaving only a couple of meters of snow on the streets, far less than he had anticipated. Indeed, it was a locale for the affluent, where even the impacts of natural disasters were significantly mitigated compared to other areas. If the villas within were in a similar state as the exterior, moving in would spare them from numerous unnecessary troubles. Master, which villa shall we go to? There's no hurry. Come over and massage my legs first. After lying down for so long, I feel quite weary. Zhang Kun wished to delay his entry into Shangtan Palace until he received the day's sign and rewards, as it served as an additional precaution. All right. Due to the warm temperature inside the RV, Zhang Kun had already taken out the garments they had scavenged before leaving the large run, prompting the two women to change. Zhang Yubing, dressed in a nude knee-length dress, softly acquiesced, then slipped off her slippers and gracefully sat beside Zhang Kun, alternating between gently punching and kneading his thighs. As he relished the soothing pressure from the adept hostess, his gaze met her composed visage. Her gentle and submissive demeanor brought Zhang Kun great satisfaction. Do you have any relatives left? Perhaps you could try to reach out to them? No need. If I could reach them, I would have done so long ago. Zhang Yubing averted her gaze from Zhang Kun, focusing intently on her task. Her parents resided in Suzhou, and her demanding work left little room for communication with them. When the world was enveloped in snow, and she finally found the leisure to contact her parents, their phones had already become unreachable. The tree wishes to remain still, yet the wind does not cease. The child wishes to care for their parents, but they do not wait. There are many universal truths understood by all, yet few genuinely grasp the profound sentiment behind such words until they find themselves in similar circumstances. Ha! Zhang Kun exhaled a breath of melancholy, suddenly feeling an unexpected yearning for his parents, who had passed away many years ago. Chapter 77. The brand new check-in rewards. Having stared at the clock until midnight, Zhang Kun finally collected his check-in reward for the new day. Ding! Congratulations, host, on a successful check-in. Reward. Tenfold enhancement of host strength attribute. Tenfold strength. Zhang Kun finally diverted his gaze and fell into contemplation. Is the system about to initiate a superhuman transformation plan? Why not grant me the ability to stretch and elongate my body at will? What man could possibly resist such a power? However, despite not meeting his expectations, Zhang Kun refrained from excessive complaints. Based on his experiences over the past fortnight, he realized that the system's rewards generally followed a discernible pattern. Rewards such as food, weapons, and vehicles had appeared before. Once they manifested, it was highly probable that related rewards would continue for several days. If this holds true, then in the coming days, as long as the system exerts its influence, won't I be able to soar to new heights? Zhang Kun secretly clenched his fists, clearly sensing a significant increase in his physical strength. Even a pudgy human bun could be effortlessly crushed. It seems I must be cautious while washing my face in the morning, lest I accidentally slap myself to death. Suppressing his thoughts, Zhang Kun sprang out of bed with the agility of a carp. Let us set off for Villa number 8. Soon, the RV roared back to life, speeding across the snowy terrain. Zhang Yubing focused intently on driving, while Zhang Kun and Su Ziqing remained by the window, quietly observing this premier neighborhood that could be deemed top-tier throughout the entirety of Huaguo. Due to the power supply being active at night, the streetlights, which exuded a distinctly Western aesthetic, remained uncovered by snow, casting a bright and gentle glow that illuminated the RV's path. Yet, the sporadic villas they passed were shrouded in silence, devoid of light. Zhang Kun understood this. It was entirely reasonable for those capable of residing in such luxurious villa districts to take their families on outings during the new year. Rumor has it that some affluent magnates, eager to flaunt their wealth, even take their household servants along for a lavish escapade. Unfortunately, this time, they were met with a catastrophic snow disaster and found themselves trapped outside, which was only to be expected. As for these mansions valued in the billions, didn't it just benefit the living souls left behind in the city? The vehicle glided smoothly, making its way directly to the entrance of Villa number 8. Like the other villas, it remained engulfed in darkness. Once Zhang Kun and the two women donned their cold weather gear, they exited the vehicle and stood before the villa's courtyard. Let the migration begin. Gazing at the pitch-black gate of the villa, Zhang Kun concentrated, and once again, the progress bar for the safety house migration materialized in his mind. However, this time, it was noticeably slower. Clearly, transitioning from a modest 1,501 square foot room to this luxurious 4-story villa of over 1,800 square feet was no trivial task, even for the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the successful migration of the safety house. After a considerable wait, the system's notification echoed in Zhang Kun's mind once more. Simultaneously, Villa number 8 burst into light, illuminating the area in front of the door like broad daylight. Standing behind Zhang Kun, Su Ziqing couldn't help but stare, her mouth agape in astonishment at the grand villa before her. Is this the luxurious villa of Xiangdan Palace? The villas within Xiangdan Palace are designed in the classic European architectural style, crafted by the world's leading architectural firms overseas. They draw inspiration from the classic structures of countries such as the Eagle Country, France, Italy, and Spain, showcasing a variety of architectural features, from dignified and steady to romantically elegant, from intricately lavish to dreamily extravagant. Each building possesses distinct architectural characteristics. The Villa Zhang Kun selected primarily emulates the Florentine architectural style of Italy. Spanning 4 acres, it not only includes the building area but also boasts a private garden of approximately 1,800 square meters, alongside 3 garages and 5 parking spaces. The luxury is evident. The courtyard in front of the villa features a fountain and an abundance of greenery, with even the plants resembling the logo of Hermes. To the left of the courtyard lies the private garage, which appears spacious enough to house a tank. The mere appearance of the villa's front door is enough to leave a lasting impression. Zhang Kun tested the electronic lock on the door. Sure enough, after being modified by the system, it recognized his iris and opened with a soft beep, welcoming the new master home. Zhang Kun chose this villa for another reason. It once belonged to a prominent real estate tycoon in Huagua. During the time he resided in Villa Number 8, the place was a hub of activity, frequented by dignitaries and the elite. To entertain guests, the tycoon often brought in performance troupes from his enterprises, showcasing talents to the high-ranking officials, often lasting well into the night, leaving the elderly. However, as greed took hold, the tycoon resorted to draining the national bank for loans while simultaneously engaging in semi-public illegal fundraising. The most disgraceful act was his attempt to transfer assets overseas through technical divorce and family. Eventually, with the collapse of the real estate frenzy, this extravagant magnate's glory faded, leading him to imprisonment. Villa Number 8 of Shangdan Palace became one of the finest assets he sold before his incarceration a year ago. Zhang Kun vividly recalled the news from that time, not for any other reason, but because the reports featured numerous photographs of the interior, showcasing its almost blinding opulence: a cinema, swimming pool, gym, bar, guest suites, master suite, and presidential suite. It was the first time Zhang Kun learned that a 3-story house could have 7 bathrooms. To not indulge in this luxury would be a grave disservice to his reborn self. Zhang Kun casually stored the RV back into the spatial realm, then led the 2 women into the villa's courtyard. As they stepped into the courtyard, a wave of warmth enveloped them. With the electronic doors slowly closing behind them, the biting cold and snow were effectively isolated in another world. For Zhang Kun, this was an unexpected delight. It appeared that the attributes of his safety house extended even to the courtyard of this villa, ensuring its effectiveness. In this way, he wouldn't even need to worry about the snow accumulating in the courtyard. Great system above, please accept this host's humble admiration. Having already been busy since New Year's Eve into the early hours of the first day, the 3 felt somewhat fatigued. Zhang Kun wasted no time, leading the 2 women upstairs, straight to the master suite on the top floor. The path was visibly adorned with opulence. Otherwise, how could one possibly become the wealthiest person, amassing 2 trillion in debt? Even the room's decor shimmered with golden brilliance, as if they had stumbled into a royal palace. Zhang Kun seriously suspected that the new owner of Villa Number 8 shared the same taste as its predecessor, as even the curtain. Regardless of how much that unfortunate soul spent, this house was now undeniably his home. Chapter 78. Moving into Villa Number 8. Not every house is suitable for immediate occupancy, particularly one that is unfamiliar. This was especially true for the 2 discerning women, Su Ziqing and Zhang Yubing. Although they were astonished by the opulent decor of the room, they dutifully set about their responsibilities, swiftly removing the linens belonging to the previous owner. Zhang Kun, naturally, provided them with material support, retrieving pristine bedding from his space for their use. After all, having procured so many items from Deruinfa, with over a dozen large boxes of bedclothes alone, it would be wasteful not to let the 2 women make use of them. Most importantly, he had heard that the wealthy often indulged in extravagant lifestyles, and he feared that if he were to contract some unsavory ailment from the linens, it would be an unjust fate indeed. Fortunately, the 2 women were diligent and efficient, quickly tidying up the house as they had done in their previous residence. In no time at all, everything was in order. Lying on the bed adorned with Paw Patrol sheets, Zhang Kun felt as though his spirit had been inexplicably purified from within. Even with 2 fragrant beauties beside him, he harbored no impure thoughts. However, one must admit that while one might question the character of the wealthy, their taste is undoubtedly to be believed. It was only upon climbing into bed that Zhang Kun discovered the mattress in the master bedroom possessed a massage function. As he lay there, he was pleasantly surprised to find Zhang Yubing had procured a remote control from somewhere, and after experimenting with it, the 3 of them drifted into a peaceful slumber until the first light of dawn. To be candid, the last time Zhang Kun had slept so soundly was during his previous stay. When he finally opened his eyes and sat up, he found Su Ziqing and Zhang Yubing still deep in slumber. Choosing not to disturb them, he quietly got out of bed, retrieved a robe he had scavenged the night before from his space, and brewed himself a pot of Thai guanyin tea. As he sipped his tea, he strolled to the terrace on the 3rd floor, relishing the serene tranquility that accompanied a life of affluence. Under the dome of the sky, snow continued to fall. Yet, as the snowflakes descended within approximately 10 meters of the villa, they seemed to encounter an insurmountable resistance, causing most to vanish silently into the air. Occasionally, a stray flake would not reach the ground before being swept away beyond the villa's walls. Immersed in this scene, Zhang Kun found himself under the enchanting illusion that he was ensconced within a magical castle bestowed upon him by the system. Chuckling, he picked up a twig that had fallen onto the terrace, gesturing into the void as he muttered incantations. Avada Kedavra. Cough, cough. Master, what would you like for breakfast this morning? Zhang Kun turned around, somewhat embarrassed, only to find Zhang Yubing, clad in a one-piece sleep suit, had unexpectedly risen and was now standing behind him, her gaze inscrutable. You saw everything, didn't you? No. That means you did see. Well, as a distinguished sorcerer, it is only reasonable for me to engage in rigorous training every morning, isn't it? Zhang Kun declared, tossing the twig over the terrace into the grass below in an attempt to mask his awkwardness. Unfortunately, the twig was remarkably straight and devoid of thorns, truly a fine specimen among trees. And what does the esteemed sorcerer wish to have for breakfast today? Let us keep it light. Some egg noodles will suffice. As Zhang Kun spoke, he retrieved a few packets of noodles from his space, along with 2 cartons of eggs. These were common staples that would be better suited for the downstairs kitchen, sparing them the hassle of repeatedly asking him for supplies after cooking, which was quite bothersome. After sending Zhang Yubing on her way, Zhang Kun fetched some fitness equipment from his space to test its efficacy. Back in 1501, he had maintained a daily exercise regimen, bench pressing around 120 pounds. Now, with his strength enhanced tenfold, he sought to reacquaint himself with the sensation. However, he was not foolish enough to attempt a 1,200-pound bench press right off the bat. Firstly, the bench itself might not withstand such weight. Secondly, the barbell could not bear it, and most importantly, he lacked sufficient weight plates. Zhang Kun loaded all the weight plates he could onto the bar, totaling around 400 pounds. After lifting it with both hands and finding it effortless, he set the barbell back down and decided to try with one hand. With a surge of strength, the barbell lifted effortlessly. Zhang Kun was astonished to discover he could easily maneuver the bar. Had he not been concerned about the weight plates flying off and causing damage, he would have attempted a set of Susan 6. Previously, he had been skeptical of the claim that Guan Yu's green dragon crescent blade weighed 82 pounds. Now it seemed that the legendary figure might have, like him, received some form of system assistance. Remembering that the basement of the villa housed a gym, Zhang Kun decided to carry the barbell downstairs to familiarize himself with the luxury fitness equipment. As he passed by the master bedroom, a groggy Su Ziqing caught sight of him effortlessly carrying the heavily weighted barbell in front of her bed and couldn't help but pinch her cheek, murmuring in dissatisfaction, "Why am I still not awake?" Upon reaching the first floor, Zhang Kun coincidentally encountered Zhang Yubing, who emerged from the kitchen wearing an apron. Clad in a fitted silk robe, the deep V of her attire was partially obscured by a floral apron, lending her a touch of the domestic. "Master, the kitchen contains nothing but pots and pans, and there are no seasonings at all. I cannot cook without ingredients." Zhang Kun was taken aback. Did the affluent truly prioritize such healthy eating? Upon inspecting the kitchen, he confirmed Zhang Yubing's words. It appeared that the wealthy were even more discerning than he in their culinary practices. Nevertheless, this did not daunt Zhang Kun. With a grand gesture, he retrieved a portion of the condiments he had brought from de Ruinfa's seasoning section to give to Zhang Yubing, instructing her to prepare them, while he also produced the pre-packaged New Year's Eve dinner from his space, advising her to add some seasoning during preparation. According to tradition in Huagua, the New Year's Eve feast should be enjoyed up until the 3rd day of the new year. One must not violate the ancestral customs. After a simple breakfast, their roles became clear, and each went about their tasks. The 2 women donned cleaning aprons and commenced a thorough cleaning of the villa, while Zhang Kun, having grown weary of weightlifting in the gym, retreated to the villa's private cinema to indulge in the treasured films stored on his hard drive. With a leather sofa, a massive projection screen, and central air conditioning, the experience was nothing short of exhilarating. One must admit, the 1994 version of Romance of the Three Kingdoms was truly exceptional. To those who wished to indulge in inappropriate thoughts, they could face the wall, who would spend a whole morning watching such a thing. Just as Zhang Kun was engrossed in his viewing pleasure, the electronic doorbell rang from outside the villa's gates, and the screen suddenly split to reveal the scene at the entrance. A Land Rover was parked outside, and 4 men clad in down jackets sat inside, their expressions inscrutable. Chapter 79. The security team arrives upon encountering the men in the vehicle whose expressions were anything but cordial. Zhang Kun furrowed his brow. He could scarcely believe that these men were the original owners of Villa Number 8. Which genuine magnate does not come accompanied by a whole entourage? In such precarious times, even the most loyal hence, the conclusion was inescapable. It appeared that Zhang Kun was not the sole target of those eyeing the Xiangtan Palace Villa district in this apocalyptic world. Rising slowly from the genuine leather sofa, Zhang Kun stretched languidly. The tenfold strength rewarded by the system had yet to be tested in practical combat, so he might as well use this opportunity to hone his skills against these individuals. Outside the villa's gates, The occupants of the vehicle gazed in disbelief at Villa Number 8, which had remarkably transformed from a state of desolation to one of warmth in just a single night. Despite their efforts to mask their astonishment, their eyes betrayed their incredulity. When they beheld Zhang Kun exiting the front door flanked by 2 women, their jaws nearly dropped in shock. For these 3 individuals had the audacity to don only flimsy nightgowns as they ventured outside. It is essential to note that, although the weather had become less frigid since the initial snowfall, daytime temperatures still plummeted to a chilling -30 to 40 degrees Celsius. For the residents of Shanghai, even wearing down jackets would leave one shivering uncontrollably. How could anyone possibly be attired so sparsely in such conditions? The short-haired man in the passenger seat, observing Zhang Kun and his companions emerge, quietly inquired of the driver, "Are they the owners of the community?" The driver, sporting a head of green hair, shook his head, replying, "Wu Gu, they seem unfamiliar. I have never seen them before. And you?" The tall man in the passenger seat gestured towards the trio emerging from the villa, turning to the other 2 occupants in the back seat. One had a mane of red hair, while the other was adorned with golden locks. Upon hearing their leader's question, both shook their heads in unison. However, the woman trailing behind looks somewhat familiar. "I feel as though I have seen her somewhere." "I agree, she does seem recognizable. Could it be that she spent the night with some owner and we stumbled upon them? With a figure like that, she is truly exquisite. As she walks, she sways rather enticingly. Doesn't she feel unsteady?" The driver could not resist joining the conversation, offering his own commentary. "The woman in the middle is quite striking as well. Her beauty rivals that of the one behind her. As for her physique, with a little development, she could possess considerable potential. Old Sue, you have a penchant for nurturing types. Whenever we visited, I constantly regret not having acted on my feelings back then. Now it's too late. I have no idea where she has vanished." Wu Tian, overhearing the increasingly fantastical musings of the trio, could not help but shoot them a disapproving glare. "Wu Gu, do not be angered. We all understand the rules. The first one in is undoubtedly you. We merely follow along for a taste." "Exactly, Wu Gu, you need not worry. We brothers would never dare to compete with you." "Lower your voices." They are approaching. The individuals within the vehicle were originally members of the security detail for Shangtan Palace, tasked with safeguarding the community. However, the unforeseen calamity of the snow disaster compelled the team, initially comprising over 20 members, to abandon their duties. In a bid for survival, under the leadership of Captain Wu Tian, the security guards, who were meant to protect the villas, were forced to raid the homes, gathering supplies in hopes of weathering the storm. Fortunately, several young security personnel maintained amicable relations with the female homeowners, frequently visiting to assist with plumbing issues, their access codes long recorded, allowing them to gather provisions with ease. Even Villa Number 8 was no exception, as the owners had long since had their stockpiles of food and drink cleared away. Moreover, the residents of Shangtan Palace had vacated for vacations, with only a young second-generation wealthy heir. After brazenly forcing open the villa door, the security team encountered little resistance, subduing the occupants without a ripple of commotion. It was precisely because these affluent individuals hoarded vast quantities of high-calorie food that the security team had managed to endure until now. This morning, while conducting their routine surveillance of the community's security cameras, Captain Wu Tian fortuitously discovered footage of Zhang Kun's recreational vehicle from the previous night, prompting him to follow the trail leading to Villa Number 8. Observing the seemingly indifferent expressions of his comrades in the backseat, Wu Tian silently sighed. The lawlessness of recent days had gradually led the security personnel to abandon their former selves. Those who had taken residence in luxurious villas found their worker mentality diminishing, giving rise to a burgeoning sense of ownership. Unbeknownst to them, they had already begun to perceive Zhang Kun, who had intruded upon their territory the previous night, as an enemy. Even now, they were contemplating how best to storm in and seize Zhang Kun's provisions and women. While Wu Tian entertained similar thoughts, his vision extended far beyond the narrow-mindedness of his subordinates. Having been confined within the community for so long, he was intrigued to see how the rest of Shanghai was faring. Furthermore, the presence of these 3 individuals in Villa Number 8 radiated an air of menace. Clad in scant attire amidst the biting cold and the melting snow, they evoked a sense of unease within him. At that moment, Wu Tian felt a twinge of regret. Had he known, he would have ventured forth alone to gauge the situation, leaving behind these 3 traffic lights. "I did not expect your vehicle to still have fuel. What brings you to our abode? Zhang Kun stood within the confines of the courtyard gate, exercising prudence by refraining from stepping outside. The safe zone encompassed the entire villa and its grounds. In other words, as long as he remained within the courtyard, he would be impervious to harm, even if the adversary bore firearms. We are the security team of Shangtan Palace. I am Captain Wu Tian. You moved in last night, did you? However, our records indicate that you are not the owner of Villa number 8. So you best skedaddle back from whence you came. Do not wander aimlessly in our territory. This place is not meant for the likes of you, understood? Before Wu Tian could finish his admonition, the driver abruptly thrust his head out. Yet, to Zhang Kun, the driver's demeanor resembled that of a husky in a comical meme. As the driver's words faded, the red-haired and blonde-haired men beside him were equally unwilling to relent, leaning out of the Range Rover's window to spit vitriol at Zhang Kun. Staying here is not impossible, but you must pay a daily tribute of food sufficient for 10 people. Moreover, those 2 lovely ladies behind you? They must come with me. Do you comprehend, you little rascal? Wu Tian felt a hint of embarrassment flicker across his face but refrained from intervening. He did not wish to display discord within his team before outsiders, instead opting to observe how Zhang Kun would respond under duress. To his astonishment, upon hearing the aggressive threats from his subordinates, Zhang Kun erupted into a broad grin, as though he had just heard a most amusing jest. Chapter 80. The strong dragon can overpower the local snake. What the hell are you laughing at? Upon witnessing Zhang Kun's inexplicable smile, the green light was the first to lose his temper, instinctively pounding the steering wheel and unleashing a torrent of curses. Yet, he had clearly chosen to insult the most ill-advised person possible. Within the vehicle, the others could only observe as Zhang Kun waved his hand, sending a faint red light directly into the green light's mouth. Bang! Wu Tian, seated closest, was startled by a sharp sound ringing in his ears, followed by the green light's body trembling violently, collapsing over the steering wheel, rendered motionless. Soon, a foul stench, mingled with the scent of blood, pervaded the interior of the Land Rover, lingering ominously. Xiao Su, what on earth is wrong with you? Wu Tian shook the green light beside him, only to find his mouth a gruesome mess, blood and an unidentifiable yellowish liquid oozing down from the corners. How dare you hit someone? Before either of them could step out, the Land Rover's rearview mirror was shot off. As they focused, they noticed a delicate girl, previously mentioned by old Su, standing behind Zhang Kun, brandishing a pink handgun aimed directly at them. Good grief, it was the real deal. Cold sweat cascaded down the red and yellow lights as they hurriedly retreated into the vehicle, hastily rolling up the windows and locking the doors, as though such actions would somehow bolster their sense of security. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Wu Tian couldn't help but inquire, what on earth did you do to him? What did you just throw into Xiao Su's mouth? Zhang Kun smirked. Initially, Old Bai had no good intentions, peddling slightly spoiled eggs, which he had left untouched in his space until today, when they unexpectedly found a purpose, a perfect match. Rotten people and rotten eggs? Can an egg even knock someone out? What's the big deal? Don't you know an egg dropped from the 30th floor can kill someone? Seeing Zhang Kun's nonchalant demeanor, Wu Tian was left agape. He had previously been involved in promoting safety against falling objects while working as a security guard in another community, hence he understood the concept. Yet, Zhang Kun had clearly thrown the egg by hand. How could it possibly have the same effect as a falling object from a height? He had never even heard of such a thing. Then watch closely. Zhang Kun sneered, hurling the egg towards the already rolled-up rear window of the Land Rover. Bang! The rotten egg exploded against the window, yet simultaneously, the sturdy glass shattered into countless fragments. Damn, are you out of your mind? That thing could kill someone if it hits them on the head. The red light, seated right next to the window, was thoroughly startled by Zhang Kun's action, unable to restrain his exclamations. Killing those with foul mouths would purify the world. Wouldn't that be splendid? Zhang Kun gestured as if to throw again, sending the red and yellow lights into a frenzy, crouching down and covering their heads, screaming in panic. Zhang Kun turned to the leader, Wu Tian, and coldly inquired, So, do I need to pay you for protection since I'm residing here? And no. There's no need. Feel free to stay, we'll leave right away. Wu Tian's lips quivered as he attempted to rouse the green light beside him, but even after slapping Xiao Su twice, the green light remained utterly unresponsive. Haven't you eaten breakfast? Can't you muster a bit more strength? As Zhang Kun spoke from the courtyard, Wu Tian, fearing the wrath of this enigmatic figure, nodded obediently and straightened the green light's body. Upon gradually regaining consciousness, The green light instinctively clutched his swollen cheek, a look of confusion on his face. Captain, why do my teeth feel loose? Now that you're awake, hurry and get lost. Leave the car behind, and remember not to bother me again. Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences, do you understand? Hey, didn't you just throw something at me? The green light, momentarily dazed by the egg incident, glared at Zhang Kun, ready to lash out. However, knowing Zhang Kun's capabilities, Wu Tian hastily covered his mouth, urgently nodding an apology to both Zhang Kun and the gun-wielding Su Ziqing behind him. Understood, understood. We'll leave right now. Thus, he dragged the red and green lights away, not daring to look back. As they vanished from sight, Su Ziqing questioned, Master, why not simply kill them? That would eliminate any potential future threats. Ziqing is correct. I sensed something off with those two dyed-haired individuals as they departed. They may very well return to trouble us. Zhang Yubing echoed from behind. Zhang Kun turned, wrapping an arm around the two housekeepers as they strolled towards the villa, chuckling as he explained, Let them come. Didn't our ancestors say that engaging with others is endlessly entertaining? However, Ziqing, when they return, refrained from making a move initially. Let Yubing practice her marksmanship. Me? Zhang Yubing was taken aback, disregarding Zhang Kun's mischievous hand. Of course. Didn't you say you wanted to prove your worth? When the time comes, you must seize the opportunity. Zhang Kun was well aware that this group of security guards harbored no good intentions. Yet, he believed their lives might still hold some utility, and killing them outright would be a waste. Given the system's nature, it was likely to continue bestowing him with unique abilities. He could easily use them as test subjects for his newfound powers. To be honest, he had been startled by the force behind his own throw just moments ago. The simultaneous destruction of the rotten egg and the Land Rover's window was something he could boast about for an entire year before the apocalypse. Moreover, these seemingly ordinary security guards posed almost zero threat to the trio secured in the safe house. However, eliminating them would create a relatively safe environment, which also posed its own problems. Once people feel unthreatened, over time, they will inevitably grow complacent. Last night's ordeal during the Great Run had further illuminated the subtle dangers lurking outside the community. It was far better to keep the trio on their toes than to let them languish in a false sense of security. Entering, one cannot protect oneself, and exiting, one is not invincible against foreign invaders. A nation is bound to perish. Thus, one must understand that life originates from distress and perishes in comfort. Should any slip occur, even the system might not grant him the chance to reload. Therefore, accommodating negligible threats was the most suitable approach for Zhang Kun and his companions at this moment. Chapter 81. Su Jiping's resentment, Brother Tian? Are we really just going to give that kid our car? That's a Land Rover. The top-of-the-line model. It's the finest vehicle I've ever driven. Su Jiping, reluctantly stepping out of the courtyard of Villa Number 8, posed the question to Captain Wu Tian, his voice laced with discontent. In such frigid weather, with snow falling heavily, even venturing out without transportation was a Herculean task. Were it not for the Land Rover's powerful engine and the snow beneath turning into ice, they would have had to take bus 11 to reach Villa Number 8. At that point, forget about accomplishing anything. The biting cold would have left them utterly incapacitated. Yet, now they found themselves with nothing to show for it, having lost the luxury vehicle to this newcomer. It felt as though they had been thoroughly swindled. His companion, Red Light, attempted to console him. Come on, Su Gu, don't complain. That kiddish girl had a gun, after all. So what if she had a gun? I have a compound bow. My scented sand palace eagle eye is no empty title. If it came to blows, I could easily take that kid down with a single arrow. It's not just about the gun. Haven't you noticed that there's something off about that kid? What's so off about him? Have you ever seen someone knock a person out with an egg? Su Jiping's expression shifted. Brother Tian, I just didn't sleep well last night, which is why I couldn't dodge. If I had kept my distance. Xiao Su, I think it's best to let this go. Thankfully, he didn't make things difficult for us. He merely issued a warning. If this escalates to a life-and-death situation, it would be disastrous for both sides. I believe that maintaining this non-interference status quo is quite advantageous. Wu Tian interjected, calmly expressing his perspective on the matter. As for the Land Rover, it was merely left behind by the previous owner, not a purchase made with their hard-earned money. If Zhang Kun wanted to take this unexpected windfall, so be it. Moreover, that vehicle could only be driven around the villa area. It consumed fuel unnecessarily, and once it hit the main road outside the villa complex, it would break down before long. The last time he tried to venture out with a few others in search of rescue and to gather supplies, the car barely made it 100 meters before it stalled. In the end, they had to push it back to the entrance of the community, and it took a while before it could start again. It was truly a futile endeavor. To drive out, they would have to wait until the snow outside was compacted. Until then, having a car was of little use. However, unlike Wu Tian's acceptance of the situation, Su Jiping was clearly struggling to come to terms with this outcome. Although he possessed a driver's license, the best vehicle he had ever driven was the patrol electric car provided by the property management for the security team. Sitting in the commanding Land Rover amidst this snowstorm, he felt as if he had transcended to a higher plane. "No, Brother Tian, you don't believe me, do you? I'll call the brothers back at the villa and gather them. This afternoon, we are definitely going to get that car back." That's nonsense. Wu Tian was genuinely irritated. If today's incident had been handled with more diplomacy, perhaps they could have gleaned some intelligence about the outside world from Zhang Kun. If it hadn't been for those 3 traffic lights that provoked Zhang Kun, they wouldn't have found themselves in this predicament. Hearing Su Jiping talk about confronting Zhang Kun again made Wu Tian wish he could slap him. His expression serious, he turned to Su Jiping. "Most of our security team members come from rural backgrounds. Having a safe place to stay during this snow disaster is already a blessing. If you stir the pot now, it would be tantamount to gambling with the lives of our brothers. I will not stand by and watch you act recklessly." Su Jiping was about to retort, but the 2 quiet companions behind him, Red Light and Yellow Light, quickly tugged at him, signaling him to hold his tongue. The 3 of them shared a dormitory, and their bond was much deeper than that of the average team members. Understanding their gaze, Su Jiping bit back his words, following Wu Tian inside. This villa had once been purchased by a wealthy individual but had never been occupied. Instead, it had been transformed into a secret high-end clubhouse, at the end of last year, to welcome a crucial national conference held every few years, and to ensure the public enjoyed a peaceful and harmonious nightlife. It had been temporarily closed for renovations. It was precisely for this reason that, after the onset of the snow disaster, Wu Tian had brought the security team to this empty clubhouse. Thanks to the large stockpile of food and beverages previously stored here, they had managed to weather the most challenging phase of the snow disaster with relative ease. Upon returning to the villa, when faced with inquiries from the other security personnel, Wu Tian casually mentioned that the vehicle had broken down midway, then excused himself to rest in his room, citing the cold outside. Su Jiping and his 2 companions, under Wu Tian's silent command, could only return to their shared room in a sullen mood. Damn it! Why is old Wu so cowardly? Is that kid really that formidable? If we gathered all the brothers and charged in, wouldn't everyone be subdued? Exactly. What a waste of those 2 girls. Just thinking about that kid rolling around with those 2 beauties makes me furious. Red Light lay on his bed, clenching his pillow between his legs in frustration, his fists pounding it with fury. In that moment, he didn't know whether he was imagining the pillow as a woman or as Zhang Kun. Yet, even this could not fully convey his hatred for Zhang Kun. Indeed, it's always the good cabbage that gets devoured by the wealthy and powerful. Even amidst a disaster, I can't even enjoy a simple meal. It's utterly unjust. Su Jiping, unable to bear his 2 brothers' incessant chatter about women, kicked them both lightly on their backsides. "What's wrong with you 2? Have you both lost your minds? Why are you so obsessed with women? Sugu, maybe you fainted too soon, only focusing on that man. Those 2 girls, their figures, their curves. If I could spend just one night with them, it would be worth it even in death. Bah! Look at your pitiful aspirations." Su Jiping rubbed his sore cheeks and spat, indicating his disdain for his 2 aimless companions. "Oh, I just remembered where I've seen that woman before. She seems to be a television host. The one with the surname Zhang. Zhang Yubing, right?" Yellow Light leaped up from his bed, evidently awakened by Red Light's revelation. "This little vixen. I can't believe I thought she was a decent person. Here we are, in the midst of a once-in-a-millennium snow disaster, and she still has the audacity to frolic with her stinky man here. She deserves to be cursed. I've always said that women like her are up to no good behind closed doors. You guys are still treating her like a treasure. Don't say that. My heart is breaking." Seeing Red Light in utter despair, Su Jiping's eyes suddenly lit up. "Hongfa, go gather all the brothers in our team who like Zhang Yubing. I have something to discuss with everyone." Chapter 82. The search for the special police unit, cleaning the expansive rooms of such a grand villa, proved to be quite an exhausting endeavor. Su Ziqing and Zhang Yubing, the 2 women, toiled diligently throughout the day, just managing to tidy up the master bedroom on the top floor, the study, and the terrace adjacent to the bedroom. As for the other levels, despite their earnest intentions, they found themselves overwhelmed and unable to manage. Meanwhile, Zhang Kun waited until they had organized the study before setting up the high-priced computer he had purchased, isolating himself within the room to meticulously examine the supply map. The recent consumption of weapons and ammunition had been rather rapid, necessitating a strategy for adequate replenishment. Presently, he did not feel an immediate need for firearms for personal protection. However, Su Ziqing and Zhang Yubing still relied heavily on them for safety. Su Ziqing, being an exceptional sharpshooter, undoubtedly required a plentiful supply of ammunition. As for Zhang Yubing, it is said that sharpshooters are honed through the careful use of bullets. Allowing her to fire a few rounds for practice could hardly be deemed excessive. Furthermore, when confronted with malevolent adversaries, rather than merely showcasing one's strength, the deployment of a couple of grenades would indeed serve as a far more effective deterrent. Thus, Zhang Kun diligently scoured the map for the nearest police station, hoping it would harbor the supplies he sought. Fortunately, Shangtan Palace is situated in the wealthiest district, surrounded by a robust natural security presence, and lies a mere 1.5 kilometers from the Ningchang District Public Security Bureau. The distance to the municipal SWAT team is even shorter, at only 1 kilometer. Before the apocalypse, this proximity offered a profound sense of safety. The resource map indicates that both locations are well stocked with ammunition, providing an ample array of firearms, bullets, grenades, and other equipment in significant quantities. Zhang Kun conducted a brief analysis, focusing his attention on the SWAT team, not only because the resource map suggested a greater abundance of weaponry there, but primarily due to the presence of several armored vehicles, specifically the Sabertooth, depicted on the map. Although Zhang Kun harbored little interest in vehicles, who could resist the allure of an armored car? Even merely having it in his vicinity to gaze upon before sleep could evoke joyous dreams. Moreover, with the short distance of just 1 kilometer, a swift flight in his suit would suffice, allowing for ample time to gather resources and return before nightfall. After lunch, Zhang Kun announced his intentions at the dining table. The safe house possessed an impregnable quality. As long as the two women refrained from foolishness and did not open the door to strangers, they would encounter no issues. Before departing, Zhang Kun equipped them both with firearms and ample ammunition. If trouble comes knocking, just fire away. No need for unnecessary chatter. If someone dies, that falls on me. Rest assured, dear master. I previously mentioned that this time, Zhang Yubing will be the one to fire the weapon. Unless absolutely necessary, try not to interfere, understood? MHM. Su Ziqing nodded obediently, refraining from further discussion. Having arranged everything, Zhang Kun donned his cold-resistant attire and his rocket flight suit, then promptly exited the villa's gates. Observing the dilapidated Land Rover blocking his path, he sighed and stored the vehicle within his space. He then took to the skies, heading directly towards the SWAT team's headquarters. The speed of the flight suit surpassed that of a snow-covered RV, reaching approximately 60 kilometers per hour. While it boasted a speed advantage, it lacked in thermal insulation. Even though Zhang Kun had donned all his protective gear, the sensation of snowflakes and cold wind striking his armor during high-speed flight was more painful than hail on a rainy day. Fortunately, the distance was not far, and the journey would not consume much time. Before long, Zhang Kun arrived at the designated area indicated on the map. Alas, the terrain here was somewhat lower and completely blanketed in snow. From above, it appeared as an endless expanse of white, with only a few resilient treetops peeking through the snow. The SWAT headquarters, a 3-story building, while the personnel within frequently rotated, retained the architectural style of the last century, thus becoming completely buried beneath the recent snowfall. Given its snow-clad state, it was unlikely that any living souls remained inside. Zhang Kun sighed and utilized his spatial abilities to extract the snow from his line of sight. Soon, the roof of the SWAT headquarters emerged before him. After landing on the rooftop and securing his gear, he made his way to the fire escape leading downwards, applying force with one hand. With a resounding crash, the already brittle iron door was ripped from its frame, revealing the staircase that descended into the office area below. Due to the incessant snowfall and the lack of electricity outside the government-mandated hours, the building was shrouded in darkness, the stairway resembling the gullet of an ancient beast, pitch black and seemingly endless. Without hesitation, Zhang Kun retrieved an MP5 from his space, checked the chamber and magazine, and secured a powerful flashlight with a rope to the barrel before stepping inside. As a model citizen, it was Zhang Kun's first venture into the SWAT headquarters. Unfamiliar with the layout, he had no knowledge of the location of the armory. Thus, he resorted to the most rudimentary method of searching, examining each floor and room in succession. To his astonishment, the entire building was utterly devoid of life, not even a single corpse in sight. Could it be? Suddenly, Zhang Kun recalled that the day of the snow disaster coincided with New Year's Eve. In previous years, the city of Shanghai would host grand fireworks displays to maintain order and prevent significant safety incidents. A substantial police presence was typically dispatched to the event, and the SWAT personnel would often be fully mobilized. Surely, the team had not been entirely dispatched for the occasion. It is often said that the common people suffer in times of hardship. Yet, how is it that those who serve in the military or police seem to bear the greatest burden? During holidays, ordinary citizens enjoy a respite, while their duty remains solely the preservation of safety. Zhang Kun sighed and continued his search on the first floor. Fortunately, at the end of the corridor, he finally located the equipment room. Aware that the door would not yield easily, he produced a shotgun and fired 2 shots at the electronic lock before forcibly pulling open the equipment room's door. Before him stood several rows of equipment cabinets, all conspicuously empty. As anticipated, the majority of the SWAT personnel had been dispatched on New Year's Eve. Otherwise, his haul could have been several times greater. However, the resource map would not deceive. The equipment room was expansive, and there should still be ample supplies within. Gripping his weapon tightly, Zhang Kun ventured deeper into the room, and indeed, after passing 7 or 8 rows of shelves, a vast array of equipment came into view. Handguns, rifles, submachine guns, sniper rifles, riot shields, tear gas, grenades, bulletproof vests. A multitude of ammunition was stacked in boxes upon the floor. Not only that, Zhang Kun even discovered 4 robotic dogs in the corner of the warehouse. These robotic canines were equipped with infrared recognition technology, capable of conducting unmanned patrol operations, seemingly tailor-made for the villa where Zhang Kun currently resided. With these at his disposal, even the night watch could be fully automated. Chapter 83. Who would dismiss them? Zhang Kun beamed with delight, his hands sweeping through the air as he executed a swift maneuver in the equipment room, seizing every item that was available for the taking. Upon exiting the equipment room, he, feeling somewhat dissatisfied, made his way to the entrance of the headquarters building, employing his spatial abilities to meticulously excavate the snow that had accumulated at the doorstep. After a considerable amount of time, he unexpectedly unearthed 2 corpses, frozen solid like ice blocks. These 2 bodies still retained the semblance of their final actions in life, appearing as though they were attempting to crawl towards the adjacent special police dormitory. Observing their meager police uniforms, devoid of any additional warm clothing, Zhang Kun couldn't help but let out a sigh. These 2 special police officers were likely among the personnel left behind, caught off guard by the sudden drop in temperature. In their desperation to return to their dormitory for warmer garments, they tragically succumbed to the cold en route. What a pity, he mused. It is said that only those who perish while on duty can be deemed victims of occupational injuries. The moment they step outside the office area, they become disentangled from such claims. Zhang Kun entertained this rather grim thought. Nevertheless, he found himself, quite rarely, taking the initiative to drag the 2 corpses onto the steps behind him, and, with a kind heart, retrieved 2 blankets from his spatial pocket to cover them. One must say, he held a profound respect in his heart for these soldiers who had quietly safeguarded their territory. After attending to this small interlude, Zhang Kun resumed his snow excavation. The resource map indicated that 2 armored vehicles, valued at over 1.6 million, were stationed at the special police headquarters. Failing to acquire these 2 magnificent machines would significantly diminish the gains of this expedition. Fortunately, the vehicles were parked right at the entrance of the headquarters, and within just 2 minutes of digging, Zhang Kun successfully located the 2 cars he sought. Measuring 6.7 meters in length, 2.36 meters in width, and 3 meters in height, this vehicle boasts a full load capacity of 6.8 tons. It features a rear dual-wheel design and high-speed 4-wheel drive, making it suitable for various terrains. Additionally, the vehicle is equipped with optional devices such as searchlights, tear gas launchers, elevating lights, sonic dispersers, and electric winches, truly embodying the dreams of millions of men in Huagua. Zhang Kun approached and opened the car door, pleasantly surprised to discover that the keys had not been removed and the fuel tank was full. It seemed the previous driver had assumed that parking in the special police compound would pose no issues, hence their negligence. Ultimately, this oversight allowed Zhang Kun to seize a remarkable opportunity. Without further ado, he felt gratitude. With a sense of satisfaction, Zhang Kun summoned the 2 armored vehicles into his space, then proceeded to clear the snow from above him. After donning his flight suit once more, he soared into the air, heading straight for his villa. Upon landing at home, he found that Su Ziqing and Zheng Yubing had yet to finish cleaning the presidential suite on the 2nd floor. After greeting the 2 women in the courtyard, Zhang Kun eagerly retrieved 4 special police robotic dogs and their control panel from his space, immediately setting them up for operation. Each of the 4 dogs was fully charged. According to the control panel's instructions, They could operate continuously for 2 hours before requiring a recharge. Fortunately, there was a power source in the courtyard, and once the robots' charging bases were connected to the electricity, they could automatically identify and locate themselves via network signals. When the robotic dogs determined their power was low, they would autonomously return to their charging bases, requiring no assistance from anyone. Zhang Kun called the 2 women to the courtyard, where he registered their facial information through the cameras into each dog's control center, subsequently setting them to a patrol mode where only 2 would operate at a time, automatically searching the front and backyards of the villa. Observing the robotic dogs adorably waddling around the yard under Zhang Kun's command, Su Ziqing and Zhang Yubing wore motherly smiles. Master brother, these robotic dogs are so cute. These dogs will issue an alert if they detect any suspicious individuals approaching through infrared devices. Do not be deceived by their appearance. Reportedly, their advanced versions can perform tasks on the battlefield, equipped with bomb-throwing and shooting capabilities. They are truly lethal weapons. Unfortunately, I could only find these few basic models. Nevertheless, they are wonderful. Having them around feels akin to truly keeping pets, making the vastness of this villa feel less isolating. Indeed, Ziqing is right. With just the 3 of us in such a large villa, it does feel a bit empty. Zhang Yubing chimed in. Empty? Zhang Kun stroked his chin thoughtfully. That is easily remedied. Once I go out and find a few more women to bring back, we can certainly ensure each room is occupied, making the villa lively. You're boasting. This villa has at least 9 rooms in total, master brother. Can you manage all that? Zhang Kun noticed the flush on Su Ziqing's cheeks and smiled knowingly. Are you not aware of your own capability to manage? Not to mention the underground gym, cinema, and small bar. Observing Zhang Kun's teasing expression, Su Ziqing felt both angered and embarrassed, her protests morphing into, well, you must take care of your health too. Look at that, an emotionally intelligent person has always been by my side. Zhang Kun chuckled as he embraced Su Ziqing, causing the patrolling robotic dogs to tilt their heads in confusion, puzzled by the sudden increase in infrared signals emanating from their 2 masters. After setting Su Ziqing down, Zhang Kun scooped up the giggling Zhang Yubing. Come on, let us take a break. This master believes in sharing the joy equally. The unexpected princess Carrie elicited peals of laughter from Zhang Yubing. Since the snow disaster struck, she had never felt so relaxed. Zhang Yubing tightly wrapped her arms around Zhang Kun's neck, inhaling his reassuring scent, reluctant to let go. Master, will you find me unappealing? Why would I find your mother unappealing? Oh, I meant myself. Zhang Kun understood what Zhang Yubing was alluding to, but what was there to find unappealing? No, the more he thought about it, the more irritated he became. Can you not sense whether I find you appealing or not? Zhang Yubing's face flushed crimson. Zhang Kun effortlessly tossed her over his shoulder, then with his, we need not work right now. Follow me to the cinema, for I have important matters to attend to. Unlike women, who are creatures in constant pursuit of feelings, men prefer to express their sentiments with it is definitely her. Su Jiping nudged the burly man beside him, whispering, the burly man. His expression dark, nodded silently, shoving his binoculars into Su Jiping's hands without uttering a word. Behind them, 5 or 6 others accompanied them, including the red and yellow lights from the Land Rover they had been in that morning. That moment, the group was crouched atop Jingguang Mountain, adjacent to Villa Number 5. From their elevated position, equipped with binoculars, they could clearly see everything in the yard. Having just witnessed his idol, Zhang Yubing, being embraced by Zhang Kun and taken into the villa, the burly man cursed under his breath. Damn it, I always thought she was a respectable person. Who knew she would sink so low? Next to him, Su Jiping, seeing the effect of his words, chimed in cheerfully. Oh Lu, haven't you heard? Most of these television hosts appear dignified in front of the cameras, but behind the scenes, they practically buckle at the knees before the leaders, wishing they could kneel and beg. There was even a movie, the title escapes me, but it depicted how those beautiful female hosts climbed the ranks by spreading their legs. Otherwise, with so many attractive candidates for such significant positions, why would they choose her? Bang! Su Jiping's incessant chatter turned the burly man's face a deep shade of maroon. He pounded on a nearby tree in frustration, growling, Enough, Pong. Just tell me what you plan to do. I'm all ears. Just say the word, and I will be the first to charge in and take down that scoundrel who has sullied my goddess. Chapter 84. Zhang Kun. I am currently seething with anger. Su Jiping, having achieved his objective, sneered as he pointed towards Villa Number 5, continuing to indoctrinate the group behind him. Brothers, let me tell you, old Wu's outdated philosophy of I won't provoke you if you don't provoke me is long past its prime. What era are we living in? With the heavy snow falling, There isn't even a police officer in sight. It's all about who has the numbers. That kid is nothing. He merely possesses a couple of shabby guns. Look at his arrogant demeanor. Would he dare to pull the trigger if given a weapon? As Su Jiping spoke, he brandished the compound bow in his hand, exuding an imposing aura. Moreover, to my knowledge, this kid certainly did not come empty-handed. They arrived in an RV last night, and that vehicle must be brimming with supplies from outside. As long as we unite as brothers, can we not deal with him? I am a renowned ADC in the Ionian server, known for my pinpoint accuracy. Within 100 paces, I am invincible. Once we have dealt with him, the house, the women, the food, everything will belong to us brothers. De Lu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he stood up, raising his fist in affirmation. Peng Gu. I want that flirtatious woman, Zhang Yubing. I desire nothing else. Su Jiping patted De Lu's sturdy shoulder with a grin. Rest assured, the brothers will not compete with you for her, right? Absolutely. With Lu Ji's prowess, anything we seize will surely be yours to choose first. Upon receiving Su Jiping's approving glance, Hong Deng and Wang Hong eagerly chimed in. The crowd's unanimous agreement brought satisfaction to Lu Dali, who nodded contentedly, his furious gaze fixed on the mountain below. Lu Dali, true to his name, was a man of great strength and rather simple-minded, someone whom all the security personnel dared not offend. Thus, though some others harbored discontent, the thought of a delicate woman to share in the spoils silenced their complaints. With one man and two women, it was utterly impossible to guard such a grand villa with merely a small, worn-out handgun. With this in mind, Su Jiping, relying on his familiarity with the surrounding terrain, began outlining an assault strategy for the group. Meanwhile, in the basement of the villa, the temperature in the private cinema was gradually rising. This was not due to Zhang Kun adjusting the temperature of the safe house, but rather because the game being played on the screen had reached a tense juncture. Su Ziqing and Zhang Yubing were engaged in a co-op game, but they found themselves stuck at a particular level. Due to their lack of synergy, they had been struggling for quite some time without success. Ugh, this is so frustrating. After her character turned to ashes once more, Su Ziqing could not help but toss the controller onto the sofa, opting to recline in defeat. Brother Master, could you lend me a hand? Unfortunately, her alluring figure made it difficult to lay back comfortably. Zhang Kun, seated beside her, remained unmoved. This game enhances your finger dexterity and team coordination, which is crucial for survival in the apocalypse. But this is so hard. Is it any harder than firing a gun? Zhang Kun was about to offer further encouragement when his phone suddenly rang. Woof woof woof. Is someone there? Checking his phone, he saw that it was a warning notification from the tactical robotic dog he had just set up before descending. Upon closer examination, dog number 1 had detected 5 suspicious infrared hotspots in the front yard, while dog number 2 had found 3 in the back. Damn it. This indicates that the newcomers have ill intentions. Such a large group could only be that bunch of security guards from the morning. It seemed he had truly given them too much face. Seething with anger, Zhang Kun snorted coldly, then jumped off the leather sofa and prepared to head out. On the sofa, Su Ziqing and Zhang Yubing remained oblivious to the unfolding events, gazing at Zhang Kun with wide, questioning eyes. Focus on studying this film thoroughly. When I return, I expect each of you to submit a reflection of no less than 800 words. Zhang Kun declared before striding down the stairs to the hall. This time, he would not indulge them any longer. He had already adhered to the principle of courtesy before conflict. Further retreat would only embolden them. Since these security guards had no concept of respect, Zhang Kun would ensure they learned the harsh consequences of their crude behavior. Arriving in the hall, Zhang Kun did not exit the room but instead retrieved a sniper rifle from the armory, calibrating the scope as he quietly surveyed the outside point 1, 2. As he glanced out, he noticed that of the 5 individuals at the front door, 3 were in plain sight. A burly man was using a crowbar, which he had found from who knows where, to force open the electronic door with sheer brute strength. In the front yard, 2 others were eagerly attempting to leap over the fence and into the grounds. Alas, it seemed as though an invisible barrier surrounded the fence, allowing the 2 guards to flail about like clowns without crossing over. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 fools lay prone in the grass, pretending to be stealthy. Noting their security uniforms, Zhang Kun's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Heaven has a path, yet you refuse to tread it. Hell has no door, yet you come knocking. If that is the case, I shall not hold back my wrath. With his sniper rifle aimed steadily at the 2 hapless guards, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The dull report reverberated, causing Zhang Kun's shoulder to jolt from the recoil, and in the rearview mirror, he witnessed the guard who had just leapt into the air being sent flying. The shot had cleanly severed the young man's arm. The The sound of the gunshot sent Su Jiping and Hong Ding, who were lurking in the shadows, into a state of shock. They exchanged glances, unable to fathom that this man had truly dared to kill. The other guard, attempting to vault over the fence, immediately threw his hands over his head and knelt at the barrier, prepared to retreat. Do not return. Keep jumping. Su Jiping, having failed to see where the shot had originated, demanded the guard to seize another chance. Chow and I ma Su Jiping, if you're so brave, why don't you jump yourself? Bang! Before the guard could finish his curse, Zhang Kun's second shot pierced through the gap in the fence, striking him squarely in the backside, the bullet traveling effortlessly through and exiting from his chest. Damn it, the bullet has traversed my insides, and yet the Buddha remains in my heart, does it? At that moment, Su Jiping, filled with curses, finally discerned Zhang Kun's concealed position. You bastard, is having a gun all that makes you formidable? Watch as I shoot you down with an arrow. Chapter 85. The perfect pentakill with 2 consecutive gunshots. The 2 individuals promised by Su Jiping to be accompanied by beautiful women met a fate of 1 dead and 1 injured. Moreover, the one who suffered a broken arm would likely not live much longer. After all, being wounded in the biting cold is far more lethal than the injury itself. Su Jiping understood that at this moment, retreat was not an option. If he could take down Zhang Kun and his family, any gains would suffice, allowing him to return and report back satisfactorily. However, if he returned empty-handed with 2 brothers lost, Captain Wu Tian would undoubtedly hold him accountable. If Wu Tian's wrath led to his expulsion from Shangtan Palace, in this relentless snowstorm, even if he found shelter, he would not last long without food, and would soon succumb to the bitter cold. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Su Jiping gritted his teeth and rose from his hiding place among the trees, knocking an arrow and aiming it at the windowsill where Zhang Kun was concealed, releasing the arrow with precision. Whoosh! The arrow whistled through the air, tracing a silver arc against the horizon, aimed directly at Zhang Kun's head. Yet, tragically, as the arrow grazed the air above the fence of Villa No. 5, it collided with an invisible barrier, bursting into a shower of sparks before plummeting to the ground. What just happened? Su Jiping was taken aback, unable to believe his eyes. Having studied archery since childhood, he was confident that the shot had a high probability of injuring Zhang Kun, but he had never anticipated that his seemingly assured arrow would be deflected by the very air. Watch out, Punga! Hong Fa, the Red Lantern, who had been crouched beside him, couldn't help but call out as he noticed Su Jiping frozen in disbelief. It was then that Su Jiping remembered the opponent still wielded a gun, prompting him to seek concealment. Bang! But Zhang Kun offered him no such opportunity. Furious at these intruders who had disrupted his enjoyment, they must be eliminated. The bullet struck Su Jiping, obliterating half of his skull. Watching the crimson and white spray erupt from the scope, Zhang Kun let out a satisfied breath. Damn it, brandishing a broken composite bow here as if cosplaying as a crossbowman. Did he not know how much I loathe unfinished American dramas? With 2 men remaining at the front and 3 more in the backyard, Zhang Kun decisively leaped from the windowsill, rushing towards the bumbling giant who was struggling to pry open the door. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the pry bar in the man's hands was bent, yet the electronic door remained tightly sealed. Hey, what are you doing? Lu Dali, fueled by bravado, paid no heed to Zhang Kun's armed approach, fixated solely on prying at the iron door, and retorted with a curse. What the hell do you think I'm doing? Bang! A bullet exploded into his skull. Zhang Kun regretted even bothering to ask that question. Wouldn't it have sufficed to shoot him right there? Why endure the long walk only to receive such a curse? Hopefully, death would teach him some manners. Otherwise, he'd still have a foul mouth upon entering hell. From his vantage point, Zhang Kun scanned the surroundings, quickly spotting a flash of red moving slowly amidst the snow-covered foliage. That red lantern from this morning. Stand up, or I'll shoot again. Please, please, big brother, don't shoot. Wang Hongfa raised his hands high, trembling as he emerged from the thicket. He had never regretted his striking red hair more in his life. Had he known it would lead to this, he would have dyed it white instead. Though it might make him look older, if his hair were white, perhaps he wouldn't be so easily spotted by the living hell of this villa. Where is your captain? Did he lead a group to my backyard? No, Captain Wu didn't he come. Do you think I look like a fool? Upon hearing Zhang Kun's voice rise an octave, Wang Hongfa immediately shivered, dropping to his knees and flailing his arms in frantic explanation. Big brother, I swear I'm telling the truth. We came here because you detained Jiping, the one with the green hair driving the Land Rover. He was so infuriated that he secretly led a few brothers to cause a stir. I was obstructing them, but they just wouldn't listen. Big brother, we meant no harm. We just wanted to get the car back. Now that you've killed them, please let me go. I need to explain this misunderstanding to them. Misunderstanding? Zhang Kun narrowed his eyes, coldly repeating the last few words. Such nonsense could only deceive fools. If they had come for the car, why not approach me properly? Furthermore, their initial actions of prying and climbing over walls clearly indicated that they were not merely after a vehicle. Initially, he had hoped to live a peaceful life among ordinary people, but instead, he was met with estrangement and deceit. Fine. Then let us lay all cards on the table. If they wanted the car, he would deal with these miscreants first, and then return the vehicle to them. Since it's a misunderstanding, you can go back first and help me explain it, Zhang Kun declared, visibly stowing his sniper rifle in front of Wang Hongfa. Though Wang Hongfa could not discern how Zhang Kun executed the maneuver, the promise of clemency sent adrenaline surging through his veins. He sprang up and dashed away, moving as swiftly as the legendary snow fox. Yet, no matter how fast he was, he could not outpace Zhang Kun's bullet. Bang! Pentakill, just 3 meters into his escape, Wang Hongfa was swiftly felled by Zhang Kun's shotgun. In his final moments, he cast an unwilling glance back at Zhang Kun standing in the courtyard. Why? Are you deceiving me? It was you who deceived me first. Zhang Kun retorted, pulling out his phone to access the control panel of the special police robotic dog, checking the situation in the backyard. However, the backyard was eerily quiet, devoid of the earlier infrared anomalies. It seemed the 3 who had circumvented him were not as stubborn as he had thought, having stealthily fled at the sound of gunfire from the front yard. Zhang Kun reconfirmed that there were no unusual infrared heat signatures surrounding the villa, and only then did he don his cold weather gear and flight suit. After ensuring everything was in order, he opened the iron gate of the courtyard and stepped outside. Retrieving the Land Rover from his space, he proceeded to load the bodies into the vehicle. Fortunately, the system had amplified his strength tenfold, making it easy for him to lift the nearly 200-pound giant. Moreover, the original wounds of the corpses had bled little due to the low temperatures, hastening the freezing of the blood and sparing him much trouble. The only source of annoyance for Zhang Kun was the individual whose arm he had initially broken, who, against all odds, had not yet died and was instead gasping for air. Brother, your survival complicates matters for me, Zhang Kun lamented, retrieving a handgun to swiftly put an end to his suffering. There was no choice. Only corpses could be stored in his space, not the living. Once all the bodies had filled the Land Rover to the brim, Zhang Kun finally returned the vehicle to his space, taking to the skies towards the Shangtan Palace, where the security personnel were temporarily stationed. Want a car? I shall deliver it, but I wonder if you have heard of a car descending from the heavens. Chapter 86. Wu Tian's attitude upon ascending to the lofty heights. Zhang Kun cast his gaze downward, swiftly locating his target. The 15 villas, where the security personnel were temporarily residing, exemplified a quintessential British architectural style. Presumably for the sake of accessibility, the snow in the front courtyard had been meticulously cleared, revealing a barren expanse that stood out remarkably when viewed from above. With his temper still simmering, Zhang Kun deftly maneuvered his flight suit to hover above the 15 villas and summoned a Land Rover, laden with lifeless bodies, from the void. As the vehicle, devoid of any support beneath its wheels, emerged from the spatial realm, it plummeted earthward, headfirst, succumbing to the pull of gravity. At a height of 30 meters, the Land Rover hurtled downwards, and according to the equations of uniformly accelerated motion and free fall, the vehicle's velocity upon impact could reach 24.5 ms, which is approximately 88.2 kilometers h. Boom! A tremendous roar reverberated through the sky. The rapidly descending automobile crashed into the courtyard, creating a massive crater. The remaining security personnel in the villa, bewildered, seized their weapons and rushed outside. Zhang Kun hovered in the air for quite some time. Upon observing that the men emerging were armed only with ordinary clubs and lacked any ranged weaponry, he gradually descended, coming to rest atop the vehicle. Is it you? Wu Tian, with a serious expression, stood at the forefront of the group, his eyes wide with astonishment upon witnessing Zhang Kun's descent. He sensed Zhang Kun's malevolence, but was oblivious to the circumstances that had transpired. Zhang Kun snorted derisively and forcefully stomped his foot. Bang! The already burdened and somewhat deformed door of the Land Rover exploded open, revealing a gruesome sight within, a chaotic tangle of bodies stuffed inside. Wu Tian's countenance changed as he recognized the security uniforms adorning the corpses, along with Su Jiping's unmistakable green hair. This is... Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Your men crossed the line first. Zhang Kun retorted coldly, raising his shotgun and aiming it at Wu Tian. Wait, what on earth is happening? Even in death, let me understand what transpired. Could it be? That they secretly want to see you? Wu Tian's voice quivered slightly as he inquired. Being threatened by the ominous barrel of a gun, fear was inescapable. Tian Gu, this afternoon I saw Su Jiping and several brothers leave the villa in batches. I don't know where they went. Could it be? A security guard standing beside Wu Tian mustered his courage to approach, speaking just loudly enough for Zhang Kun to hear. What? Didn't I say? Wu Tian's heart sank. It was indeed Su Jiping who had brought this trouble upon himself. It seemed he had not only failed to capture the fox, but had instead led himself into a trap. That scoundrel, Wu Tian cursed inwardly, then steeled himself to explain to Zhang Kun. This is entirely a misunderstanding. That I told them as soon as I returned not to provoke you. They snuck out behind my back. So, are you implying that this has nothing to do with you? Zhang Kun narrowed his eyes. Have you ever heard of the term leadership responsibility? With that, he pressed the shotgun against Wu Tian's mouth. The icy coldness against his lips, coupled with the acrid scent of gunpowder and oil, rendered Wu Tian speechless, his face overtaken by terror. He understood that regardless of how he tried to explain, it was undoubtedly his people who had provoked Zhang Kun. Zhang Kun observed everything with keen insight. As long as Wu Tian was not a professional actor, his expression alone indicated that he was not lying. Zhang Kun slowly lowered the shotgun. If you wish to live, there are still 3 scoundrels who slipped away unnoticed, and they should be making their way towards you now. Show me an attitude of contrition, and I might grant you a chance at survival. What attitude? Upon hearing this, Zhang Kun stomped down hard on the Land Rover, causing the bodies inside to slide out onto the ground. The sight of Su Jiping's mangled head left everyone present with a chilling clarity regarding Zhang Kun's intentions. Wu Tian hesitated briefly, his gaze darting between the bodies on the ground and the shotgun in Zhang Kun's hand, before replying in a low voice, "All right. Mr. Zhang, please wait a moment." With that, Wu Tian gestured, and the silent security personnel followed him, circumventing the Land Rover that had crashed into the villa's courtyard, slowly making their way out. Meanwhile, Huang Lang and the other 2 guards, in a state of panic, hurriedly retraced their steps along the path they had come. The continuous gunfire emanating from Villa Number 8 had thoroughly terrified them. Realizing that the situation was vastly different from what Su Jiping had described, the 2 guards immediately turned and fled. Huang Lang, sensing the gravity of the situation, was not foolish enough to risk his life for the sake of his companions and followed suit. After running for over 10 minutes along the winding paths of the villa, they finally reached a state of exhaustion, panting heavily as they approached Villa Number 15, glancing back intermittently to check for pursuers. Fortunately, the area behind them remained eerily quiet, with no signs of danger. Finally, as they rounded a corner, Huang Lang spotted a throng of figures ahead. Upon recognizing the familiar security uniforms, the 3 men felt a surge of relief. Thank goodness, it's our people. They've come to rescue us. However, as they drew closer, Huang Lang soon realized that the expressions of the approaching guards were far from friendly, with Captain Wu's face as dark as thunder, his countenance foreboding. Captain, Huang Lang swallowed hard, stepping forward to greet Wu Tian, but before he could finish his sentence, he was cut off. Did you go to Villa Number 8? Well, Su Jiping wanted to retrieve the vehicle. Smack? A powerful slap unexpectedly struck Huang Lang's head. You bastards have doomed me. Wu Tian's slap was delivered with such force that it spun Huang Lang around. Clutching his face in confusion, Huang Lang was bewildered. Wu Gu, why are you hitting me? What did I say? Did I not instruct you not to provoke anyone from Villa Number 8? Can't you use your brains for once? Anyone driving such an expensive vehicle into this snowstorm must be no ordinary person. While you 3 were running back, they had already made their way to our residence. If you 3 scoundrels do not perish today, it will be my other brothers who pay the price. Do you understand? What? Huang Lang and the 2 guards exchanged incredulous glances. Tian Gu, what are you saying? There hasn't been anyone around the whole way back. How could anyone find Villa Number 15? Observing their navette, Wu Tian smirked and gestured for the guards behind him to advance. Do you think he would approach you the same way you did? He flies in the sky. What? That kid can fly. Before the 3 could recover from their shock, the guards following Wu Tian charged in without hesitation, weapons raised, ready to strike. Wu Tian had made it abundantly clear on their way here that given the current situation, surviving was a stroke of luck, and they could not afford to show mercy towards those on the brink of self-destruction. Otherwise, it would be us who perish. Chapter 87. The call from grandfather Su Zhang Kun waited for nearly 20 minutes, his gaze fixed on his mobile phone. The absence of an alert from the police robot dog indicated that Wu Tian had not brought anyone to rob the house. Otherwise, with the speed of the flight suit, they would have been caught in an instant. Just as his patience began to wane, Wu Tian and his group silently returned to the courtyard of Villa number 15. Among them were 3 individuals, dragged along in a pitiful state. Wu Tian gestured for his men to bring the 3 to Zhang Kun, then tactfully stepped aside to await Zhang Kun's inspection. Once Wu Tian and his subordinates had retreated to a safe distance, Zhang Kun slowly approached, using the barrel of his shotgun to prod the 3 fallen individuals. Point 1 was a yellow-haired man. His hair stained a gruesome mixture of red and yellow from blood. The other 2 security guards were equally battered, displaying signs of severe distress. Such injuries, in the pre-apocalyptic world, might have been salvaged given adequate medical care. However, in the present circumstances, they faced only a path to demise. Zhang Kun had no intention of allowing them to perish in agony. Instead, he showed a semblance of mercy as he aimed the shotgun at the yellow-haired man's head and pulled the trigger. Bang! Blood splattered. He continued in the same vein, dispatching the other 2 with 2 more shots, his eyes betraying no flicker of emotion. As he executed the last man, he leisurely surveyed the remaining onlookers, as if selecting his next target. With each gunshot, those following Wu Tian became increasingly anxious, uncertain of their impending fate. After being scrutinized by Zhang Kun's gaze, they felt as though they were sitting on pins and needles, every hair on their bodies standing on end. So, Captain Wu, you needn't look at me like that. I am merely granting them a release. Yes, yes. Moreover, I do not wish for such incidents to recur. Otherwise, these individuals will serve as examples. Do you understand? Yes, yes, I assure you there will not be a next time. My men will never cross the line again. Seeing the remaining security guards lacking the courage to meet his gaze, Zhang Kun's anger subsided considerably. He adjusted his flight suit and, before everyone, slowly ascended into the air, heading towards Villa number 8. As he soared away, the remaining guards gathered around Wu Tian. Brother Tian, is this how it ends? What else should we do? 8 people are dead. Is that not enough? Do you expect me to lead everyone into a gunfight? But, you must understand, they not only possess firearms but can also fly. If they wish to eliminate us, it would take mere moments. From now on, stay put in the villa. Whoever dares to court death will have to face me first. I refuse to live in fear before my own demise. Just as Wu Tian finished speaking and turned to enter the house, a sudden whoosh echoed through the air. Zhang Kun had returned. The sight of Zhang Kun reappearing sent waves of tension through the courtyard, as everyone feared that this individual clad in high-tech gear might unleash another bout of violence. Is there anything else you need us to do? Nothing of the sort. I merely dropped my phone. Zhang Kun retrieved his fallen phone from the vehicle, pressed the stop recording button, and then took to the skies once more, leaving the crowd bewildered in the swirling snow. Zhang Kun's actions were merely a precaution. Having been reborn, he no longer placed blind faith in anyone's promises. If the remaining security guards desired to dance on the edge of a blade, he would not hesitate to send them on their way. The delivery from Brother Kun is guaranteed to reach its destination. However, since Wu Tian did not wish to be his adversary, there was no need for further entanglement. After all, he had 2 delicate women at home awaiting his return to discuss their experiences. As he landed in the courtyard of Villa number 8, he was met by Su Ziqing and Zhang Yubing, both flustered as they emerged from the cinema on the lower level. What is the rush? Have you finished your reflections? Zhang Kun jested, but soon noticed the peculiar expressions on their faces. Upon seeing Zhang Kun, Su Ziqing excitedly threw herself into his embrace. Brother Master. Just now, my grandfather called. He is still alive. What is going on? Did she eat something strange at lunch? Zhang Kun reached out to feel Su Ziqing's smooth forehead. Thankfully, it was only slightly warm, not feverish. Yet, Su Ziqing looked at him with conviction, pouting slightly. Brother Master, I am not ill, nor am I speaking nonsense. It's the truth. I really did receive a call from my grandfather. Sister Yubing can attest to this. Zhang Kun turned to Zhang Yubing, who hesitated but eventually nodded, clearly harboring some reservations. Moreover, I recorded the conversation. Before Zhang Yubing could respond, Su Ziqing pulled out her phone and pressed play in front of Zhang Kun. Little Su, hello. Grandfather? Old Su, Ziqing. Are you well? Little Su, I'm fine. Where are you now, grandfather? Old Su, silly child. I'm at the hospital. Things are not looking good here. Food is scarce, and the medicine is running low. Can you bring me some? Before little Su could say more, the call was abruptly ended. I tried calling grandfather back, but his phone was off. It must be due to a power outage. Brother Master, let us go to the hospital. If possible, can we bring grandfather back? Seeing Zhang Kun's brow furrowed and his silence, Su Ziqing's face flushed with excitement as she added rapidly, "Rest assured, our living arrangement with the three of us is something grandfather is open-minded about. Even if he finds out, he won't say anything." Zhang Kun smiled wryly at Zhang Yubing. "What do you think?" "Master, the voice certainly seems to belong to Ziqing's grandfather, and she has confirmed it repeatedly. However, I feel that this matter is not as straightforward as it appears." "Sister Yubing, what do you mean?" "Ziqing, I understand your urgency, but please, let me explain." Zhang Yubing organized her thoughts and spoke slowly. "As far as I know, Ziqing's grandfather was already quite ill before the snow disaster. It would have been difficult for him to survive this calamity. But if he is unharmed, why did he not contact Ziqing for half a month, only to reach out today? Perhaps his phone ran out of battery and was only charged today. But if it was charged today, why can't we reach him now? This situation is indeed suspicious." Su Ziqing was at a loss for words. "Moreover, you have already experienced what transpired after the snow disaster. Are those trapped in the hospital inherently more virtuous than the people in our neighborhood? Do not overestimate the goodness in human nature, nor underestimate its malevolence. Personally, I hope that grandfather is safe, but rationally, I simply cannot convince myself to believe in all of this." Chapter 88. An incredible video call. "Zhang Yubing, what do you mean?" Su Ziqing's eyes widened in disbelief. She never anticipated that Zhang Yubing, someone who had shared life and death experiences with her, would utter such words. "Ziqing, I can understand your feelings. No one would feel comfortable in this situation. But you must understand my position as well, can you? If there's any action, I'll certainly be thrust to the forefront to scout ahead. If the information is genuinely reliable, I wouldn't have any complaints. However, if it means risking my life to charge into a trap riddled with flaws, then I'm afraid I must express my utter helplessness." In the face of Su Ziqing's accusations, Zhang Yubing candidly articulated her thoughts. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Kun couldn't help but silently commend her with a thumbs dash up. Such a moment. Uttering insincere platitudes would only exacerbate the tension. It was far more refreshing to speak the truth directly, as she did. Sincerity is indeed a timeless trump card. "Brother Master, do you think the same?" Su Ziqing turned to Zhang Kun, clutching his arm as if it were a lifeline, her eyes brimming with tears. This pitiful demeanor would be hard for anyone with a heart to deny. Yet, Zhang Kun was evidently not swayed by such tactics. Although he had always been pleased with Su Ziqing's performance, and she had already triggered her 100 critical hit passive, he would never risk himself for a call that made little sense. "Ziqing, please calm down. The possibility of voice manipulation is quite high. Let us wait until the evening, when the city's power is restored, to discuss this further. If we can contact your grandfather then, we can deliberate on whether to proceed. Otherwise, discussing it now is futile." Seeing that Zhang Kun had not outright declined, neither affirming nor denying the possibility of going, Su Ziqing gradually set aside her worries, her emotions beginning to stabilize. Lacking experience in societal matters, she was unaware that his non-committal response was a veiled refusal typical of adulthood. In truth, given Zhang Kun's current capabilities, even if he encountered an experimental subject that had escaped from a research facility, as long as the adversary's abilities were not excessively abnormal, he would still possess the power to handle the situation. However, Zhang Kun was not inclined to take unnecessary risks. He did not embody the spirit of a reckless adventurer. His dreams were never about reaching for the stars and the seas, but rather about the joys of music, dance, rap, and basketball. Or perhaps, farming? He had long contemplated whether to cultivate a patch of land in his backyard for some crops. After all, the principle of "you reap what you sow" resonates deeply within the hearts of the people of Huagua, reminiscent of that springtime when one sows seeds, only to reap a harvest 10 months later. Moreover, being able to recline on a massage mat while listening to genies' enchanting tunes was already an ultimate luxury in this apocalyptic world. Why risk losing his head to save an unfamiliar old man who even claimed to be blind? Even if he were Su Ziqing's grandfather. The old man, being so astute, would surely realize that Zhang Kun's willingness to risk himself was not a trivial matter, right? It wasn't that Zhang Kun was petty. It was simply that the apparent imbalance between potential gains and risks made the endeavor seem unwise. For a while, the villa was engulfed in an unusual silence. Su Ziqing remained glued to her phone, frequently checking the time. While she had previously enjoyed a cordial relationship with Zhang Yubing, ever since the latter chose to oppose her, Su Ziqing had ceased to engage with her. Zhang Yubing, on the other hand, felt no remorse for her words, maintaining a stoic demeanor as she quietly ascended the stairs to tidy up. It was no small feat to silence two women simultaneously. Weary from a day's toil, Zhang Kun relished the rare tranquility, retreating to his bedroom for a sound sleep to recuperate his energy. As the clock approached 8 in the evening, the promised power restoration time from the government finally arrived. Zhang Yubing had prepared dinner, gently calling the two to eat. Zhang Kun devoured his meal voraciously, while Su Ziqing appeared distracted. Seated at the dining table, she resembled her earlier self, periodically unlocking her phone to check for incoming calls. The intervals between checks had grown even shorter than in the afternoon. Finally, around 8:30, unable to contain her longing any longer, she initiated a call to her grandfather, only to be met with the same message. The number was no longer in service. Frustrated, Su Ziqing dialed every 10 minutes, as if under some spell, scarcely touching her warm meal. This obsessive behavior drew a silent gasp from Zhang Kun. Although he had long since severed ties with family, making it difficult for him to empathize with her feelings, he still found it profoundly shocking. As the clock crept toward midnight, observing Su Ziqing's unwavering determination, Zhang Kun sighed, choosing not to speak as he ascended to the master bedroom. Zhang Yubing, having tidied the kitchen, obediently followed suit. Dang, dang, dang. Just as they were about to depart, the familiar sound of a WeChat video call notification echoed from Su Ziqing's phone. Upon answering, she caught a glimpse of the screen, and tears instantly streamed down her face. The video displayed her long-lost grandfather, frail and lying in a hospital bed. Yet, despite his condition, he managed to muster a smile, nodding gently at Su Ziqing. Grandpa, Ziqing, you've endured so much during this time. Grandpa, I'm fine. I'm doing well. How about you? Have you encountered any danger? I'm just an old skeleton now. For me, the entire world is fraught with danger. Before he could say much more, a fit of violent coughing erupted, clearly indicating that his health had not improved, and perhaps had even worsened. This sight only exacerbated Su Ziqing's anxiety. Zhang Kun and Zhang Yubing exchanged startled glances upon overhearing their conversation, quickly retreating to the dining room without revealing themselves on camera. Fortunately, Su Ziqing's phone lacked a privacy screen, allowing them to see the screen's contents clearly. Zhang Kun recognized the figure on the phone immediately. It was indeed Su Laoyi. However, he appeared significantly more emaciated than during their last encounter. While audio manipulation was certainly plausible, the prospect of video manipulation, especially in a face-to-face context, was something Zhang Kun had yet to witness. He nudged Zhang Yubing's arm, seeking confirmation through a glance. Yet, Zhang Yubing merely shook her head slightly, indicating that the old man was likely still alive. However, how this ailing elder had managed to survive amidst the near-desperate calamities faced by ordinary people was beyond her comprehension. Soon, the video call shifted back to the topic discussed earlier that morning. Ziqing, Grandpa is barely hanging on. I no longer wish for much. Just come and take this old body of mine away. I don't want to die alone in a hospital. It's far too lonely. Perhaps, after this, I can treat you to a hearty meal. No sooner had he finished speaking than the video call abruptly ended with a beep. Chapter 89. New sign and reward. Perception. With tears streaming down her face, Su Ziqing hurriedly redialed, but all she heard was the busy tone. She understood her grandfather's last intention. He merely wished to pass away surrounded by his family, even if it meant becoming their sustenance after death. The thought of her grandfather, who had showered her with affection since childhood, uttering such despairing words caused her tears to flow uncontrollably, like pearls scattered from a broken string. She turned to Zhang Kun and Zhang Yubing beside her, and with a slow yet resolute voice, she declared, "Brother, I must go bring my grandfather back. It's so cold outside." "Let's have a hearty meal before we set off," Zhang Kun replied, still withholding his stance, employing the tactic of procrastination. However, this time, it remarkably backfired. Su Ziqing wiped her tears and shook her head. "I'm not hungry. Besides, I can eat on the RV." Are you certain I will go?" Just as Zhang Kun was about to refuse, Su Ziqing delivered a decisive blow. "My grandfather once told me that you're a good person. You'll definitely help me, right? Are you attempting to silence me with your Good Samaritan card? Crucially, I remember him saying I was foolish as well. Why have you chosen to omit that part?" As Zhang Kun contemplated how to gently decline Su Ziqing's request, intending to spare this innocent girl from heartbreak, Zhang Yubing interjected with further opposition. "Ziqing, don't you find this a bit strange?" Yet her words incited great displeasure in Su Ziqing. "What is strange about it? Don't speak carelessly. My grandfather has always thought of me first all these years." She added, "Sometimes, one must also reflect on their own issues. If it weren't for us rescuing you during this time, how many times would you have perished? Now you stand here criticizing." Zhang Yubing was about to explain further but was suddenly halted by Zhang Kun's hand. With a confident smile gracing his lips, he proclaimed, "Since Ziqing has said so, let us make the journey." "Master?" Zhang Yubing was taken aback, unsure why Zhang Kun had suddenly changed his mind. His previous actions suggested he was reluctant to venture out easily. However, Zhang Kun offered no explanation, merely tapping his wristwatch. "Get ready. It's already past midnight, and I haven't slept well for several days. We should aim for a swift round trip." With the master's command, Zhang Yubing dared not voice any further objections and stood up to follow. Meanwhile, Su Ziqing was overjoyed, wiping the traces of tears from her face before giggling as she dashed to Zhang Kun's side, showering his face with kisses. Zhang Kun graciously accepted the affection from the beautiful girl and subsequently retrieved the RV from storage. However, before departing, he made sure to bring along 2 robotic dogs that had been charged in the yard. Before long, the RV slowly emerged from the yard, heading straight for the First People's Hospital where Su Ziqing's grandfather was located. Inside the vehicle, Zhang Kun calmly distributed the newly acquired weapons to Su Ziqing and Zhang Yubing. Bulletproof vests, riot shields, police firearms, and ammunition. Once donned, they were thoroughly equipped to the teeth. Zhang Kun was not mad, nor would he lose his composure due to a mere Good Samaritan card. On the contrary, his mind was remarkably clear. Shortly after midnight, upon receiving the new day's sign-in rewards, he had begun to piece together the situation at hand. After half a month of heavy snow sealing the city, with shortages of food, electricity, and water, it was evident that this city was in a far worse state than Gaza, ravaged by Israel. He did not believe that Su Laozi could have endured until now. Even if he possessed steel teeth, it would be of little use. Yet the authenticity of the video was undeniable. The remaining possibilities, no matter how unbelievable, were still close to the truth. Someone could transform into Su Laozi's likeness. Furthermore, this transformation was likely not a mere poor imitation. It could very well resemble Mystique from X-Men, perfectly mimicking expressions, voice, and movements. Otherwise, it would be impossible to deceive Su Ziqing, who had cared for her grandfather for such an extended period. Thus, the individual who had just conversed with Su Ziqing must have been an experimental subject that had escaped from the research institute. Their ability likely allowed them to transform into someone else for a limited time. However, this ability would probably not be used lightly. Otherwise, calls and videos would have been made long ago, and there wouldn't have been such a lengthy gap between the afternoon voice call and the midnight video call. At midnight, Zhang Kun had promptly completed the system's sign-in and claimed his new reward. This time, the reward was not a mere doubling of his physical parameters, but rather an entirely new ability. Perception. As long as there was physical contact, Zhang Kun could perceive the thoughts and intentions of others in real time. He had already tested this ability on Su Ziqing when he was still undecided in the room. This girl was singularly focused on rescuing her grandfather, her innocence almost alarming. In contrast, Zhang Yubing's thoughts were far more complex. Indeed, a woman who had rolled in the social arena would naturally have more intricate considerations. Pure innocence was no longer present. After boarding the RV, Zhang Kun sat beside Zhang Yubing, guiding her on how to steer the vehicle, offering her simple driving tips. However, the thoughts he perceived were rather chaotic. Zhang Yubing was not only contemplating how to protect herself as a human shield, but was also preoccupied with reminders like, the left is the brake, the right is the accelerator. Such convoluted thoughts left Zhang Kun feeling somewhat uneasy. Nevertheless, Zhang Kun took great satisfaction in his newfound ability. He confidently proclaimed, "Mom will no longer worry about the people I capture committing suicide at random." To be precise, as long as he made contact before death, Zhang Kun was confident he could glean useful information from the minds of these experimental subjects. The snowstorm continued, with the RV's high beams cutting through the relentless blizzard, traversing through the white expanse with no indication of when it would cease. Fortunately, the First People's Hospital was not far from their location. After approximately an hour of driving, the RV finally came to a halt at the hospital's rear entrance, as directed by Zhang Kun. "Brother, my grandfather is on the 8th floor of the inpatient department. Let's hurry and get him." Fully equipped, Su Ziqing declared, ready to be the first to leap from the RV. However, Zhang Kun pulled her back midway. He gestured towards the robotic dog he had programmed. "Let the dog scout the way first. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle." With that, Zhang Kun swung open the RV's rear door and kicked the adorable robotic dog out of the vehicle. Fortunately, the device had excellent balance and quickly regained its footing on the snow. "Go, Pikachu!" Zhang Kun softly called, and under his guidance, the robotic dog wobbled its way into the hospital's rear entrance. While adjusting the dog's trajectory, Zhang Kun also activated thermal imaging, scanning the building's thermal profiles layer by layer. The police-grade robotic dog was a powerful piece of equipment. After merely glancing around the staircase twice, It could thoroughly scan every doctor, nurse, and patient on the same floor of the inpatient department. To Zhang Kun's astonishment, the robotic dog encountered no one on the fourth floor. Not a single person, nor even a ghost. Could it be that all the hospital's occupants had perished? But if that were the case, who had made the call? Chapter 90. Night shift at the hospital. Such a vast hospital building, yet there isn't a single soul on this floor? Zhang Yubing gazed at the gray thermal imaging screen on Zhang Kun's phone, her brow furrowed. It's merely the absence of living beings. The deceased do not emit heat, Zhang Kun replied coolly, then retrieved his cold weather gear and silently donned it. Relying solely on the dog, it seems improbable that we will make any discoveries. Ziqing and I shall venture inside first. This time, you need not accompany us. Remain in the vehicle to operate the robotic dog and continue the exploration upward. Remember to keep in communication with me. With that, Zhang Kun handed Zhang Yubing a police walkie-talkie, one they had previously found in the special police compound. Upon learning that she would not be serving as a human shield, Zhang Yubing was naturally relieved. After adjusting the walkie-talkie and confirming its functionality, she watched as the fully equipped Zhang Kun and Su Ziqing entered the inpatient building, one after the other. Navigating through the snow, Zhang Kun and Su Ziqing followed the path the robotic dog had taken and leaped through an open window onto the third-floor corridor of the hospital. Although it was well past the designated power on time, the inpatient building was eerily devoid of life, with only the harsh white incandescent lights illuminating the corridor, while the patient rooms remained shrouded in darkness, exuding an unsettling atmosphere. If this were to be converted into a haunted house, one could easily forego the renovation costs, Zhang Kun mused inwardly. Instead of immediately pursuing the special police dog that had ascended, he pulled Su Ziqing into the nearest patient room for inspection. The First People's Hospital is renowned as a top-tier medical facility in Shanghai, with ordinary wards containing 3 to 6 beds each, and due to the hospital's exceptional medical practitioners, the wards are perpetually filled to capacity. Upon entering the first room, the pair was astonished to find that every bed was occupied by a figure, each tightly wrapped in their sheets, appearing utterly still. Moreover, a faint, unpleasant odor lingered in the air, becoming increasingly pronounced as they ventured further into the room. To avoid unnecessary complications, Zhang Kun refrained from activating the light switch at the entrance. Retrieving 2 small flashlights from his bag, he signaled to Su Ziqing that they should split up to examine the patients on the beds. Cautiously lifting the nearest sheet with the barrel of his gun, he was met with the sight of a pallid, bloodless face. Observing the deceased's retracted lips and exposed teeth, Zhang Kun realized that this individual had been dead for quite some time. As he attempted to cover the body once more with the sheet, he suddenly noticed that one of the fingers gripping the fabric was missing a segment. After thoroughly inspecting the other beds, Zhang Kun and Su Ziqing discovered that each one was occupied by a corpse, with every individual missing a digit from their hands, some lacking a finger, while others were missing a thumb. In the frigid temperatures of the power outage, the ward had become a makeshift morgue. However, as time passed, the bodies inevitably began to emit a faint, decaying odor, which became increasingly overwhelming. Once they exited the first room, Zhang Kun retrieved some menthol ointment from his bag and applied it under their noses, serving as a makeshift reviver. The two then proceeded to randomly check several more rooms, only to find the same grim scene. Beds occupied by corpses, each missing fingers in a strikingly similar manner. Observing the lifeless bodies, Zhang Kun surmised that these patients had likely not survived even the first night of the new year. Strange. Ziqing, what do you find odd? Master, when I previously entered and exited the inpatient building, each patient had a caregiver present. How is it that now we only encounter the corpses of those in patient gowns, without a single family member in sight? This particular detail was indeed suspicious. Zhang Kun had not even encountered any deceased medical personnel. Had the doctors and nurses abandoned their patients in their time of need? Yubing, how is the situation on the upper floors? Master, I have completed the inspection of the 5th floor and found no signs of activity. So, does that imply that below the 5th floor, all we have are the dead? This was no hospital. It was unmistakably a large-scale mortuary. Zhang Kun secured the flashlight to the barrel of his shotgun and, alongside Su Ziqing, continued their ascent. Su Ziqing, however, had lost the excitement she initially possessed upon entering. She vaguely sensed something amiss, yet without having witnessed her grandfather's corpse, her determination remained unshaken. When they reached the 4th floor, Zhang Yubing's voice suddenly crackled through the walkie-talkie. Master, there is a person in the innermost room on the right side of the 6th floor, and they have a fire going. The 6th floor is ours to investigate. Let the dog check the 7th. Exercise caution while operating. Do not draw attention. With the arrangements made, Zhang Kun and Su Ziqing exchanged a glance, instantly revitalized. One's nerves are made of steel. Traversing layer upon layer of corpses was undeniably taxing, but the prospect of encountering a living person to glean information from made the expedition worthwhile. Resolute, Zhang Kun conducted a final check of his firearm, and rather than adhering to his usual approach, he positioned himself in front of Su Ziqing as they stealthily made their way to the 6th-floor patient room. His intent was not born of bravery, but rather a desire to prevent Su Ziqing from mistakenly shooting the individual, thus rendering their perceptive abilities useless. It would be far more prudent to remain at the villa and catch up on sleep with Su Ziqing and Zhang Yubing instead. The duo quietly approached the door of the designated patient room, which was firmly closed. At a glance, it appeared no different from the other rooms, except that the frosted glass above the door faintly illuminated the flickering flames within. Just as Zhang Kun was about to kick the door open, it unexpectedly creaked as someone opened it from the inside. In an instant, Zhang Kun collided face to face with a burly man stepping out of the room. Thankfully, Zhang Kun's reflexes were sharper than his adversaries. Bang! Zhang Kun raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick to the man's chest. The force of the blow sent the burly figure tumbling back into the room, crashing into the pile of firewood with a resounding thud. Fearing that the man might cry out and attract unwanted attention, Zhang Kun swiftly lunged forward and struck him on the head, knocking him unconscious. Su Ziqing followed closely behind, brandishing her firearm as she entered the room and promptly shut the door. Finally, they had the opportunity to assess their surroundings. Inside, 3 hospital beds had been pushed into the corner, their medical linens and blankets haphazardly strewn about. It appeared that the burly man had taken up residence there, scavenging used sheets from other rooms in a bid to keep warm. Beneath the windowsill lay a half-corpse, its legs and arms having mysteriously vanished. Beside the crushed fire pit, a scattered array of utensils lay strewn about, with an arm impaled on a steel rod, presumably belonging to the half-corpse. The charred remains hinted that the body had been cooked to at least a medium level of doneness. This fellow, is he here for a midnight snack? While somewhat repulsive, Zhang Kun had become accustomed to such horrors after experiencing the apocalypse. He retrieved some discarded rope from his bag and bound the burly man, delivering several resounding slaps to his face. Wake up, dinner is served. Chapter 91. Memories of the hospital. The burly man slowly opened his eyes, immediately locking onto Zhang Kun's grim expression. Ignoring the pain on his face, the burly man nervously stammered, "Who are you, and what do you want?" "I am your father, and I intend to take you down." "What did you say?" The burly man was momentarily at a loss for words. Such a demand was utterly unprecedented for him to hear from a man. After a brief hesitation, he cautiously suggested to Zhang Kun, "Brother, that girl behind you is far more capable than I am. If you have needs, you should seek her out instead. I have set my sights on you." Zhang Kun smirked, observing the burly man's growing unease, and decided it was time to inquire, "Who are you, and why are you here?" "I'm just an ordinary person. I arrived here only yesterday." As Zhang Kun questioned him, he gently caressed the burly man's face, discreetly employing a new reward obtained through his registration. Sensing the man's attempt to lie, he slowly grinned, "You'd best behave, or you might find yourself facing dire consequences." At this, the burly man's skin erupted in goosebumps, his entire body going numb. "Brother, please spare me. I am a caregiver at this hospital. I've been stuck here since the day before New Year's. That night, it started snowing and the temperature dropped. I was trapped and couldn't return home." "Oh, so you're the only caregiver here? There used to be at least a dozen of us, but I'm not sure now." "Used to?" Noticing the suspicion in Zhang Kun's gaze, the burly man licked his lips and quickly explained. "That night when the temperature dropped, there weren't many caregivers left. On the first night of the snowstorm, several critically ill patients died from the cold. Those who were timid and feared accountability fled, and I suppose many perished along the way." "And what about the remaining medical staff and caregivers? Where are they now? How many people are still in the building?" "I'm not sure about the main building, but there were still some living people in the inpatient department. We all agreed to endure as long as we could while waiting for rescue. However, not long ago, 5 people suddenly stormed into the inpatient department. As soon as they arrived, they demanded that we obey their commands. The lead doctor naturally refused, and as a result, he was killed. They not only murdered the lead doctor, but anyone in the building who dared to oppose them was also executed. Then, they collected all the food, and among the remaining people, aside from a few decent-looking female nurses who were taken to the top floor, the rest had to survive by resorting to cannibalism. Why didn't the survivors band together? We couldn't. Those individuals are quite sinister. They likely feared that if we congregated to devise a plan against them, they would swiftly come to eliminate us if our numbers increased." Zhang Kun kept his hand on the burly man's face, aware that he spoke the truth, his heart filled with terror at the thought of the slaughter. Many of the corpses of the patients are missing fingers. Do you know why? It was that group. They not only severed the patient's fingers, but also took away their phones and belongings. I even saw one of them sucking on a dead man's finger. Truly depraved. Zhang Kun gazed at the severed arm on the floor, thinking how he could dare call someone else depraved. Did you never consider resisting? The burly man paused at Zhang Kun's question, then sighed with a bitter smile. What good would that do? So many have died. Who has come out unscathed? I'm merely a caregiver. For me, survival is paramount, even if it means resorting to cannibalism. In that instant, Zhang Kun sensed a profound sorrow through his palm. Lan Lan is waiting for me at home. Who is Lan Lan? My daughter. How do you know her name? Have you met her? Zhang Kun shook his head and withdrew his arm, choosing not to press further. He had initially feared this man might leak information, bringing unnecessary trouble, which had stirred violent thoughts within him. Yet upon learning that he yearned to reunite with his daughter, Zhang Kun found it difficult to act on those thoughts. After all, this burly man had not committed any truly egregious acts. Although he was indeed resorting to cannibalism, it was ultimately a matter of survival. To lose one's life merely for having crossed paths with Zhang Kun and Su Ziqing seemed profoundly unjust. It is often said that one should not be overly compassionate in a post-apocalyptic world, yet Zhang Kun adhered to his own principles. Do not harm others unless they harm you first. If someone wrongs me, I shall take them and their entire family down. It really is that simple. Meanwhile, Su Ziqing, noticing Zhang Kun had no further questions, hurriedly interjected. Have you seen the patient in room 3 of Ward 5 on the 8th floor? The burly man squinted, pondering carefully before shaking his head. I have no recollection. But the higher the floor, the more survivors there are. You might want to ask others upstairs. However, as far as I know, it seems no patients in the entire building survived past the first 3 days of the new year. That's impossible. My grandfather video called me today. Oh, then I wouldn't know. The burly man shrugged, clearly believing Su Ziqing was speaking nonsense. However, if it was an elderly person, and they have truly passed, you should still be able to find their body. Zhang Kun couldn't help but feel curious and casually asked, why is that? Oh, the flesh of the elderly is rather tough and unappetizing. Unless absolutely necessary, no one would choose to eat them. Goodness, are you all culinary connoisseurs? Zhang Kun was about to curse, but Su Ziqing was quicker, smashing the butt of her gun against the burly man's face, causing blood to gush from his nose. You consider yourself fortunate that she used the butt of the gun rather than firing a round directly at you. If I were discussing the delectable qualities of a young girl's flesh in front of you, your reaction would likely be no better. Upon hearing Zhang Kun's words, the burly man fell silent, turning his head away in irritation, choosing to ignore Su Ziqing. Master, there are 2 heat signatures on the 7th floor, and 1 on the 8th. Should we continue searching upwards? Came Zhang Yubing's voice over the intercom. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Kun quickly replied, no need. First, pull the dog outside to wait. I'll take Ziqing up. It shouldn't take long to return. With that, Zhang Kun untied the ropes binding the burly man and slowly spoke. Lead us to the 8th floor. The burly man, wiping the blood streaming from his nose, defiantly retorted. On what grounds? On the grounds of this. Zhang Kun declared, revealing 2 bags of neatly packaged 600G biscuits. The burly man froze, then snatched the biscuits into his embrace, bowing slightly in a gesture of invitation. To be honest, I preferred your rebellious demeanor. Chapter 92. Sending off old man Su. The burly man led the way, while Zhang Kun and Su Ziqing, armed with guns, vigilantly scanned their surroundings, their pace considerably quicker than at the outset. Upon reaching the 7th floor, the trio encountered 2 solitary individuals akin to the burly man. However, after a brief exchange of greetings, the 2 promptly retreated to their respective rooms, showing no further interest. It was evident that the burly man held a significant position in the hospital ward. The 2 packs of biscuits certainly alleviated much trouble. They were worth it. Before long, the 3 arrived at Ward 805. Peering through the window on the door, the burly man discovered the room shrouded in darkness and promptly pulled the door open. As the door swung wide, Su Ziqing dashed inside. The ward remained unlit. Despite the presence of windows, the light from the night sky barely penetrated, casting an eerie chill. Fortunately, the 2 flashlights performed admirably, illuminating the room sufficiently. The room was impeccably tidy, nearly indistinguishable from how Su Ziqing had left it a fortnight prior. However, the occupants of the 4 hospital beds lay in eerie silence. Su Ziqing hurried to bed number 3, her hand trembling slightly as she lifted the white sheet covering it. Grandpa. A heart-wrenching wail erupted from her throat, echoing her profound sorrow. As expected, Old Man Su had long succumbed to the cold on his bed, his features grotesquely drawn due to dehydration, resembling the deceased in the other wards below. You see, I told you that the elderly aren't cared for. The burly man, accustomed to the cycle of life and death from years in the hospital, muttered softly as he leaned against the wall, struggling to open a pack of biscuits with his frost-bitten fingers. In our neighborhood, little girls who freeze to death are always the most coveted delicacies. Zhang Kun remarked with a bitter laugh, cautiously lifting the sheets from the other beds. The sound of packaging tearing diminished significantly, leaving only the sound of Su Ziqing weeping over her grandfather's bed. After confirming that all the patients had perished from the cold, Zhang Kun approached Su Ziqing, gently patting her shoulder in a gesture of solace. Zhang Kun was not one for comforting words. He often resorted to confrontation, thus he wisely refrained from saying much. In times like these, silence itself offered a form of comfort. He understood that for the living, the loss of a loved one is not merely a fleeting storm, but rather a lifelong deluge. Throughout her childhood, Su Ziqing had always been by Old Man Su's side until she left for Shanghai just before starting elementary school to join her parents in another city. Their bond had been exceptionally strong. There were countless secrets she would confide in her grandfather rather than her mother, opting instead for video calls to share her thoughts. Although she had mentally prepared herself before arriving at the building, seeing her grandfather's emaciated form still overwhelmed her with grief. Grandpa, didn't you say you wanted to watch me become a doctor and perform checkups on you? Grandpa, didn't you want to meet my boyfriend and see what he is like? Grandpa, please open your eyes and look at me once more. I beg you. Tears streaming down her face, Su Ziqing reached out to grasp the hands that had provided her with endless warmth, but as her hand slipped beneath the sheet, her expression shifted abruptly. When she withdrew her hand, she discovered that her grandfather's right hand was bare of fingers. What happened? As Su Ziqing uttered her question, she suddenly recalled the burly man's earlier words. I once saw someone sucking on a dead person's finger. How twisted. Was it the group from the top floor? Fury ignited within her, and she rose with her gun, ready to confront them, but an unexpected force on her shoulder rendered her motionless. Let us first take care of Grandpa before anything else. There's no need to rush. Zhang Kun's voice was devoid of warmth, clearly harboring his own ire. Yet, he managed to suppress his urge for violence, retrieving a canister of gasoline from his space. This was fuel he had siphoned from a Ferrari he had previously left unused, now unexpectedly repurposed. As Zhang Kun twisted the cap off the canister and inhaled its potent aroma, Su Ziqing instantly grasped his intentions, her sorrow deepening. In this harsh world, departing early can be seen as a release. Old man, before you go, please let Ziqing take care of me. She has done wonderfully. Now it's my turn to look after her, rest assured. Zhang Kun murmured, his voice steady but devoid of emotion. He was uncertain whether these words were directed at the deceased or to himself. He then produced a windproof lighter he had found while unboxing a mystery package. Once Su Ziqing stepped back slightly, he ignited the gasoline-soaked sheets. A fierce blaze erupted, infusing the cold, dark ward with warmth and light. However, the acrid scent of burning flesh was unbearable. The burly man promptly retreated to the corridor, standing quietly by the door, as the flames consumed her grandfather. Su Ziqing, with reddened eyes, bowed 3 times toward the burning bed, before gripping her gun and slowly making her way out of the ward. Zhang Kun also offered a bow to the remains of Old Man Su before exiting, gently closing the door behind him, as if to avoid disturbing the spirit that had moved on to another realm. Shall we head to the top floor? Yes, to the top floor. With Su Ziqing's affirmative response, Zhang Kun nodded. However, before they could depart, the burly man suddenly stepped in front of them, rubbing his hands together, a touch of embarrassment in his demeanor. Do you need a guide this time, brothers? No need. We'll take the elevator this time, Zhang Kun replied calmly. He had never intended to retrieve Old Man Su from here, but sought an opportunity to engage with the experimental subjects holed up in the research institute, hoping to glean insights into the nature of that so-called institute through his newfound abilities. Given that Su Ziqing also intended to confront them, it was a fortuitous chance to intersect with them without the need to ascend the stairs step by step. Upon hearing Zhang Kun's words, the burly man looked conflicted, hesitating before speaking again. If I can provide you with information about them, could you spare me some of that gasoline you just used? That depends on whether the information you provide is worth the price. Zhang Kun responded coolly, seemingly indifferent to the proposed transaction. The burly man swallowed hard, fearing that this opportunity might slip away. He spoke hurriedly. Among those 5, there's a skinny guy who enjoys eating dead people's fingers. There are also 3 hulking oafs who seem rather dim-witted. The leader is exceptionally skilled with a knife. The floor manager we selected before was killed by him. Zhang Kun dismissed the information with disinterest and turned to leave. Such vague details were hardly substantial, merely a whisper of insight. Seeing Zhang Kun's intention to depart, the burly man grew anxious, hastily grabbing Zhang Kun's arm. That man is just any knife wielder. The knives he throws, they can curve,